Chapter 1 is this. Dad, Tang Weiwei, I have feelings for you. Will you be my girlfriend? Under the blinding lights, Jiang Nian knelt on one knee, clutching a vibrant bouquet of roses, gazing at the young woman who had just finished singing on stage. The audience erupted in joyous cheers. It's Jiang Nian, he's confessing to Tang Weiwei again. How many times has he declared his feelings now? I don't know, since freshman year, it must be at least 50 or 100 times. He really knows how to grovel. Do you think Tang Weiwei will agree this time? Who knows? A love-struck fool is destined to end up with nothing. Jiang Nian feigned ignorance to the biting remarks. Today marked the farewell party for the fourth-year students at the School of Computer Science at Jiangbei University. Though graduation was 2 months away, some classmates had already secured jobs and were preparing to leave. As the belle of the Jiangbei University School of Music, Tang Weiwei had been invited to perform. With her pure and innocent makeup, she held the microphone and looked at the boy on one knee. As the light illuminated her, a hint of sadness flickered in the corners of her eyes, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Jiang Nian, why are you doing this? Are you pressuring me? The audience began to murmur. Indeed, confessing in such a manner puts immense pressure on the girl. Even if she doesn't like him, she might feel compelled to say yes. It could even lead to online harassment. This man is truly calculating. Only Jiang Nian remained composed, lifting his head. He gazed at Tang Weiwei and suddenly smiled. For years had passed. He had pursued her for 4 years. Yet each of his confessions had been dismissed. He believed that this time would surely be different. 3 days prior, having nearly given up, he had been drawn to a secluded corner by Tang Weiwei. She looked at him and softly said, Jiang Nian, have you seen the recent drama? The male lead confesses at the graduation party, it's so romantic. I adore it. Jiang Nian, I want to be in a relationship. What about you? Her words brimmed with implication. Thus, this grand confession was born in the days leading up to the party. Jiang Nian ignored his roommate's advice, bought roses, spent his last savings, and booked a suite at a 5-star hotel, adorning the room with a sea of roses and gifts that he wished to provide closure for both his 4 years of university and this relationship. Now, the conclusion had arrived. All right, I understand. Jiang Nian casually tossed the flowers into the trash and walked away. Behind him, he heard Tang Weiwei's delicate voice. Jiang Nian, are you angry? No. His tone was calm. Tang Weiwei, farewell. Never to meet again. In the end, she still had to toy with him, leaving him uncertain of the role he had played in this relationship. Tang Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Nian. He wasn't until a fellow dancer reminded her that she was still under the spotlight that she managed to rein in her emotions. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately, no words emerged. Jiang Nian continued onward without looking back. He could not comprehend why. In stories of transmigration, characters were either wealthy or surrounded by beauty, while his own experience was so melodramatic. Indeed, he was but one among the throng of transmigrators. 4 years ago, Jiang Nian, having graduated from high school, was invited to a class reunion. After indulging in karaoke at a KTV and succumbing to intoxication, he was escorted to a hotel where he passed out from his inebriation. It was during a torrential downpour, following a delivery accident, that Jiang Nian's soul inexplicably traversed into another realm. Groggy and disoriented, he reached out only to find himself enveloped in soft warmth. It was a woman, her face obscured. She seemed equally intoxicated, clinging to him like an octopus, murmuring softly. In his previous life, Jiang Nian had never attended university nor experienced romance, not even having held a girl's hand thus. He was utterly unprepared for such temptation. In a haze, he found himself entangled in a night of passion with the woman. Afterward, he fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next day to the sight of Tang Weiwei, weeping beside his bed. Jiang Nian, what? What am I to do? Jiang Nian, who had never committed wrongdoing and possessed a strong sense of responsibility, was thrown into a panic. Memories of his previous life flooded his mind. He had slept with Tang Weiwei, the high school beauty, the object of his long-standing affection. In his memories, she was like a moonlit, glow-radiantly beautiful, kind-hearted, and academically gifted. Believing this to be a benevolent twist of fate, Jiang Nian reassured her, do not worry, I shall take full responsibility. Once we reach the appropriate age, we will obtain a marriage certificate. Tang Weiwei's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. But I have never been in a relationship. No one has ever pursued me. Then from this day forth, I shall pursue you, he vowed. From that moment, he earnestly endeavored to win her heart, accommodating her every request. He showered her with gifts during festivals, sent her red envelopes, treated her to meals, and even cared for her during illness, often skipping classes and exhausting his finances. To celebrate her birthdays lavishly. After each gesture, he silently labored for hours to repay his debts. At Jiangbei University, many sought Tang Weiwei's affection, yet Jiang Nian felt that their shared night had forged a bond of understanding. He believed she was merely relishing the pursuit, and once she recognized his sincerity, she would reciprocate his feelings. Little did he anticipate the outcome would be so disheartening. Perhaps he should have relinquished hope much earlier. Ignoring the incessant messages from his roommates, Jiang Nian exited the campus. He retrieved his phone and dialed the five-star hotel, only to hang up disheartened a minute later. The customer service representative informed him that they could not issue a refund, but could retain the room for him for the entire night. With his last remaining funds evaporated, Jiang Nian slapped his forehead in frustration and sat in a nearby park for a full 2 hours. The sky darkened, and rain began to fall, gradually clearing his mind. He stood up and headed straight for the hotel. Since he could not reclaim his money, he resolved not to waste the room. He had never allowed himself the luxury of such an expensive hotel in either of his lives. Upon reaching the hotel and checking in, Jiang Nian took the room key and, in a daze, pressed the elevator button. His room was on the 28th floor. Perhaps due to his muddled thoughts and the rain-soaked state he was in, Jiang Nian felt slightly lightheaded. In a moment of disorientation, he caught sight of a toddler, around 3 years old, standing in the corner of the elevator. The child sported lovely twin pigtails, donned an adorable tutu, and clutched a box of fruit, her little belly protruding adorably. Whether it was due to fright or some other reason, her eyes were wide open, and her mouth formed an ode. This adorable expression slightly lifted Jiang Nian's spirits. He cast a glance at himself, drenched and undeniably disheveled, a rather alarming sight. With effort, he managed to muster a smile he believed to be friendly. "Little one, I am not a bad person. Please do not be afraid." As soon as Jiang Nian's words left his lips, the cherubic figure, who had been a mere half-meter away, suddenly sprang into action. She hurried towards him with impressive speed, and upon reaching him, she stood on her tiptoes, extending her arms as if intending to leap into his embrace. However, due to her diminutive stature, she settled for a more modest approach, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nian's leg. "Daddy, are you little fish's daddy?" "Wah, daddy, little fish has finally found you." "Jiang Nian, what is happening?" He hadn't consumed any alcohol, so why did it feel as though he were dreaming? This chubby little creature, shorter than his leg, was calling him what? Daddy? "Chapter dos suciaoyu." Whom were you calling daddy? The elevator began its slow ascent, and Jiang Nian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He pinched his own face to confirm that this was not a mere figment of his imagination, then crouched down in an attempt to dislodge the little girl clinging to his leg. However, he found that he could not budge her at all. The tiny creature exerted all her strength, wrapping her arms around him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Little friend, you have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your father. Woo woo woo, you are Xiaoyu's daddy, and this is what Xiaoyu's daddy looks like." As she cried out, she vigorously rubbed her chubby little face against Jiang Nian's leg. Jiang Nian felt an immediate headache coming on. Taking a deep breath, he gently patted the back of the small child, trying to console her. "Little one, I truly am not your father. Hasn't your mother told you not to call strangers daddy? You might encounter bad people. Is daddy a bad person?" The little girl looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with an innocent, pitiful expression. At that moment, Jiang Nian felt as though he were a monstrous figure who had just bullied a defenseless child. He shook his head. "Of course, I'm not a bad person, but I cannot guarantee that others are not." As he spoke, he noticed that the little girl's eyes were glistening with tears, on the verge of spilling over. She had not absorbed his words at all. How utterly forlorn she appeared. Jiang Nian's heart melted, and he could no longer bear to reprimand her. He softly inquired, "Little friend, which floor do you live on? Let me help you call the elevator." Seeing that Jiang Nian refused to acknowledge her, Su Xiaoyu felt even more grieved. Her small mind was filled with great confusion and misunderstanding. This brother's face was unmistakably identical to that of her father in the photographs. Why would he not admit to being her father? Could it be that her father did not recognize her? Indeed, since her birth, her father had never seen her. He must be unaware of her existence. Then, how could she make her father aware of her? The little girl sank into deep contemplation. Noticing that the child had fallen silent, Jiang Nian extended his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Little friend? Huh, I. Just as I was pondering what to do, her wristwatch phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she pressed the answer button, and a woman's voice came through. Su Xiaoyu. Where did you sneak off to again? Su Xiaoyu was startled and quickly responded in a pitiful tone. Mommy, Daddy, no, your delivery has arrived. I saw you were busy, so I came downstairs to get it. What nonsense about Daddy? Why didn't you just call me to go? Su Wanyin was extremely upset. This little girl often took advantage of her inattention to sneak away and play. It was acceptable when they lived in the countryside, but now they were in a hotel. She was completely unaware of the dangers around her. Su Xiaoyu shrank her neck. Mommy, I was wrong. I just wanted to do something for you. Xiaoyu has grown up. You're only 3 years old. How can you say you are grown? What if you get lost? As I descended the stairs with your sister, I heard her say, No need, Mom. I will be up shortly. Su Xiaoyu, filled with trepidation, raised her head and gazed at Jiang Nian, exclaiming, Daddy, I live on the 30th floor. Before Jiang Nian could comprehend, the voice of the woman on the other end of the line became urgent. Su Xiaoyu, who are you calling Daddy? What is going on? Didn't I tell you not to speak to strangers? Where are you? I will come find you right now. Oh no, she heard that. Su Xiaoyu trembled in fear and hastily pressed the hang-up button, saying, Mom, I will be back right away. Jiang Nian was taken aback by the child's rebellious spirit. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for her predicament. It was evident that her mother was rather oblivious, having left to retrieve takeout and only now realizing her absence. Jiang Nian reached out to gently pat Su Xiaoyu's fluffy little head, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks as he said, All right, I will help you, but you must not call me Daddy anymore, understood? Su Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before earnestly nodding in agreement. Okay, let us first allow you to know me as Gigi. The rest can wait for another time. There will certainly be an opportunity for you to learn that I am your father. My name is Su Xiaoyu, Daddy. Oh, I mean brother. She chirped. Jiang Nian nodded in response. As they waited for the elevator, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Su Xiaoyu gazed up at Jiang Nian, her little heart racing as it marked the first time she had met her father at the age of 3. Frequently, she had inquired of her mother why other children had fathers while she did not. Whenever she posed this question, her mother would share a photograph of her father, explaining that he had passed away heroically when she was very young. While Su Xiaoyu felt immense pride in having such a father, she also harbored sorrow, believing she would never meet him. To her astonishment, today was the day she saw her father. Her mother was likely unaware that her heroic father was still alive. Each time her mother mentioned him, a frown would shadow her face, suggesting she was not happy. Su Xiaoyu wondered if her mother missed her father. As this thought crossed her mind, a notion sprouted within her. Perhaps if her father and mother met, he would come to know her, and they could live happily as a family of 3. The child's thoughts were always so simple. She had never considered whether her parents had mutual affection for one another. The elevator halted at the 28th floor, and Jiang Nian turned to the little one, saying, Little one, I must get off now. Please be careful. Upon seeing him prepare to leave, Su Xiaoyu urgently grasped his clothing. Her little head spun as she suddenly conceived a clever plan. Brother, I'm lost. I don't remember the room number. And what if I can't find my mother when I go back upstairs? Wah! Jiang Nian was momentarily at a loss. In both his past and this life, he had never witnessed such an adorable little child in tears. In a moment of panic, he instinctively uttered, Don't cry, don't cry. Would you like me to take you upstairs? Okay, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully and bouncing twice. Jiang Nian felt an odd sense of being led into a trap. However, he had no time to ponder. The little one quickly stopped clapping, as if she found the action distasteful, and spat twice before taking Jiang Nian's hand, earnestly saying, Thank you, brother. Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile at her adorable antics. What are you doing? Su Xiaoyu giggled. No, clapping is too childish. I'm not a 2-year-old anymore. I can't be so immature. Then how old are you? He teased. Su Xiaoyu, beaming, held up 3 fingers. 3. Meanwhile, upstairs in room 3008, Su Wanyin was utterly flustered. She set her phone down and rushed towards the door. No, I must go downstairs. Hey, Muling, concerned, tried to stop her. But it was too late. Su Wanyin reached the entrance, quickly kicked off her slippers, and grabbed the only pair of shoes beside the shoe cabinet, hastily slipping them on before heading outside. All her other shoes were packed away in her suitcase, leaving no time for a change. However, Su Wanyin completely overlooked that these shoes had a bit of a heel. As she took her first step, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She gasped and fell. Muling panicked. What happened? I twisted my ankle, but it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. Muling hurriedly grasped her. No. Don't be stubborn. You rest here, and I'll go get Xiaoyu. But no but. The security is excellent now. Nothing will happen. You still have training to attend for your comeback. What if your injury becomes serious? Also, didn't you say you wanted to keep Xiaoyu out of the public eye? You're still somewhat of a celebrity. Even if you're past your prime, people will recognize you. You can't just expose yourself like that. Leave it all to me. You can trust me. Xiaoyu is like a goddaughter to me. I care for her just as much as you do. I'll go. Muling firmly assisted Su Wanyin back onto the bed and left for the elevator. In the elevator, Su Xiaoyu held Jiang Nian's hand, gazing up at him with a beaming smile. The more she looked, the happier she became. Jiang Nian felt a smile creeping onto his face as well. He affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoyu's hair. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid. Su Xiaoyu replied earnestly. After her response, she squeezed Jiang Nian's larger hand and asked, Brother, can I call you Daddy again? Seeing Jiang Nian's puzzled expression, the little one quickly explained. You look a lot like my daddy. My daddy went to heaven. Her voice trailed off, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Jiang Nian could hardly bear it. He quickly reassured her. All right, go ahead and call me. Su Xiaoyu joyfully embraced Jiang Nian's thigh, nuzzling against him while exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Jiang Nian gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, yet a twinge of sorrow stirred within his heart. This little girl must yearn deeply for her father to express herself in such a manner, he pondered. In this lifetime, although blessed with loving parents, Jiang Nian, in his previous life, was an orphan. He understood the profound emotions tied to such experiences. Unable to resist, Jiang Nian squatted down and enveloped the little girl in his arms, gently patting her back. The small creature beamed with joy. The elevator came to a halt, and she finally ceased her clinginess, announcing, Daddy, little fish lives in room 3008. Hurry and take little fish there once we arrive. I can see Mommy. Hearing her sweet, sticky voice, Jiang Nian completely overlooked her earlier claim of forgetting the room number, nodding in agreement. All right. As he spoke, the elevator doors slid open. Chapter 3. What if Dad were still alive? At the entrance, just as Muling was about to step into the elevator, she heard the repeated call of Dad and caught sight of Jiang Nian, who appeared disheveled like a vagabond. Instantly, she felt a surge of panic. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyu to call her, she swiftly scooped the little girl into her arms. Xiaoyu, who are you calling Dad? Although this young man had a handsome face, his damp hair and clingy clothing did not inspire confidence. He certainly didn't seem like a good person. After saying this, before Su Xiaoyu could respond, she turned her gaze to Jiang Nian. Who are you? Do you have such a penchant for playing the father to other people's children? Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. He indeed wished to have a daughter in the future, but this sister seemed to have misunderstood something. Given her anxious demeanor, she must be the child's mother. Thinking about how this mother had let her 3-year-old descend alone, Jiang Nian felt it appropriate to teach her a lesson. Thus, he deliberately remarked, Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that, fortunately, I am not a bad person and would not harm her. But what if she encounters someone truly dangerous? Have you considered that? Muling was left speechless, feeling as though she had been chastised by a brash young man. Just as she was about to retort, Su Xiaoyu in her arms tugged gently at her clothing. Sister Ling, you've misunderstood. It was Xiaoyu who wanted to call him Dad. Xiaoyu misses her dad. Upon hearing this, Muling's heart ached profoundly. Xiaoyu had never known her father, although she appeared carefree and oblivious each day. Muling had witnessed several instances where the little girl silently trailed behind other children, watching them play with their fathers. In those moments, her eyes were filled with a sense of loss. Muling's tone softened considerably, but you cannot just call anyone dad. Do you understand? Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Mu Ling then turned back to Jiang Nian. I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. Thank you for bringing her up. Would you allow me to send you a red envelope as a token of my gratitude? Could you please provide your payment code? Jiang Nian furrowed his brow. No need. Although he had mistakenly thought she was the child's mother, her immediate mention of money felt more like a dismissal than a genuine expression of thanks. This individual was rather impolite. He decided it was enough to inform the child's mother to take better care of her child in the future. With that, Jiang Nian pressed the elevator close button decisively. Having delivered the little one, it was time for him to return. As the elevator doors began to close, Su Xiaoyu anxiously called out, Dad, brother. Brother, won't you meet my mother? Sister Ling, brother is really nice. Can we invite him to dinner, please? Otherwise, Mommy won't get to see Dad. Mu Ling urgently interjected, no. It's not that she didn't want to invite Jiang Nian to dinner. She had considered it. But given Su Wanyin's status, it would be inappropriate. If they were recognized, it could lead to complications. Therefore, offering money was the simplest and most straightforward solution without repercussions. Mu Ling was resolute. I insist on sending you a red envelope. You can take your friends out for dinner. In the midst of their conversation, the elevator doors had already closed. Really, there's no need. Jiang Nian once again faced rejection, his mood growing increasingly somber. To be spurned in his confession and then be met with disdain while attempting to assist others was truly disheartening. Upon returning to his room, he took a shower and then flung himself onto the bed, emptying his mind and closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, upstairs, the little darling watched him depart, her eyes brimming with tears of worry. Even after entering her room, her emotions had yet to settle. Su Wanyin, noticing this, quickly reached out to embrace her. Little fish. What is wrong? Were you bullied? Su Xiaoyu clung to Su Wanyin, her tears cascading down like raindrops. Mama, woo woo woo. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Su Wanyin gähnte wie Petertiefs. Meanwhile, Mu Ling explained, it seems she has quite the affection for that person, persistently asking for him to be called daddy. Wanyin, have you never considered finding her father? There are indeed many celebrities nowadays who create a facade of loving marriages. Su Wanyin clenched her teeth, pondering for a moment. Let it be. Today's men are untrustworthy. All I wish for is for little fish to grow up happily. I shall weather any storms that come our way. At least those she has encountered over the years have proven unreliable. They were merely enamored with her beauty, and I cannot sense any genuine care for her from them. I do not want little fish to suffer. I only wish to provide her with the best. Even if it means remaining unmarried for a lifetime, that is acceptable. After sobbing quietly in Su Wanyin's embrace for a while, Su Xiaoyu finally lifted her head. She scrubbed her tears vigorously and asked, Mama, what if Daddy hasn't gone to heaven? What if Daddy is still alive? Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, her breath hitching. The man in question was not deceased. Their fateful night had merely been an accident, devoid of any emotional bond. How could she compel him to take responsibility? Perhaps he was now happily preparing for marriage with a girlfriend. Bringing little fish to him would only complicate matters, and if she were not accepted, it would surely deepen her sorrow. Such a scenario must never unfold. She could not allow her little fish to endure any pain. Gently brashinko isnose. Su Wanyin spoke earnestly. How could that be? Little fish, do not let your imagination wander. Daddy has long been gone, and Mama does not need him. I will take good care of you. Even if he were indeed alive, he has never looked after you or me, and he is unfit to be your father. Do you understand? I'm sorry, my dear child. I can only temporarily fashion the image of a bad father for you. Otherwise, you would incessantly inquire, and I would have no explanation to offer. I certainly cannot tell you that you are the result of a fleeting encounter between your mother and father. They hardly even know each other. Su Wanyin thought silently to herself. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's nose reddened once more. It seemed that Mama did not harbor any hope that Daddy was still alive. She appeared to dislike him and perhaps did not wish to see him at all. What should she do? Mama, can I see a picture of Daddy? All right, Su Wanyin replied, opening her phone and navigating to the photo album. Mu Ling attempted to peer over, but was promptly blocked by Su Wanyin. You cannot look. Mu Ling sighed and turned away. All right, I won't look. By the way, Wanyin, I'm already preparing to find a nanny for Xiaoyu. You need not worry. During your 3-month training, I will frequently carve out time to visit Xiaoyu. The bond between her and you will remain well concealed. All right, thank you, Su Wanyin nodded. Mu Ling gazed at the mother and daughter duo, letting out a deep sigh. For years had passed, yet Su Wanyin remained tight-lipped about that man. Mu Ling could not fathom what kind of man could compel her to abandon her flourishing career at its peak to bear a child. For years ago, at the age of 21, Su Wanyin was, like Mu Ling, a junior in college. She was the most outstanding student of the Jiangbei University School of Music and one of the first singers to be signed by an entertainment company. With her sweet and intellectual voice, a single online song had catapulted her to fame, garnering a multitude of fans. Her performances in web dramas showcased her exceptional acting skills, earning her the title of the most promising newcomer. Everyone anticipated her to astonish the entertainment industry as the next rising star. Yet she abruptly chose to withdraw from the limelight, severing all ties. The next time Mu Ling saw her, Su Wanyin was living a secluded life in her small house in the countryside, cradling her infant, Su Xiaoyu, and struggling to make ends meet. Mu Ling was taken aback. She had never known that her closest friend had entered a relationship and was expecting a child. Despite countless inquiries, Su Wanyin remained reticent about Xiaoyu's father. This topic had become a sensitive subject. Whenever it arose, Su Wanyin would become agitated. Mu Ling dared not ask again. Yet she had never abandoned the idea of helping Su Wanyin return to the industry. Even after becoming a mother, Su Wanyin still possessed exceptional qualities. Her appearance was stunning, and her figure had become more voluptuous. Without makeup, she was a pure and innocent young woman. With makeup, she transformed into a captivating beauty. Her voice remained enchanting, and the online song that had once brought her fame was still popular. After much heartfelt persuasion, Su Wanyin finally agreed to consider re-entering the industry when Su Xiaoyu turned 3. She too wished to provide a better life for her child. However, there was one condition. Xiaoyu's existence must remain a secret from the outside world. Mu Ling understood her fears of public scrutiny harming Xiaoyu and consented. But who was the man that had led Su Wanyin to bear child? Mu Ling was filled with curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, Su Xiaoyu, who had just been crying, clenched her small fist upon confirming the identity of the person in the photograph. That big brother was indeed her father. But how could she make her mother love her father, and her father love her mother? How could she unite them to provide Xiaoyu with a complete family? The little one fell into deep contemplation, determined to devise a plan of her own. Chapter 4. Su Wanyin, it is peculiar. That silhouette seems oddly familiar. Dawn has broken. Jiang Nian lay awake throughout the night, his eyes wide open. During this long night, he pondered extensively. It was only at this moment that he came to realize how foolish he had been. In order to protect Tang Weiwei's reputation, he had promised her not to disclose their intimate encounter to anyone. To others, Jiang Nian appeared to be an unscrupulous sycophant, while Tang Weiwei was perceived as the ethereal beauty, too pure to refuse or hurt anyone. For the past 4 years, he had devoted himself entirely to Tang Weiwei. He seldom attended classes and relied on his roommates for answers during final exams, scraping by with minimal effort. He had learned nothing, and now, as his senior year approached its conclusion, his roommates had returned from internships, while he had not even sought employment or obtained an internship certificate, rendering graduation a looming challenge. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nian felt he deserved a slap across the face. He truly was to blame. With only 2 months remaining, he needed to take action. On WeChat, a message from Tang Weiwei appeared. Jiang Nian, where are you? After a prolonged silence on his part, she followed up with another message. I'm back at the dorm. Jiang Nian chuckled as he read her messages. Did she think that simply reaching out to him would elicit his immediate presence, as it once had? He chose to ignore her. Instead, he opened the group chat with his roommates, where he saw their tags. Jiang Siyuan, Jiang Nian, where have you been? Hurry up and reply to your father. Yuan Huai. Hey, as long as you respond, I'll make an exception today and wash the stinky socks you've hoarded for a week. Su Minghai. Reply. Su Minghai. So what if your confession didn't succeed? I've been heartbroken 800 times in a year. What's the big deal? Yuan Huai. Exactly. If you can't win over that Tang Weiwei, just switch it up. She's not that great. Come back and let me introduce you to some girls you could choose from. Jiang Siyuan. Come back and let Yuan Huai help you find a job. Yuan Huai. Why not you? Jiang Nian, I haven't secured a job yet. Yuan Huai. Forget it as long as you're fine. I'll sacrifice my dignity and introduce you. The last message arrived at 3 in the morning. At this hour, they were still desperately searching for him. His phone displayed dozens of missed calls. A warmth spread through Jiang Nian's heart. After a moment's consideration, he replied to Yuan Huai's final message. Jiang Nian. Really? It was now 7 in the morning. Typically, at this hour, his roommates would still be asleep, as university life afforded them the luxury of late mornings without classes. However, today, Jiang Nian quickly received a response. Jiang Nian. Wow, you finally decided to reply to your fathers. Where are you? Jiang Nian snapped a photo of his hotel room and sent it. Jiang Nian. You little rascal, staying in a 5-star hotel without inviting us? Jiang Nian. Enough. Hurry back. They've all fallen asleep waiting for you. Come back and let's have dinner first. We still have a gathering tonight. Su Minghai is leaving tomorrow. Jiang Nian. All right. Jiang Nian stood up, retrieved the room card, and walked out. Arriving in this world, his greatest treasure has been these 3 roommates. Jiang Nian, who is infatuated with celebrities. Su Minghai, who is adept at charming women. And Yuan Huai, the academic prodigy. Yet, this has not diminished their camaraderie in the slightest. Only they have witnessed him as a devoted admirer for 4 years without ever mocking him. Su Minghai has already secured a job and is reporting for duty tomorrow. Jiang Nian is heading to Kyoto for his career. Yuan Huai has long been earmarked by a prominent company. Now he finds himself alone in the dormitory. Jiang Nian lowered his head in silence. After descending the stairs, he proceeded to check out and exit the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped outside, the elevator doors in the lobby slid open. Su Wanyin, donned in sunglasses and a hat, was carrying Su Xiaoyu and making her way out, followed closely by Mu Ling, who was handling the luggage. Upon spotting Jiang Nian, Su Xiaoyu beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Dad," but quickly realized the mistake and corrected herself. "Mom, I want to walk down by myself." "All right." Su Wanyin adjusted her sunglasses and set her down. Beneath the shades, her gaze fell upon the retreating figure at the entrance. The silhouette was somewhat charming, exuding youthful vigor in every gesture. Yet, Su Wanyin furrowed her brow. Mu Ling. Yes? Mu Ling, who was rummaging through her belongings, looked up. "Do you think that person looks a bit familiar?" she inquired, pointing towards the door. Mu Ling turned in confusion and caught sight of the already departed figure. She momentarily froze. "Him?" Su Wanyin quickly asked. "Do you know him?" Mu Ling nodded slightly. "He is the one who brought Xiaoyu back yesterday. He doesn't look very old. He must be a university student. I offered him money, but he refused." "Is that so?" Su Wanyin replied, perplexed. If he was the one who returned Xiaoyu, she should not know him. Yet, why did that silhouette evoke such a sense of familiarity? "Oh no, I forgot the room card. Wanyin, wait for me for a moment. I'll go get it." Mu Ling handed her luggage to Su Wanyin and turned to ascend the elevator. Su Xiaoyu, taking advantage of Su Wanyin's distraction, wriggled out of her embrace and began to wander around the lobby. As Su Wanyin could see her within the confines of her roaming, she paid little heed. Her attention remained fixed on the entrance until the figure was no longer visible. Almost instinctively, Su Wanyin began to walk toward the door. Chapter 5. She seemed to have missed something important while her mother was distracted. Su Xiaoyu scampered over to the front desk. The 2 receptionists, upon seeing such an adorable little girl, were instantly filled with delight. One of them picked her up while the other handed her some candy and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Little one, what brings you here?" With the candy in hand, Su Xiaoyu unwrapped it carefully and earnestly inquired, "Sister, who was that handsome young man just now? He looks so handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking boy." Her calling them sister brought immense joy to the 2 receptionists, as most children refer to them as aunties. One of them chuckled, already admiring handsome boys at such a young age? Let me see, he seems to be a student from Jiangbei University, named Jiang Nian." Su Xiaoyu discreetly glanced in the direction of Su Wanyin, then turned her attention to the notebook in the receptionist's hand. Many of the characters were unfamiliar to her, but her mother had taught her some numbers. The little one stealthily activated the camera function on her smartwatch, snapping a photo before tucking it away. "So his name is Jiang Nian. What a lovely name. Just like her father's name. It's pleasing to the ear." The receptionists were thoroughly entertained by her innocent musings. Indeed, if a person is handsome, their name tends to be charming as well. However, one wonders if he has a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Su Xiaoyu shook her head earnestly. He definitely doesn't. Daddy can only belong to mommy. Other girlfriends, one T do. Umph. The receptionists erupted in laughter. How do you know? Are you smitten with that young man? I'm looking out for mommy. Meanwhile, Su Wanyin had reached the entrance and, upon glancing up, realized that the young man had vanished from sight. In that instant, a feeling of emptiness washed over her, as if she had overlooked something significant. She felt an urge to chase after him, but suddenly, the sound of Su Xiaoyu chatting with the receptionist reached her ears. My mommy is very beautiful too. In that moment, Su Wanyin regained her composure, her heart racing with guilt. She was a mother now. She almost left Xiaoyu alone in the hotel lobby because of a man. How utterly irresponsible. Quickly, she turned back towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Just as she was about to praise her mother to the receptionists, Xiaoyu turned her head. Mommy, what's wrong? Su Wanyin took a moment to calm her racing heart, feeling a sense of relief. Nothing, it's fine. Noticing her mother's unease, Xiaoyu extended her arms towards Su Wanyin. Mommy, hug me. At that moment, Jiang Nian had already turned the corner and boarded the bus. His phone buzzed, and he picked it up to find several new messages in the group chat of the 4 male models from the premium zone. Jiang Nian, by the way, bring breakfast back for the godfathers. A cup of soy milk and 2 buns from the entrance. I'm starving. I've transferred the money to you. The other 2 had also awakened. Su Minghai, same here. Yuan Huai, same here. Subsequently, Jiang Nian received 3 private message red envelopes, one containing 100 yuan, another with 52, 1 yuan, and the last one holding 88 yuan. A bemused smile crossed his face. A serving of steamed buns and soy milk costs less than 10 yuan. They were well aware of this, yet transferred him such generous amounts. Jiang Nian remarked, Oh dear, I must have accidentally sent too much. I must still be half asleep. Just keep it for yourself. Su Minghai exclaimed, Damn it, I sent you the money intended for my 100th girlfriend. Yuan Huai added, My eyes must have been blind. It was a careless input. A warm current swept through Jiang Nian's heart once more. He replied, All right. From that day forth, he resolved to embark on a new chapter of his life. The likes of Tang Weiwei had become inconsequential. Upon returning to school and finishing breakfast, his roommates swiftly surrounded him, pulling up chairs. Jiang Nian was the first to speak. Jiang Nian, that Tang Weiwei is truly unsuitable for you. With graduation approaching, have you considered finding someone else? Yuan Huai interjected, Exactly. It's been 4 years. If you're not tired, we certainly are. Su Minghai directly opened his phone's contact list. Here are 500 girls on WeChat. Feel free to add any you fancy, and I'll help you pursue her. Over the past 4 years, the 3 had witnessed all that Jiang Nian had done for Tang Weiwei. In Su's words, had it been another girl, they would have been celebrating a child's birth by now. They had advised him countless times, yet Jiang Nian had never heeded their counsel. But today, they could no longer contain themselves. Tang Weiwei was indeed crossing the line. They were prepared to engage Jiang Nian in conversation for the entire morning, determined to bring him back from the clutches of infatuation. Listening to their words, Jiang Nian chuckled. I understand. I will no longer pursue her. Not to mention, Jiang Nian, your fixation on romance is quite something. Huh? Su Minghai was poised to say more when he suddenly halted, gazing at Jiang Nian in disbelief. What did you just say? He had prepared himself for a prolonged discussion, yet Jiang Nian had unexpectedly changed his mind. The other 2 looked at him in astonishment as well. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nian stated, I said I will no longer pursue Tang Weiwei, nor will I engage in any romantic relationships. In these final 2 months, I wish to focus on completing my graduation project and securing my internship. It is time I consider my own future. His roommates exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Su Minghai slapped Jiang Nian on the shoulder, exclaiming, Good lad. You've finally come to your senses. However, there is no need to completely forsake romance. If you ever want to pursue someone, come to me. Jiang Nian chimed in excitedly, Yes, yes. If you need anything, just let us know. Yuan Huai's company is still hiring. You should quickly prepare a resume and let him help you with it. Yuan Huai added, Let us get started now. I can assist you in submitting it. After a moment of silence, Jiang Nian replied, All right, thank you. He began to write his resume while the others climbed into their beds to sleep. The previous night, they had only managed 2 or 3 hours of sleep, worrying about Jiang Nian. By the time they awoke, it was already afternoon. Jiang Nian handed his completed resume to Yuan Huai. After viewing the scene, Yuan Huai felt a slight headache. You truly have been. Jiang Nian understood the unspoken words lingering in Yuan Huai's mind. Over the past 4 years, he had acquired no certificates, participated in no activities, and his examination scores were barely passing. While others' resumes were densely packed with achievements, his was but a mere collection of a few words. He forced a smile. It's all right. It's of no consequence if I do not succeed. Ultimately, Yuan Huai's words subsided. Well, let's give it a try. That evening, Jiang Nian proposed a farewell dinner at the hot pot restaurant near the school to bid farewell to Su Minghai, who was set to embark on his professional journey the following day. After some discussion, they made their way out. At the entrance of Jiangbei University, a car came to a halt. Mu Ling turned to remind Su Wanyin, "We've arrived." As Su Wanyin adjusted her hat and sunglasses, she nodded, "I know, don't worry. I can handle it. But why do we come all the way to this hot pot restaurant? Aren't there closer options? You should ask your precious little fish." She chose this place. Su Xiaoyu joyfully leapt from her seat, exclaiming, "Mom, isn't this your alma mater? I thought you would love it." When Mu Ling mentioned a craving for hot pot, Su Xiaoyu insisted on coming here, as the receptionist had informed her that her father was a student at Jiangbei University, and she was eager to see him again. Su Wanyin nodded. "That's fine. Since Mom is about to leave, we'll go wherever you like, little fish." Mu Ling lifted Su Xiaoyu, and together they exited the vehicle. The university entrance was bustling with activity, vibrant with life. With wide eyes, Su Xiaoyu began to scan the crowd, wondering if her father might sense her presence. She contemplated calling him, but a pang of doubt struck her. Would he even believe her? Upon reaching the hot pot restaurant, the trio headed directly to a private room on the second floor. After placing their orders, Su Xiaoyu began peeking out the door. "What are you doing, little fish?" Su Wanyin inquired curiously as she perused the menu. Without turning back, Su Xiaoyu leaned further out. "I'm looking for handsome young men." Mu Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought this little girl had such an eye for boys? Su Wanyin sighed in exasperation. "Be careful." "Okay, Mommy," Su Xiaoyu promptly replied. However, after scanning the room, she found no sign of her father and felt a twinge of disappointment. Just as she pondered her next move, she suddenly spotted 4 individuals entering through the door, with Jiang Nian standing at the far left. "Suiyo's speeded sword." She exclaimed, nearly calling out Daddy. Su Wanyin, intrigued, asked, "What is the matter?" Nothing, Mommy, I really need to use the restroom." Su Wanyin replied, "All right, I'll take you." Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, No, I see the restroom. It's on the first floor. I'm a big kid now. I don't need my mom to accompany me." Without granting Su Wanyin a moment's pause, she swiftly dashed downstairs. "Sigh, this child." Su Wanyin shook her head in resignation. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Nian and his companions had already secured a table by the window. Once seated, Jiang Nian handed the menu to Jiang Nian, indicating that it was time to order. Jiang Nian scrutinized the menu with great seriousness, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a lingering gaze upon him. His hand hesitated momentarily as he followed the source of the stare. There, standing outside the window, was Tang Weiwei. Chapter 6. How could Jiang Nian's heart grow cold? It cannot be. Since last night, Tang Weiwei has been enveloped in unease. Although Jiang Nian assured her he was not upset, she sensed that something was amiss. After descending from the stage, she began her search for him. Typically, whenever she had an event, he would be there, prepared with her favorite snacks. However, this time he was absent. Assuming Jiang Nian was preoccupied, she took out her phone, but found no explanation. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Could it be that Jiang Nian was genuinely upset? What did his farewell truly signify? As the evening wore on, Tang Weiwei could no longer contain herself and sent Jiang Nian a message. "Where are you?" In the past, he would have responded instantaneously, inquiring about her needs. Whatever she requested, he would fulfill. Yet this time, there was no reply. Tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity, she finally concocted an excuse. "I've returned to the dormitory." After sending that message, she waited through the night, only to receive no response from Jiang Nian by morning. Tang Weiwei felt as though she might lose her sanity, plagued by an inexplicable sense of frustration and discomfort. Clutching her textbooks, she made her way to the library. Over the course of their university years, Jiang Nian often spent his free time reading there. Surely, she would encounter him. When she did, she would demand to know why he had not replied. Jiang Nian was undeniably handsome, a fact Tang Weiwei had recognized since high school. Whenever his gaze fell upon her, she felt like the center of attention, a sensation that never failed to bring her joy. Yet today, after wandering the library all day, she found no trace of Jiang Nian. She could not focus on a single word of her reading. Frantically, she scoured her phone, contemplating whether she had simply missed his messages. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Jiang Nian, who would typically send her dozens of messages daily, inquiring about her well-being and never failing to reach out even if she did not respond, had vanished for an entire day and night. Tang Weiwei was deeply unsettled, her anxiety mounting as she pondered her next move. During dinner, her roommates invited her to join them for hot pot, and she finally felt a semblance of relief. What was the big deal? If he ignored her, she would return the sentiment. After all, they shared the bond forged by that one unforgettable night. Jiang Nian would not abandon her. Tomorrow, he would surely seek her out as he always did. As for this day and night, perhaps he was unwell, or maybe his phone was malfunctioning. In any case, he would not neglect her without reason. With this thought, Tang Weiwei tidied herself up and followed her roommates out. It was not until she reached the entrance of the hot pot restaurant that she spotted Jiang Nian inside, waiting with her roommates. Tang Weiwei felt momentarily dazed. She found herself staring at him for an extended period. She noticed him looking at the menu, glancing in her direction. She anticipated that Jiang Nian would, as usual, abandon his gathering with friends, turn to find her, and take her out for a delightful meal. However, Jiang Nian did not. He merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before swiftly turning away, resuming his banter with his roommate. In that moment, Tang Weiwei felt a profound ache in her heart. What was happening? Did Jiang Nian not see her? How could that be? Previously, he could effortlessly spot her amidst a throng of people and traverse the crowd to find her. Now, standing merely a meter away, separated by a glass window, how could he possibly overlook her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet his demeanor appeared perfectly fine. He was neither ill, nor was his phone malfunctioning. Why would he not seek her out? Why would he not respond to her messages? Tang Weiwei's mind became a chaotic whirlpool. She quickly retrieved her phone and sent Jiang Nian a message. Jiang Nian, I'm outside. She observed him pick up the phone resting at his side, glance at it, then set it down again, flipping the screen face down on the table to continue his laughter. Tang Weiwei. He saw it. Clearly he saw it, so why choose to ignore it? He was Jiang Nian after all, the very one who had pursued her for 4 years, his heart and eyes filled solely with her. Frustrated, she resolved to go inside. Her roommate, Su Wanyin, quickly grasped her arm. Weiwei, what are you doing? There's no space inside. The waiter said we have to wait. In the midst of speaking, she had already spotted Jiang Nian. You plan to go in and find him? Perhaps you should reconsider, Weiwei. Didn't you reject him last night? Yet, this was not the first time she had turned him down. In the past, she had declined him countless times. But Jiang Nian had never given up. He would act as if nothing had happened and continue to pursue her. Why was today different? This was not just any occasion. It was Jiang Nian's graduation party, attended by his classmates and teachers. Not only had she declined him, but she had also accused him of pressuring her. Weiwei, have you considered Jiang Nian's feelings? Do you know what his classmates are saying about him? They call him the epitome of a hopeless admirer, ridiculing him for chasing after a mere woman for 4 years. Perhaps he has finally come to terms with letting go? Graduation is upon us. You should not disturb him. Su Wanyin had witnessed everything Jiang Nian had done for Tang Weiwei over the years. Though it was not her place to interfere in others' affairs, she could not hold back any longer. Heartbroken, Tang Weiwei's voice suddenly rose. After a moment, she composed herself. No, he will not be heartbroken. Tang Weiwei had known since high school that Jiang Nian was an exceptionally earnest individual, brimming with a strong sense of responsibility. His greatest virtue was his modesty regarding his own handsomeness. His affection for her was always quiet and unassuming. Thus, on that fateful morning 4 years ago, she never doubted that Jiang Nian would always remain by her side. Everything he had done over the years corroborated this belief. How could he suddenly be heartbroken? The bond between Jiang Nian and her was far more profound than mere infatuation. As for yesterday, she was simply reveling in the feeling of being publicly confessed to. It was not a genuine rejection of Jiang Nian. How could he possibly be so petty? Despite Su Wanyi's objections, Tang Weiwei made her way towards Jiang Nian. Su Wanyin, unable to restrain her, could only shake her head in resignation. Weiwei, you truly are. At that moment, Jiang Nian had already ordered his meal and was engaged in conversation with his roommates. Su Minghai, incredulous, inquired, "You really won't go see Tang Weiwei outside?" It was well known that Jiang Nian, a renowned romantic at Jiangbei University, would abandon any endeavor the moment he spotted Tang Weiwei rushing towards her. For the past 4 years, she had been his entire world. Although Jiang Nian had expressed certain sentiments in the dormitory that morning, his friends remained skeptical. After all, Tang Weiwei had not been present at that time. Her arrival could alter everything. Jiang Nian shook his head. "I won't go." His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he had truly suppressed his longing. Su Minghai patted his shoulder. "Remarkable, my friend. Congratulations, you are finally liberated." Jiang Xiyuan poured a glass of water for Jiang Nian. "Brother, I'm here for you." Yet Yuan Huai was different. He exclaimed, "Oh no." Jiang Xiyuan responded, "What do you mean, oh no? The lad has finally come to his senses. Can't you say something encouraging?" Yuan Huai adjusted his glasses. "No, it's Tang Weiwei. She has entered alone. Jiang Nian, it seems she is looking for you." At that moment, he held a glass of water, gazing towards the entrance. "What?" Jiang Xiyuan looked astonished. "Why is she back?" "Jiang Nian, you must not repeat the past." Su Minghai chuckled nearby. "Don't rush. She must be regretting it." Jiang Nian's hand trembled slightly as he held the glass, before he placed it down. "What does she have to regret?" Su Minghai Lauget. "You may not understand this, but girls are like that. When you pursue them, they resist, relishing the chase, but the moment you withdraw, they feel something is amiss and come seeking you. So, Jiang Nian, if Tang Weiwei truly regrets it, what will you do?" Su Minghai was notorious in their dorm for his romantic exploits, having dated countless girls over the past 4 years, changing partners as one changes clothes. He quickly discerned Tang Weiwei's intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian slowly set down his glass. He raised his gaze towards Tang Weiwei. Regret? Could she truly feel regret? For 4 years, Jiang Nian had lost track of himself, as if life held no meaning beyond Tang Weiwei. Yet today, after relinquishing her, his life felt entirely transformed, as though he had been reborn. Just as Jiang Nian prepared to speak, Tang Weiwei had already approached. She stood before him, resembling a wronged child, softly calling his name, Jiang Nian. Chapter 7. I am my father's daughter at the staircase. Su Xiaoyu joyfully descended with her little legs. Instead of heading towards the restroom, she made her way toward Jiang Nian. She longed for her father, yearning for his affectionate kisses, warm embraces, and to be lifted high above the ground. She wished to establish her presence before him, hoping to hasten the moment when he and her mother would be together. However, her petite stature and the bustling crowd in the lobby meant that Tang Weiwei stood in front of Jiang Nian's table, preventing him from noticing Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had intended to rush over and surprise him, but upon reaching the adjacent table, she spotted Tang Weiwei standing before Jiang Nian. The expression on her face was oddly peculiar, reminiscent of a tragic supporting character from the idol dramas she watched with her mother. Realizing this, Su Xiaoyu halted in her tracks. This aunt, could she possibly harbor feelings for her father? No, that simply cannot be. She must intervene. Father belongs solely to mother. Su Xiaoyu clenched her tiny fists in determination. Tang Weiwei, oblivious to Su Xiaoyu's presence, remained fixated on Jiang Nian. He was unmoving, and her heart sank. When Jiang Nian finally looked up at her, his gaze was filled with indifference. "Is there something you need?" he asked. Tang Weiwei felt a sharp pang in her heart. His tone had shifted. How could this be? It must not be so. Recalling Su Wanyi's earlier words, she felt an even deeper sense of distress. She clenched her fingers tightly, forcing a smile, and said to Jiang Nian, as she always did, "I have something to discuss with you. Shall we step outside?" In the past, whenever she spoke, Jiang Nian would comply without hesitation. But this time, she heard him say, "Let us speak here." Tang Weiwei was taken aback. She fidgeted with her fingers, suppressing her unease. Jiang Nian. He calmly poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. "About us." At that moment, Su Minghai, sensing something amiss, was the first to stand up. "Lao Jiang, shall we head to the restroom?" "Yes, Yuan Huai. Let us go," replied Jiang Nian. After living in the dormitory for several years, he and Su Minghai shared a tacit understanding. With a single remark, Jiang Nian signaled to give him and Tang Weiwei some privacy. Only Yuan Huai, the diligent student, was completely unaware of the situation. "Huh? I don't need to go." "No, you must." Without further ado, Su Minghai and Jiang Xiyuan swiftly escorted Yuan Huai away, with Jiang Xiyuan even covering Yuan Huai's mouth, fearing he might utter something inappropriate. Jiang Nian did not intervene. Perhaps it was indeed necessary for him to clarify matters with Tang Weiwei. Once the others had moved away, Tang Weiwei approached Jiang Nian and sat down beside him. "Jiang Nian, what I meant yesterday was..." Before she could finish, Jiang Nian interjected Tang Weiwei. "Let us leave things as they are. Please do not pursue this any further." Tang Weiwei's complexion changed dramatically. She stared at Jiang Nian in shock. "What? What did you say?" "I said, let's leave it at this. I no longer wish to entangle myself in this." But we..." Tang Weiwei anxiously clenched her hands, her nerves rendering her somewhat incoherent. Jiang Nian interrupted her once more. "You've come to dine. Haven't you? I see your roommates are outside. You should go." Tang Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Was Jiang Nian trying to send her away? No, that couldn't be. It had always been she who dismissed him. How could it be the other way around? No, she simply could not allow that. She needed to conjure an excuse to linger with Jiang Nian a while longer, to rekindle his interest in her. "Jiang Nian, I actually wanted to inquire about your internship certificate. Also, what about your job situation?" Tang Weiwei knew full well that Jiang Nian had yet to sort these matters. She was also aware that he recognized her capability to resolve them. She deliberately mentioned these topics, hoping to render Jiang Nian more pliable. If he yielded and sought her assistance, she would acquiesce. "No need," Jiang Nian firmly declined. Regardless of whether things would pan out with Jiang Xiyuan, he wished to sever any ties with Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? What was Jiang Nian saying? She had clearly offered him an out. All he needed to do was relent a little. Why was he so obstinate? No, this wasn't the Jiang Nian she knew. "Jiang Nian, have you fallen for someone else? Otherwise, how could you be so cold all of a sudden?" Just as Jiang Nian was about to respond, a cherubic voice chimed in from behind. Daddy Tang Weiwei turned in shock to see an adorable little bundle darting into Jiang Nian's embrace. The child wrapped her arms around his, casting a wary glance at Tang Weiwei, as if to protect Jiang Nian. Tang Weiwei was momentarily stunned. Jiang Nian was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the little one here. Her sweet voice was undeniably soothing, always managing to uplift his spirits in the heaviest of moments. But why did she call him daddy with such familiarity? Jiang Nian gently pinched her tiny nose. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" "I came to have dinner with Daddy." "Daddy, who is this strange Annie?" Su Xiaoyu, who had been quietly observing Tang Weiwei from behind for some time, seized what she deemed the perfect moment to intervene. She aimed to defend her father and inform this peculiar Annie that he had her. "Stenza oni Tang Weiwei." She had thought she misheard at first. After replaying in her mind, she finally realized the little girl was indeed referring to Jiang Nian as daddy. The realization sent Tang Weiwei into a frenzy. Who was this? When had Jiang Nian acquired a daughter? The little girl, who had been snuggling with Jiang Nian, turned to proudly declare to Tang Weiwei, "I'm Daddy's daughter." Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei was utterly bewildered. Su Xiaoyu was still unsatisfied. She turned her head and gave Jiang Nian a peck on the cheek, her voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy, don't you think so?" Jiang Nian had been contemplating how to express his desire for Tang Weiwei to let go. He was not afraid of her clinginess. He simply felt weary. When one truly relinquishes someone, that person's entire existence becomes irrelevant to oneself. He wished for nothing to be entwined with her, leaving the past with Tang Weiwei forever in the past. At that moment, upon seeing Su Xiaoyu's cherubic face, an idea struck him. He decided against further explanations. embracing Su Xiaoyu in his arms and looking at Tang Weiwei. Yes, she is my daughter. Tang Weiwei abruptly stood up, her chest heaving violently. She seemed unable to comprehend the scene before her, as if profoundly affected. At a loss for words, she turned in frustration and walked away. Jiang Nian appeared indifferent, his expression blank. He pinched Su Xiaoyu's cheek and remarked, "Little girl, you're being mischievous again." Su Xiaoyu happily wrapped her arms around Jiang Nian's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Brother, am I amazing?" "Absolutely, you are fantastic. You've helped Big Brother tremendously." Su Xiaoyu giggled with joy, thrilled to assist her father. She drew circles in the palm of Jiang Nian's hand and asked, "Brother, are you looking for a job?" That strange aunt seemed to imply so. "Yes, I'm graduating soon and need to find work." "Oh, I see. Have you found one yet?" "Not yet." For some reason, Jiang Nian felt an extraordinary closeness and connection with Su Xiaoyu. He answered her questions candidly, feeling utterly at ease. Indeed, cuteness is a lethal weapon against strong men. How could one possibly resist? Su Xiaoyu was elated, as if she had discovered a way to win her mother's approval of her father. Just then, her wristwatch rang, and her mother's anxious voice came through. "Xiaoyu, have you run off to play again?" Startled, Su Xiaoyu quickly replied, "Mommy, me fine. I'll be right up." After hanging up, she reluctantly snuggled against Jiang Nian once more and said, "Brother, I'll miss you. Can I call you? Of course, my phone number is—" "Wait, let me get a piece of paper to write it down." Su Xiaoyu delightedly kissed Jiang Nian again, swiftly sliding out of his embrace. "No need. I already have it. Goodbye, brother. Xiaoyu will think of you." As she spoke, she dashed away. "Where did you get my number?" "It's a secret, hee." Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile at her playful demeanor. The young girl is truly well-behaved. However, I cannot fathom the circumstances surrounding her mother, allowing the child to venture out alone. Fortuitously, I encountered her twice. The momentary gloom I felt while conversing with Tang Weiwei dissipated instantly. Jiang Nian leaned back in his chair, awaiting the meal. The trio that had just emerged from the restroom approached him, astonished to find him still seated. "Well, Jiang Nian, I didn't expect you to remain here. I thought we would only find an empty table." Has Tang Weiwei left? Jiang Nian nodded. "Yes, she has departed." Jiang Siyuan remarked, "Good, my brother, you have a fresh start from today." As they spoke, the three settled down. Su Minghai's seat afforded a view of the staircase. Upon spotting Su Xiaoyu dashing up the stairs, he was left in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, that little girl is adorable. Where's she from?" Yuan Huai and Jiang Xian leaned in closer, as they were all quite fond of daughters, particularly those who were exceptionally beautiful. Su Minghai pointed towards the staircase, and they all widened their eyes in unison. "My goodness, she is far more charming than those starlet's children." Indeed, indeed. How wonderful it would be to have such a lovely daughter. Enough talk. I yearn to hold her. Whose child is she? Jiang Nian, recently called father by Su Xiaoyu several times, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, the hot pot has arrived. Let us dine." Yes, let us eat first." Once they could no longer see Su Xiaoyu, they regained their focus. Jiang Siyuan sipped a glass of water, preparing to serve himself some dishes. Yet, his heart remained captivated by that cherubic child. After all, her face resembled the delightful babies in the anime he adored. Thus, while reaching for the food, he glanced upward once more. That glance proved momentous, as Jiang Siyuan nearly spat out his drink. "Goodness, I think I just saw the goddess Yi." Chapter 8. How could the goddess of melody possibly have a child 2 minutes ago, in the private room on the second floor? Su Wanyin felt a pang of anxiety after her call with Su Xiaoyu was abruptly cut off. She swiftly rose, donning her hat and sunglasses, and made her way outside. Mu Ling intended to stop her, but being further from the door, she was unable to do so in time. Upon opening the door, Su Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief as she spotted Su Xiaoyu joyfully running towards her. She enveloped Su Xiaoyu in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, why did you take so long?" "Ah, Mom, the restroom was too crowded. I just waited for a bit," Su Xiaoyu replied. Su Wanyin glanced around the bustling lobby, confirming the abundance of patrons. Releasing a breath of relief, she admonished, "Next time, don't wander off, understood? Xiaoyu is a big girl now. You must be obedient." Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. For some reason, Su Wanyin felt that Su Xiaoyu appeared particularly cheerful today. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes on the first floor were fixated on her. After Jiang Xiyuan called out, Yuan Huai and Su Minghai turned to look as well. Su Minghai, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Where?" Yuan Huai, looking perplexed, asked, "Who is the goddess of melody?" In his daily life, Yuan Huai focused solely on his studies, with reading novels being his primary source of entertainment. He was utterly oblivious to matters concerning beautiful women or goddesses and had never been in a romantic relationship. For a time, Jiang Xiyuan even questioned his orientation. The two ignored him. In that brief moment, Su Minghai had already spotted the adorable child at the entrance of the second-floor private room. That one? No way. That seems to be the child's mother. Not the goddess of melody. Su Minghai was certain and turned back to resume his meal, stating, "How could the goddess of melody possibly have a child?" Yuan Huai, peering curiously, expressed his confusion. Who exactly is the goddess of melody? What does she have to do with the child? Jiang Xiyuan rolled his eyes at him, then nodded in agreement with Su Minghai's assertion. True enough, what man could possibly be worthy of the goddess of melody? I must have been mistaken. Ignored, Yuan Huai interjected. Can anyone answer my question? Jiang Xiyuan retorted. You truly are a bookworm. You know nothing beyond your studies. Just as he was about to respond to Yuan Huai, he suddenly realized something. Jiang Nian had not uttered a word during the past few minutes. He turned in puzzlement to Jiang Nian, only to find him seriously sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned with their discussion. Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai exchanged glances. Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian's hand froze momentarily. What? Who is the goddess of melody? Jiang Nian fell silent. Who is she? Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai responded in unison. Yuan Huai couldn't contain his laughter, declaring, Look, I'm not the only one who doesn't know, right? Young man, truly a good brother. Otherwise, it would only highlight his ignorance. You two are indeed the oddities of our dormitory. One a scholar, the other a love-struck fool. And neither knows who the goddess of melody is. She was the most popular online singer 4 years ago. An online singer? 4 years ago? In other words, is she no longer relevant? Who even knows her? Yuan Huai disdainfully picked up a piece of food for himself. Moments later, he sensed the piercing gazes of Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai. Hastily, Yuan Huai placed the lamb roll he had picked onto Jiang Xiyuan's bowl and served a pair of chopsticks to Su Minghai. You two, please continue. Jiang Nian's curiosity was piqued. He had only traversed into this world 4 years prior and was naturally unaware of the goddess Yin. Sigh. Jiang Xiyuan quietly sighed. In truth, Yuan Huai is correct. She has indeed fallen from grace. 4 years ago, there had been reports of her transitioning from the digital realm to reality, releasing an album and venturing into the film industry, even participating in a web drama that garnered tremendous acclaim for her exquisite acting and charming appearance. Yet, for reasons unknown, the goddess Yin abruptly severed ties with her entertainment company and vanished from the public eye. Astonishingly, it has been 4 years since then. Vanished? Jiang Nian recalled the inexplicable disappearances of artists from his previous life. Were they being suppressed? We do not know. They continued, but after that her fans began to seek news about her. Yet no one could uncover any. She truly ceased to appear. Jiang Xiyuan's voice was tinged with regret. Had the goddess Yin remained, she would undoubtedly be a rising star in the entertainment industry by now. Jiang Nian was indifferent to such matters. His interest was rather lackluster. However, Yuan Huai was intrigued. Is it really so extraordinary? I believe the young man is right. Perhaps she offended some tycoon and was suppressed. By the way, what is the full name of the goddess Yin? As if recalling something, Yuan Huai inquired further. Full name? Jiang Xiyuan shook his head. I do not know. Why ask that? Yuan Huai replied. You fake fans, how can you not know this? I find it peculiar that everyone with Yin in their name seems to be unusual. Yin? Who else? Su Wanyin, don't you know? Su Wanyin? Jiang Nian's face was one of confusion. The name seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. Before he could ponder further, Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai exclaimed in surprise. Are you referring to the enigmatic school beauty from our institution? Yes. So you both know her too. Jiang Xiyuan responded. Who doesn't know her? As soon as he finished speaking, all three turned their attention to Jiang Nian. I genuinely do not know. Isn't our school beauty Tang Weiwei? Jiang Nian replied. The three stared at him blankly. I knew you only recognized Tang Weiwei, Jiang Nian remarked. Old Yuan, enlighten this young man. Apart from Tang Weiwei, he ought to be acquainted with some fresh faces to add a bit of joy to life. Yuan Huai chuckled. Young man, I must tell you not to take offense. Su Wanyin is the true national goddess, 100 times more beautiful than Tang Weiwei. My brother is in the same year as her, and, according to him, there was an era at Jiangbei University known as the Su Wanyin era. In that era, the male students of Jiangbei University were unanimously enchanted by Su Wanyin, who was a senior while we were freshmen. Throughout our first year, she remained single, embodying the quintessence of purity and grace, a cherished dream of countless men. However, curiously, that very year, Su Wanyin withdrew from her studies. Upon my arrival at the university, I sought information about her through the campus network, eager to witness the beauty of this enchanting figure, only to find nothing, as if she had vanished entirely. It seemed that only her legend lingered within the campus. Su Minghai echoed, Indeed, I couldn't find anything either. I am truly curious about what this legendary goddess looks like. If only I could see her, I would gladly risk anything. Jiang Nian playfully slapped him, saying, You said the same about your previous online girlfriend. Su Minghai fell silent. Jiang Nian chuckled along. For him, the tales they recounted were merely amusing gossip, devoid of any desire to delve deeper into the truth of the matter. Yet, it must be said that these anecdotes were indeed quite entertaining, providing him with a delightful diversion. The meal was enjoyable for Jiang Nian, and after dining, they all returned to their dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, in a private room on the second floor, Su Xiaoyu had been preoccupied with her meal, her thoughts elsewhere. Having just sneaked out, she felt her mother's watchful eyes upon her, leaving her no opportunity to visit her father. Once the meal concluded, the little one hurriedly exited the room, only to find her father's seat downstairs already vacant. Her lips immediately turned downwards, and a look of dejection washed over her. Su Wanyin, notijin her distress, asked with concern, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Chapter 9. Is this truly the golden finger of my transmigration? It's nothing, Mom. Little fish is just too full. It was delicious. Well, as long as you enjoy it. Let's go home. Okay. The petite Su Xiaoyu grasped Su Wanyin's hand, glancing back thrice as they boarded the car. Throughout the journey, she did not catch another glimpse of Jiang Nian. A heaviness settled in the little one's heart. Jiang Nian returned to the dormitory, where his companions were absorbed in their activities, some gaming, others sleeping, and a few engrossed in novels. He found himself unable to sleep. Taking out his phone, he scrolled through to see if there were any useful messages. The absence of further messages from Tang Weiwei relieved him considerably. Opening a web page, Jiang Nian aimlessly browsed the internet for a while, but his interest waned quickly. Despite the 4 years filled with thoughts of Tang Weiwei, he had nonetheless encountered various online information. Jiang Nian had long since realized that this world bore little resemblance to his previous life. Whether it was due to the chaos of time and space or some other reason, this realm known as Blue Star lacked the cultural heritage amassed over millennia in his former existence. There were no poetic verses, no tales of great figures, nor any chronicles of dynasties. Consequently, although the entertainment industry thrived and buzzed, it was profoundly superficial. The lyrics were monotonous and the songs tedious. The creativity seemed to rely on gimmicks, such as relentless digging and mining themes. While catchy, they utterly failed to pique his interest. The television dramas were nothing more than bubblegum idol series, riddled with incoherence and lacking logical continuity, propped up solely by the popularity of traffic stars. Jiang Nian found no inclination to watch them. Over time, he abandoned this pastime altogether. Were it not for Jiang Nian and the others bringing it up today, he might have forgotten about it entirely. As he pondered this, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Yuan Huai. What is up? Where do you usually read novels? On Orange Novels, of course. Why? Yuan Huai, slightly dazed, adjusted his glasses and turned away from the open novel app, exclaiming, Damn, the author hasn't updated again today. Time for a slice of disappointment. Jiang Nian silently withdrew his gaze. He downloaded the Orange Novels app and opened the rankings, glancing at it briefly. To his amusement, he couldn't help but chuckle at the chaotic titles listed. The top 10 were comprised of content he had encountered when he was merely 10 years old, just beginning to explore the world of novels. It was a staggering 2 decades behind the web literature he had known before his transmigration. With swift fingers, he opened the search bar and looked up the titles he had cherished in his past life. Nothing, not a single title in sight. There was even a conspicuous absence of any information about those authors. Indeed, this world was not only lagging in the entertainment sector, but also significantly deficient in literary pursuits compared to the past. Intrigued, Jiang Nian considered the newfound leisure he had after letting go of Tang Weiwei. Why not seize this opportunity to engage in literary creation? If fortune favored him, he might realize the dreams accumulated over 2 lifetimes. With a laptop in tow, he would embark on a journey across the world, leading a life of ease, joy, and freedom. And thus, he resolved to take action. Jiang Nian promptly powered on his computer, though the device, purchased 4 years prior, exhibited some sluggishness. It did not dampen his enthusiasm in the slightest. He created a new document and opened it. Sitting at his desk, he contemplated for a moment before a name swiftly emerged in his mind: Su Wanyin. This novel, renowned as one of the 3 great wonders of online literature, had once captivated countless readers and was hailed as the martial arts Bible of the post-Jin Yong era, boasting a vast fan base and numerous accolades. It had even been adapted into television series and films, a testament to its profound influence. Jiang Nian had once dedicated several sleepless nights to it, appearing in class with panda eyes and facing the teacher's reprimand. However, those were bygone days. The pressing question now was whether he still remembered its intricate plot lines. Just as he pondered this, a sudden clarity washed over him. The characters, plot, and even chapter details of Su Wanyin materialized in his mind, word by word. Jiang Nian was taken aback. Could this be the golden finger of his transmigration? Had the inexplicable affection he previously felt merely been an illusion? Indeed, women merely affect the pace of one's progress. He promptly cast aside his distracting thoughts, ready to begin writing. At that moment, the sound of Yuan Huai's snoring echoed from the dormitory. With a sigh, Jiang Nian donned his headphones. He opened his music player and, after a moment's thought, entered the name Yin Yin into the search bar. He soon found her song, titled Spring Intent. Jiang Nian hit the play button, and shortly thereafter a light, airy melody filled his ears. The song was a lyrical ballad. The moment the voice entered, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. It had been so long since he had heard such an ethereal sound. No wonder this song was so popular. Although it did not rival the romantic ballads of his past life, in this world, it was undoubtedly among the finest. At that moment, Jiang Nian finally believed the words of Jiang Siyuan and the others. This girl named Yin Yin, if she could remain in the entertainment industry, had limitless potential ahead of her. Of course, this held little relevance to him. While listening to the song, Jiang Nian typed the first line. In this world, there are no true immortals, but since suffering began. With each word he penned, the storyline in his mind unfurled further. Unbeknownst to him, he had written an impressive 6,000 words in one go. After finishing, he found himself in a quandary. To publish, he realized he needed to submit it. Yet, he did not know a single editor. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Nian abandoned the idea. He opened the back end of the Orange Novel website to apply for an author account. When filling in the author name, he initially wrote Nian Nian, but that name was already taken. Strangely, the round little face of Su Xiaoyu appeared in his mind. Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. He casually typed Nian Nian Yu, and it was verified. He established the book and published it. After uploading all 6,000 words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was already quite late. The dormitory was filled with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. Everyone had succumbed to slumber. Jiang Nian also powered down his computer and climbed into bed. The contract required 20,000 words, and with the remaining 14,000 yet to be penned, he decided to defer that task for another day. There was no need for haste, for his primary concern at present was to ensure the completion of his internship certificate and graduation project. Failing to do so would lead to complications down the line. Imagining the scenario, he could already envision a bold headline on the Zhongbei University campus website. A certain sycophant failed to graduate due to a woman. Truly a paragon of the sycophant realm, a model for our generation, Let this serve as a cautionary tale. Just the thought of it filled him with embarrassment. Early the following morning, Jiang Nian awoke. He got out of bed, intending to venture out for breakfast, only to discover that Yuan Huai had already returned with food. He was the last to provide breakfast for Jiang Nian. After placing it down, he hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiang Nian felt a foreboding sense of unease. He looked up at Yuan Huai and inquired, "What is the matter? Is it about work?" Yuan Huai nodded. "I received an email from them last night. They said it's not going to work out." "Sorry, my friend." Jiang Nian, upon recalling his grand ambitions, dismissed it as a minor setback. He chuckled. "There is no need to apologize, old Yuan. I should be thanking you for your assistance. Once I start making money, I'll treat you to a meal." According to the laws of transmigration in entertainment, he was certain he would make a fortune, especially since he was embarking on a path reminiscent of the pioneers of the Xinxia genre. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of funds. Yuan Huai mistook Jiang Nian's smile for one of disappointment and patted him on the shoulder, steering the conversation away. "Let us eat breakfast first. I'll introduce you to some good opportunities later." After finishing their meal, Jiang Nian resolved to strive for his internship certificate. "Old Yuan, is there a job fair at the talent market these days?" He hoped to test his luck. Yuan Huai, while stuffing a bun into his mouth, replied, "Wait a moment." He opened his phone, scrolled for a while, and turned back to Jiang Nian with the news. "Yes, there is one today." "Great. I'll head over there after breakfast." Jiang Nian made up his mind. Yuan Huai looked at him with a sense of satisfaction. The young man had finally begun to grasp the situation. Regardless, it was a new beginning. At worst, he could help him out more when he started earning, and things would eventually improve. After their meal, Jiang Nian donned a more formal outfit and, together with Yuan Huai, sent Su Minghai off in a vehicle before preparing to set out for the talent market. Just as he took a few steps, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Jiang Nian answered with curiosity, only to hear a sweet, childish voice on the other end. "Daddy, no. Big brother, it's little fish. Do you remember me?" Unable to contain his laughter, Jiang Nian replied, "Of course I remember. What's up, little fish?" "Hee hee, big brother. Where are you going to play today?" "Mommy isn't home, and little fish wants to play with you." The little one's voice was delightfully sweet. Jiang Nian felt his spirits lift. "I'm afraid it won't be possible today. I need to go to the talent market to look for a job." Oh, the little one's tone dipped a little, revealing her disappointment. With that, the elder brother departed, leaving the little fish to play by herself. Once the elder brother had finished his tasks, the little fish would seek him out for companionship. Jiang Nian acquiesced. After hanging up the phone, he ventured out to take the bus to the Jiangbei City Talent Market. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Wanyin was gathering her belongings as she inquired, "Mu Ling, is it truly unavoidable to meet with the leaders over there today?" Mu Ling shook her head decisively. "No. It is imperative. That individual is a titan in the industry, having propelled numerous stars to fame. After much effort, I finally secured this meeting. You have no idea how elusive such opportunities are for other artists. Making your presence known would greatly benefit you. But, little fish, Su Wanyin resuscitated. Do not worry, I will take good care of her. I have already informed them that I will not be attending. Just be cautious while you are there." Little fish, peeking out from the room, chimed in, "Mom, you can go without worry. I will be obedient." All right. Just make sure to behave with Sister Ling at home and avoid any mischief, understood?" Su Wanyin then asked Mu Ling, "Have you arranged for the nanny?" "Yes, everything is set. She will be here shortly for the interview. Rest assured, now hurry along." With that, Su Wanyin stepped out, albeit with lingering doubts. Chapter 10. How could Jiang Nian have a child? After Su Wanyin departed, Mu Ling began to tidy up the place, murmuring to herself, "Little fish, your mother will be attending a training session the day after tomorrow. This time, she must succeed and cannot fail. Soon, she will become a star, providing you with a better life. Therefore, for the next 3 months, you must be well-behaved and not cause any trouble, understand?" In a little while, the nanny would arrive, and little fish would need to spend some time getting acquainted with her. For the next 3 months, the nanny would be taking care of you. But Ling Jia would visit often. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, contemplating her own plans. "Ling Jia, what if I don't get along with the nanny?" "What? Not get along? That shouldn't happen. She is a top-notch nanny, and I have done my research. She has experience with many girls your age, so It should work out. Su Xiaoyu, feeling a bit wronged, inquired, but what if we truly cannot get along? Mu Ling paused in her tasks. If that's the case, I will find someone else. What other options do we have? Oh, I understand. Su Xiaoyu cheerfully nodded, her heart already celebrating. Now, all she needed to do was convince Ling Jie that she did not get along with the nanny, and then find a way to get Ling Jie to contact her father. How clever she was. If her father could come and take care of her for 3 months, he could prove to her mother that he was capable of being a good dad. Slowly, her mother would come to accept him. The more Su Xiaoyu thought about it, the happier she became. She had already begun to devise a plan. When the nanny arrived, she would mimic those annoying little children she had seen, making it so that the nanny would dislike her. Little fish, what are you smirking about? Are you plotting something mischievous? Noticing Su Xiaoyu's expression, Mu Ling couldn't help but furrow her brow. Almost caught, Su Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. No, I'm just here to help you. Ling Jie. Her sweet, cherubic face immediately dispelled Mu Ling's suspicions. Half an hour later, Su Xiaoyu, exhausted and swinging her legs on the sofa, began to feel anxious. Ling Jie, why hasn't the nanny arrived yet? If she doesn't come soon, I won't be able to contain myself. Indeed, just a moment. Let me make a call to check on her. Mu Ling took out her phone, and after a brief moment, she hung up, disappointment etched on her face. It's over. She is not coming. What? Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy inside, but she feigned concern and asked, She is not coming? What should we do? Mu Ling, completely oblivious to Su Xiaoyu's hidden intentions, sighed. Never mind. I'll try to contact her again. There is still a day left. We should be able to manage. With that, Mu Ling picked up her phone to make another call. Su Xiaoyu quickly grasped Mu Ling's arm. Ling Jie. This selection process is too slow. Why don't we go to the talent market and take a look? Huh? The talent market? Mu Ling gazed at Su Xiaoyu in astonishment. Su Xiaoyu said, While I was playing downstairs yesterday, I overheard them mentioning that there are many Annies at the talent market. Shall we go and find them? It would be much quicker if I choose personally, wouldn't it? Noticing Mu Ling's skepticism, Su Xiaoyu quickly squeezed out a few tears, exclaiming, Well, mommy is leaving the day after tomorrow. What will I do without an Annie to take care of me? I'm only 3 years old, and there is no one to look after me. Oh, I'm so pitiful. Upon witnessing her tears, Mu Ling immediately relented. All right, I'll take you. Anyway, there is nothing to do at home today, so we might as well go for a walk. Okay, thank you, Sister Ling. Suyo planted a kiss on Mu Ling's cheek. In the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University, Tang Weiwei crawled out of bed after a sleepless night. With a lackluster demeanor, she picked up the breakfast her roommate had brought back and began to eat. The small cake was her favorite, yet today it tasted bland. After just one bite, she set the bread down and reached for her phone, illuminating the screen. It displayed messages from 2 contacts. Excitedly, she opened them, only to find one was a group message from her counselor and the other was from her roommate, informing her that breakfast was on the table. The person who used to greet her every morning still had not reached out. Irritated, Tang Weiwei shoved her phone aside, slamming it onto the desk with a loud thud. Next to her, Su Wanyin, munching on a bun, was startled. Weiwei, what is wrong? Tang Weiwei hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. With a huff, she ran her fingers through her hair, desperately trying to mask her frustration. How could Jiang Nian have a child? Su Wanyin, setting down her bun and sipping hot water, replied, Weiwei, you've been mulling over this since last night, repeating it at least 100 times. Can't you see? Jiang Nian is clearly looking for an excuse to brush you off. He has only had you in his heart for these 4 years. How could he possibly have a child? Wake up. Jiang Nian is no longer connected to you. Brush me off? Tang Weiwei suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, he must be using this as an excuse to evade me. How could I have been so foolish? With this realization, her spirits lifted. I'm going to find him. Hey, wait. Su Wanyin wanted to say something, but it was too late. Watching Tang Weiwei leave, she sighed quietly and took a large bite of her bun. Jiang Nian, what kind of karma did you accumulate in your past life to fall for Tang Weiwei? Hurry and let a goddess rescue you. Tang Weiwei swiftly made her way to the boys' dormitory. Upon arriving, she spotted Jiang Siyuan and Yuan Huai returning from outside. Unable to resist, she called out to them. Jiang Siyuan. Jiang Siyuan turned around, and upon seeing her, both of them frowned. Tang Weiwei, what is the matter? Having just seen Su Minghai off to report. Tang Weiwei nodded slightly. Oh, is it just the two of you? Jiang Nian and Yuan Huai exchanged glances. Jiang Nian is also here, but he has gone to the talent market now. Do you need to find him for something? Caught off guard, Tang Weiwei's heart quivered, and she instinctively replied, I didn't come to look for him. How could she allow others to think she had sought out Jiang Nian personally? In the past, it was always Jiang Nian who approached her. She had never taken the initiative. If they perceived her as being proactive now, they would surely mock her. Jiang Nian and Su Haiming shared a knowing smile. This woman truly was. All right, then you go about your business. We shall take our leave. They were keen to distance themselves from Tang Weiwei without lingering for even a moment longer. Tang Weiwei, feeling overlooked, experienced a fleeting rush of embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to venture to the talent market in hopes of a stroke of luck. Chapter 11. Just that one night, how could I be pregnant? At 9 in the morning, the job market opened its doors. Jiang Nian was among the first to enter. Inside, various companies had set up their positions, eagerly awaiting the unsuspecting university graduates to submit their resumes. After surveying the scene, Jiang Nian realized that the offerings were either for restaurant servers, internet celebrities, or required payment for training, clearly traps for the unwary. The few positions relevant to his field demanded exceptionally high qualifications. He applied for a few, but the responses he received were predominantly apologies, stating he was not a suitable fit for their companies. Jiang Nian felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. It was indeed challenging to find a job. Clutching his resume, he wandered aimlessly through the job fair. Unbeknownst to him, in another corner, the adorable little girl, Su Xiaoyu, was observing him intently. She and Mu Ling had arrived 20 minutes earlier. During this time, Mu Ling had been engaged in conversation with the job-seeking nannies, inquiring about their work experiences, their past in childcare, and their expected salaries. Occasionally, she would pull Su Xiaoyu over to see if any of the candidates caught her fancy. Each time, Su Xiaoyu would feign a look of dismay and shake her head. Upon spotting Jiang Nian, her face broke into a radiant smile. Seizing the moment while Mu Ling chatted animatedly with an auntie, Su Xiaoyu grabbed her materials and dashed toward Jiang Nian. At that moment, Jiang Nian, having realized that there were no suitable positions for him, decided to return to school and explore online applications, as he merely needed an internship certificate. Just as he was about to exit the job market, he heard a bright, cheerful brother. Suddenly, he felt a strong tug on his leg as a soft little arm wrapped around him. Looking down, he saw Su Xiaoyu, with her hair styled into 2 little buns, gazing up at him with delight. Brother, I've seen you again. We truly are fated. Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile widely. He squatted down and playfully pinched Su Xiaoyu's cheek. What brings you here? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaoyu concocted a whimsical answer. I came to help my mommy find a job. Mommy? Jiang Nian glanced around, not spotting anyone, and felt a bit exasperated. Once again, this unreliable mother had misplaced her child. Shall I take you to find your mommy? No, Su Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. My mommy is over there interviewing. We can't disturb her. Will you play with me for a while, brother? All right, Jiang Nian found it impossible to resist the little one's charm and readily agreed. He picked up Su Xiaoyu and found a quiet corner near the entrance to sit down. This way, it will be easier for your mommy to find you. She can see you right away. Okay, Su Xiaoyu happily snuggled closer in Jiang Nian's embrace. Then, she pulled out a folded half-sheet of A4 paper. Brother, will you teach me how to write? I'm going to kindergarten soon, but I can't write a single word yet. Jiang Nian was just about to inquire what she was doing with a stack of paper when he unexpectedly discovered that she was writing. The studious little one, Jiang Nian, felt an even greater affection for her. He immediately nodded, asking, What would you like to learn? Su Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before sweetly responding. Let us write my brother's name, shall we? I don't even know my brother's name yet. All right, Jiang Nian, unaware that his tone had unconsciously mirrored Su Xiaoyu's playful inflection, took the pen she handed him. He noticed the little one pointed to a specific spot on the white paper. Let us write here. Good, Jiang Nian affirmed. As he lifted the pen, he pronounced, My brother's name is Jiang Nian, with Jiang meaning the vast rivers, and Nian symbolizing abundance year after year. Year after year, there are fish, Su Xiaoyu immediately seized upon this detail, tilting her head in earnest curiosity. Does that mean my brother will have little fish? What a lovely phrase, she exclaimed with laughter. Jiang Nian chuckled at Su Xiaoyu's delight, recalling the pen name he had chosen for himself, which indeed bore a semblance of that meaning. It signifies that each year brings forth prosperity, indicating a life well lived. So that is how it is. Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands joyfully, stating, your name is wonderful. I must learn it well. For the first time taking on the role of a teacher, Jiang Nian felt a peculiar satisfaction as he carefully wrote down his name, stroke by stroke, at the spot Su Xiaoyu indicated. See, this is how it's written. The delighted Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Now I want to try. All right, Jiang Nian said, passing the paper to her. Su Xiaoyu smiled brightly, turning a page with excitement as she earnestly began to write Jiang Nian's name. First, she placed a dot, then another. Jiang Nian watched in astonishment, thinking this little girl is remarkably clever. However, when he observed the third dot, his expression shifted dramatically. The 3 water dots she intended to write were transformed into horizontal strokes. Unbeknownst to her, she had made a mistake. She looked up at Jiang Nian earnestly, asking, brother, is this correct? I feel like something is off. Jiang Nian chuckled softly, taking her soft little hand in his. Not quite. It should be written this way. After correcting the stroke, Su Xiaoyu burst into giggles. Oh, so that is how it is. But what about the rest? Brother, I can't do it alone. I want you to guide my hand. This writing posture, she had only seen in the park where another father was teaching his child. Today, her father was teaching her in the same manner. She felt so happy. I need to write it myself to learn. She insisted, no, I want you to hold my hand. Her endearing plea completely melted Jiang Nian's resolute demeanor. With no resistance, he nodded. All right, come, let me teach you. Content. Su Xiaoyu began to follow along, just as she finished her first attempt. Before Jiang Nian had the chance to praise her, the phone watch on her wrist chimed. She swiftly leapt from Jiang Nian's embrace, exclaiming, Ah, brother, my mother is calling for me. I must take my leave. Wait, I'll accompany you. No need. Little fish can find her mother. Brother, we shall meet again later. Will we truly meet again? This little girl. Jiang Nian shook his head in resignation and rose to walk towards the exit of the talent market. Just as he reached the door, he spotted Tang Weiwei approaching. She wore the short skirt he had gifted her on her birthday years ago, her hair tied in a ponytail, her cheeks flushed. She halted before him, speechless. Jiang Nian remained silent as well, disinterested in conversation. Since he had resolved to relinquish his feelings for Tang Weiwei, encountering her now felt akin to meeting a stranger. Thus, he casually brushed past her. Tang Weiwei, taken aback, gasped. Prior to arriving at the talent market, she had specifically changed into the attire Jiang Nian had given her, one she had never worn before, having searched for it for quite some time. After all she had done for him, why did he still disregard her? Jiang Nian. Her voice was tinged with urgency. Jiang Nian feigned ignorance and continued walking. Tang Weiwei, in a fit of anger, turned around. Jiang Nian, stop right there. Only then did he halt, refraining from turning back, his tone indifferent. Is there something you need? Such a bland tone. Had he truly become so indifferent? Tang Weiwei's frustration deepened. After much effort to regain her composure, she finally found her voice. What about your daughter? Jiang Nian glanced back at her. She had come all this way merely to inquire about that. Did it truly matter to her? It's none of your concern. This statement sent another chill through Tang Weiwei's heart. However, who was Tang Weiwei? The belle of the music academy. She had even studied acting to break into the entertainment industry. Mastering her emotions was trivial for her. She deliberately moved closer to Jiang Nian. In truth, you don't have a daughter, do you? You're just trying to provoke me, right? Because I rejected you the other day, you're upset? Jiang Nian, I'm not angry. Please, don't be upset either. She was willing to extend an olive branch, hoping he would reciprocate. Yet, to her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Nian replied, I'm not angry. To ensure she understood, he added, there is nothing to be upset about, Tang Weiwei. I believed I had made myself sufficiently clear. My prior affection for you was voluntary, and my current indifference is also by choice. It is unrelated to you, nor does it pertain to whether I have a daughter. There is no need to overthink it. Seeing that Tang Weiwei was about to speak again, Jiang Nian stated firmly. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Tang Weiwei watched as Jiang Nian walked away from her, not glancing back. Her heart was a tumult of confusion. Why was it always like this? Since that fateful night, Jiang Nian has undergone a remarkable transformation. What could possibly be troubling him? Tang Weiwei found herself at a loss. As she pondered, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a small child standing in a corner of the talent market. A jolt ran through her heart. Wasn't that Jiang Nian's daughter? What was she doing here? What was the connection between them? Could it be that Jiang Nian had come to the talent market in search of her? How absurd! Tang Weiwei dismissed her thoughts with a shake of her head and turned to leave. At that moment, a fleeting realization struck her mind. 3 years. Born 3 years ago, which meant the child's mother must have conceived 4 years prior. If that were the case, if it were truly so, a shiver coursed through Tang Weiwei. She quickly took 2 steps forward. Upon seeing the woman beside the child, Tang Weiwei instantly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not her. It appeared she had been overthinking. What a coincidence! It was merely that one night. How could it possibly lead to a pregnancy? This could not be Jiang Nian's child. With that thought, she finally departed. Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu had not noticed her absence. At that moment, Mu Ling was nearly beside herself with worry. She embraced Su Xiaoyu tightly, exclaiming, "Where have you been? You nearly scared me to death." She had just finalized arrangements with a nanny and was about to let Su Xiaoyu meet her, only to turn around and discover the girl had vanished. Thankfully, her call brought her back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Su Xiaoyu lowered her head. "Sister Ling, I'm sorry. I went over there. I could see you the moment I looked up." Mu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, but you mustn't wander off like that again. Do you understand?" Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Mu Ling took her hand and pointed to a nearby nanny. "Xiaoyu dear, come here. There's an auntie over here. You should take a look. She is quite nice, even better than the ones I contacted before, and she has a lot of patience. I think she would be perfect for you." After a lengthy monologue from Mu Ling, she noticed Su Xiaoyu standing still, seemingly disinterested in the nanny at all. Unable to contain herself, Mu Ling asked, "Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Are you unhappy? If this doesn't work, we can look for another." "Sister Ling, I'm not unhappy." The little one fervently shook her head, then joyfully raised the paper in her hand for Mu Ling to see. "Xiaoyu has already found an auntie." Chapter 12. The aunt you found is a man? What? Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "What did you say?" Su Xiaoyu swiftly raised the paper in her hand. "I believe this aunt is quite suitable. I really like him. Look, he has signed." Mu Ling quickly took the paper from Su Xiaoyu's hand. Upon unfolding it, she discovered a name written in the blank space. Jiang Nian. As Mu Ling fully opened the document, she was astonished to find that the upper half and the back were filled with a hiring contract. This was a contract Mu Ling had prepared in advance, specifically for Su Xiaoyu to find a caregiver. Mu Ling was left in a daze. Jiang Nian? Who is Jiang Nian? Why does it sound like a man's name? Beside her, the caregiver waiting to meet Su Xiaoyu appeared somewhat conflicted. "Miss, do you still need me?" Before Mu Ling could respond, Su Xiaoyu raised her chubby little hand. "No need, thank you, aunt. You've worked hard." The caregiver, who had initially felt frustrated, immediately forgot her irritation upon seeing Su Xiaoyu's adorable demeanor. She cheerfully waved her hand. "Not at all. If you don't need me, I shall take my leave." Finally snapping out of her stupor, Mu Ling exclaimed, "Wait, that is not." Before she could finish, Su Xiaoyu embraced her. "Ling Jia, brother Jiang Nian is really nice. You know him? He is the one who took me upstairs at the hotel." "Is it him?" Mu Ling recalled him. A remarkably handsome young man, incredibly polite. Su Xiaoyu had even affectionately called him daddy. However, it seems she had misunderstood him that time and was reprimanded. How could Su Xiaoyu still be in contact with him? Mu Ling felt a shiver run down her spine. "What do you mean, brother Jiang Nian? No. You are a young lady. You cannot seek a man. Moreover, men do not take care of children." "Su Xiaoyu, what is going on? You usually behave so well, but these past few days," as Mu Ling spoke, Su Xiaoyu pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ling Jia, you're being so fierce to me, Mu Ling." Did she just scold her? Suddenly, self-doubt crept in. Yet, upon witnessing Su Xiaoyu's pitiful expression, Mu Ling felt she must have indeed been harsh. Without pondering where she had gone wrong, she immediately apologized. I was wrong. Ling Jie was wrong. Don't cry, shall you? Then, if brother Jiang Nian, if you say we can, then we shall. That wonderful Su Xiaoyu leaped into Mu Ling's embrace, planting a big kiss on her cheek. She transformed from a pitiful girl into a radiant ball of joy. Mu Ling, it seemed she had been outsmarted. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Su Xiaoyu say, Ling Jie promised me just now. You want to go back on your word, right? Mother has advised me to be an honest and trustworthy child. Mu Ling bit her lip, contemplating how her intelligence seemed to dwindle to nothing in the presence of Su Xiaoyu. However, after a moment of reflection, she devised a plan. It was not Su Xiaoyu's fault. Rather, she needed to locate Jiang Nian. But where could he possibly be? He was at Jiangbei University, a junior of her mother. Sister Ling could go to Jiangbei University to seek him out. Mu Ling swallowed hard and continued, but it doesn't mention a phone number. And once we arrive at Jiangbei University, we won't know where to find him. I have it. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, raising her wrist to display her phone watch. I have his number. Mu Ling felt her intelligence not only plummet to zero, but dip into negative territory. After pondering for a while, she could not conjure up any suitable excuses. It was no simple task to deceive Su Xiaoyu. The girl was exceptionally clever. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Su Xiaoyu immediately sensed that Sister Ling harbored alternative thoughts and began to shed tears. Wah! No one is looking after Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is so pitiful. Xiaoyu has no father, and now her mother is leaving too. Sister Ling is bullying Xiaoyu. Mu Ling could hardly bear to see Su Xiaoyu cry. Just then, her phone rang. On the other end was Su Wanyin's voice. Mu Ling, that person has spoken. I am to report there this afternoon and leave with her. Mu Ling's heart leapt with joy. That's wonderful. You should hurry back to pack your things. I'm on my way back. What about you and Xiaoyu? How's the nanny's search going? Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback. How could she explain to Su Wanyin that the nanny she had arranged was no longer coming? Her precious daughter had found a man to act as a nanny? Mu Ling, if you haven't found anyone, I'll just postpone it and go in a couple of days. No. Mu Ling immediately rejected the idea, closing her eyes. I found someone, I promise you, it's all arranged. Such a golden opportunity could not be missed by Su Wanyin. All right, I'll go pack and then leave. You help me look after Xiaoyu for a day, and once the nanny arrives, I'll come over. Sure. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ling felt somewhat dazed. What on earth was happening? Su Xiaoyu was looking at her with tear-filled eyes. Sister Ling Mu Ling sighed in resignation. You win. I'll first find out about Jiang Nian. Su Xiaoyu joyfully embraced Mu Ling, planting a kiss on her cheek. Still not satisfied, she rubbed her face against Mu Ling's. This is wonderful. Daddy can come and take care of her. Mu Ling completely ignored her, engrossed in sending a WeChat message. Moments later, she received a call. Hello? Mu Ling, this is Han Yuanjia. A male voice echoed from the other end. Senior Han, I apologize for the trouble. You're the only one from our class still at school, so the search should be quicker. It's nothing. May I inquire about your interest in Jiang Nian? Mu Ling hastily replied, just a personal matter, but rest assured, this will not adversely affect Jiang Nian. You should be familiar with my character. Han Yuan responded. Very well then. Jiang Nian is a commendable student with an impeccable character, often helping others. He is in his final year, soon to graduate, but Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances, but what? Han Yuanjia continued. This boy is somewhat stubborn. He has harbored feelings for a girl for 4 years, enduring countless rejections, and has only just given up. He still hasn't completed his graduation project and internship documentation, and it seems he may face a delay in his studies. Mu Ling was taken aback. For years? She never became his girlfriend? Han Yuanjia replied, No, I don't quite understand the emotions of their age. Does it matter? Mu Ling responded, No, it doesn't matter. Let's leave it at that. Thank you, senior. To be able to persistently love someone for 4 years must count for something. At least, he has patience, Mu Ling reassured herself. Before ending the call, she heard Han Yuanjia's voice again. How is Wanyin? Mu Ling's hand trembled. After a moment of silence, she replied, She is doing quite well. Han Yuanjia nodded. That's good. Please send my regards. Mu Ling responded, Of course. After hanging up, Mu Ling returned home with Su Xiaoyu. Su Wanyin was leaving soon, and they needed to see her off. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Nian discovered that Yuan Huai and Jiang Siyuan were absent. They were likely off playing basketball, as their dormitory shared a remarkable consensus on that particular hobby. Jiang Nian chose not to disturb them. He opened his computer, contemplating submitting some resumes. Before drafting his resume, he casually opened the back end of the Orange Novel platform to check for any issues with the chapters he had published. To his surprise, he noticed a plethora of new messages in his back end. Instinctively, he clicked on them and found a system message. Your work Zhu Xian has met the platform's contract conditions. Please contact your editor, Shi Chun, Q question, to discuss contractual matters and log in to the desktop backend to fill in the contract information. Once signed, your work will begin to enjoy multiple support strategies from the platform, so please contact the editor at your earliest convenience. Following this message, the same notification was sent every 10 minutes. After receiving it 10 times, the messages became frantic. Your work Zhu Xian has met the platform's contract conditions. Please contact your editor, Shi Chun, Q question, to sign the contract. Your editor, Shi Chun, Q question, is awaiting your response. Shi Chun, big shot, add me. Shi Chun, where are you? Shi Chun, big shot, if you don't add me, I'll add you. My QQ number is left at the end of the chapter. Jiang Nian was left bewildered. Was it customary to send so many contract notifications? Moreover, he hadn't even reached 20,000 words. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian quickly logged onto his QQ account and added Shi Chun. Verification information, author of Zhu Xian. Certainly, he would never describe himself merely as a mover. After finishing, Jiang Nian pondered how to greet the editor. Just then, he noticed Shi Chun excitedly sending a flurry of messages. Shi Chun, great master, you finally acknowledged me. Shi Chun, great master, do you know how long I've been searching for you? Shi Chun, if I couldn't find you, the chief editor would have had my head. Shi Chun, at last, thank you, great master, for saving my life. Jiang Nian, is this fellow a bit of a joker? After contemplating for a moment, he earnestly replied with a few words. Nian Nian Yu. Hello, editor, may I inquire what you need from me? Shi Chun, of course. It's about signing a contract. Why has such a brilliant book been left unattended after just a few chapters? You have no idea. I couldn't sleep a wink last night after finishing it, thinking about how fortunate I was to encounter such an extraordinary work. Shi Chun, rest assured, great master, I am a most formidable male editor at Orange Reading, having nurtured countless exceptional authors. 3 of my works earn millions monthly. If you follow me, you are bound to soar. Jiang Nian glanced at the barrage of messages, hardly having the time to respond. Shi Chun didn't give him an opportunity either. After fervently expressing how remarkable he was, he cautiously inquired. Shi Chun, so, great master, have you shown this book to any other editors? Nian Nian Yu. Not yet, Shi Chun. That is splendid. I knew we were a perfect match, destined by fate. Come on, great master, let us sign the contract. Jiang Nian, this boastful individual, was a first for him. Nian Nian Yu. However, I haven't completed 20,000 words yet, Shi Chun. Not a problem. I can make an exception for you. You are my one and only. Jiang Nian. Who was it that just boasted about having numerous talented authors under his wing? Despite his reservations, Jiang Nian chose to sign the contract. After all, he needed to earn money. Shi Chun swiftly sent over the electronic contract. Jiang Nian promptly filled it out and submitted it. Upon completion, Shi Chun was elated. Shi Chun, all right, great master, from now on, let us earn millions together. Shi Chun, you needn't worry about the cover. I'll have someone create it for you. Shi Chun, focus on writing. Don't let the updates falter. Otherwise, I'll come after you through the internet. Jiang Nian shivered silently. Nian Nian Yu understood. Having accomplished all this, he began to work on his resume. Yuan Huai and Jiang Siyuan returned. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, they curiously inquired, how is it going, Jiang Nian? Any success? Jiang Nian shook his head. Not yet. The two, concerned, patted Jiang Nian on the shoulder. Don't rush. Take your time. If you're short on funds, come to us. We'll help you out. All right, thank you. Jiang Nian felt a warmth in his heart. Shall we go for a meal? Please bring me a portion. I haven't finished yet. Sure. The two departed. Jiang Nian opened his phone again. He had spent the entire morning sending out resumes, yet they had all vanished into the void. Until now, no response had been received, and Jiang Nian felt a sense of disheartenment. If things did not improve, he might as well purchase one online. However, he currently lacked the funds. He awaited the book to generate profit, uncertain if time would be on his side. Setting his phone down, Jiang Nian closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, Jiang Nian answered, and a cold voice emerged from the other end. "Is this Jiang Nian?" Assuming it was a recruitment call, Jiang Nian quickly replied, "Hello, this is I. I will report at 1:30 p.m. at Zhongzhou Garden." Chapter 13. Are you asking me to take care of the child? Have you made a mistake? Kyoto, Orange Novel Office. In the midst of a row of men sat a big-eyed, adorable girl. Her face was round and slightly flushed, resembling the hue of a ripe apple. At this moment, she was clutching a cute water cup, giggling foolishly at her computer screen. The plump editor beside her, hearing the laughter, looked puzzled. "Lin Shi, what are you laughing about? Have you signed a good book?" "Oh." Lin Shi quickly covered her mouth, intentionally lowering her voice. No. Who would believe that? Let me see what book it is. Can you reveal it?" Lin Shi hurriedly shielded her computer. If Jiang Nian were present, he would undoubtedly notice that her QQ nickname was Shichin, his contracted editor. So stingy. The chubby editor pouted. "If you don't want to show it, fine. Everyone will see it once it goes online. But little girl, if you don't manage to secure a good book soon, your 3-month probation period will be up." The probationary period at Orange Novel for editors is 3 months. If one is unproductive within that time frame, they risk losing their job. "I know," Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, a new message popped up on QQ. Lin Shi quickly stood up. "The chief editor is calling for me." She cautiously entered the chief editor's office. Standing before the desk, she felt somewhat timid. "Sister Wang, you call for me?" Editor Wang, a cool woman wearing glasses, contrasted sharply with Lin Shi's demeanor. She adjusted her glasses and nodded. How's it going? Have you made any progress? Your probation period ends in 5 days." Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, she heard Sister Wang lower her voice again. "If it doesn't work out, wait for me during lunch. I'll give you a few authors to contact. They all have intentions of starting new books." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi suddenly felt a lump in her throat. They all said the chief editor was particularly aloof, unapproachable, and a formidable presence in the workplace. Yet in her eyes, Sister Wang was genuinely kind. At least over the past 3 months, she had been diligently teaching her, and now even planned to help her through the back door. As a recent graduate, Lin Shi felt immense gratitude. She cheerfully replied, "No need, Sister Wang. I've signed a good book," although she had employed some rather unconventional methods. Even contacting the back-end technical team in the dead of night to send messages and boasted a little. Lin Shi felt it was all worth it. "A good book?" Sister Wang finally directed her gaze towards Lin Shi. "You said the same thing 5 days ago." This time it's true. Lin Shi couldn't wait to showcase her achievement. "All right, what's the title? Let me take a look." The moment she mentioned the book, Lin Shi became animated. "It's called Zhu Xian." Zhu Xian? Such a peculiar name. Can it succeed? Sister Wang appeared skeptical. "Absolutely. I have never encountered a book so captivating. I'll show you." Lin Shi swiftly approached Sister Wang's desk, almost forgetting her manners. Fortunately, Sister Wang didn't mind. Lin Shi quickly maneuvered the mouse and keyboard, retrieving the newly penned 6,000 words of the book. "Sister Wang, look. 6,000 words? You signed a contract with him already?" "Indeed. I fear it may be too late. If the editor from the rival website seizes it, it would be unfortunate." Lin Shi explained. Sister Wang furrowed her brow, incredulous. "Is it truly that exaggerated?" Lin Shi chuckled lightly. "You shall see for yourself." Sister Wang, puzzled, turned her gaze towards the computer screen. After a brief glance at the synopsis, she immediately sat up straight. Divine beings? Qingjun sect. Unconsciously, Sister Wang clicked on the first chapter. There, she encountered a resounding line that reverberated in her mind. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sister Wang was momentarily stunned. She hadn't even realized that she had forgotten everything around her, propping her chin on her hand as she began to read intently. Word for word, when she reached the end of the 3rd chapter and attempted to continue, she discovered there was nothing more. Only 3 chapters had been released. Yet those 3 chapters left her breathless. "Oh my!" she nearly exclaimed. almost letting an expletive slip. Realizing the image of her position as editor-in-chief was at stake, she quickly cleared her throat, striving to regain her composure. Lin Shi, sensing an opportunity, eagerly added, "So what do you think, Sister Wang? I believe this book is exceptional. The thematic concept is remarkably innovative. The pacing is excellent, and it possesses a compelling allure. It is bound to become a hit." Sister Wang nodded, her heart tumultuous with excitement, though she maintained a facade of calm. "Whose pen name is this? Where did you unearth it?" "Huh? No, it was automatically assigned to me by the system. I came across it last night. The author goes, Jiang Nian. I signed a contract with him today. Upon reviewing his information, I discovered he is a soon-to-be graduate named Jiang Nian, a newcomer with his first book. Books that are published without editorial review are randomly allocated to editors by the system." Lin Shi had not anticipated her extraordinary fortune in being assigned this manuscript. After being astounded by it, just before bedtime, she spent the entire night reaching out to the author, scarcely sleeping. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, she received a reply and swiftly secured a contract. Sister Wang was astonished. "A newcomer?" Lin Shi replied, "Yes, indeed. If you doubt it, Sister Wang, you may verify." "No need. With newcomers, stability can be precarious later on. You must guide him closely and avoid any mishaps." "Understood." Sister Wang then waved her hand. "You may leave now." Lin Shi expressed her gratitude and turned to exit. As she reached the door, she heard Sister Wang call out to her, "Xiaoxi, you must follow this book closely." "Yes." Lin Shi nodded vigorously. After her departure, Sister Wang's composed demeanor as a professional woman crumbled instantly. She swiftly opened the computer's backend, utilizing her editor-in-chief privileges to examine Jiang Nian's contract, confirming it was exclusive. She began to search for information on Jiang Nian himself. Upon discovering he was indeed a newcomer, she was left in awe. "Talent. This is a naturally gifted author," Sister Wang mused, hastily retrieving her phone to search for the book on the app. As expected, there were already 10 reviews posted. The book was just signed yesterday. The system provided only a limited number of access points, allowing only a few individuals to view it. Remarkably, 10 people have already given it positive reviews. What an extraordinary book this is. Sister Wang was utterly astonished. This Jiang Nian may very well become the most prominent figure in the online literature realm. Fortune truly smiles upon us. The traffic for orange novels has been established. I must ensure that Xiaoxi maintains it diligently. After her musings, Sister Wang set out to find Lin Shi. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian remained unaware that he had been designated as a new beacon of hope by a certain website. He was staring at his phone, bewildered. A report? Wasn't this an interview? He recalled that all jobs required interviews. Why was someone directly requesting a report? Moreover, they had provided the name of a residential complex. "Yes, just come to report. No interview needed." Jiang Nian was perplexed. "Is it really this casual? Have you made a mistake?" Jiang Nian, a student at Jiangbei University, with only 2 months until graduation and no certifications. "Is that you?" "Yes, that's me." "Then it's settled. At 1:30 p.m., I will be waiting for you at Building 6, Room 301 in Zhongxiu Garden." Without waiting for Jiang Nian's response, the caller hung up. Jiang Nian was left in confusion. What on earth is happening? Nevertheless, since he had received a job call, he decided to check it out. Building 6, Room 301 in Zhongxiu Garden. After hanging up, Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Su Wanyin, who was observing her. "It's all arranged. I'll head over to report shortly." Su Wanyin still found it hard to believe. A student from Jiangbei University? "Yes, ISNT graduation season approaching. They're all searching for jobs, and it just so happens that someone enjoys taking care of children. I thought of finding someone younger. That way, the child would be less rigid, and Xiaoyu would also prefer." Mu Ling began to fabricate a story. While speaking, she winked at Su Xiaoyu. For now, it was crucial that Su Wanyin remained unaware that the nanny they were hiring was a man. Su Xiaoyu immediately grasped the implication. She nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Mommy. Xiaoyu really likes it." Su Wanyin had no choice but to concede. "Fine. Can't he arrive a bit earlier? He should be at the car to pick me up by 1:30 p.m. I need to leave." Mu Ling chuckled. "It's already 12:30 p.m. Jiangbei University is at least half an hour away. Students, often lack money, so they would hesitate to take a taxi. Taking public transport would take an hour. It's quite tight as it is. Wanyin, we must also consider others. Su Wanyin reluctantly began to pack her clothes. Sigh. I can only rely on you, Mu Ling, to keep an eye on things. Seeing that she had finally convinced Su Wanyin, Mu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I have arranged everything for the newcomer training. You just need to go. I can arrive later. This afternoon, I'll be at home overseeing that college student. If he doesn't team manage well, I'll find someone else. All right, Fine. Su Wanyin had no choice but to agree. She understood that Mu Ling was acting in her best interest. During the years of having Xiaoyu, she didn't want to trouble others or expose Xiaoyu to the public eye. Thus, she sought refuge in a rural area where no one knew her. Yet, one must inevitably forge ahead. Even for the sake of Little Fish, she could no longer indulge in the comforts of escapism. Little Fish was soon to commence her education, and in the future, she would encounter the complexities of society. All these experiences would necessitate financial support. She had to venture out to earn a living. Her daughter deserved the finest life possible. However, this meant that she would have to part from Little Fish for a while. Contemplating this, Su Wanyin felt a pang of sadness. She approached Su Xiaoyu and enveloped her in an embrace, taking a deep breath. Little Fish, be obedient, okay? Mommy will call you every day. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, imitating the adults, gently patting Su Wanyin's shoulder. Don't worry, Mommy. Little Fish will take good care of herself. All right. A smile of reassurance graced Su Wanyin's face, though she remained reluctant to release her daughter. In the 3 years since her birth, they had never been apart. At times, Su Wanyin pondered. It was not that Su Xiaoyu could not live without her, but rather that she had grown excessively dependent on her. It was already 12:20, and Su Wanyin had no intention of departing. Mu Ling had to urge her from his side. Wanyin, we must hurry. Su Xiaoyu wriggled out of Su Wanyin's embrace and handed her the bag that lay beside her. Mommy, let us go quickly, or we'll be late. Su Wanyin wiped away her tears and kissed Su Xiaoyu before reluctantly leaving. Once she departed, Su Xiaoyu and Mu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, it was 12:25. Mu Ling hurriedly began tidying up the house with Su Xiaoyu, hoping that Jiang Nian would arrive a little later, so as not to cross paths with Su Wanyin. At that moment, Jiang Nian had reached the entrance of Zhongxiu community. The sun blazed brightly today, and he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Indeed, it was unmistakably a residential complex. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to venture inside for a closer look. Upon entering Zhongxiu Garden, the path diverged into two. One led left, the other right. Jiang Nian was uncertain which way led to Building 6. After a brief internal conflict, he decided to explore the left path first. Little did he know, just as he stepped forward, a woman approached from where he had just stood. Su Wanyin, donning a hat and sunglasses, dressed in a flowing gown, had her gaze fixed upon his retreating figure. How peculiar. Why did that familiar silhouette appear once more? Chapter 14. Where is the child's mother? Will she not come and meet me? Su Wanyin recalled that the first time she encountered him was at the hotel. Could it be that he resides in this neighborhood as well? Her curiosity grew, prompting Su Wanyin to follow him. However, just as she took a few steps, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from her superior, she reluctantly abandoned her intention to observe Jiang Nian and rushed out the door. Little Fish was right. After all, it was her first collaboration with someone. She had to be punctual. At that moment, Jiang Nian had already meandered through the Zhongxiu neighborhood. Just as despair began to set in, he finally spotted building number 6, not far from the entrance. Had he chosen the right path earlier, he would have arrived at the second building ahead. Jiang Nian was at a loss for words. He hurried up the stairs to the door of room 301, pondering what kind of person would operate a company here. It resembled more of a small studio. Nevertheless, as long as he could obtain an internship certificate, the nature of the work was inconsequential. With that thought, Jiang Nian straightened his attire and gently knocked on the door. Upon its opening, he was taken aback to see two familiar faces inside. It's you? Su Xiaoyu joyfully rushed over, clinging to Jiang Nian's leg, exclaiming. Big Brother Mu Ling's gaze was somewhat unfriendly as she admonished Xiaoyu. Yet, Su Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to her words, refusing to let go of Jiang Nian and even rubbing her little face against his leg. Ultimately, Jiang Nian couldn't resist and picked up the adorable little girl. It's fine. I'll just hold her for a bit, he thought. Mu Ling cleared her throat, unable to resist Xiao Yu's charm. Jiang Nian, is it? Please, take a seat. Jiang Nian moved to the side of the sofa and sat down. Did you call me? Mu Ling poured him a glass of water, ignoring the fact that Su Xiaoyu refused to budge from his embrace. Yes, she replied. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Nian glanced around, realizing it was merely a typical two-bedroom apartment. The interior was filled with everyday items and children's toys, hardly resembling an office. He inquired, may I ask, what is your esteemed company? He needed to recall which of the companies he had applied to might align with this setting. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. I do not have a company, Mu Ling stated. Jiang Nian was taken aback. Are you jesting with me? Then what did you mean when you said for me to report? It's quite literal. Your workplace will be here. As for the job description, Mu Ling paused, glancing at Su Xiaoyu in Jiang Nian's arms. You will be helping us take care of Su Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian was flabbergasted. What had he just heard? Taking care of Su Xiaoyu? What sort of job was this? While he adored Su Xiaoyu, he had not anticipated seeking a babysitting position. Furthermore, why would a grown man take care of a child? Shouldn't they find a woman for the task? Just as Jiang Nian was about to decline. Suddenly, he felt the expectant yet fearful gaze of Su Xiaoyu in his arms. It was as if the moment he uttered harsh words, she would burst into tears. How could Jiang Nian bear to see her cry? His voice immediately softened considerably. Miss Mu Ling, is it? Have you perhaps made a mistake? I have not erred. Mu Ling replied, taking a seat and directly addressing him. Are you seeking employment? Yes. And you have yet to find a position? Indeed. I happen to have a job available. Xiaoyu adores you, and I have conducted inquiries at your school. You are quite impressive. Xiaoyu's mother and I will be occupied for the next 3 months, leaving us unable to care for her, so I hope you can assist us. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. 3 months? How very bold of the child's mother. Noticing Jiang Nian's hesitation, Mu Ling continued, you will not be shortchanged. The market rate for a live-in nanny is 8,000 a month. Rest assured, even if you do not pass the probationary period, I will compensate you with the full salary. 8,000? Such a sum. Jiang Nian recalled that Su Minghai's job was only 3,000. The top student, Yuan Huai, had merely started at 6,000 in a major company. She was offering 8,000? This was a tantalizing offer for Jiang Nian, who was completely broke and uncertain if his online writing would ever succeed. However, the thought of the job's responsibilities made his head ache. But he realized he could no longer refuse. Hadn't he already signed a contract? What contract? Jiang Nian asked, utterly bewildered. He couldn't recall signing any contract. Mu Ling then produced a piece of paper from the drawer beneath the table and handed it to Jiang Nian. This is your signature, isn't it? With confusion, he accepted the paper. Upon seeing his own neat handwriting, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He turned to Su Xiaoyu, only to find her smiling innocently, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing. Take a look at the contract contents, Mu Ling reminded him. As Jiang Nian glanced at the document, he noted the various clauses. It was a standard employment contract. The final clause explicitly stated that in the event of a breach, the penalty would be 30,000. Jiang Nian felt a wave of despair. Where on earth could he procure 30,000? This felt more unbearable than a death sentence. He looked back at Su Xiaoyu. This little girl had actually outsmarted him in the talent market. How could you be so clever? For a moment, Jiang Nian found himself at a loss for words to describe her. The moment the little one caught Jiang Nian's gaze, she feigned a pitiful expression, her lips quivering downward. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. She sniffled, clutching the hem of Jiang Nian's garment with her chubby little hands. Big brother, no one is taking care of little fish. Mama has to go and busy herself, and Sister Ling is leaving too if you don't agree. Little fish. Little fish will turn into a pitiful creature. Woe is me, what if, being so foolish, I am taken away by a trafficker. Oh, woe is me. Jiang Nian was left speechless. Mu Ling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. This girl has begun to employ this tactic on others. Yet, it must be said, this method proved to be quite effective. At that moment, Jiang Nian was already beginning to relent. Don't cry, don't cry. Let me think for a moment. Seeing her strategy was working, Su Xiaoyu paid no heed to what Jiang Nian was saying. She wrapped around him like an octopus, smearing her tears and snot all over him. The sight was utterly heart-wrenching. Jiang Nian found himself in a dilemma. His internship certification, his graduation project, and his plans to earn money through writing. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Mu Ling added, "I will provide you with the internship certification. You will surely receive it within 2 months." Jiang Nian was taken aback. "How do you know?" He had yet to utter a word. "I would have asked you to take care of little fish if I hadn't done my research," Mu Ling replied. Jiang Nian was momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Ling continued, "However, regarding your graduation project, you have learned almost nothing during your 4 years at university. I can find someone to help guide you with your studies in your spare time, but whether you complete it depends entirely on your own efforts. Did you even think of that?" Jiang Nian couldn't help but admire Mu Ling's meticulous efforts to persuade him into the role of a caretaker. Fortunately, he also liked Su Xiaoyu and did not feel overly resentful. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Then, can I attend to my own matters during my free time?" Noticing Mu Ling hesitate, he added, "For instance, when little fish is asleep or in the evenings." "That's fine," Mu Ling replied readily. After all, she was merely hiring him to look after little fish. It wouldn't be right to restrict his personal freedom. Since she had agreed to these 3 matters, Jiang Nian found no reason to refuse. He nodded, "Then I shall give it a try. Let it begin from this moment." Mu Ling decisively concluded, and Jiang Nian was astonished. "Now, yes, little fish's mother is already left for work, and I must hurry along as well. You need to adapt quickly." Jiang Nian could only nod. "All right, but my luggage is still at school. Tomorrow, if I find you suitable, I will let you return to fetch it." "All right. Now, let me provide you with a brief overview of the situation. As you can see, this house consists of 2 bedrooms and a living room. After I leave, little fish will occupy the master bedroom while you will stay in the 2nd bedroom. The washing machine is on the balcony, and the kitchen is quite well equipped. If there is anything else you need to purchase, just let me know, and I will take care of it." Mu Ling paused before adding, "Little fish has grown up without a father, raised solely by her mother. Although she is spirited and intelligent, she lacks a sense of security. She needs to be coaxed to sleep and reassured when she wakes, or else she may throw a small tantrum. She has a fondness for sweet delicacies, yet must refrain from indulging excessively. You must exercise some restraint over her, and her meals should not be overly spicy either." After a lengthy discourse, Mu Ling found herself somewhat parched. She reached for her cup, intending to fetch some water, only to discover Jiang Nian engrossed in writing and drawing in a notebook. Mu Ling paused momentarily, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "I'm taking notes. Lest you forget, please continue," he replied. Mu Ling nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing his attentiveness. However, she understood that caring for a child required more than mere diligence. Further observation was necessary. Once he finished his monologue, Mu Ling exhaled softly. "All right, that will suffice for now. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to ask me. We shall exchange WeChat information shortly. This afternoon, you may pretend I am not here and take care of little you by yourself." "Very well," Jiang Nian acquiesced. Although he had little experience with children, he harbored a genuine affection for infants, often dreaming of a future where he might have a soft, fragrant daughter after marriage. This opportunity would serve as a perfect trial for him. Yet a question lingered in his mind. "Sister Mu Ling, what of the child's mother? Will she not come and meet me? It seems she is always absent while you tend to the child. Even in significant matters like hiring a nanny, she has never come to see me. How unreliable could this be?" Chapter 15. Which song did you just sing, and where did it come from? Mu Ling was taken aback by Jiang Nian's sudden inquiry. She paused momentarily, quickly tucking her hair behind her ear. "I'm quite busy. You could just ask me about these matters." Jiang Nian internally scoffed once more. "All right." Mu Ling glanced at her watch. "It's 2 o'clock now. Shall we start from this moment? Xiaoyu hasn't taken her afternoon nap yet. It's time for her to rest." Implicitly, she indicated that someone needed to coax the child to sleep. Jiang Nian nodded, and they both turned their attention to Su Xiaoyu. Upon looking, they both froze. The little one clung to Jiang Nian's arm like an octopus, her cherubic face pressed against his sturdy bicep, sound asleep. There were even drool stains on Jiang Nian's shirt. Mu Ling. Jiang Nian. Wasn't she supposed to need coaxing to sleep? Never mind. Let's carry her to bed first. Jiang Nian nodded, suppressing the urge to pinch the adorable little face, and gently lifted her up. Although it wasn't his first time holding Su Xiaoyu, it was indeed the first time she was this tranquil. As he gazed at her serene, sleeping visage, Jiang Nian felt an unexpected calmness envelop his heart. He couldn't help but smile at her. Perhaps sensing the disturbance, Su Xiaoyu mumbled softly, clutching Jiang Nian's sleeve tighter. He quickly patted her back gently, whispering in a hushed tone, "Xiaoyu, be good. It's your brother. I'm taking you to sleep. Don't be afraid." The little one seemed to hear his voice, loosening her grip slightly, yet her sleep remained restless, with her tiny brows furrowed tightly, as if she might awaken at any moment. It was already May, and the weather had turned rather warm. Tiny beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Mu Ling watched from the side, feeling a pang of sympathy as she stepped forward. Perhaps I should do it. After all, it was Jiang Nian's first time taking care of Su Xiaoyu, and her shyness was understandable. Mu Ling couldn't bear to see her suffer. However, just as she finished speaking, Jiang Nian softly shushed her. He tenderly patted the little girl in his arms, and a soothing melody began to flow from his lips. Sleep now, my dear treasure, you will forever be your brother's cherished one." This song was originally Mommy's good treasure, yet Jiang Nian was not her mother. After a moment's thought, he made slight alterations. As he sang, he quietly led Su Xiaoyu into the bedroom. The little bundle in his arms seemed to respond to the lullaby, completely relaxing and drifting into a deep slumber, even a smile gracing her lips. Mu Ling stood rooted to the spot, not only astonished at how swiftly Jiang Nian had lulled Su Xiaoyu to sleep, but also moved by the gentle quality of his voice, as if it could heal all the shadows within one's heart. It evoked memories of her mother. Since her junior high school years, when she began boarding, Mu Ling had rarely returned home. During her rebellious teenage years, she had also maintained little contact with her parents. As she matured and became more aware, she grew increasingly shy about expressing her emotions. Reflecting on her life, she realized that the most serene days were those spent in her mother's company. Presently, Jiang Nian bestowed upon her a similar sense of comfort. Yet, it struck her as remarkable that she had never encountered this particular lullaby before. Such a melody, if it existed, should surely be popular. Despite ransacking her memory, Mu Ling could not recall the existence of this song. Since her graduation, having navigated the entertainment industry, she had developed profound doubts about herself. Could there truly be songs of which she was unaware? It wasn't until Jiang Nian emerged from the bedroom, softly closing the door and calling out, "Sister Mu Ling, what's wrong?" that she finally regained her composure. "Nothing, I'm fine," she replied. Jiang Nian poured himself a glass of water and took a seat. "By the way, Sister Mu Ling, am I allowed to move everything in this room?" "Yes, you may," Mu Ling replied mechanically. "All right, I'll tidy up a bit shortly. Otherwise, I fear that when you get busy, I won't be able to find anything," he said. Although Mu Ling had given a general introduction, Jiang Nian still needed to familiarize himself with the specifics. "Okay." After finishing his glass of water, Jiang Nian noticed Mu Ling was still lost in thought. He couldn't resist waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Sister Mu Ling?" When she finally snapped back to reality, Jiang Nian continued, "Are you feeling sleepy too? Why don't you take a nap? I can handle the tidying up myself." No. Mu Ling quickly waved her hands. After pondering for a while, she couldn't help but inquire, "Which song were you singing just now?" Jiang Nian instantly understood her curiosity. He almost forgot that such a delightful children's song didn't exist in this world. "Oh, that? It's a song my mother used to sing to me when I was little. Whenever she sang it, I would fall asleep. I just wanted to try it out and was surprised it worked on Xiaoyu as well." So, it was a song sung by his mother. No wonder she had never heard it before or found it trending online. Across the nation, there are indeed unique melodies that belong to individuals. "Well, I'll get to work now," Jiang Nian declared, and he set about tidying up the disarray of trinkets that Mu Ling and Su Wanyin had left scattered about. He then began cleaning and mopping the floor. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Ling drifted off to sleep. After some time, she vaguely heard Su Xiaoyu's voice beside her. "Big brother, why hasn't Sister Ling woken up yet? It's almost time for dinner. Xiaoyu is so hungry." Following that, she heard Jiang Nian respond, "Sure, keep it down. Sister Ling takes care of Xiaoyu every day and is quite tired. We should let her rest properly while she has the chance." All right then, Xiaoyu replied, sounding a bit pitiful. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile softly. Jiang Nian was quite considerate, and she thought he could teach Xiaoyu a great deal. Quietly, she began to appreciate Jiang Nian, and only then did she open her eyes. As Su Xiaoyu cautiously approached, water pen in hand, seemingly intent on adorning her face with artistic strokes, Mu Ling felt a wave of frustration. Su Xiaoyu. The little one swiftly retreated into Jiang Nian's embrace, exclaiming, "It was my big brother who promised to teach me writing. I merely went to fetch a pen." Mu Ling's sister, you are so fierce. Mu Ling was taken aback. The little rascal was even feeling aggrieved. She could easily surmise that had she not opened her eyes just in time, her face would now resemble that of a small calico cat. After all, this was not the first time the little one had engaged in such antics. The thought suddenly evoked a sense of sympathy for Jiang Nian. With his gentle disposition, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of Xiaoyu's mischief. For a moment, she found herself reveling in his misfortune, a smile betraying her amusement. Mu Ling's sister, Jiang Nian, safeguarding Su Xiaoyu, called out to her, snapping her back to reality. What is it? Is there something I can assist you with? Jiang Nian shook his head. No, I have nearly tidied everything up. But there is one matter I wish to discuss with you. Speak, she urged. Jiang Nian cast a glance around the room and continued. I believe we should install a security camera in here for your convenience. Mu Ling paused, taken aback. Jiang Nian elaborated, after all, I am a man, and Xiaoyu is a young girl. I can assure you that I would never harm her, but there are many individuals online who commit heinous acts against children. This could serve as a safeguard, providing peace of mind for both you and her mother. This notion had been on Jiang Nian's mind since he began his work. In his past life, he had encountered a myriad of bizarre news stories, revealing countless threats to children, including instances where biological mothers and stepfathers colluded to commit unspeakable acts, then feigned normalcy afterward. The mere contemplation of such horrors was chilling. Installing surveillance would not only facilitate his work, but also offer reassurance to the concerned parties. A solution yielding multiple benefits. Mu Ling's sister, do you think this is feasible? Chapter 16. Su Wanyin. This nanny possesses quite a talent. Mu Ling regained her focus and promptly nodded. All right, I will contact someone shortly. The installation will take place tomorrow morning. In truth, she had contemplated this matter as well, but the time constraints had hindered her from addressing it sooner. She had initially pondered how to broach the topic with Jiang Nian without making him feel that she was being overly cautious. To her surprise, Jiang Nian raised the issue himself. Very well, we shall proceed with the installation tomorrow. I will prepare dinner. Should Xiaoyu join us? Before Su Xiaoyu could respond, Mu Ling quickly shook her head. No, that won't do. What is the matter? Jiang Nian inquired, puzzled. Mu Ling hastily explained. Xiaoyu is quite mischievous. She might wreak havoc in the kitchen. Mu Ling still vividly recalled a previous occasion at Su Wanyin's home when she attempted to cook. The little girl insisted on helping wash the vegetables and ended up splashing water all over the place, nearly slipping in the process. That day, they were preparing crabs, which subsequently scattered throughout the kitchen. It took both her and Su Wanyin considerable effort to corral those crabs. They even received complaints from downstairs due to the water leakage. Ever since then, Mu Ling had never dared to let Su Xiaoyu venture near the kitchen again. Let her play outside, shall we? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately looked utterly dejected. She puffed out her little belly, stood her ground, pouted with her lower lip tucked over her upper lip, and gazed at Mu Ling with big, teary eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. Mu Ling's heart softened at the sight, but the memory of the previous chaos surged back. She steeled herself? Absolutely not. Wu Su Xiaoyu began to cry, casting a sorrowful glance at Jiang Nian as tears streamed down her cheeks. This display of distress amused Jiang Nian, who chuckled as he patted Su Xiaoyu's head. It's all right. Come here. I can handle it. At his words, Su Xiaoyu wiped her tears, rolled up her sleeves, and burst into laughter as if the previous tears had never existed. Okay, you're the best, brother. I won't cause any trouble. All right then. Jiang Nian took Su Xiaoyu's hand and led her into the kitchen. While tidying up the space, Jiang Nian noticed that the refrigerator was already stocked with vegetables, eliminating the need for a trip to the market. Seeing this, Mu Ling followed suit. Fine. I shall keep an eye on Xiaoyu for you. But tell me, can you actually cook? In her preoccupation with investigating Jiang Nian's character, she had neglected to inquire about this crucial skill. Most young men of his age were not adept in the kitchen. Jiang Nian flashed an okay sign as he opened the refrigerator. Yes, don't worry. After all, in his past life, he had worked as a delivery person, often frequenting various restaurants, and, in time, he had acquired a modicum of culinary skill. Occasionally, when restaurant owners were overwhelmed and nearing their deadlines, he would assist in cooking. So preparing a meal was hardly a challenge for him. He retrieved potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, and garlic sprouts from the refrigerator. The meat had already been thawed earlier in the afternoon. 3 dishes would suffice for 2 adults and 1 child. Jiang Nian first set about steaming rice before washing the vegetables. Standing beside him was Su Xiaoyu, whose legs were yet shorter than his, gazing up with an expression brimming with curiosity. "Brother, is there something I can do?" she inquired. She had grown up and yearned to contribute, to demonstrate to their father that she was a remarkably understanding child. Idleness was not an option. With a chuckle, Jiang Nian gently tapped the tip of Su Xiaoyu's nose with a wet finger, leaving a large droplet of water perched there. He then retrieved a small handful of garlic stalks from the freshly cleaned batch and handed them to her, along with a petite basket. "Come, little fish. Help your brother sort the garlic stalks." Su Xiaoyu's face was a picture of confusion. "How do I do that?" Jiang Nian squatted down, took a stalk from her hand, and began a demonstration. "You see, just like me, break the stalks piece by piece and place them in the basket." Beside them, Mu Ling couldn't help but interject. "Isn't that something you cut with a knife?" But before she could finish her thought, she noticed Jiang Nian placing a finger on his lips, signaling her to remain silent. He then earnestly continued to instruct the little girl. Evidently feeling validated, Su Xiaoyu beamed with happiness, mimicking his actions with great enthusiasm. When she successfully broke her first garlic stalk, she lifted it triumphantly, exclaiming, "Is this how it's done, brother?" "Indeed, little fish, you're so clever. Keep it up, or we might not have dinner today." "All right, for everyone's sake, I will do my best." The little one even raised her fist, signaling her determination to excel. Only then did Jiang Nian rise to peel potatoes, wash tomatoes, cut meat, and crack eggs. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Mu Ling observed the diligent little girl on the floor and the busy Jiang Nian. Suddenly, she grasped Jiang Nian's intention. His decision to have Su Xiaoyu break the garlic stalks was not because it was genuinely necessary, but rather to help her find her sense of self-worth. Once she recognized her importance, she would approach her tasks with utmost seriousness, completely shedding any mischief. She rarely witnessed such a quiet and industrious Su Xiaoyu when she was with Su Wanyin. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile. This harmonious scene truly deserved to be shared with Su Wanyin. Perhaps she might consider finding a father for Su Xiaoyu. How wonderful it would be to have such a father, capable of imparting lessons that many mothers might not be able to teach. With this thought in mind, Mu Ling resolved not to disturb them. Perhaps this male caretaker that Su Xiaoyu had chosen was genuinely quite remarkable. Returning to the sofa, Mu Ling contemplated the current situation in the living room, recorded a video, and then opened WeChat to send it to Yining. "Yining, take a look," she wrote. At that moment, Su Wanyin had arrived at the dormitory arranged for them by the company in Kyoto, where she would partake in a 3-month training program. Upon its conclusion, provided she passed successfully, she would debut as a newcomer, recording songs, appearing on programs, and possibly even acting. When she received Mu Ling's message, she instinctively opened it, tidying her suitcase while she watched. As she gazed, she halted her actions, replying in disbelief. "Is this the little house we rented?" Su Wanyin recalled that when she left, although she had tidied up with Mu Ling, the sheer volume of Xiaoyu's belongings rendered the place somewhat chaotic and disordered, defying any semblance of organization. How could it now appear so immaculate and orderly? Everything was categorized and easily discernible. Mu Ling, indeed. Su Wanyin, did you hire a housekeeper? Mu Ling, yes, that's correct. In just half an afternoon, the house underwent a remarkable transformation. At this moment, he is cooking in the kitchen with Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the word cooking, Su Wanyin was taken aback. She disregarded the pronoun Mu Ling had used, assuming it to be a typographical error. "Su Wanyin, cooking? No way. Didn't you tell her?" What if Xiaoyu causes chaos and frightens her away? Mu Ling found it amusing, as just moments ago, she had harbored the same concern. Rising from her seat, she approached the kitchen door and captured an image of Xiao Su carefully selecting vegetables. Jiang Nian was entirely out of the frame. She then sent the photo to Su Wanyin. Upon seeing it, Su Wanyin was utterly astonished. She covered her mouth, realizing her actions were unseen by Mu Ling, and hurriedly sent a message. Su Wanyin, is that Xiaoyu? Is she really being this obedient? Chapter 17. If little fish had a father, it would probably be like this Mu Ling. Indeed, he is quite adept at parenting and possesses a melodious voice for singing lullabies. Just moments ago, he reminded me to install a camera before leaving, claiming it was for little fish's safety. Su Wanyin, is he that wonderful? Mu Ling, absolutely. I mentioned that young people are easy to get along with and have unique ideas. Wanyin, I genuinely believe this nanny can be trusted. Su Wanyin, very well. I trust your judgment. Will you come to Kyoto tomorrow then? Mu Ling, yes, I will head over once I finish installing the camera. After their conversation, Su Wanyin couldn't help but clasp her hands together, offering a prayer to the heavens. How delightful. May everything proceed smoothly. Little fish, wait for Mama to return home. During the time Mu Ling was chatting, Jiang Nian had already begun to stir-fry the first dish, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Since little fish couldn't handle spicy food, he added only a hint of chili. The aromatic scent soon wafted into the living room, prompting Mu Ling to sneak a peek at the kitchen. Little fish was so tempted that saliva dripped from her mouth. Brother, it smells so good I want to eat, she exclaimed, standing up directly. Jiang Nian took a moment to pat her little head. Little glutton, have you finished your chores? Su Xiaoyu, clutching the garlic sprouts in her hands, replied with a pout. Not yet. Jiang Nian, so, does little fish want to be a good baby? Su Xiaoyu, yes, yes. Jiang Nian, then finish your task, and once it's done, we can eat. Otherwise, without your garlic sprouts, neither brother nor sisterling will have food today. Upon hearing the weight of her responsibility, Su Xiaoyu held back her longing and seriously nodded. Okay, little fish understands. She gently patted her slightly starved belly, comforting it. Belly, I'm sorry, we'll eat soon. We must finish our work first. After soothing herself, she squatted down and diligently began to prepare the vegetables. Mu Ling watched, unable to suppress her laughter. Jiang Nian also felt a sense of satisfaction. By the time he finished stir-frying 2 dishes, Su Xiaoyu had finally completed breaking the garlic sprouts. Jiang Nian, rather than using a knife, mimicked Su Xiaoyu's method, carefully tearing them apart. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to use a knife. He simply wanted to avoid arousing any suspicion in little fish. Once everything was torn, Jiang Nian commenced cooking. Su Xiaoyu stood beside him, salivating profusely. The stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat were ready, and the rice cooker chimed with a beep. Jiang Nian promptly called out, Shout for Sister Ling, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu nearly leaped up. Sister Ling, it's time to eat. Mu Ling, who was already at the door, hurried into the kitchen to serve the dishes as soon as Su Xiaoyu called. 3 dishes were presented, each exuding a tantalizing aroma and visually appealing. Once the plating was completed, Mu Ling couldn't resist taking out her phone to snap a quick picture, swiftly sending it to Su Wanyin. Sending it to the children's mother? Jiang Nian, who was just bringing out the dishes, chuckled at her action. Mu Ling nodded. Yes, just to have her take a look. All right, let us eat. I'm absolutely famished. Upon gazing at the exquisite array of colors and aromas on the table, Mu Ling felt her appetite awaken. Little fish, come let your sister feed you. No. Su Xiaoyu quickly clutched her small fish-shaped bowl and took a step back. Little fish is a big kid now. I can eat by myself. I must perform well in front of Daddy, so that he will like me even more. Mu Ling shook her head helplessly. Can you feed yourself? Although Su Xiaoyu was quite clever, at just 3 years old, she had not yet mastered certain skills, such as eating independently. I can. Little fish can do it. Su Xiaoyu resolutely refused Mu Ling's help, retreating further behind Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, in turn, shielded her. It's all right. Let her eat on her own. However, the scene of her eating resembled a crime scene. Mu Ling could barely fathom the chaos. I'll clean up later. You call me here for this, didn't you? Otherwise, I would be earning my salary for nothing. As Jiang Nian spoke, He pulled out a chair for Su Xiaoyu. Come, little fish, sit here. Okay. Su Xiaoyu gleefully settled down. Brother is the best. Jiang Nian chuckled as he gently patted her round little face. All right, let us eat. Mu Ling reluctantly picked up her chopsticks while casting a worried glance at Su Xiaoyu. She first took a bite of the stir-fried garlic shoots with pork. She noticed Jiang Nian setting down his chopsticks to scoop a spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs into Su Xiaoyu's bowl, encouraging her to eat. Su Xiaoyu happily nodded and mischievously planted a kiss on Jiang Nian's cheek. Thank you, brother. And thus, they began their meal. As Mu Ling observed them, a phrase suddenly came to her mind, a benevolent father and a filial son. The way Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu interacted seemed to embody the essence of this saying. If little fish had a father, it would probably be like this. Contemplating this, Mu Ling couldn't help but steal a few more glances at them. The longer she looked, the more she experienced an odd illusion. Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Nian bore a certain resemblance to one another. Though she could not pinpoint exactly how, once she accepted this notion, it grew increasingly apparent to her, to the extent that she forgot to eat. Sister Mu Ling, the food is getting cold. Jiang Nian's reminder jolted her back to reality. She swiftly placed the food she had picked up into her mouth. The moment she did, a burst of flavors enveloped her palate. This dish was infinitely more delicious than anything she had tasted at restaurants. She stared at Jiang Nian in astonishment. Do you often cook at home? Occasionally. Perhaps I have a talent for it. Jiang Nian was not the least bit modest. Su Xiaoyu, who had already taken a bite, began to exclaim, delicious, delicious, delicious. Brother, this is so good. Little fish wants 2 big bowls. As she spoke, she raised her hand, which held a spoon, extending 3 fingers. Jiang Nian and Mu Ling couldn't help but laugh. Little fish, that means 3 big bowls. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu quickly glanced at her own fingers. Upon realizing her mistake, she shyly smiled, lowered her head, and began to stuff her mouth with rice. Mother's large bowl indeed. Mother's large bowl. She chuckled. All right, it is 2 large bowls, 2 large bowls. Eat up, little fish. There is plenty of rice. Jiang Nian laughed along. Noticing grains of rice falling from the corner of the little fish's mouth, Jiang Nian extended his hand and wiped it away without a hint of disdain. The young girl was too engrossed in her meal to pay him any mind. Soon, the table before her was in utter disarray, strewn with rice and vegetables. Yet, Jiang Nian remained unperturbed, diligently serving her more dishes. Mu Ling did not interrupt them, focusing instead on her own meal. Once she finished and raised her head, she discovered that Jiang Nian's bowl had barely been touched. However, beside him, Su Xiaoyu, with her face resembling a calico cat, had cleared her side of the table. Jiang Nian had been tidying up throughout. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile knowingly. Jiang Nian. Yes. Jiang Nian looked up at her. What's the matter? Sister Mu Ling? Did I do something wrong? No. I just wanted to let you know that you've passed your probation period. You can officially start work tomorrow. Mu Ling herself was unaware that her tone had transformed completely from when she first met Jiang Nian that afternoon. It was now exceedingly gentle. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu quickly clapped her hands in delight. Yay. Brother can take care of little fish now. How wonderful. In her excitement, she planted a kiss on Jiang Nian's cheek, leaving a few grains of rice behind. Amused, Jiang Nian touched his face and then ruffled Su Xiaoyu's little head. I thought it would take 2 or 3 days. All right, I'll come by tomorrow. No need. Stay here tonight. I'll share a room with little fish, and you can have your own. Get familiar with the place. Tomorrow morning, you can head back to the dorm to collect your belongings. I'll tidy up, set up the surveillance, and then I'll go find her mother. That works. After finishing her conversation with Mu Ling, Jiang Nian finally began to eat. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, having finished her meal, curled up on the sofa with her round little belly and fell asleep contentedly. After clearing the mess, Jiang Nian went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Mu Ling snapped a photo of Su Xiaoyu and sent it to Su Wanyin. Look, the little one ate 2 bowls of rice today. Before long, she received a reply from Su Wanyin. What? 2 bowls? Can she finish that? Mu Ling responded, of course. Did you see the dishes I sent you? They were particularly delectable, even better than what we had at the 5-star hotel. Su Wanyin replied, is it really that exaggerated? Mu Ling assured, Not exaggerated at all. I also had 2 bowls. Su Wanyin exclaimed, "You're supposed to be on a diet." Mu Ling dismissed it. The diet doesn't seem matter anymore. Eating is what's important. Su Wanyin conceded. All right, after hearing you, I'm quite curious about this nanny sister. Come, send me her details and photo. I'd like to recognize her face and chat with her later for long-term use. Chapter 18. My Goddess of Sound is making a comeback. As Mu Ling caught sight of Su Wanyin's message, she was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to glance at Jiang Nian, then envisioned the prospect of Su Wanyin discovering that a man was tending to the little fish. A shiver ran down her spine. Hastily, she replied to Su Wanyin, "She just finished with a little fish. You know how rambunctious he can be. My sister is quite flustered and refuses to let me take any photos. Perhaps next time. I've been so busy that I haven't even had a chance to eat." Su Wanyin replied, "Is that so? Well, that's understandable. It seems she is indeed quite responsible. I shall have a face-to-face conversation with her when I return." That would convey a greater sincerity. Seeing that she had successfully deflected the inquiry, Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, who had just finished his last bite of food, regarded Mu Ling with a puzzled expression, glancing at her intermittently as if he had committed some misdeed. During a brief moment of clearing the dishes, he curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Does the child's mother have any further instructions?" Mu Ling quickly waved her hand. "No. My sister, Jiang Nian, you've done exceptionally well. How about I help tidy up while you take a break?" Jiang Nian chuckled at her. "No need. I'll handle it. You should continue your conversation with the child's mother and see if there's anything else I should be mindful of." Mu Ling nodded, noticing that although Jiang Nian's appearance had become less pristine due to caring for the little fish, he remained undeniably handsome. The tousled hair, coupled with the apron he wore, created a unique allure. Even among the entertainment industry, his striking looks would certainly make an impression. She mused silently about the girl he was pursuing, questioning how someone so dashing could be overlooked. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her mouth moved faster than her brain. "Jiang Nian, have you ever considered pursuing a career in the entertainment industry?" Pausing at the kitchen doorway with a plate in hand, Jiang Nian recalled a conversation with Tang Weiwei. "What do you want to do after you graduate?" she had asked. At that time, his eyes had been filled with her presence as he replied, "I'm not quite sure. How about you?" "I'm studying music, so I naturally want to try my luck in the entertainment industry in Kyoto," she had said. "All right, wherever you wish to go, I'll accompany you. If you want to enter the entertainment world, I will stand by your side." With a laugh, she had teased, "You a computer science major. What could you possibly do in the entertainment industry?" "I could do plenty. I could be your assistant or manager, and if all else fails, I could write songs for you to perform." "Huh, Jiang Nian, you're quite the jokester. You can write songs too? Why not give it a try? Who knows? I might just hit the jackpot." Now, Jiang Nian reminisced about those exchanges, unable to suppress a smile. Over the years, it seemed he had been inadvertently engaging in self-PUA, genuinely fantasizing about entering the entertainment industry alongside her. She would sing, and he would pen songs from his past life for her to perform. It was indeed fair to call him a simp. "I never really thought about it," he replied, shaking his head as he turned to re-enter the kitchen. Compared to the entertainment world, he cherished a life of tranquility and freedom far more. For instance, possessing this job now, diligently penning books and coding, earning some money to travel the world, and leisurely concluding one's life would indeed be a fortunate affair. Mu Ling did not expect him to refuse so swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, prompting her to let out a sigh. What a pity. If he wished to pursue it, she could have lent a hand. With his looks and culinary skills alone, he could easily amass a legion of devoted admirers. Making a name for oneself in the entertainment industry is not a daunting task. Mu Ling, filled with regret, leaned back on the sofa and retrieved her phone, noticing a message from Su Wanyin that had arrived 2 minutes prior. "Mu Ling, the director said that tonight they will begin my promotional packaging. Under the company's banner, a message will be sent out stating that Goddess Nian is preparing for a comeback. I expect it will be visible shortly." Mu Ling perked up, sitting upright. "That is splendid. Huatian Entertainment is quite a reputable company domestically. Their support will be advantageous for you. Rest for now. I shall browse Weibo, and once the news is released, I'll ensure it gains traction." "All right, I have training tomorrow, and I must admit, I feel a bit anxious. Do not fret. You will undoubtedly succeed. After sending the message, Mu Ling noticed the Weibo notification. Huatian Entertainment v. Goddess Yinin will participate in this training. In 3 months from now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will officially return to meet everyone. Let's anticipate this moment together, Yinin Weiwei. Mu Ling quickly logged into Su Wanyin's Weibo account and retweeted the post. Yinin Weiwei. The future holds you. Let us move forward together, Huatian Entertainment. Although Su Wanyin's fanbase had nearly dwindled, she still retained hundreds of thousands of loyal followers. Upon the release of this news, the comments section began to buzz. Loyal fan of Yinin. Oh my goodness, my goddess has returned. Yinin's little follower. It's Huatian Entertainment. She is signed with Huatian Entertainment. How wonderful. Yinin goddess. I adore you. My heavens, what am I seeing? My goddess is making a comeback. I thought I would never witness this in my lifetime. Sobbing just passing by. To the individual above, why is a grown man crying? Are other men not joining in the tears? Thinking from afar, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Just passing by, calm down, my friend. At this moment, in the male dormitory of Jiangbei University, Jiang Nian, who was on the verge of sleep, abruptly sat up. Oh my goodness. He exclaimed, Su Minghai. Wait, that is not right, he has already gone. Yuan Huai. Wake up quickly. Yuan Huai, still in a daze, expressed his annoyance. Old Jiang, are you out of your mind? Jiang Nian, breathless with excitement, declared. My goddess Yinin is making a comeback. Yuan Huai, still half asleep, asked who is goddess Yinin. Jiang Nian, exasperated, responded you bookworm, never mind. I want to explain it to you. After commenting, he took a screenshot and shared it in the 4 major male model groups in the premium section. Jiang Nian, Su Minghai, look, my goddess Yinin is making a comeback. The second message contained the Weibo screenshot. Noticing Su Minghai's lack of response, Jiang Nian began to tag him frantically. Jiang Nian, Su Minghai, Su Minghai, Su Minghai, come out. Xian, Xian, Su Minghai, Su Minghai, Su Minghai. After sending 5 messages, he finally received a reply from Su Minghai. Su Minghai, wow, what explosive news. Jiang Nian, indeed, I'm on the verge of tears. Su Minghai, stay calm. This is a good thing. Perhaps we will see her on the big screen in the future. Jiang Nian, yes, I must strive harder. Old Su, I'm heading to Kyoto tomorrow. I'm booking my ticket now. Su Minghai, all right, brother, I support you. Go to Kyoto and develop well. Maybe one day you will meet your goddess, Yinin. Jiang Nian, After sending this message, Jiang Nian wiped the corner of his eye and smiled with contentment. Yinin, my goddess, I will certainly work hard to stand by your side. This was the goal Jiang Nian set for himself during his senior year of high school. At this moment in Zhongzhou Garden, Jiang Nian, who was washing dishes, also heard his phone ringing. He wiped his hands and opened it, only to find a conversation among his roommates. He clicked on the screenshot and, to his astonishment, saw the news. She was making a comeback. Quite good, considering this era lacks such voices. Jiang Nian, Jiang Nian, old Jiang, do you like her this much? I remember you initially planned to wait until you graduated before leaving. Jiang Nian didn't believe Jiang Nian would become an obsessive fan, but his behavior was indeed peculiar. Soon, he received a reply. Jiang Nian, you don't understand. I really like her. Su Minghai, Jiang Nian, young man, don't hinder him. The goddess Yinin holds a unique significance for him. Jiang Nian, all right then, Jiang Nian. Let me know when you've booked your ticket. If I have time, I'll see you off. Jiang Nian, sure. After sending that, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Jiang Nian, Jiang Nian, wait a minute, young man. What do you mean by if I have time? Where have you been? Oh, you Haven T returned tonight? Where did you go? Su Minghai, the young man ISNT in the dorm? Jiang Nian, no, I found a job. Today is my probation period. Jiang Nian, so soon? What kind of job keeps you out so late? Jiang Nian, well, I didn't expect it either. It's just a pretty decent job. So I want to be returning tonight. Jiang Nian thought for a moment and decided not to reveal that he was a male nanny to his roommates. Jiang Nian, a decent job requires you to stay out overnight? Young man, if it doesn't work out, why don't you come to Kyoto with me? There are many opportunities there. Perhaps you could find something better and not have to demean yourself. Su Minghai immediately picked up on the key point in Jiang Siyuan's words. Su Minghai, is the young man being supported by a wealthy woman? Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, it is indeed a decent job. Coincidentally, I need an internship certificate, which I can obtain here, but I may not be able to stay in the dorm anymore. Jiang Nian, for now, I want to be going to Kyoto. My parents are here, and I want to spend more time with them. Jiang Siyuan, all right then, if you encounter any difficulties, let your brothers know. Jiang Nian, sure. The three were happily engaged in their conversation. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Yuan Huai emerged. Yuan Huai, goodness, are you all planning to let anyone sleep? It's the middle of the night, and you are sending so many messages. Their dormitory group chat was devoid of screens for the four of them. Yuan Huai, goodness, has the young man been taken under the wing of a wealthy woman? Yuan Huai, goodness, is Jiang Siyuan leaving? Yuan Huai, wait a moment. Does this mean I'll be the only one left in the dormitory tomorrow? Yuan Huai, goodness. Su Minghai. Jiang Siyuan. Jiang Nian. I am not being supported by a wealthy woman. Also, I am in Jiangbei City. If you're bored at school, you can come find me. Yuan Huai. All right then, but I doubt I will be bored. I recently discovered an incredibly captivating novel. Haha, you have no idea how enthralling, splendid, and grand it is. Wait, let me check if the lazy author has updated. As Yuan Huai spoke, he quickly exited WeChat and opened the Orange Novel app. 5 seconds later, he returned to WeChat, cursing. Yuan Huai. Goodness, this lazy author hasn't updated a single word. It's already 8 o'clock. What is going on? How infuriating. Truly infuriating. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle. However, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated his own work today either. Fortunately, he had only written 6,000 words and had just signed a contract. So he supposed no one would scold him. As he pondered, Yuan Huai sent a screenshot into the group chat. Yuan Huai, this is the book. You all must read it. I will not allow anyone to remain unacquainted with this masterpiece. It's simply too exhilarating. Except for the fact that the lazy author has only written 6,000 words and then gone silent. Once I find out who he is, I will stand behind him with a knife to supervise his writing. If he does not write, I shall strike him. Jiang Nian instinctively clicked on the screenshot. Upon seeing the title Zhu Xian, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Chapter 19. What are you afraid of if it's not a beheading? The cover of the book has been completed, exuding a distinct aura of fantasy. The author's name is boldly inscribed. Year after year, there are fish. The update interface indicates that it was refreshed 22 hours ago. It is now 8 o'clock, and considering that it was uploaded around 10 last night, the timing indeed aligns perfectly. Upon glancing at the comment section, Jiang Nian was utterly astonished. A mere 6,000 words had already garnered dozens of comments. Old bookworm Qian Sheng. Cultivation? Martial arts? Delightful, delightful. Author, please provide more. Nian Yan Bu Wang. I was just about to delete the Orange Novel app, but I stumbled upon this unique book. Author, please update soon. Professional reader for 800 years. With my extensive reading experience, this is a promising book. Yet the author may not necessarily be proficient. Before sleep comes a post. The author has not updated for 22 hours and 38 minutes. Has he perished? As Jiang Nian was about to close the app, he noticed a new comment from Yuan. Author, what is your address? I have some local specialties to send you. Yuan was evidently Yuan Huai's account. Recalling that this individual had threatened to take a knife to the author, Jiang Nian felt an icy chill run down his spine. Without a second thought, he exited the application, preferring to avoid the discomfort. He then messaged in the 4 major mail model groups. Jiang Nian, Yuan Huai, Brother Yuan, is it really that violent? Yuan Huai, if you don't read novels, you wouldn't understand. Do you know how difficult it is to find a captivating story? Jiang Nian was acutely aware, having been a bibliophile in his previous life. Yuan Huai, do you know the agony of waiting for updates from an author? Especially those who love to leave cliffhangers. Splitting a single sentence into 2 parts, withholding the latter until the next day. In those moments, I genuinely wished to confront them with a blade. Though Yuan Huai's words were merely textual, Jiang Nian could sense the venomous undertone. Another shiver coursed through him. Jiang Nian, I understand. Perhaps the author has pressing matters to attend to, and updates will come shortly. Let us not resort to violence. Yuan Huai, you better have a good reason. Jiang Nian dared not speak further. Yuan Huai, oblivious to his unease, had shifted his focus to Jiang Siyuan. Old Jiang, weren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry? Take a look at this book. I believe its worldview could inspire adaptations into films or dramas. Jiang Siyuan, a novel? I'm not interested. It's boring. Yuan Huai. All right. You only have eyes for your goddess Yining. It's been 4 years since she last appeared, and you still can't forget her. What if she returns this time with a husband and children? Jiang Siyuan, are you seeking death? Yuan Huai, haraha. Su Mingai, Jiang Siyuan. What Yuan said isn't without merit. What if it's true? Would you not regret abandoning your profession to transition to Kyoto? Jiang Siyuan, I wouldn't. I would simply take up a knife and slay her husband. Jiang Nian, why does everyone seem so fond of violence? Although Jiang Siyuan intended to harm someone with no personal connection to him, inexplicably, Jiang Nian felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Siyuan, it's not like I'm going to cut you, so why are you afraid? Yuan Huai, it's not like I'm going to cut you, so why are you afraid? After contemplating, Jiang Nian chose to remain silent. He closed WeChat and switched to QQ. Logging into an account he had added Shichin to that morning, but had not accessed since. As anticipated, he was greeted with a plethora of messages from Shichin. Shichin, it's 3 o'clock. Have you started writing? Shichin, hey, it's 4 o'clock. Have you begun writing? Shichin, have you seen your comment section? It's going wild. Shichin, it's 6 o'clock, right already. Update. Shichin, it's 7 o'clock. Do you need me to call you? Shichin, it's 8 o'clock. Jiang Nian thought to himself. This self-proclaimed busy editor seems to be solely preoccupied with urging him to write. How industrious. After a moment's reflection, he decided to respond earnestly. Nian Yu. I was delayed by some matters today, but I will write shortly. Shichin, you finally replied. I thought you had abandoned me. Jiang Nian, why do I feel like a scoundrel who leads someone on and then forsakes them? Shichin, please, don't abandon the manuscript. Absolutely not. Jiang Nian, rest assured. I won't abandon it. I truly have been busy today, but I will write soon. Shichin, all right. Thank you, esteemed one. I will await your update. Setting aside his phone, he began to focus on his tasks. After tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Nian stepped out. Mu Ling was engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Curious, Jiang Nian approached her and noticed her screen was on the comment section of the goddess Yining's Weibo. Intrigued, he asked, Sister Mu Ling, do you also like the goddess Yining? This unexpected question startled Mu Ling, prompting her to quickly hide her phone. You like her too? What a coincidence. While there are indeed fans online, in reality, many have likely forgotten her. I don't particularly like her, but my roommate is quite fond of her and was just discussing her in the group chat. Understanding dawned on Mu Ling as she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jiang Nian had not seen her navigating her homepage. Otherwise, he would discover that the person he was currently looking after was, in fact, Yining's daughter, and without a father. The thought was almost too much for Mu Ling to bear. Yining is indeed quite talented. Yes, I've heard her songs. They are genuinely good. She should thrive in the entertainment industry, considering not everyone possesses such a remarkable voice. As long as she cherishes her talent and refrains from singing those viral pop songs, she should be fine. Mu Ling, taken aback by his insight, gazed at him in surprise. Viral pop songs? You're familiar with these? Jiang Nian shook his head, expressing his confusion. I'm not entirely certain, but in my previous life, realizing the inappropriateness of his words mid-sentence, he quickly revised his statement. However, those who sing the trending, superficial songs online only achieve fleeting fame. The songs become outdated rapidly, and the artists fade even more swiftly. Some tracks may become quite popular, yet the identities of the singers often elude recognition, as they possess no other notable works. Even if they do, they remain unremembered due to their lack of appeal. Singing should fundamentally rely on talent and vocal prowess. The goddess of sound possesses exceptional vocal qualities. Her previous song radiated warmth. If she continues on this path, she is destined for enduring success, much like the singers who emerged during the peak of the music scene in the early 2000s. Each had a distinct style and signature songs that followed in succession, remaining melodious even after 2 decades. Jiang Nian recalled several artists who, believing themselves to be past their prime, participated in variety shows in their 40s, only to resonate deeply with audiences and experience a resurgence. A blend of nostalgic youth and genuine talent can lead to an everlasting legacy. Mu Ling was taken aback that someone who had never set foot in the entertainment industry could articulate such thoughts. She had previously contemplated with Su Wanyin for quite some time whether to pursue a path of fleeting internet celebrity upon her return. This route promised quicker fame, a larger fan base, and consequently greater profits, especially in an industry predominantly filled with such individuals. True talent was scarce. However, upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, she suddenly felt a sense of superficiality in her previous considerations. Jiang Nian was correct. To achieve lasting success, one must rely on real ability. She resolved to discuss this matter with Su Wanyin when they met the following day. With this significant decision made, Mu Ling felt a considerable weight lifted off her shoulders. "Thank you, Jiang Nian." Jiang Nian, bewildered, inquired, "Why thank me?" Mu Ling replied, "It's nothing. You've truly aided me greatly. It's getting late, and little fish is asleep, so you should also rest." Jiang Nian nodded, indeed harboring thoughts of needing to write. However, he had not brought his computer. As this realization struck him, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Mu Ling, do you happen to have a spare computer I could borrow?" Seeing Mu Ling's puzzled expression, Jiang Yin clarified, "I wish to review some study materials." "All right, just wait a moment," she responded, promptly retrieving a laptop for him. Jiang Yin expressed his gratitude and retreated to the bedroom. He opened the computer, created a new document, and accessed the back end of the Orange Novel platform to check the data and comments. After some contemplation, he added a note at the end of the 3rd chapter. "Dear readers, I apologize for the delay today. I have some matters to attend to. I will write now and update in 2 hours. If all goes well, updates will be posted every night before midnight. For those who cannot wait, feel free to rest and catch up tomorrow. As a novice author, I appreciate your support." Once he posted the message, he closed the web page and began to meditate, mentally reviewing the day's plot. Jiang Nian then commenced diligently typing. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in the Orange Novel editing group, a collective of individuals eagerly awaited a response from Shichun. The chubby member inquired, "Shichun, what is the situation? Why is your esteemed author not updated yet?" A Yuan lamented, "I have been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. I cannot sleep. It is utterly impossible." Suzuki urged, "Shichun, do hasten to prompt him. We are all eagerly anticipating the continuation of this remarkable tale." Sister Wang chimed in, "Shichun, do not let it slip away, Shichun." Today, after Sister Wang provided a modest exposure for Zhu Xian in the back end, the book experienced an explosive surge in popularity. Since the establishment of the Orange Novel department, such stellar data for a new release had never been witnessed. It was simply astounding. The editorial team, after delving into the new book, became utterly engrossed, transforming into relentless harbingers of updates. This, however, rendered Lin Shi quite distressed. She lay on her pink bed, clutching a large teddy bear, her mind in disarray. Shichun exclaimed, "I have been following up. I prompt him every hour, yet he does not respond. Woe is me." She lamented, "Ah, he has replied. He said he will begin writing shortly." Sister Wang acknowledged. Just as this message was dispatched, the chubby member posted another message in the group. "Brothers, the goddess Yinin has signed with Huatian Entertainment. Chapter 20 Su Wanyin. This author truly deserves criticism." The news about the chubby one piqued everyone's interest. A Yuan. Yinin? Who is that? Suzuki. ISNT that the white moonlight in the heart of the chubby one. He once vowed that the fire book he brought out would feature his goddess Yinin as the leading lady. A Yuan. I remember now. That little internet celebrity from a few years back. Chubby. She is not an internet celebrity. Goddess Yinin is truly formidable. Suzuki. If she is so formidable, why isn't she famous? Chubby. I can't be bothered to explain it to you. After sending his last message, he went off to browse Weibo alone. It was a rare opportunity for their small group of fans to support the goddess who had finally made her comeback. Lin Shi also saw this message. Silently, she closed the QQ group chat and opened WeChat to access the search interface. Before long, she pulled up a dialog box. Lin Shi rested a teddy bear beneath her chin and began typing earnestly. Shishi, sister, I saw the news about your signing. Are you planning to make a comeback? No one knew that the internet celebrity from 4 years ago, the goddess Jiang Nian, was in fact her sister, specifically her cousin. Lin Shi adored her cousin and felt that calling her sister sounded more endearing. Before long, she received a reply. Su Wanyin, yes. She. That's wonderful. I thought you had no intention of returning to the entertainment industry. That would have been such a pity. Su Wanyin, I want to give it a try. She. I support you. But what about Xiao Yu? Sister, is someone taking care of her? If not, why not send her to my house? Su Wanyin, no need. I found a nanny who will take good care of her. Once my training is over, I'll bring her to my side. She. That's fine. I miss the little girl. It's been so long since I last saw her, Su Wanyin. She misses you too. After this message, Su Wanyin sent another video of Su Xiaoyu. In the video, Su Xiaoyu was lying on the sofa, fast asleep, with bubbles continuously emerging from her nose, completely unaware, lost in sweet slumber. This had been sent to her by Mu Ling after dinner. Lin Shi, who had been lying on her bed, couldn't help but chuckle as she watched. Lin Shi, she still doesn't sleep properly. Su Wanyin, indeed, she is becoming more mischievous. Enough about her. Xiao Shi, you've been working for 3 months now. How is it going? Speaking of this, Lin Shi felt a swell of pride. Lin Shi, it's going splendidly. I'm doing well. Today, I signed onto a particularly captivating novel. My job is secure. If I cling tightly to this great author's coattails, who knows? I might just soar to success. Su Wanyin, sort of success? What book is that good? Lin Shi, I'll send it to you in a bit. Sister, when you have time, do take a look. It's truly remarkable. After saying this, Lin Shi switched to the orange novel interface and shared Zhu Xian with Su Wanyin. Lin Shi, this one, Su Wanyin, a male-oriented book? Although Su Wanyin usually read novels, she tended to favor romantic tales. Titles such as The Overbearing CEO Loves Me, Genius Baby, Buy One Get One Free, and After the Divorce. She returns with quadruplets had never piqued her interest in the male demographic. In an instant, her enthusiasm waned. Lin Shi assured her, indeed, although it belongs to the male genre, it is truly captivating. I promise, I am not deceiving you. Faced with Lin Shi's earnest recommendation, Su Wanyin reluctantly replied, All right, I shall take a look when I have some free time. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they each went about their evening routines. Half an hour later, having completed her nightly preparations and watched several videos of Su Xiaoyu, Su Wanyin climbed into bed. As she mentally organized the tasks for the following day, a wave of boredom washed over her. The dormitory lacked a television, so she casually opened the Orange Novel app. The books she usually followed had been updated. With great interest, Su Wanyin began to read. 10 minutes later, she had finished all the updates. A sense of exasperation enveloped her. These authors were far too sparse with their updates. She vowed silently to never pursue unfinished novels again. With a resigned sigh, she tossed her phone aside, attempting to drift into slumber. However, without Xiaoyu by her side, sleep eluded her. 10 minutes later, she picked up her phone once more, scrolling through the home page only to find no titles that interested her, which ignited a sense of irritation. I must ask Xiaoxi for more recommendations. Wait, she had just suggested some titles, hadn't she? Oh well, in consideration of the book Xiaoxi had signed, I might as well take a look. She accessed the search bar of the Orange Novel app and typed in Zhu Xian. Almost instantly, a newly contracted book appeared before her. Glancing at the author's name, it was Nian Yu, a rather charming moniker reminiscent of Xiaoyu's name. This sparked a slight fondness for the author within Su Wanyin. She casually opened the book and, upon a brief glance, was utterly astonished. Below the book were already over 100 comments, all glowing 5-star reviews. Su Wanyin had been a long-time user of the Orange Novel app, and typically, newly recommended books had comment sections that were utterly barren, save for a few from established authors with a handful of loyal readers. What kind of divine work was this? Boasting over 100 comments for a mere 6,000 words? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Unable to resist, Su Wanyin delved into the comment section. To her astonishment, she was met with a flurry of excitement. I'm crazy for Zhu Xian. The author has finally returned. Hurry up and update. I'll keep you company tonight. Number 1 fan of Xiao Fan. Update faster. I love Nian Nian. The blade is ready. These comments had all been posted within the past half hour, and their reading durations exceeded half an hour. This implied that they had devoted half an hour to these 6 chapters. Were they dissecting each word? Su Wanyin's curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, she began to read. However, upon reaching the opening lines, she was taken aback. The author's prose was remarkably adept. Upon finishing the first chapter, Su Wanyin found herself utterly captivated by the narrative and its intricacies. She completely forgot her previous aversion to reading works primarily targeted at male audiences and continued to flip through the pages. Within a few minutes, she had devoured all 3 chapters. As she scrolled further down, she encountered a note from the author. "Dear readers, I apologize, I have some matters to attend to today. As a novice writer, I appreciate everyone's support. Su Wanyin." Is that it? Just like that? A 2-hour wait for an update? This is unbearable. She simply could not wait any longer. At that moment, Su Wanyin finally empathized with the sentiments of fellow readers and understood why so many had taken to the comments to berate the author for a faster update. The author truly deserved the reprimand. She swiftly opened the comments section, ready to leave her thoughts. However, she suddenly recalled that Mu Ling had advised her against making spontaneous remarks on any social media platform, to avoid her words being used as weapons against her. Thus, Su Wanyin deleted her prepared comment and began aimlessly scrolling through her phone. Yet, despite her attempts to distract herself, she could not bring herself to leave the book's interface. Now she comprehended how others could spend such lengthy periods reading. It was a classic case of waiting impatiently while holding her phone. After half an hour of anticipation, with no new update from the author, Su Wanyin could no longer contain herself. She quickly logged out of her account and registered a new one, this time selecting a male identity. For her nickname, she pondered for a moment before settling on Little Fish, with the affectionate title, "I love Little Fish." She then proceeded to comment, "Update faster or face the consequences." Having completed her task, she hastily opened WeChat, located Lin Shi's chat window, and began typing. "Su Wanyin, Xiao Shi, are you asleep?" Lin Shi, "Not yet, sister." Su Wanyin, "Well, Lin Shi, what's wrong, sister? Is something the matter? Tell me, and I'll come to you immediately." Su Wanyin quickly replied, No, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you could urge that year after year with Fish to update faster. It's taking far too long. I've been waiting so long, I feel like I'm wilting." Lin Shi, haha, I thought something was wrong. I told you this book was good, didn't I? Lin Shi, however, I can't really push him. He mentioned he was busy writing and hasn't responded to my messages since. He must be engrossed in his work. Lin Shi, let us wait a bit longer. If it gets unbearable, you can check again tomorrow. Su Wanyin, who can wait that long? Lin Shi, haha, I'll go nudge him again. Don't fret. Reluctantly, Su Wanyin continued to wait. As the clock approached 11:30, she reluctantly set her phone down. It seemed she wouldn't be getting an update tonight and would need her rest. Otherwise, she would be a wreck in the morning. Just then, her phone buzzed. She quickly picked it up and saw a message from Lin Shi. Sister, it's updated. Chapter 21. Are you two using couple nicknames? Su Wanyin was suddenly more alert. She swiftly picked up her phone and discovered that the author had updated 3 chapters, totaling 6,000 words, which she perused with satisfaction. At that moment, in Jiangbei City, Jiang Nian, who had just completed his writing, uploaded the chapters and noticed a message on his QQ account. Curiously, he clicked on it and found it was a friend request. Baodu novel. Durian requests to add you as a friend. Jiang Nian casually accepted the request. Almost immediately, Durian sent a message. Durian, boss, I've been looking for you all day, and I finally found you. Durian, are you interested in joining our Baodu novel? We have better traffic than Orange novel. Durian, we can arrange a significant promotion right away. Jiang Nian frowned slightly. Nian, you. Thank you, but no. He was already signed with another platform. Even if this app lacked sufficient traffic, he felt a sense of contractual obligation. After finishing this, Jiang Nian entered the comment section and was surprised to see that within just 2 hours, there were 4 to 5 dozen new comments. The traffic was impressive. Who said it was poor? However, he noticed that most of the comments were criticizing him. Jiang Nian was accustomed to this, as he himself had often hurled similar insults at authors when reading novels in his previous life. He prepared to turn off his phone and head to bed. Just then, he noticed a reader's nickname, Most loved little fish. The moment he saw the words little fish, the image of the adorable, sweet-talking Su Xiaoyu appeared in his mind. This little girl had a way of speaking that melted his heart. To his surprise, there were others online who adored little fish as well. He casually liked the comment from most love little fish, then exited the app and saw a message in his roommate group. Jiang Nian mentioned he had booked a ticket for 9 in the morning, planning to leave school by 8. Jiang Nian set an alarm. If he left at 8, he would still have time to see Jiang Nian off. After completing these tasks, he headed out to freshen up. In Kyoto, Su Wanyin finished reading the newly updated 3 chapters and found herself once again in a quandary. This dogged author certainly knew how to leave cliffhangers. It was utterly insufficient. She felt as if she could reach through the internet to confront the author. Su Wanyin clicked on the comment section once more, deciding to leave another remark. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a flood of messages in her account. Stunned, she quickly opened the message center. To her surprise, she found she had received numerous likes, specifically from the author Nian Yu. Because of this like, she received a plethora of messages. Wow, who is this person? How did they get a like from the author? This dog author isn't even writing properly and is giving you likes? Come on, what is your relationship? Most love little fish and Nian Yu clearly sound like couple nicknames. Are you the author's partner? Oh my goodness, the dog author actually has a partner. No wonder the updates are so slow. That gives me even more reasons to criticize him. Hey upstairs, are you mistaken? This most loved little fish is also a guy. What? Fencing? Oh dear, I am utterly intrigued to uncover the remarkable events that have transpired. No wonder the author has kept it brief. Su Wanyin pondered. Are the imaginations of these readers truly this vivid? How could something so trivial become a couple's name? Her comment has been propelled to the forefront. If Mu Ling were to discover this, would she not be furious? Instinctively, Su Wanyin clicked on the comments, preparing to delete them. At that moment, she received another reply. It read, "Not a couple. I merely find the name endearing, so please do not misunderstand." The sender was Nian Yu. Was he attempting to clarify? The author also finds little fish adorable. Indeed, her little fish is undoubtedly the most charming in the world. With this thought, Su Wanyin resolved to refrain from pressing him further and, in passing, to speak kindly of him. She swiftly replied, "Do not jest. The author is human too and requires rest, so please do not rush him." After sending her message, Su Wanyin turned off her phone and lay down to sleep. In Zhongxiu Garden, Jiangbei City, Jiang Nian chuckled at her reply. The manner of her speech bore a resemblance to little fish. She was quite an endearing individual. He liked her message once more, then set his phone aside, preparing for slumber. Unbeknownst to them, in the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University, Tang Weiwei was wide awake. Earlier that afternoon, she had received the news of Yining joining Huatian Entertainment. As the most outstanding graduate of the music college this year, Tang Weiwei had also signed with Huatian Entertainment and was set to partake in the upcoming training. However, due to her ongoing commitments at school, she had postponed her participation for a few days. Initially, she believed herself to be exceptionally talented and was confident that she would undoubtedly succeed in debuting as a new star in the entertainment industry. A portion of her reluctance to accept Jiang Nian's confession stemmed from this ambition. She felt that pursuing a career in entertainment would preclude any romantic entanglements. Yet, she cherished Jiang Nian's kindness and hoped he would continue to accompany her in their previous manner. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nian had changed, and now, Yining had emerged as an unforeseen rival. Tang Weiwei felt a tightness in her chest. She knew things that others did not. If they were to become acquainted, Jiang Nian would surely cast her aside completely. This could not happen. Absolutely not. Jiang Nian must remain fond of her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Tang Weiwei felt increasingly unsettled. How long would Jiang Nian remain upset with her? If he continued to sulk, she would have to ignore him. Did he not realize? It had been 2 days since she last received a message from him. Determined not to lose hope, she resolved to make another attempt. After all, it was now midnight, and psychologists assert that nighttime is when human emotions are most fragile. Individuals often seek companionship, ponder life, and even feel melancholic after a busy day. This was the opportune moment to break through. Tang Weiwei quickly composed a message and sent it to Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian, I am feeling quite low. Implicitly, she urged him to come and cheer her up. As long as you are willing to appease me, we can reconcile. I have granted you this splendid opportunity, so seize it. However, after waiting for a while without any news from Jiang Nian, Tang Weiwei felt tears welling up. How could Jiang Nian be so unreasonable? How could he treat her this way? That night, Tang Weiwei hardly slept at all. The next day, Jiang Nian rose early, prepared breakfast, and assisted the groggy Su Xiaoyu with her morning routine before bidding farewell to Mu Ling and returning to school. Today, Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu were installing surveillance. He planned to drop off Jiang Siyuan and then pack his belongings to move in with Su Xiaoyu. Little did Jiang Nian expect that upon returning to the dormitory, he would be cornered by Jiang Siyuan and Yuan Huai by the window. "Come on, young man, what kind of job is it?" they inquired. "Just an ordinary job," Jiang Nian replied, somewhat helplessly, not telling the truth. "Well, sometimes I have to work overtime at night, so I can only stay in the staff dormitory. After all, with Mu Ling gone, I have to take care of Xiaoyu while she sleeps." Jiang Siyuan smirked as he scrutinized the surroundings. No strawberries, no scent of perfume, and no long hair. Could it truly be an ordinary job? Jiang Nian nodded earnestly. "It is. I promise to tell you what it really is when the opportunity arises." "Old Jiang, have you packed your things? After all, I won't be doing this in 3 months. By then, I can just play it off casually. But for now, my brothers mustn't find out, or I'll be the laughingstock for life." Jiang Nian quickly changed the subject. "Look over there." He gestured towards the luggage behind him. "All right, it's still early. Wait for me to pack up as well, and we can leave together." Jiang Siyuan did not stop him, but felt a tinge of sadness. He expected that 4 years would pass by so swiftly. Yuan Huai chimed in. "Indeed, I initially thought I would be the first to leave the dormitory. Yet here I am, the last one standing guard. Who knows what the future holds for all of us?" These matters they had pondered over the course of 4 years, but still found themselves perplexed as they stepped into society. The roads ahead had transformed into the unknown. Jiang Siyuan patted Yuan Huai on the shoulder. "You made it to a big company. You won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Su Minghai has also secured a decent job. I, too, shall pursue my dreams. But as for you, young man," to this day, they still believe that Jiang Nian Henti found a good job. Otherwise, why wouldn't he share it with them? He stepped forward and patted Jiang Nian's shoulder. "If you need help, just say so. Don't keep it to yourself. We are all brothers." At that moment, Jiang Nian had finished packing. He nodded. "I know, and I will let you know. Old Jiang, it's tough to go to Kyoto alone, so remember to message often. Of course, once I achieve great success, I'll treat you all to exquisite food and fun and introduce you to various lovely ladies." The trio spoke and couldn't help but embrace each other. They wondered who among the 4 of them would be the first to have a wife and children. Alas, life! As the two continued to wallow in their melancholy, Jiang Nian could no longer bear the tension and interjected, "All right, my brothers, perhaps we shall soon meet again. Who can predict the future? It is getting late, let's depart." "Indeed, let us go." They descended the stairs together, 3 of them making their way to the bus station. At that moment, at the school gate, Tang Weiwei was purchasing breakfast with her dear friend, Li Xiaoyu. The two had been classmates in high school, yet their university paths diverged. Today, with no classes to attend, Li Xiaoyu had come specifically to visit Tang Weiwei. Noticing that Tang Weiwei appeared somewhat pale, Li Xiaoyu could not help but inquire, "Weiwei, what troubles you?" Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiaoyu was unaware of the recent events between Tang Weiwei and Jiang Nian. She only knew that Jiang Nian had harbored feelings for Tang Weiwei since high school, quietly following her around, and later, in university, his affection had become overt, relentlessly pursuing her and bringing her breakfast every morning. However, today, the absence of Jiang Nian struck her as peculiar. "It's nothing, just a bit of restless sleep," Tang Weiwei murmured, lowering her gaze. Since yesterday, Jiang Nian had yet to respond to her messages. Li Xiaoyu immediately detected something amiss in Tang Weiwei's demeanor. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Is it because of Jiang Nian? Did he upset you?" "How dare he?" Tang Weiwei forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "It's not that." Li Xiaoyu insisted, "It surely is. Otherwise, why did you not let him buy you breakfast today? When I see him, I shall certainly have a word with him. This is simply unacceptable." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. "Oh, Is that not Jiang Nian? Chapter 22 is Jiang Nian leaving? Why is he pulling a suitcase? Where is he headed? Li Xiaoyu's face was filled with astonishment. Tang Weiwei felt a tightening in her chest. Jiang Nian is departing? No. He must be seeing off his roommate, right? Jiang Xiyuan is also dragging a suitcase, presumably preparing to leave the campus. Jiang Nian must be accompanying him. After all, she had not heard of Jiang Nian securing a job. Given his academic performance, it should not be that easy for him to find employment. I thought so. They're about to pass by us. Weiwei, let's forego breakfast for now and wait for Jiang Nian to treat us. Every time she visited Tang Weiwei, Jiang Nian would always buy her a portion of whatever he purchased. Tang Weiwei tugged at Li Xiaoyu, saying let it go. He won't buy anything. However, Li Xiaoyu was caught up in the moment, oblivious to Tang Weiwei's discomfort. Oh, come on, Weiwei. You two have already had that sort of history. What's wrong with having a couple of meals with him? Li Xiaoyu, as Tang Weiwei's closest confidant, was aware of that incident from 4 years ago, which was indeed a significant moment for Tang Weiwei. In Li Xiaoyu's eyes, Jiang Nian had always owed Tang Weiwei. Thus, everything he did was naturally justified. As they spoke, Jiang Nian and his companions had already approached them. Li Xiaoyu raised her hand in greeting. Hey, Jiang. Before she could finish her sentence, she watched as Jiang Nian walked past them, seemingly oblivious, without even a hint of hesitation. Li Xiaoyu was taken aback, her brow furrowing. Weiwei, what is going on? Why is Jiang Nian leaving? Tang Weiwei lowered her head. Indeed, Jiang Nian still ignored her. But this situation was one that she could not let Li Xiaoyu know. She couldn't afford to lose face in front of her friend. He must not have seen us, right? No worries. We can buy our own. Could that be true? They were less than 2 meters away from Jiang Nian, standing in plain sight. How could he possibly overlook them? In the past, he had always been able to find them swiftly amidst the crowd. Yet, with Tang Weiwei saying so, Li Xiaoyu dared not question further. She could only nod in agreement. Well, then that's fine. A lingering feeling suggested that something was amiss between Jiang Nian and Tang Weiwei. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Jiang Nian. At that moment, he had already seen Jiang Xiyuan off to the car. Yet, he still held onto his suitcase, seemingly intending to head towards the bus station. Li Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed. Weiwei, is Jiang Nian's other roommate also leaving the campus? It shouldn't be the case, as Yuan Huai excelled academically and had long been earmarked by a major corporation, ready to report for duty after graduation. He had no need to leave school at this time. So why was Jiang Nian sending off someone still clutching a suitcase? Tang Weiwei was taken aback and looked in Jiang Nian's direction. Upon seeing him, she was stunned. Jiang Nian, is he the one leaving? What? He didn't inform you about his departure? Li Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. Tang Weiwei, disregarding Li Xiaoyu, quickly moved toward Jiang Nian. He had yet to respond to her message. How could he leave so silently? This was university, and once he departed, the chances of encountering each other again would be minuscule. How could Jiang Nian be so heartless? Li Xiaoyu hurried to catch up. Jiang Nian was oblivious to the fact that someone was pursuing him. Jiang Xiyuan, needing to catch a bus, hailed a taxi and left. He decided to take the bus to Zhongxiu Community, as he had little money and wanted to save some. Throughout the journey, Yuan Huai chattered incessantly. Hey, you have no idea how captivating Zhu Xian is, my friend. When you have some free time, you should definitely check it out. It's just that the author updates so late at night. It's truly vexing. Shot. Jiang Nian replied, somewhat resigned. He felt that if he didn't respond, Yuan Huai would continue to pester him. As they were conversing, they suddenly heard someone calling out from behind. Jiang Nian. He turned around to see Tang Weiwei and Li Xiaoyu. It was Li Xiaoyu who had called him. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow in annoyance. This morning, when he woke up, he had seen a message from Tang Weiwei, but he felt no inclination to reply. He had anticipated running into her after stepping outside. Throughout his 4 years at university, how had he not realized how frequently he encountered Tang Weiwei? Previously, in an attempt to pursue her, he had even orchestrated chance meetings. Looking back, it seemed quite foolish. Noticing his lack of response, Li Xiaoyu grew irritable. What is wrong with you? Didn't you see me and Weiwei standing at the school gate just now? Jiang Nian continued to ignore her. In the past, he had wanted to treat Tang Weiwei well, which had naturally extended to being kind to Li Xiaoyu as well. To his surprise, she had taken all of it for granted. Hey, Jiang Nian, did you hear me calling you? Li Xiaoyu, seeing that Jiang Nian was unresponsive, became somewhat angry. Jiang Nian, impatient, turned to speak, but Yuan Huai interjected first. Hey girl, you not getting the hint? He doesn't want to answer you, so why are you still shouting? Li Xiaoyu fell silent, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, Aren't you afraid that Tang Weiwei will ignore you? Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seemed that Tang Weiwei had not yet confided in Li Xiaoyu about their relationship. That made sense, given how much Tang Weiwei valued her pride. He turned away, disregarding them. The straightforward Yuan Huai, however, voiced his thoughts. What's there to fear? Our Jiang Nian has moved on from your Tang Weiwei, and you're still here acting all high and mighty. Right, my friend? He gave Jiang Nian a knowing glance. Jiang Nian chuckled, but remained silent, his expression clearly indicating agreement. Li Xiaoyu was thoroughly incensed. You both. Weiwei, take a look at Jiang Nian. Not being familiar with Yuan Huai, all her frustration was directed at Jiang Nian. Why would she seek him out in this state? He deserved to be ignored. Tang Weiwei tugged at Li Xiaoyu's sleeve, signaling her to cease speaking. Li Xiaoyu felt a renewed sense of unease. Weiwei? Tang Weiwei ignored her, pressed her lips together, and turned to Jiang Nian. Are you leaving? Jiang Nian barely acknowledged her presence. Lao Yuan, the bus has arrived. I must take my leave. The bus glided to a stop before him. Yuan Huai nodded. Very well. May your work proceed smoothly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. Jiang Nian replied with a simple, Li Xiaoyu, feeling slighted by the disregard, was determined to call out to Jiang Nian once more, but was restrained again by Tang Weiwei. As Jiang Nian prepared to board the bus, Tang Weiwei hastily interjected. I too will be working over the next few days, heading to Kyoto. Do you not have anything to say to me? With a suitcase in hand, Jiang Nian placed one foot onto the bus. Tang Weiwei urged, Wait a moment. I can have my family driver take you instead. Coming from a moderately affluent background, it was the weekend, and her family's driver, Uncle Zhao, was indeed available to pick her up. However, Jiang Nian did not hesitate and boarded the bus without a backward glance. As the doors shut, Tang Weiwei felt a swell of frustration, nearly brought to tears. Li Xiaoyu continued to mutter beside her. Weiwei, what is going on with Jiang Nian? Why is he so ungrateful? You even offered for your driver to take him. Yuan Huai, amused by the scene, let out a whistle. Ha! Our young man would rather take the bus than accept a ride from your driver. Do you not grasp this yet? What do you mean? Tang Weiwei retorted, feeling increasingly flustered. You only know how to say that. Let me tell you, I have no interest in men like him. Your novels are far more entertaining. With that, Yuan Huai whistled once more and departed swiftly. Li Xiaoyu's face flushed with indignation. Weiwei, look at them. They are all bullying me. Enough. Tang Weiwei, in a foul mood, could no longer tolerate Li Xiaoyu's incessant chatter. Return to school. I no longer wish to dine. Had it not been for Li Xiaoyu seeking her out that morning, she would not have encountered Jiang Nian here, nor would she have considered pursuing him, consequently subjecting herself to such humiliation. When had Tang Weiwei ever endured such affront? It was utterly mortifying. She marched directly through the school gates, leaving Li Xiaoyu stunned in her wake. What on earth just happened? As Tang Weiwei entered the school, her anger intensified. She had never anticipated that in merely 2 days, Jiang Nian would secure a job and depart from the school without a word. He hadn't even bothered to bid her farewell. What kind of employment had he found? This simply would not do. She needed to investigate. Resolving this, Tang Weiwei pulled out her phone and called her family driver, then swiftly exited the school premises. In the astonished gaze of Li Xiaoyu, she climbed into the car. Uncle Zhao, follow that bus, number 202. Huh? Uncle Zhao, the driver, was momentarily taken aback. 202? The bus? Yes, the one that just passed. Just follow closely behind. She was determined to find out where Jiang Nian was headed for work. Although Uncle Zhao was perplexed, he nodded. All right, as you wish. The bus was not moving swiftly, and they quickly caught up. After trailing for a good half hour, Tang Weiwei finally straightened in her seat. She spotted Jiang Nian disembarking. Zhongxiu Huayuan Station? What would he possibly be doing here? Tang Weiwei wore a look of utter confusion, while Uncle Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Xiaowei, Are you chasing after this car for that Jiang Nian? Surely not. I thought you did not harbor any fondness for him. Have you had a change of heart? Who said I have changed my mind? I merely came to see what he is doing here. Uncle Zhao fell silent, his gaze laden with disdain. However, Tang Weiwei's attention was not directed at him. She was fixated on Jiang Nian. After he alighted from the vehicle, he glanced around before pulling his suitcase forward, trailing a short distance behind Uncle Zhao. Impatiently, Uncle Zhao started the car and proceeded forward at a slow pace. As they approached an intersection, Tang Weiwei noticed Jiang Nian coming to a halt. She called out, "Stop!" What she beheld next was a little girl in a pink dress, beaming as she dashed towards Jiang Nian, her head tilted upwards in delight. This was the same girl from the hot pot restaurant who had called him daddy. Behind her was the woman who had embraced her at the talent market that day. Jiang Nian appeared overjoyed. He momentarily set aside his suitcase and crouched down to embrace the little one. The child delightedly planted kisses on his face, laughing incessantly, her words a jumble of joy. The scene was remarkably harmonious, so much so that Tang Weiwei felt as if Jiang Nian were holding his own daughter. A frown creased her brow. Was Jiang Nian leaving school because of this little girl? Chapter 23. Brother, are you aware that Jiang Nian has a child? How can this be possible? What is Jiang Nian up to? She suddenly no longer wants her. Could it be because of this woman who has had a child? Is he becoming a stepfather? Is he preparing to move in together? Tang Weiwei's mind was instantly in turmoil. She took out her phone and quickly snapped a few photos of Jiang Nian. Realizing that Jiang Nian turned to look at her, Tang Weiwei hurriedly said, "Let us go." Uncle Zhao. The car slowly started to move. At that moment, Jiang Nian was holding the sticky little Su Xiaoyu and said to Mu Ling, "Let's go, Sister Mu Ling." Mu Ling pointed at the car that had just departed. "Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine. Just a classmate, probably passing by," Jiang Nian replied. He recognized that car. It belonged to Tang Weiwei. Although he did not understand why she had followed him to this place, it was no longer of any consequence. As long as she did not disturb him, that was sufficient. All right then, the surveillance is set up and connected to my phone. I've booked a high-speed train for 2 hours from now, so I must depart shortly. I'll leave little Yu to you. Understood. Jiang Nian effortlessly cradled Su Xiaoyu with one arm and used his free hand to pull the suitcase as they made their way to the community. The blissfully unaware Su Xiaoyu squirmed in Jiang Nian's embrace. "Brother, from now on you can take care of little Yu. Aren't you happy?" "Yes, I'm happy. Little Yu is also happy. Little Yu loves her brother the most. And I love little Yu." Mu Ling followed behind, observing the scene, and couldn't help but reflect. If she were not privy to the truth, one might easily mistake them for father and daughter. Speaking of which, it was indeed time for Wanyin to find a father for little Yu. If this young man proved to be suitable, she could introduce him to Wanyin later. After all, it was rare to find a handsome and capable man. Upon returning home, Mu Ling took out her phone and tapped a few times. Jiang Nian heard his phone ring and, upon checking, was astonished to see that Mu Ling had transferred 5,000 yuan to him. "This is your and little Yu's living expenses for this month. I will provide you with your salary for this month and next month's living costs in a month. Is that acceptable?" Absolutely. Jiang Nian had almost forgotten about this matter. He had no money on him, and caring for a child certainly made it impossible to get by for a month. One more thing. From now on, you need to send me 2 or 3 videos of little Yu each day. You don't need to appear in them. Just film her for her mother to see. Understood. Jiang Nian readily agreed. It was not a difficult task. After discussing a few more details and capturing several videos of Su Xiaoyu, Mu Ling tidied her belongings and departed. The room was left with only Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu. The two stared at each other for a moment. The little one joyfully jumped onto Jiang Nian's lap. "Brother, brother, brother." Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile at the clingy child. A sense of responsibility and belonging inexplicably welled up within him. From this day forth, this little one would be living independently with him. Though he was not her biological father, he still took on the role of a caregiver. He needed to be attentive. "All right, enough of the antics. What would you like to eat for lunch? Big brother will prepare it for you. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fish." Fish? Yes, fish. Braised fish, it's my favorite. Ha! Jiang Nian was once again amused. "All right, since little fish loves fish, big brother will make it for you at noon. We'll head to the market shortly. Wait for me to tidy up my things first." His suitcase had yet to be unpacked. Although he had few belongings, he still needed to organize them a bit to officially settle in. Yay, that sounds wonderful. Hurry up, big brother. Little fish is waiting. For the next little while, Jiang Nian diligently organized his possessions, while Su Xiaoyu watched eagerly by his side. He opened his suitcase, and she squatted nearby. He carried his toiletries to the bathroom, and she followed him, bouncing at the bathroom door as she waited. He returned to the bedroom to place his clothes in the wardrobe, and she stood beside him, tilting her head and gazing at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Several times, if it weren't for Jiang Nian's quick reflexes, the little girl would have been bumped into. Despite his warnings, she remained undeterred, wanting nothing more than to cling to his side. Jiang Nian sighed in resignation. Little fish, you can't stand so close when big brother is busy. You're too small, and I might bump into you. I'm not afraid. Being with you is my favorite thing. Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. Her eyes squinted with delight as she spoke. Unable to resist, Jiang Nian reached over and ruffled her fluffy little head. All right, little fish isn't afraid. I'll be careful. For the next 3 months, big brother will take good care of you. So don't worry. What was meant to be a comforting statement unexpectedly made the little one frown. She clasped her hands together, looking down, her previously gleaming eyes now brimming with unshed tears. Jiang Nian was taken aback. He quickly tossed his clothes onto the bed and embraced Su Xiaoyu. Little fish, what's wrong? Did big brother say something wrong? Sorta. Please don't cry. Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. Her voice choked. I'm not crying. Yet, tears streamed down her cheeks. Big brother, will you leave little fish after 3 months? I don't want that. I want you to stay by my side forever. Why only 3 months? That is far too short. In the blink of an eye, it will be over. Jiang Nian found himself at a loss. Though he didn't understand why the little one clung to him so fiercely, he could feel her deep attachment. Having lived 2 lives, it was the first time he experienced such dependence from another. The sensation was indescribably novel. A certain string within his heart seemed to have been deeply touched. Yet, how could he remain by her side indefinitely? After all, he was merely a male nanny. Jiang Nian sighed softly, cradling Su Xiaoyu in his arms. Soon, mother will return. She will take good care of you. No, please don't go. Su Xiaoyu burst into tears. This was the first time Jiang Nian had witnessed such a display of emotion from her. In their previous encounters, the little one had always been obedient. He could only comfort her. How about this? Brother will do his utmost. If mother needs me when she returns, I will stay and continue to care for you. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, though the tears continued to flow. Jiang Nian, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently patted her back. Xiaoyu, be good. Don't cry, you are such a good girl yet. Su Xiaoyu's tears showed no signs of abating. Xiaoyu won't cry. Xiaoyu wants to make a request of her brother. Jiang Nian's heart nearly melted, and his nose tingled with emotion. He wiped away Su Xiaoyu's tears and spoke tenderly. What is your request? Speak, my dear brother. You must promise first. He presumed that a child's request would not be too outrageous. To alleviate her sorrow, Jiang Nian nodded. Very well, brother agrees. Now tell me. Su Xiaoyu finally broke into a smile. Then, can I call you daddy from now on? Jiang Nian, absolutely not. He instinctively rejected the notion. Although he felt for Su Xiaoyu, such a title could not be taken lightly. He didn't even have a girlfriend at present. Moreover, the child's mother would certainly disapprove. Seemingly sensing Jiang Nian's thoughts, Su Xiaoyu cried even harder. Just for these 3 months, can I? Mother want to be home. She want to know, please, brother. Xiaoyu truly wishes for a daddy you promised just now. You can't go back on your word. Oh, brother Jiang Nian could hardly bear her pitiful tears, feeling an ache in his heart. After a moment of inner turmoil, seeing that Su Xiaoyu showed no signs of stopping, he reluctantly conceded. Fine. You may call me that. The little one immediately leapt for joy. Yay, daddy. Daddy, this is wonderful. Xiaoyu has a daddy now. Xiaoyu has a daddy now. The tears ceased to flow, and her voice brimmed with delight. The transformation from the previously tearful, pitiful girl was astounding. Jiang Nian rubbed his temples, realizing he had once again fallen into a trap. He almost forgot that this little girl had previously maneuvered him into signing a contract. He could hardly comprehend how it had come to this. Upon seeing her, Jiang Nian felt as though his intelligence had plummeted. Nevertheless, seeing her so happy, he chose not to voice any objections. After all, with her mother away, calling him that for these 3 months should pose no issue, right? He would just have to be discreet, ensuring that classmates and parents remained unaware. Otherwise, that would lead to considerable trouble. 3 months shall swiftly pass. Once she endures this fleeting period, the future will unfold in due time. Jiang Nian reassured herself. After soothing Su Xiaoyu, she ventured off to play, allowing Jiang Nian to commence her earnest task of tidying up. In the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University, Tang Weiwei had returned some time ago. She paced back and forth within the confines of her room, grappling with confusion over Jiang Nian's inexplicable actions. How could he choose her over a woman who already bore a child? Beside her, Su Wanyin was a loss for words. Weiwei, what are you doing? Is this again about Jiang Nian? I must say, can you not let him go? No way. Tang Weiwei paid no heed to Su Wanyin's words. Her heart ached with the weight of this situation. It could not be left unresolved. She felt compelled to take action. Su Wanyin rolled her eyes silently, on the verge of expressing more, when she noticed Tang Weiwei withdrawing her phone and sitting down, entirely dismissing her comments. With a resigned sigh, Su Wanyin decided to withdraw her attention. Once seated, Tang Weiwei began to sift through her contacts. After a considerable search, she finally located the individual she had added long ago without a single exchange of words. Jiang Lingdong, Jiang Nian's cousin. They had met during a meal with Jiang Nian, where he had mistakenly assumed she was his girlfriend, hence the friend request. Opening his chat window, Tang Weiwei swiftly composed a message. Brother, are you aware that Jiang Nian has a child? Chapter 24. Jiang Lingdong in Jiangbei City. In an old residential community of Jiangbei City, Jiang Lingdong was taking a day off. Nestled in his rented room, engrossed in a video game. On the bedside table lay 4 buckets of instant noodles he had purchased the day before, one of which was already steaming with warmth. This weekend, Jiang Lingdong had no intention of venturing outside. He simply wished to sleep and indulge in his gaming. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message from Tang Weiwei. Jiang Lingdong almost sprang from his bed, momentarily disregarding the outcome of his game, as he read the message repeatedly. Once he confirmed that he had not misread it, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Previously, Jiang Nian had taken her and him out for a meal, privately telling him that she was to be his future sister-in-law. Jiang Lingdong had diligently verified that Jiang Nian indeed held a deep affection for Tang Weiwei, to the extent that he would not consider anyone else for marriage. Although this girl appeared rather plain, he felt compelled to remain supportive, given his cousin's feelings. Out of courtesy, he had added her as a friend, yet he had never initiated a conversation with her. Why would his future sister-in-law suddenly reach out to him? In that moment, a plethora of thoughts surged through Jiang Lingdong's mind. After careful deliberation, he arrived at a conclusion. The future sister-in-law must have had a quarrel with Jiang Nian, prompting her to send this message in an attempt to extract some incriminating information about him. How could he betray his cousin in such a manner? He slapped his forehead, murmuring to himself as he began to compose a response. Ah, little Nian, when all is said and done, you must treat your brother to a meal. As he pondered this, the message was soon ready. Jiang Lingdong. Oh, Weiwei, what are you talking about? How could little Nian possibly have a child? His thoughts are consumed by you. He doesn't dare speak to any other girl. Just the other day, he told me you were his favorite person. It's quite common for couples to have disagreements. Just wait, I'll call little Nian and give him a piece of my mind, instructing him to apologize to you immediately. After sending the message, Jiang Lingdong returned to his game, believing he had spoken well of Jiang Nian and had sufficiently honored Tang Weiwei. Surely, this would placate her for the time being. Moreover, what could be more important than the matters of a young couple when compared to his game? Even if a call were necessary, it could certainly wait until after the game concluded. However, just as he lay down, he received a second message from Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei, we did not have a quarrel, nor are we merely a couple. Jiang Nian truly has a child. If you don't believe me, take a look. With a chuckle, Jiang Lingdong almost decided to ignore her. Jiang Nian had only just graduated this year. He wasn't even married, and the entire family was well aware of his long-standing affection for Tang Weiwei. Who would believe he had a child? As he mulled over this, Jiang Nian noticed another photo sent by Tang Weiwei. In the picture, a young and handsome man was cradling an adorable baby. The infant, nestled in the young man's arms, wore a chubby face adorned with a radiant smile. At first glance, Jiang Nian thought, what a beautiful child. Far more adorable than any baby I've seen on short video platforms. I just want to squeeze those cheeks. Jiang Nian's second awakening. Wow, isn't this lad Jiang Nian? Jiang Nian sat up from his bed once more. This time, he promptly exited the game and swiftly magnified the photo, scrutinizing it intently. Indeed, it was Jiang Nian. Upon closer inspection, the cherubic child had large eyes, double eyelids, a plump face adorned with a prominent dimple, and distinct facial contours. Others might not recognize it, but Jiang Nian, who had grown up with Jiang Nian and was only 5 years his senior, immediately discerned the resemblance. If this chubby child were to slim down and sharpen their features a tad, they would bear a striking resemblance to Jiang Nian in his youth. Realizing this, a spark of realization ignited within Jiang Nian. Could it be that Jiang Nian truly has child? He hastily retrieved his phone and began to call Jiang Nian. At that moment, Jiang Nian had already gathered his belongings, preparing to take little Yu to procure ingredients for their lunch. When a phone rang, he paused, signaling for Su Xiaoyu to remain silent. He then cautiously answered, "Hello? Big brother. Jiang Nian, where are you?" Jiang Nian's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Jiang Nian glanced at Su Xiaoyu in his arms and surveyed his surroundings. If he were to reveal to his cousin that he was outside caring for a child, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from his parents for lacking ambition. Therefore, it was best to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Thus, Jiang Nian began to fabricate a story. "I'm at school. Why? Really at school? What are you busy with?" "Well, graduation is approaching, so I'm occupied with my final project." "Oh, that is fine then. I'll hang up." "Big brother." Jiang Nian attempted to say more, but Jiang Nian had already ended the call. Jiang Nian was left in a state of confusion. How peculiar. What could he have called for? Unsure, he chose not to dwell on it further. He lifted Su Xiaoyu and headed out. "Let us go. Time to buy some fish." "Yay." After hanging up, Jiang Nian fell into deep contemplation. This young lad isn't being truthful. Who would believe he is at school? Although reluctant to intrude, Jiang Nian could hardly suppress his curiosity, especially regarding that adorable little girl in the photo. She was his own niece. It wouldn't be inappropriate to pay her a visit, would it? After a brief internal struggle, Jiang Nian made up his mind. He swiftly picked up his phone and noticed another message from Tang Weiwei. "Brother, did you see it?" Jiang Nian did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he quickly composed a message. "Where did you take this photo?" "No, wait. Where is Jiang Nian right now?" "Do you know?" On the other end of the line, Tang Weiwei's heart leaped upon reading the message. It appeared Jiang Nian had been convinced. Excellent. This meant he would seek out Jiang Nian, who would surely have to explain himself, allowing her the opportunity to clarify matters. This could pave the way for her reconciliation with Jiang Nian. With this thought in mind, Tang Weiwei hurriedly replied, "In Zhongxiu community, brother, would you like to take a look?" Jiang Nian responded affirmatively. Weiwei's face lit up with joy now. She simply awaited Jiang Nian's call. In high spirits, she began humming a tune. After responding to Tang Weiwei, Jiang Nian promptly set off for Zhongxiu community, even neglecting to consume the instant noodles he had prepared. Fortunately, his residence was not far from the community, although taking the bus would typically require half an hour. At that moment, Jiang Nian was far too eager to wait. He hailed a taxi and arrived in just 15 minutes. Upon alighting, Jiang Nian stood before the entrance of Zhongxiu community, lost in contemplation. It appeared he was unaware of Jiang Nian's apartment number. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and messaged Tang Weiwei again. "Which building does Jiang Nian reside in?" Surprised at how quickly Jiang Nian had arrived, Tang Weiwei sensed his genuine concern and felt a surge of confidence. "I'm sorry, brother, but I don't know either. Perhaps you could call Jiang Nian?" "All right then." After sending the message, Tang Weiwei, in high spirits, called Li Xiaoyu, intending to invite her for lunch to share her joy. At the entrance of Zhongxiu community, Jiang Nian put away his phone, his expression clouded with worry. It turned out that Tang Weiwei was also unaware of Jiang Nian's whereabouts. If he called Jiang Nian, it was likely he wouldn't receive a response, especially after being deceived about his location at school. This was outrageous. Jiang Nian had concealed such an important matter from him. After a moment of inner conflict, Jiang Lingdong decided to wait for Jiang Nian at the entrance. Surely, he wouldn't remain indoors all day. With this thought, he approached the entrance and borrowed a chair from the community guard, settling down in the shade to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Su Xiaoyu, made his way outside, quickly arriving at the market that Mu Ling had previously mentioned. This was Jiang Nian's first visit. As soon as they entered, the little one squirmed from his arms and led the way, exclaiming, "Daddy, this way! Daddy, over here is where they sell vegetables. Daddy, look, that side sells noodles. Daddy, Daddy, over there is where they sell fish." The bustling market made Jiang Nian feel a bit shy as he heard the enthusiastic calls. "Su Xiaoyu, perhaps in public. You should just call me brother next time." "No, no." Su Xiaoyu protested immediately. "I want to call you Daddy. I want to call you Daddy." Jiang Nian sighed in resignation, enduring the situation silently. As they passed a tofu stall, Su Xiaoyu was momentarily halted. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Slow down." The tofu vendor was a plump woman with a kind face. Su Xiaoyu stopped and sweetly looked up at her. "Anihua, I know. That's good." Li Ho-Hot pulled Su Xiaoyu closer, pinching her little nose, effectively separating her from Jiang Nian. "Why didn't your sister Ling and your mother come today?" Su Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said, "Mom went to Kyoto, and Sister Ling went too." "Is that so? Then who is this?" Li Ho-Hot began to scrutinize Jiang Nian from head to toe. For some reason, Jiang Nian felt that this elder sister's gaze was filled with suspicion. Su Xiaoyu affectionately called out, "This is Dad. Aunt Hua. From now on, Dad will take care of Xiaoyu." "Dad?" Li Ho-Hot looked up, a puzzled expression on her face as she regarded Jiang Nian. She had never heard that Xiaoyu had a father. Just the other day, she encountered that girl Mu Ling downstairs, who mentioned that Xiaoyu was from a single-parent family. Where did this father come from? Li Ho-Hot's demeanor grew colder. "Young man, how old are you?" 22. "At 22, you should still be in school, right?" Jiang Nian nodded. "Yes, I will graduate this year." Li Ho-Hot then pulled Su Xiaoyu a little closer behind her. "What school do you attend?" Jiangbei University." "Well, that's a decent school. But why have I never heard the child's mother mention you?" "I live in the same community as them." The implication was clear. "I have never seen you before. Who exactly are you?" Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding Li Ho-Hot's intentions. No wonder her gaze was so unkind. She must have mistaken him for a fraud. However, Jiang Nian could empathize, as it was indeed quite strange for such a young child to be accompanied by an unfamiliar man. Chapter 25. How could I not even want to acknowledge my own daughter? Jiang Nian explained, "I am not her father. I am here to look after her on behalf of her mother, who has gone to work in Kyoto. She chooses to call me Dad, and so be it." Finding a man to take care of her, Li Ho-Hot questioned incredulously. Jiang Nian was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu, who had been sheltered behind Li Ho-Hot, finally seized the opportunity to peek out from beside her. Anihua, what Daddy says is true. Mommy and Ling Jie asked Daddy to take care of me. My Daddy is wonderful. He treats Xiaoyu exceptionally well. I want the whole world to know that I have a truly remarkable father." Li Ho-Hot remained unconvinced. "Xiaoyu, you are still young. You do not understand." With no other choice, Jiang Nian suggested, "How about this? Sister, could you please call Ling Jie or her mother?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Ho-Hot found merit in Jiang Nian as proposal and nodded. "All right, just a moment." She turned away to rummage through her phone book and began to dial. Li Ho-Hot's call was directed to Mu Ling. Although they were neighbors, she did not possess Xiaoyu's mother's contact information. They had only recently moved in and had met just a few times in the community. Each encounter had seen Xiaoyu's mother adorned with a hat and sunglasses, her face completely concealed. Li Ho-Hot had learned about Xiaoyu's circumstances solely through Mu Ling. While she recognized her mother's unreliability, the situation seemed too outrageous to believe. Li Ho-Hot felt perplexed. Minutes later, with a somber expression, Li Ho-Hot hung up the phone. "All right, you may leave." Mu Ling had just informed her that this young man was indeed hired to care for Xiaoyu and was quite trustworthy, relieving her of concern. Although she found it hard to believe, She felt uncertain about intervening in others' family matters. Her heart swelled with additional pity for Xiaoyu. "Thank you, sister," Jiang Nian said as he prepared to depart with Su Xiaoyu. Just as they took a few steps, Li Hohat called out, "Young man, I live directly above Xiaoyu." Her implication was clear. "I am close by, and should her mother prove unreliable, I will be watching you. Do not dare mistreat Xiaoyu." "Understood. How about this, Xiaoyu? Shall we buy some tofu? We can eat it tomorrow." Having encountered such a warm-hearted individual, Jiang Nian, who had often experienced the coldness of human relations, wished to support her business. All right. Su Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. "Annie Hua, thank you. If Xiaoyu calls you Annie Hua, it's perfectly fine for me to call you sister." As Li Hohat sliced the tofu, she muttered, "Flattering me won't work. I'm not as easily swayed as those two girls. Just because he is somewhat handsome, they dare to let a man care for Xiaoyu. How audacious. The young ladies of today. Truly irresponsible. All right, I understand your sentiments. I merely wish to purchase some tofu." "Thank you, Annie Hua." Li Hohat shook her head while handing the packed tofu to Jiang Nian. "No longer seeking monetary compensation, I shall invite my sister over for dinner this evening. As she is disinclined to cook in her empty household, she must ascertain whether this young man is capable of caring for the little fish. Should he prove inadequate, I shall certainly contact Mu Ling to arrange for a replacement." "Very well, that is settled." With tofu in hand, Su Xiaoyu skipped ahead joyfully, oblivious to the small bench at the corner. The sharp edge of the bench inadvertently struck her plump leg. Li Hohat, her gaze fixed upon her, noticed immediately and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my little ancestor." Instinctively, she reached out to pull her back, but her reaction was a fraction too slow. In a swift motion, Jiang Nian positioned himself before Su Xiaoyu, and almost reflexively, he caught her. However, due to the rapidity of his action, his grip lacked sufficient strength. His hand collided sharply with the bench's edge, while Su Xiaoyu found herself resting securely on his wrist. Jiang Nian gasped in pain as the edge of the bench struck his hand. Startled, Su Xiaoyu stood up, her face a mask of concern. "Daddy, are you all right?" Jiang Nian's hand was turned over by Su Xiaoyu, revealing a red, bloodied mark across the back. Overcome with distress, she began to weep. "Wah." Xiaoyu was wrong to run about. Jiang Nian quickly concealed his injured hand and gently patted Su Xiaoyu's head with his other hand. "It's all right, little fish. Daddy isn't hurt. So please do not cry. But there is blood. How can it not hurt?" She protested. "It is of no consequence, as long as you are unhurt. It is your injuries that would truly pain me." Su Xiaoyu, sobbing, threw her arms around Jiang Nian. After planting a quick kiss on him, she stubbornly pulled out his injured hand. Cautiously, she blew on the wound, recalling her mother's words that blowing would alleviate the pain. "Daddy, Xiaoyu will blow on it for you." She puffed her cheeks, blowing softly again and again. Jiang Nian, witnessing her tender care, felt his heart soften. He mused that if his daughter were to grow up to be as sweet and considerate, how wonderful that would be. Nearby, Li Hohat opened her mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Turning away, she rummaged through her pockets for some time before producing a Band-Aid, which she handed to Su Xiaoyu. "Here, little fish, apply this to your father." Su Xiaoyu eagerly accepted it, carefully tearing open the Band-Aid with her tiny hands. With great caution, she placed it on Jiang Nian's hand. "Daddy, doesn't he hurt?" "Yes, Daddy is fine," he affirmed as he rose to his feet, ruffling Su Xiaoyu's hair. "All right, little fish, Daddy truly is unhurt. Now let's go buy some fish." Before departing, he turned to Li Hohat, expressing sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Hua." Li Hohat did not lift her gaze, merely waving her hand to urge him to leave as she returned to her own tasks. Once Jiang Nian had moved away, she resumed her duties. She gazed at the silhouettes of a large figure and a small one. Could it be that I am overthinking? Never mind. I shall check in the evening. After all, he is a man, and it is always prudent to remain cautious. Having purchased fish, tomatoes, eggs, potatoes, and chicken legs, Jiang Nian turned to head home. It was already 11 o'clock. He needed to hurry back to prepare a meal. After coaxing the little fish to sleep in the afternoon, he still had to write. Once he completed his draft, he needed to focus on his graduation project. Time was of the essence. Jiang Nian quickened his pace as he made his way home. Noticing Su Xiaoyu distracted and unwilling to leave, he simply hoisted her onto his shoulder. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Jiang Nian suddenly spotted a familiar face seated there, wearing a half-smile. It was Jiang Lingdong. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. "Elder brother, what brings you here? How did you end up in this place?" Jiang Lingdong remained silent. He had been sitting there for a full hour, during which he had pondered repeatedly whether he was being too childish, whether he should return home and pretend to know nothing. However, after seeing the photo sent by Tang Weiwei for the N1 time, Jiang Lingdong had resolved to stay, despite the sweltering heat and the absence of air conditioning. Upon seeing Jiang Nian and the little one perched on his shoulder, he felt it was all worthwhile. He stood up and walked step by step toward Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian felt a bit disoriented, contemplating whether to set Su Xiaoyu down or hide her. Yet, it was clear that there was no time left for such decisions. Jiang Lingdong had already seen Su Xiaoyu, and she, in turn, had spotted Jiang Lingdong. She tugged at Jiang Nian's hair, tilting her head in curiosity as she observed Jiang Lingdong. "Daddy, who is this uncle? He seems to resemble you a bit, but he looks quite a bit older." Jiang Lingdong and Jiang Nian shared the same grandfather, and Jiang Nian's father was Jiang Lingdong's elder uncle. Indeed, they bore some resemblance in certain aspects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian instinctively interjected, "Xiaoyu, don't call him that. Refer to him as brother first." It would be utterly absurd to call him father in front of his elder brother, especially when he sensed the inexplicable expression on Jiang Lingdong's face. Jiang Nian felt that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by Jiang Nian's words. Just a moment ago at the market, her father had instructed her not to call him daddy. Why was he saying this now? No, she absolutely had to shout. This way, everyone would know that she, Su Xiaoyu, had a father. With that thought, she called out even more energetically, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Jiang Nian could only helplessly raise his head, "Xiaoyu." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lingdong's voice interrupted, "Jiang Nian, what are you doing? Why don't you let the baby call you daddy? What is this? Are you unwilling to acknowledge your own daughter in my presence?" Jiang Nian stammered, "Elder brother, let me explain." "No need for explanations." Jiang Lingdong interrupted him directly. "I understand. I comprehend everything." So, what Tang Weiwei said was indeed true. It turns out that my younger brother truly has a daughter. And what a delightful little girl she is. How wonderful. Tang Weiwei, that duplicitous character, has yet to acknowledge her relationship with my brother or accept his affections. She must be regretting her choices deeply, I suppose. Just the thought of it brings me joy. I patted Jiang Nian on the shoulder, and Jiang Lingdong remarked, "Little brother, you did the right thing. What is there to admire about that insincere Tang Weiwei? I've disliked her for ages. After all these years, she hasn't given you a clear answer. Just stringing you along, what is the point? You should have sought other women long ago." Jiang Nian, what on earth is my brother talking about? Jiang Lingdong didn't wait for his response and reached out to Su Xiaoyu. "Sweetheart, I am your uncle. Come here for a hug." Su Xiaoyu, looking puzzled, replied, "Uncle?" Jiang Lingdong, "Yes, I am your father's brother." He gazed at Su Xiaoyu, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. Upon hearing that he was her father's brother, Su Xiaoyu beamed with joy, quickly extending her arms and leaping into Jiang Lingdong's embrace. She planted a kiss on him. "Hello, uncle." Jiang Lingdong was grinning from ear to ear. "Hello, darling. Such a well-behaved child, even more beautiful than in the photographs. Truly, irresistibly adorable." He didn't want to return her to Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian, what on earth is happening here? Can someone explain what role my brother is playing? I implore you for more updates. I seek 5-star reviews, and perhaps a few free little gifts. Oh dear. The debut is imminent, and my heart races. Chapter 26, Su Xiaoyu. Today's adults are incredibly difficult to please, brother. Please listen to me. Jiang Nian attempted to express his thoughts, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Lingdong. Little brother, stop talking and lead the way home. Haven't you just bought groceries? I'm on the verge of starvation. But brother, Jiang Nian began, only to receive a kick from Jiang Lingdong on his rear. Nobles, just look at the time. Even if you disregard my well-being, you should at least consider the little one, right? By the way, little darling, what is your name? Jiang Nian could only helplessly shake his head. realizing that Jiang Lingdong was determined to monopolize the conversation. He resigned himself to leading the way. Upon hearing Jiang Lingdong's inquiry, Su Xiaoyu chirped in a sweet voice, "My name is Xiaoyu O, so it's Xiaoyu, is it? How old are you?" "I'm 3 years old." Jiang Lingdong engaged in delightful banter with Su Xiaoyu as they walked, and the tone of his voice sent shivers down Jiang Nian's spine. He recalled that his cousin had previously claimed he wanted to be a strongman, even going so far as to purchase a gym membership and train for half a year. Though the results were meager, his demeanor now was a stark contrast to that time. Upon entering the community, the pair of them, one large and one small, continued their lively chatter. Jiang Nian turned his head, seeking an opportunity to explain himself to Jiang Lingdong, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to abandon the effort. He thought to himself, "I'll just explain when we get home." Once inside, before Jiang Nian could utter a word, Jiang Lingdong placed Su Xiaoyu gently onto the sofa, scrutinizing her with utmost seriousness. The two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment, though modest, exuded warmth and was filled with an array of children's toys. Jiang Lingdong nodded in satisfaction, noticing that Jiang Nian had remained by his side, looking as though he had something to say but was hesitant. With another kick to Jiang Nian's rear, Jiang Lingdong declared, "What are you dawdling for? Go make dinner." "Brother, you are becoming increasingly violent." "But Xiaoyu, I can take care of her. There's no need for your help." Jiang Nian retreated to the kitchen in resignation. Jiang Lingdong turned back, eager to play with Su Xiaoyu and foster their bond. He had resolved that since this place was not far from his rental apartment, he would visit Xiaoyu weekly. He completely overlooked the fact that in past weekends, he had even considered it a chore to take out the trash. On the sofa, Su Xiaoyu gazed up at him for a moment, then evading him, she hopped down with her bare feet and scampered towards the kitchen. Jiang Lingdong quickly caught hold of her. "Hey, where are you going, Xiaoyu? I'm going to help Daddy." As Su Xiaoyu wriggled free from Jiang Lingdong's grasp and made her way to the kitchen, he protested, "Wait, no? Let your father handle it. Would you stay and keep your uncle company?" His intention in sending Jiang Nian to the kitchen was to have little Xiaoyu accompany him, yet here she was, determined to follow her father. However, after a moment's contemplation, the little one resolutely shook her head. "Uncle, Xiaoyu will come back to play with you later. I must help for a bit first, or else Daddy will be too tired with that." She scurried off. She mimicked the adults, extending her hand to gently pat Jiang Lingdong's head, saying, "Uncle, be obedient." Jiang Lingdong, perplexed, could not quite articulate what felt amiss. After completing her antics, Su Xiaoyu dashed toward the kitchen, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm here." The kitchen door was ajar, and Jiang Nian, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Xiaoyu is truly well behaved." At this moment, Jiang Lingdong finally grasped the situation. He touched his head and looked at Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Wait, Xiaoyu, are you trying to coax me?" Su Xiaoyu, who had just retrieved the vegetables to prepare, sighed silently and turned to speak. "Uncle," she appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Adults are so hard to please." "I'm so busy." Jiang Nian, unable to contain his amusement, said, "All right, brother, let Xiaoyu help out. It will be quicker this way. You can watch some television for now." Jiang Lingdong paused, noticing that Su Xiaoyu looked frightened at the thought of being taken away, and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, I'll watch TV then." As he turned on the television, Jiang Lingdong couldn't resist glancing towards the kitchen, where he observed Su Xiaoyu diligently assisting. He felt a surge of envy. This little girl was not only adorable, but also sensible. She was indeed the dream girl. Unfortunately, she was not his. Jiang Lingdong once again entertained the thought of stealing Xiaoyu away, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such criminal fantasies. What transpired on the television was lost on him as his mind wandered. He mused, when his future wife was pregnant, he would let her stay at Jiang Nian's house to see Su Xiaoyu every day. He had read online that the more a pregnant woman saw someone, the more her baby would resemble them. He too desired a daughter as well-behaved as Xiaoyu. Lunch was soon ready. Jiang Lingdong had previously tasted Jiang Nian's cooking, but upon taking a bite, he silently gave Jiang Nian a thumbs up. "Not bad, you've improved. Thanks for your support, brother." Jiang Nian replied as he prepared a plate for Su Xiaoyu. After taking a bite, Su Xiaoyu looked up and cheerfully said, "Thank you for your support, uncle." Her sweet, childish voice, with her mouth full, melted Jiang Lingdong's heart once more. He jovially set down his utensils, saying, "Come, Xiao Yu, uncle will feed you." "Not at all." The little one shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, clutching her bowl with one hand and guarding her spoon with the other. "I can eat by myself." Jiang Lingdong burst into laughter. "Can you really eat by yourself?" Yes." Fearing that Jiang Lingdong might snatch her bowl, Su Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. Jiang Nian chuckled. "Brother, let her eat on her own. You just focus on your meal." All right. Jiang Lingdong lifted his own bowl. However, he kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu. He noticed that although Jiang Nian was eating, his eyes and hands were never far from Su Xiaoyu. The little one was making quite a mess eating, but thanks to Jiang Nian's attentive care, chaos was averted. As Jiang Lingdong watched, a sudden thought struck him. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Brother!" Jiang Nian had just finished wiping the rice off Su Xiaoyu's face with a piece of paper when he tossed it aside and looked up. He began, but Jiang Lingdong hesitated. "What's the matter, brother?" Jiang Nian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingdong replied, "Never mind. Let's eat first and discuss it afterward." The meal was quickly consumed, and Jiang Nian proceeded to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingdong sat on the sofa with Su Xiaoyu, who fell asleep against his arm mere minutes into watching the animated show. Jiang Lingdong dared not move, waiting patiently for Jiang Nian to finish cleaning up and carry Su Xiaoyu back to her room before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the door was closed, Jiang Nian poured a glass of water for Jiang Lingdong and took a seat, intending to have a serious conversation about the matter at hand. "Brother," he started, but was interrupted by Jiang Lingdong's question, "Where is the child's mother?" Jiang Nian's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he instinctively responded, "She went to Kyoto." To work in Kyoto? Jiang Lingdong queried. "Yes." "How long have you been taking care of the child?" "Today is the first day." "Oh." Jiang Lingdong elongated his tone. After a brief moment, he seemed to come to a realization and patted Jiang Nian on the shoulder. "Well, to manage quite well on the first day is commendable." Jiang Nian nodded. "It's all right. She listens well." "Indeed," Jiang Lingdong continued, "but Jiang Nian, I must advise you on a couple of things." Jiang Nian felt a sense of unease. Something about the tone felt off. Jiang Lingdong did not give him a chance to respond. Speaking earnestly, "The child's mother must have had a tough time. Since you have taken on the responsibility of caring for her, you must do so wholeheartedly. Do not let your recent graduation and inflated pride cause distress to the child and her mother. She has raised the child alone for 3 years, and now that she finally wishes to pursue her career, you should support her as a steadfast partner. Do you understand?" Jiang Nian interjected, "Wait, brother, what are you saying?" "No need to explain. I think I have an inkling," Jiang Lingdong interjected knowingly. "A man should take responsibility." "What do you know?" Jiang Nian lamented inwardly. "It's not what you think. The child's mother and I have no relation." "Nonsense." Jiang Lingdong's expression darkened. "Jiang Nian, don't make me lose respect for you. Are you still hung up on Tang Weiwei? I have told you repeatedly that she is not worthy of you. Now that you have a child, shouldn't you treat the child's mother well?" Brother Jiang Nian cautioned, "I didn't want to mention this, but if I find out you are unkind to the child or her mother, I, as your older brother, will have to teach you a lesson." Jiang Lingdong raised his fist. Jiang Nian sighed. "All right, brother. Enough with the shouting. I have always been one to support reason over kinship. I have things to attend to this afternoon. Since she is asleep, you should also rest a bit. I will visit you both another day." With that, Jiang Lingdong stood up and walked out. Jiang Nian. As Jiang Ling reached the door, he turned around and gazed at Jiang Nian, saying, "By the way, Jiang Nian, how do you plan to discuss the matter of the child with your parents?" Chapter 27. Little Fish and Her Mother. Surely they deserve a title? Jiang Nian found himself utterly speechless. What kind of grand drama had Jiang Lingdong conjured up in his mind? And he even mentioned it to their parents? He should have let him speak first. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Nian began, "Elder brother, I." Jiang Lingdong interrupted. "All right, I understand you haven't made up your mind. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you, but it can't be for too long. Little Fish and her mother need a title. You're 22 this year. It's about time." Jiang Nian could only respond with silence. Jiang Lingdong continued, "I'm leaving now, goodbye. No need to see me off." As Jiang Lingdong walked away, Jiang Nian was unable to utter another word. Dejected, he returned to his room, determined to find another moment to explain himself to Jiang Lingdong. Upon entering, he glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly. He then retreated to his own room, closed his eyes for a moment, and prepared to write. He aimed to finish his work early, hoping to find time to delve into his graduation project later that evening. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingdong strolled leisurely towards the bus station, wearing a smile throughout the journey, muttering to himself, "I truly am a genius." He had pieced together the situation concerning Jiang Nian. In his estimation, 4 years ago, shortly after graduating from high school, Jiang Nian had accidentally fathered Su Xiaoyu with her mother. At that time, Jiang Nian was likely unaware, as the child's mother had not informed him and had left on her own. Subsequently, Jiang Nian went to university, continuing to pursue his high school crush, Tang Weiwei, for 4 years without success. As graduation approached, Su Xiaoyu's mother returned with her to seek out Jiang Nian. Realizing his responsibilities, Jiang Nian decided to change his ways and embrace his role, choosing Su Xiaoyu's mother over Tang Weiwei. Su Xiaoyu's mother was an ambitious woman who, after entrusting Su Xiaoyu to Jiang Nian, ventured off to pursue her own entrepreneurial dreams. Consequently, Jiang Nian became a full-time father. In turn, Tang Weiwei, feeling spurned due to Jiang Nian's indifference, sought him out for assistance, intending to disclose his fatherhood to him. Tang Weiwei must have assumed that, as Jiang Nian's cousin, Jiang Lingdong would never allow such a scandalous affair to go unpunished, hoping to tarnish Jiang Nian's reputation. But who was Jiang Lingdong? Though he was sensible, he would ultimately side with Jiang Nian in critical moments. Furthermore, Tang Weiwei had never agreed to be Jiang Nian's girlfriend. Jiang Nian was merely finding his way back, not committing a transgression. As for Su Xiaoyu, the very thought of the little girl made Jiang Lingdong smile. She was so adorable, so well-behaved, and even showed concern for Jiang Nian by helping him with tasks. It was evident that Su Xiaoyu's mother was an exceptional woman, as demonstrated by the way she raised her daughter. After enduring hardships for so long, Jiang Nian deserved a reprieve. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lingdong quickly pulled out his phone. He had spent the entire afternoon playing with Su Xiaoyu. Tang Weiwei must be frantic by now. He must see what mischief Tang Weiwei, this green tea, has conjured. An hour ago, Tang Weiwei was seated at a restaurant in the snack street outside Zhongbei University, awaiting the arrival of Li Xiaoyu. She had already ordered the dishes. When Li Xiaoyu arrived, she appeared somewhat astonished. "Weiwei, didn't you say you didn't want to eat today? Why the sudden abundance of 5 dishes? Can the two of us finish them? Or is a handsome gentleman treating us?" As she spoke, Li Xiaoyu glanced around, recalling similar occurrences from the past. Tang Weiwei, with her striking appearance, frequently attracted invitations from boys, and Li Xiaoyu had benefited from such generosity several times. Typically, it was Jiang Nian who footed the bill, a habit she had grown accustomed to. However, today, Jiang Nian seemed to have disregarded Tang Weiwei. Had they reconciled so swiftly? Li Xiaoyu found it difficult to believe. Tang Weiwei gestured for her to sit down. "Today I'm treating." "What?" Li Xiaoyu was even more astonished. "What has come over you, Weiwei? You seem in such high spirits. Did Jiang Nian finally acknowledge you?" The moment she uttered this, Li Xiaoyu realized she had misspoken and quickly lowered her gaze. "What I meant was," before she could concoct an excuse, Tang Weiwei interjected, "It should be soon, right?" "Huh?" Li Xiaoyu looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend Tang Weiwei's meaning. Tang Weiwei explained, "Just wait a little longer. Jiang Nian will likely apologize to me soon. Let us eat first." "Oh, all right." Li Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks. In any case, regardless of who paid, she was not required to settle the bill. She simply relished the meal. As Tang Weiwei ate, she kept glancing at her phone for messages. She was waiting for news from Jiang Lingdong or Jiang Nian. Checking the time, she noted that 20 minutes had passed since Jiang Lingdong had arrived at Zhongxiu Community. Presumably, he had already met Jiang Nian. Perhaps he was currently questioning Jiang Nian. Or even more likely, Jiang Nian's family had discovered the matter and was chastising him. Jiang Nian must be at a loss for words. Ultimately, he would need to call her for assistance. Then, she could playfully act coy in front of Jiang Nian, providing him with a little help. With such thoughts, she felt a surge of joy. The meal seemed to invigorate her. However, as 20 minutes elapsed, her phone remained eerily silent. Tang Weiwei grew anxious. Perhaps Jiang Lingdong was still scolding him? She reassured herself. Another 10 minutes passed, and while Tang Weiwei felt she had eaten her fill, there was still no word. A sense of panic washed over her as she picked up her phone to scrutinize it intently. Opposite her, Li Xiaoyu had nearly finished her meal as well. Noticing that Tang Weiwei had no intentions of leaving, she reluctantly continued to pick at her food with her chopsticks. Weiwei, has Jiang Nian messaged you? No, not really. I was just checking the time. Tang Weiwei crafted an excuse to mask her embarrassment. Oh, Li Xiaoyu nodded skeptically. Come on, eat your food. Why are you just sitting there? Li Xiaoyu, but I... Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Weiwei had already placed a serving of food onto her plate, saying, don't waste it, finish it all. Li Xiao. All right, Fine. Wanting to refuse, but feeling embarrassed, she could only nod and reluctantly start eating. Another 10 minutes passed with no news. Tang Weiwei was becoming increasingly agitated. Li Xiaoyu finally finished the food on her plate and lifted her head, preparing to say something when she heard Tang Weiwei say, Li Xiaoyu, why are you eating so fast? Slow down. As she spoke, she filled Li Xiaoyu's plate once more, insisting, eat more slowly. Li Xiao. Though very unwilling, the expression on Tang Weiwei's face suggested that it would be best not to provoke her at this moment. 50 minutes had elapsed. Tang Weiwei could no longer contain her impatience and decided to take out her phone to message Jiang Lingdong. Tang Weiwei, brother, have you seen Jiang Nian? After sending the message, she placed the phone aside, awaiting Jiang Lingdong's reply. Another 10 minutes went by. Li Xiaoyu could no longer eat, and while stifling a burp, she said, Weiwei, is it all right now? Should we leave? If we don't, I'm going to be sick. Wait a bit longer. Eat some more. Tang Weiwei, without even glancing at her, picked up the unfinished food and dumped it onto Li Xiaoyu's plate. Li Xiaoyu clutched her stomach, on the verge of tears. Weiwei. At that moment, Tang Weiwei suddenly exclaimed with delight. He replied. On the screen, there was a message from Jiang Lingdong. Are you there? Tang Weiwei, disregarding Li Xiaoyu, began to respond to Jiang Lingdong's message. Tang Weiwei, yes, brother, what's up? After sending the message, she noticed that the dialogue box indicated that the other party was still typing. After a long while, no message came through. Tang Weiwei grew anxious and sent another message. Tang Weiwei, brother? As soon as she sent it, she saw a lengthy message from Jiang Lingdong. Jiang Lingdong, brother? Who's calling me brother? Tang Weiwei, do you have any relationship with our Jiang Nian? You don't, right? Why address me so intimately? I am Jiang Nian's brother. Also, about reporting things, please do that less in the future. It's quite bothersome. However, I must thank you this time. Without you, I would have known I have such an adorable little niece. You have no idea. Oh, never mind. You don't need to know. In any case, from now on, Jiang Nian has nothing to do with you. No, actually, Jiang Nian never had much to do with you. He confessed to you, and you never accepted. So, please do not disturb Jiang Nian any further. He has finally begun to live a good life. Consider this a warning, Tang Weiwei. You must remember this well, or I won't spare you. I'm not one to be gentle. If I find out you interfere in Jiang Nian's family matters again, you know what I mean. All right, that's enough. Young lady, I wish you a pleasant graduation. Tang Weiwei. She was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? What was going on? What exactly is Jiang Lingdong trying to convey? Has he mistakenly reached out to the wrong person? How could he possibly utter such a plethora of nonsensical remarks to her? After all, she is Tang Weiwei, the very Tang Weiwei, whom Jiang Nian cherishes above all. The last time they met Jiang Lingdong together, he was courteous and even remarked on how delightful this sister-in-law was. How has the situation devolved into this? When has Tang Weiwei ever been subjected to such unflattering words? No, it is simply inconceivable. Tang Weiwei was on the verge of tears, seething with indignation. Unbeknownst to her, across the table, Li Xiaoyu, clutching her abdomen, had been observing her intently. After a considerable struggle, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, Weiwei, is this an apology essay from Jiang Nian? How splendid. Can we leave now? From her perspective, all she could discern was a vast expanse of green reflected on Tang Weiwei's face, an unsettling green that instilled anxiety. She was beyond the point of contemplating whether Tang Weiwei would forgive Jiang Nian. Her only desire was to exit this place as swiftly as possible. This establishment she vowed never to return to. Chapter 28, Su Wanyin. Elder brother? Me? As soon as Li Xiaoyu finished speaking, she witnessed Tang Weiwei, in a fit of rage, slam her phone onto the table. Angrily, she rose to her feet, disregarding her image. Let's go right now. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and stormed out the door. Li Xiaoyu sensed something was amiss and quickly followed suit. Weiwei, wait for me. But Tang Weiwei seemed oblivious, striding further away. You haven't settled your account yet. Li Xiaoyu felt desolate, ultimately turning back to cover her belly and painfully settle the bill. At 3 in the afternoon, at the Kyoto high-speed rail station, at the exit stood a woman donning a hat and sunglasses, clad in casual attire. Her alluring figure still drew countless glances. The woman had to lower her hat's brim. Upon seeing Mu Ling emerge from within, she finally lifted her head and waved. Mu Ling hurriedly wheeled her suitcase over. Yin. Shu. Su Wanyin quickly made a gesture for silence. Keep it down. I can't hear you. Ha. I didn't expect you to come pick me up personally. I mentioned to my boss this morning that you would be arriving today, and she granted me leave for the afternoon. The car is over there. Let's go. Mu Ling nodded. The two got into the car, with Mu Ling at the wheel and Su Wanyin in the passenger seat. After Mu Ling shared a bit about Su Xiaoyu and the new nanny, Su Wanyin expressed her astonishment. Today's university students are quite reliable, aren't they? Indeed, very dependable. I even have him send me videos of Xiaoyu every day. I'll forward them to you, Mu Ling replied. Su Wanyin nodded enthusiastically. Yes, little Mu Ling, you are the best. Mu Ling rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm older than you. Call me sister. Su Wanyin countered, but I have a child, while you don't even have a boyfriend. Mu Ling. Acknowledging this fact, she decided to change the subject. Wanyin, there is something I want to discuss with you. Curious, Su Wanyin inquired. What is it? Mu Ling continued. It's about the path you wish to take in the future. Remember, we had initially planned to pursue a career as a popular star, striving for fan numbers like those current celebrities. However, yesterday, after a conversation with that university student nanny, he shared many insights with me, and I suddenly felt that we might be more suited for a route focused on substantial talent. Su Wanyin was taken aback. What did he say? Mu Ling recounted Jiang Nian's words roughly to Su Wanyin, who was left in utter shock, remembering 4 years ago, when she first entered the entertainment industry. She had indeed aspired to pursue a path of genuine talent. That had been her lifelong dream. Thus, she released songs that were starkly different from the prevailing trends and participated in web dramas that she deemed exceptional, even if only in supporting roles. Ultimately, her instincts proved correct. Later, due to her pregnancy, she chose to withdraw. Now, upon her return, the entertainment industry had undergone significant changes once more. The truly talented individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Nowadays, the rising stars predominantly rely on their looks. During her return, she had a discussion with Mu Ling about the most expedient and effective approach, simply going with the flow. Her beauty was undeniable, and with a bit of packaging and some promotional support, coupled with a few television dramas, she was certain to achieve great success. Yet, within Su Wanyin's heart lingered a tinge of reluctance. Mu Ling had done so much for her, and she feared to upset her friend. Thus, she remained silent. To her surprise, someone shared her sentiments. Noticing Su Wanyin's silence, Mu Ling expressed her concern. If you disagree, that's perfectly fine. This path is arduous, and the earnings are meager. No, I agree. Su Wanyin interjected before Mu Ling could finish her thought. I must at least give it a try. No matter how challenging, I wish to attempt it. Mu Ling smiled. All right, I will speak to the management. Let us strive together. Good. Su Wanyin nodded in affirmation. The two continued their conversation until Mu Ling fell asleep. Bored, Su Wanyin opened her phone and, while scrolling, stumbled upon the orange novel site. Remembering the story she had been following yesterday, she couldn't resist clicking it open. To her dismay, it had not been updated. She sighed in disappointment and opened the comments section, eager to urge the author for a new chapter. Yet, recalling her earlier encouragement for the author to rest well, she hesitated. Silently retracting her finger from the comment box, she repeatedly pressed the update request button, still feeling unsatisfied. She then navigated to the gifting section, only to find it utterly bare. No one had sent gifts to the author. Quickly, she sent 5 update request tokens, finally feeling content. Surely, the author would understand her intentions upon seeing her tokens, especially since she was the first reader to send a gift. Ini, what are you up to? Mulink. Now awake, noticed Su Wanyin smiling at her phone, and an ominous feeling washed over her. You aren't surfing the internet again, are you? What did you comment? Let me see. As a soon-to-be returning artist, Mu Ling held high expectations for Su Wanyin. After all, in her eyes, Su Wanyin was destined for stardom. Any information about her could potentially be exploited as scandal in the future, a situation that must be avoided at all costs. As she spoke, Mu Ling attempted to snatch Su Wanyin's phone. However, before she could reach it, Su Wanyin swiftly pulled her phone away. No, it's nothing. I didn't comment. Really? Mu Ling remained skeptical. Su Wanyin offered a charming smile. I swear, I was just reading a novel. I did nothing else. A novel? You haven't changed your interests, have you? Are those domineering CEOs really that captivating? Mu Ling rolled her eyes. It's not about domineering CEOs. It's a cultivation-themed story. My cousin Lin, she is an editor, and she signed a book that she recommended to me. I thought it looked promising, so I wanted to support it. Lin she? Mu Ling had a vague recollection of Su Wanyin's cousin. All right then, enjoy your reading, but remember, no interactions with those in higher positions. Understood, Su Wanyin nodded. As they conversed, they arrived at the dormitory building. Murong and Su Wanyin shared a room. Once inside, Murong began to tidy up. Su Wanyin, feeling rather bored, sat on the edge of her bed, scrolling through her phone. Why hasn't the author updated yet? Can't they see my urging talismans? Perhaps I haven't sent enough? With that thought, Su Wanyin reopened the gifting interface and sent 5 more urging talismans. In Jiangbei City, Jiang Nian was fervently engrossed in his writing. It must be said that children's sleep quality is remarkable. Even at past 3 o'clock, the little fish had yet to awaken, providing Jiang Nian with a splendid opportunity to work. In these 3 hours, he had already composed 4 chapters totaling 8,000 words. Stretching comfortably, Jiang Nian checked for typos before accessing the backend. The backend of Juzi novel features a scheduling function. He planned to schedule the 3 chapters he intended to update today, saving the remaining chapter as a reserve. However, upon opening the backend, he noticed a gift notification. Curious, Jiang Nian clicked on the interaction interface. To his surprise, there were a neat 10 urging talismans waiting for him. The most generous user, favored by the little fish. Although his book had garnered a fair number of readers and many positive reviews, it seemed that due to Jiang Nian's lack of solicitation for gifts and minimal interaction with readers, this was the first gift he had received. The sensation was akin to unexpectedly finding money on the street. Pure joy. In that moment, Jiang Nian resolved to write even more today, motivated by these 10 urging talismans. Thus, he decided against scheduling. Returning to the back end, he opened the creation of a new chapter and began updating. After a rapid succession of 3 chapters, Jiang Nian still felt unsatisfied and decided to upload the final chapter as well. Upon completing the updates, he clicked on the author's message and began typing. A heartfelt thanks to my dear brother, the little fish, for the urging talismans. Today, I've pushed myself to deliver 4 chapters. After finishing, he confirmed and uploaded the update. Satisfied, he reclined in his chair. In Kyoto, Murong, having finished tidying up, fell asleep directly on her bed. According to her, she needed to recuperate and rest well for the challenges of the next 3 months. Su Wanyin, feeling utterly bored, continued to scroll through her phone. With no new updates on novels and the videos on Douyin growing increasingly tedious, she too felt drowsy. Stifling a yawn, Su Wanyin prepared to take a short rest. Just then, her phone suddenly received a push notification. Glancing at it, she discovered it was from Juzi novel. The work you are following, Zhu Xian, has been updated. Instantly, Su Wanyin perked up. This author is quite considerate. She quickly opened the notification and began to read attentively. After devouring 4 chapters in one go, she was left craving more. However, upon seeing the author's message, Su Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle, narrowing her eyes in amusement. My dear brother, the little fish? Me? Chapter 29. Sister, is the one who loves little fish in the comment section you? Su Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. She never anticipated that one day she would become someone else's older brother. She had no intention of clarifying, as being mistaken for a male meant that no one would realize this little account belonged to her. However, did the author increase the updates upon seeing her gift? For a moment, Su Wanyin felt akin to being the top supporter in a live broadcast. It must be said that being acknowledged by the author felt rather delightful. She liked the author's message and then posted her first comment. "Most love little fish. No need to thank me. Dear author, keep it up. I await your updates tomorrow." After sending this, Su Wanyin put her phone away. After lounging for a while, Jiang Nian decided to check on Su Xiaoyu. He discovered that the little one was still asleep, which made him a bit worried as he gently touched her forehead. She had no fever, her breathing was steady, and aside from a drool mark at the corner of her mouth, she seemed perfectly fine. It appeared she was indeed still in slumber. Jiang Nian couldn't help but marvel at how well the little one could sleep. He pulled out a tissue to wipe her drool and stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, his arm was suddenly seized by someone. Turning around, he saw Su Xiaoyu extending her two chubby hands, tightly clutching his arm. Her eyes remained shut, yet her tiny brow was furrowed in distress, as if she had experienced a nightmare, softly murmuring, "Papa, don't leave, little fish will be good, little fish will behave." Hearing this tugged at Jiang Nian's heartstrings. Even the strongest children from single-parent families have their moments of vulnerability. This little girl missed her father. He dared not move, allowing Su Xiaoyu to cling to him, while he tossed a crumpled paper into the trash from a distance. With his other hand, he gently patted Su Xiaoyu's shoulder, soothing her back to sleep. Before long, the little one was once again lost in her dreams. Jiang Nian attempted to retract his hand, but the moment he moved, she whimpered. He thus abandoned the idea, leaning against the headboard and allowing her to hold his hand. He picked up his phone to check for messages. Upon doing so, he noticed "Most love little fish's" comment. Jiang Nian glanced down at Su Xiaoyu in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Little fish was indeed deserving of love. He quickly liked "Most love little fish's" comment and replied, "Year after year, there are fish. I will do my best." Kyoto, Orange, Novel Headquarters. She had just concluded a meeting when she noticed that Jiang Nian had updated. She felt a bit puzzled. Why was there an update so early today? After finishing the update, she saw the comments below. She fell into contemplation once more. "Most lovable fish?" This sounded remarkably like the name her sister would choose. And she had even given a reward? Wasn't she supposed to refrain from commenting indiscriminately online? After pondering for a while, she decided to send Su Wanyin a message. "Shi, sister, is the most loved little fish in the Zhuxian comment section you?" When Su Wanyin awoke, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Mu Ling had also stirred from her slumber. She yawned widely and made her way to the bathroom, saying, "Wanyin, I'll take a shower first. You should tidy up as well. We'll go out to eat soon. I'm starving." "All right," Su Wanyin replied, picking up her phone to search for places to dine. Upon noticing a message from Shi, she was taken aback, instantly alert. She could not let Shi discover her alternate account. If she did, it would surely reach Mu Ling, and that would be disastrous. Su Wanyin typed, "It's not me. How could it be me? Although, that name does bear a resemblance to mine." Before long, she received a response. "Oh, it's not you? Then I'm relieved." Shi replied, "Yes, it's not me." Su Wanyin insisted. "Good, then Sister Wanyin, you carry on. I'm off to find Nienda. I have something to discuss." "Nienda?" Su Wanyin inquired. "You know, Nian you. Nienda," Shi clarified. "Oh, then go ahead, and by the way, tell him to update more." Su Wanyin added. In Zhongxiu community, Su Xiaoyu finally woke. She yawned and sleepily called out for her father. Jiang Nian, who had unknowingly fallen asleep by the bedside, blinked awake. Seeing the dazed little one, he chuckled. "Xiaoyu is awake?" Just as he began to speak, a wave of discomfort surged through his arm, causing him to draw a sharp breath. The previously oblivious Su Xiaoyu quickly stood up upon hearing that sound. She anxiously grasped Jiang Nian's arm. "Daddy, what is wrong?" Don't touch." Jiang Nian had intended to warn her, but it was too late. He gasped again. It must be said, the sensation of an arm that had fallen asleep was truly exquisite in its own painful way. Jiang Nian found himself admiring those who, after gaining a girlfriend, could embrace her in slumber every night, vowing never to indulge in such behavior himself. Seeing Jiang Nian's increasing discomfort, Su Xiaoyu burst into tears. Daddy, where does it hurt? Did Xiaoyu hug you too tightly? Boo-hoo, Xiaoyu was wrong. Please don't be angry. Hearing her voice, Jiang Nian panicked. Just moments ago, he had been dreaming of fatherhood, and now he was confronted with a daughter who, upon waking, was apologizing so cautiously. This little girl possessed almost no sense of security. She treaded carefully, striving to maintain the bond with her father. It was heart-wrenching. For a moment, Jiang Nian found himself oblivious to the pain in his arm. He turned to gently embrace Su Xiaoyu. There, Daddy isn't angry. The little one sniffled softly. Really? You're not angry at all? Xiaoyu won't hug your arm while sleeping anymore. With eyes full of tenderness, Jiang Nian assured her, of course, I'm your father. How could I be angry? Xiaoyu can hug me often. Daddy loves it. Su Xiaoyu dove into Jiang Nian's embrace, holding him tightly. They remained in this embrace for a full 10 minutes before the little one finally released him. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and asked Daddy, what time is it? Shall we go out and play? By the time she turned 3, her greatest delight was to have her father accompany her in play. In the past, she often observed other fathers engaging in playful antics with their little ones, which filled Su Xiaoyu with envy. Now, she finally had her father by her side, and she felt compelled to showcase this joy. Jiang Nian chuckled as he affectionately tousled her hair, glancing at the time. Xiaoyu, it's already past 5. Shall we tidy up and have dinner before we head out to play? He suggested. After dinner, we can take a stroll to aid digestion. Is it that late? Su Xiaoyu tilted her little head, seemingly pondering. After a brief moment, she nodded eagerly. All right, I'll listen to Daddy. Jiang Nian lifted Su Xiaoyu in his arms and gently combed her hair. He then assisted her in washing her face. While she took a moment for the restroom, Jiang Nian pulled out his phone. Moments ago, he had noticed a message from Shichen on WeChat that he had been too busy to read thoroughly. Are you there? Nianda, I need to discuss something with you. Shichen messaged again. Hey, where are you? Jiang Nian replied. What is up? What do you need? Finally you're here. This afternoon, during a meeting, I realized your book is destined for great success. Once it hits 100,000 words, it will surely soar. I was thinking you could create a fan group. A fan group? What for? Jiang Nian inquired. It's to manage your fans. Soon, you'll have an abundance of them. This is a way to nurture your fan base, which will be beneficial when you release new works. Don't worry, you won't have to manage it yourself. Just take on a role of group leader, and you can appoint a few administrators to help you. All right, but don't I currently have only a handful of readers? Jiang Nian questioned. That's fine. Just set it up and let it grow. You will definitely gain more over time. Okay, I'll create it later, Jiang Nian agreed. After sending those messages, he opened the Orange Novel app and noticed an influx of new comments in the section. Just as he was about to read them, he heard Su Xiaoyu calling him from the bathroom. Daddy, I need to wipe my bottom. Xiaoyu is all done. A subtle expression crossed Jiang Nian's face. This little girl, didn't he know how to wipe herself? He chuckled and knocked on the door before entering the bathroom. The little one had already forgotten her earlier worries and was sitting on the toilet, waiting for him. Jiang Nian felt a tinge of embarrassment. He tore off some toilet paper and approached her with a smile. Xiaoyu, would you like Daddy to teach you how to wipe? Given her young age, he could still assist her, but he knew he had to teach her as she grew. Su Xiaoyu did vigorously. Okay, Daddy. Xiaoyu will learn well. Jiang Nian handed her the paper. Now, raise your bottom. Su Xiaoyu can blade. Is this how it's done, Daddy? Yes, that's right. Now, take the paper and stretch your arm over. Like this, just as Daddy shows you. To demonstrate, Jiang Nian crouched down and mimicked the wiping motion. The little one watched intently, her eyes wide with concentration. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized, I got it, Daddy. Upon exclaiming this, she began to stretch her chubby little hands backward, attempting to reach her own dairy. However, whether it was due to her short arms or an improper angle, the little one exerted all her might but could not make contact. At that moment, Jiang Nian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, oblivious to Su Xiaoyu's expression of distress. A new message had arrived from Shichun. By the way, Nianda, have you decided who to appoint as the administrator? It is imperative that this individual remains loyal to you. Jiang Nian replied, well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. I see. I just checked your comment section, and I think the user most adorable Xiaoyu seems promising. They are quite endearing, even rewarded you with a tip, and most importantly, they defended you in the comments. You should know that the majority are currently criticizing and urging you to update. Why not reach out to them and see? Most adorable Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian recalled the tone of their comments and those persistent requests for updates. Indeed, this person appeared to be quite suitable. All right, I'll ask them later. Great. So it's settled then, Nienda. You carry on. I'm off work now. Okay. After replying, as Jiang Nian pocketed his phone, he inquired, Xiaoyu, are you all right? Just as he finished speaking, a sudden gasp escaped him. He felt Su Xiaoyu tumble onto him entirely. Chapter 30 Greetings, classmate Jiang Nian. I'm a mother of Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian was taken aback and hastily embraced Su Xiaoyu, not even pausing to retrieve his fallen phone. The little one was still bare-bottomed. As he held her, his hand inadvertently rested upon her chubby rear. Su Xiaoyu, sensing the awkwardness, wiggled forward and exclaimed, Ah, Daddy, Xiaoyu isn't tea wiped yet. Jiang Nian found himself a loss, unsure whether to pull his hand away or keep it there. Xiaoyu, she whimpered, I didn't mean to. I really can't reach. With playful intent, she rubbed her little bottom against his hand and cheerfully offered him a piece of tissue, saying, Here, Daddy, please help Xiaoyu wipe. At that moment, Jiang Nian mused that if this little rascal were a boy, he would have unhesitatingly smacked his behind. Alas, she was a little girl, one who knew how to be adorable and mischievous. He sighed and accepted the tissue, gently instructing, All right, lift your bottom, you silly little thing. Obediently, the silly Su Xiaoyu raised her rear, her pigtails nearly brushing the ground as her bottom rose higher than her head. Jiang Nian, concerned she might topple over, steadied her with one hand while carefully wiping her. Once finished, he rose and diligently washed his hands. After completing this task, he felt a sense of acceptance toward himself. Turning to retrieve his phone, he intended to have a serious talk with the mischievous Su Xiaoyu. However, upon turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the little one proudly holding his phone, her big, innocent eyes wide with anticipation. Pouting her lips, she looked earnestly at him. Daddy, look, Xiaoyu picked it up for you. Am I a good girl? Her eager expression melted Jiang Nian's irritation, and he took the phone from her, gently caressing her cheek. Good girl. Xiaoyu is the best baby. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Let us go, Daddy. The good baby is going to help you cook. After this playful interlude, the clock struck 6. Indeed, it was time to prepare dinner. Jiang Nian nodded. All right, let us go. Their neighbor, Li Ho Hat, will be joining them for dinner shortly. Watching the little one bounce into the kitchen brought a smile to his face. In his previous life, he often came across videos of muscular men transformed into softies by their daughters, relishing in their newfound roles. Back then, Jiang Nian couldn't comprehend the sentiment. After all, how could a mere little girl have such an impact? But now he fully understood. Unable to resist, Jiang Nian took out his phone and recorded a brief video. Recalling the task that Mu Ling had entrusted to him, he sent the video to her. Sister Mu Ling, Xiaoyu just woke up and is about to help me cook. After sending the message, he tucked his phone away and followed Su Xiaoyu into the kitchen. Kyoto. After Su Wanyin finished replying to Lin Shi's message, she began to browse her phone, searching for nearby dining options. Midway through her exploration, she heard Mu Ling's phone ring. It lay carelessly on the table, while Su Wanyin sat on a chair beside it, perfectly positioned to glimpse the information displayed on the screen. It was a WeChat message, and Mu Ling's phone was unlocked. She immediately noticed a message from someone named Jiang Nian. Sister Mu Ling, Xiaoyu's just woken up and is about to help me cook. Xiaoyu? Recalling what Mu Ling had mentioned earlier that afternoon, Su Wanyin began to piece together the situation. It appeared to be a message from Xiaoyu's nanny, likely reporting on Xiaoyu's condition. However, she pondered, is Jiang Nian truly a nanny's name? Doesn't that sound like a man's name? The youth of today certainly have intriguing names. An amusing image sprang to Su Wanyin's mind. A short-haired girl, androgynous in appearance, diligently caring for Xiaoyu while being driven nearly to exasperation by the little one. The thought alone made her chuckle, and she couldn't help but let out a laugh. After composing herself, she glanced at the phone again. Having confirmed the dining location, she noticed that Mu Ling had yet to emerge. Once more, Su Wanyin picked up Mu Ling's phone. She remembered Mu Ling mentioning that the nanny would send her videos of Xiaoyu daily. The current message from Jiang Nian displayed 2 entries, but she could only view the text. Surely, the previous entry must be a video? The very thought stirred her curiosity, rendering her unable to remain still. It had been nearly 2 days since she last saw Xiaoyu, and in all her years, they had never been apart for this long. With a determined breath, Su Wanyin grasped Mu Ling's phone, closed her eyes, and silently vowed, "I shall only view this one message, and not intrude on your privacy. Mu Ling, surely, you won't hold this against me?" She reassured herself, convinced that Mu Ling would not mind. After her silent promise, Su Wanyin cautiously opened Mu Ling's phone, navigated directly to WeChat, and accessed Jiang Nian's message interface. Indeed, the previous entry was a video. She clicked to open the video and was greeted by the sight of the little one bounding towards the kitchen. Dressed in a charming little dress, she pranced along, singing, "La la 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 la." The melody was utterly off-key, yet Su Wanyin couldn't help but smile with maternal affection. Her Xiaoyu was undeniably adorable, perhaps the most delightful little girl in the world. Holding the phone close, Su Wanyin planted a kiss on the screen, displaying Xiaoyu's face. Not satisfied with just that, she forwarded the message to herself and watched it repeatedly. As she indulged in the video, a sigh escaped her lips, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. "Xiaoyu, for these 3 months, Mommy cannot be with you. Will you ever blame me? Mommy truly loves you." The 2 videos a day felt woefully inadequate to quell her longing. How could they possibly ease her yearning? Yet, given Mu Ling's busy schedule, she felt hesitant to request more videos. With this thought, an idea suddenly sparked in Su Wanyin's mind. She picked up Mu Ling's phone once more and opened Jiang Nian's WeChat. Upon seeing his WeChat ID, Su Wanyin unlocked her phone, added a friend, entered the ID, searched, and added, verification message. "Hello, Jiang Nian, I am Xiaoyu's mother." With this, she could now inquire directly with the university student about Xiaoyu's videos. Elated, Su Wanyin set her phone down, eagerly awaiting a reply. In the Zhonghua garden, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Xiaoyu, had finished steaming the rice and began preparing the side dishes. The little one was enthusiastically picking vegetables, fully engrossed in her task. Hence, Jiang Nian did not hear his phone ring. Once all the side dishes were ready, he was startled by a knock at the door. He contemplated rushing to answer it, but was swiftly outpaced by Su Xiaoyu. I'll go." She opened the door to find Li Hohot standing there, holding a bag of fruit and a bag of unknown items. Chapter 31. Li Hohot arrives upon seeing her. Su Xiaoyu spread her arms, eager to embrace. "Annie Hua, you're here." Yet, before she could reach her, Li Hohot deftly evaded. With her hands raised high, she seemed fearful that the contents within her grasp might soil the young girl. "Xiaoyu, hold on a moment. Please don't hug me just yet." Su Xiaoyu, perplexed, retracted her arms and inquired, "What is the matter, Annie Hua?" Li Hohot explained, "This bag of mine has a tear, and it contains water. If you hug me, it might stain your lovely floral dress." "Whereas your father?" "No, I mean your brother who looks after you." She cast a quizzical glance toward the interior of the house. At that moment, Jiang Nian emerged from the kitchen. "Sister Hua, you've arrived. Come inside." "No pity. I'm just going downstairs to dispose of this. You can have the fruit in the meantime." She lifted the bag in her right hand. Jiang Nian noticed that the bag was dripping water, a rich aroma of tofu wafting from within. By the looks of it, there were several pounds. Jiang Nian, puzzled, asked, "Dispose of it? Why would you do that?" Li Hohot replied, "Oh, it's not that I wish to throw it away. This is what remains from today's sales. You see, I have this habit. I refuse to sell old tofu, as it loses its freshness. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to give it away. If everyone becomes accustomed to waiting until evening, it would adversely affect my business. So, anything unsold, I tidy up and leave by the roadside in the evening. Whoever comes across it can take it. I've simply had my fill and don't wish to consume any more." Li Hohot had been selling tofu for 20 years. In her early days, any unsold tofu would be consumed by her family, resulting in them having tofu for every meal. She nearly grew weary of it. Over time, she learned to adjust her production according to the market demand, yet there were still days, like today, when she could not guarantee complete sales. Jiang Nian nodded in understanding. "I see, that makes sense. After all, a good person cannot be taken for granted forever. Over time, they may be seen as a given. Indeed, this fruit is for Xiaoyu. Please accept it, she insisted. Jiang Nian, feeling a bit embarrassed, graciously accepted and thanked her. Sister Hua, you are too kind. Don't try to get close. I still want to enjoy your cooking. I must come by to supervise, lest you treat Xiaoyu poorly, in which case I would have to call Mu Ling to replace you. She refrained from finishing that thought and shifted the subject. Is dinner ready? Almost done. Just a moment longer, Jiang Nian replied, as the aroma of the meal reached Li Hohat's nose. She nodded. All right, then wait for me a moment. As she began to head downstairs, Jiang Nian paused and called out, Sister Hua, wait a moment. Would you sell me the tofu instead of throwing it away? Li Hohat was taken aback. Huh? Sell it to you? Didn't you buy tofu for lunch? Is it not enough? Jiang Nian quickly clarified, no, it's sufficient. It's just that throwing away such tofu seems a waste. If you sell it to me, I would love to prepare some stinky tofu. It's been ages since I've had it. As she spoke, her mouth watered at the thought. Li Hohat was momentarily stunned. What? Jiang Nian explained. It's just that I've been so busy lately, and now that I'm looking after Xiaoyu, I find myself with some free time to cook. Li Hohat, no, I'm asking you, what do you want to do? Stinky tofu? The stinky kind? She wore an expression of disbelief. Jiang Nian was likewise taken aback. Why did Sister Hua look as though she had never tasted stinky tofu? Was she jesting? Well, it's fine. I can just eat it myself and not give any to Xiaoyu. Whatever is left over can be made into fermented tofu or similar delicacies that can be preserved for a long time, so there is no worry of waste. Although he didn't quite understand why children couldn't eat stinky tofu, Li Hohat's demeanor suggested that this was indeed the case. Xiaoyu, who had been gazing up at Jiang Nian, suddenly protested. Why can't you give Xiaoyu any? Daddy, are you going to sneak some for yourself? Before Jiang Nian could respond, Li Hohat interjected, Fermented tofu? Fermented bean curd? Little brother, what are you talking about? I've never heard of these things. After all, she had been in the tofu business for 20 years. Hearing these terms now felt utterly foreign to her. Jiang Nian. He scrutinized Li Hohat's expression and discerned that she did not seem to be lying. Jiang Nian was bewildered. Could it be she truly had never tasted these delicacies? Yet, how could someone in the tofu trade remain oblivious to such things? Upon reflection, he realized that since arriving in this world, he had not encountered these treats either. Near Jiangbei University, there were hardly any night market snacks. Hot pot and barbecue consisted merely of commonplace dishes. Jiang Nian fell silent. This was utterly absurd. Young man, you still haven't explained yourself. Were those? Li Hohat's question jolted Jiang Nian back to reality. He began to elucidate. They are snacks made from tofu that require fermentation. Once they become stinky, in short, the smell isn't very pleasant, but they are exceptionally delicious. Jiang Nian struggled to articulate the flavor, finally stating, I had some in my childhood. They were the most delectable things I had ever tasted. Even better than meat. Li Hohat regarded Jiang Nian with astonishment. She had never anticipated that this handsome young man had resorted to eating spoiled tofu in his youth. How arduous must his life have been. No wonder he was out caring for other people's children. He must have faced numerous challenges along the way. Even so, he still managed to attend university. In her heart, Li Hohat silently awarded Jiang Nian a point for his resilience. Well then, I'll give you the tofu, but I won't take any money for it. It was destined to remain unsold anyway. Just treat me to a meal. Feeling sympathy for him, she decided against accepting payment. However, it was still necessary to see if this young man could properly care for Xiaoyu. That was non-negotiable. As Jiang Nian prepared to decline, Li Hohat promptly thrust the tofu into his hands and picked up the nearby Xiaoyu, striding toward the house. No more chatter. Haven't you started cooking yet? Hurry up. I'm starving. Jiang Nian had no choice but to enter the house. After placing the fruits and tofu aside, he began to prepare the meal. Li Hohat strolled around the living room with Xiaoyu in her arms. Noticing the tidy and organized space, she couldn't help but nod in approval. This young man is quite tidy. Once again, she silently awarded Jiang Nian extra points in her heart. At this moment, the sound of oil sizzling in the kitchen filled the air. Li Hohat pondered for a moment before carrying the little fish towards the kitchen. As she walked, she inquired, Little fish, does your brother truly know how to cook? She was acquainted with numerous university students. Take, for instance, her elder sister's only son. Having graduated 2 years ago, he could only manage to boil instant noodles. If no one was home, he would dine out. He never lifted a finger for household chores. In his own words, youth is meant for enjoyment. Domestic tasks are beneath him. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Daddy's cooking is absolutely delicious. Annie Hua, you will definitely love it. Li Hohat felt a twinge of disbelief. Is that so? Chapter 32. You're quite the dad, Li Hohat thought to herself as she approached the kitchen door. She observed Jiang Nian skillfully pouring oil into the pan, executing each step of the cooking process with precision. Before long, a delightful aroma filled the air. She nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was impressive. It was true that children from humble beginnings mature quickly. However, recalling what Jiang Nian had previously mentioned about the spoiled tofu, the contrast with the enticing fragrance was indeed disheartening. Li Hohat resolved to have a serious talk with Jiang Nian later, encouraging him to refrain from consuming such spoiled items. If necessary, she could prepare an extra batch of tofu for them each day. Unbeknownst to Li Hohat, she had begun to shed her doubts about Jiang Nian's ability to care for Xiaoyu, and she even felt a pang of sympathy for him. After a while, Jiang Nian finished cooking. Today's dishes included mapo tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy sour shredded potatoes. It was not that he was reluctant to use meat. Rather, he simply hadn't had time to purchase any in the afternoon. Watching this unfold, Li Hohat felt a twinge of sadness. Was the child truly so frugal that he couldn't even indulge in meat? How much he must be saving. She resolved to visit them more often and bring along some food. The dishes Jiang Nian prepared were indeed commendable, perhaps even superior to her own culinary efforts. Jiang Nian remained oblivious to Li Hohat's thoughts as he arranged the plates and called out to her, Sister Hua, Xiaoyu, it's time to eat. Coming. Su Xiaoyu descended from Li Hohat's side and joined Jiang Nian, eagerly starting her meal. Daddy, I want to eat lots and lots. Li Hohat did not intervene. However, as she prepared to eat, she noticed Jiang Nian taking out his phone. Her brow furrowed. In her eyes, using a phone during mealtime was quite impolite, especially since Jiang Nian was caring for such a young child. Shall I take care of Xiaoyu? Li Hohat decided to remind Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian immediately grasped the implication in her words and waved his hand. No, I'm just recording a video. Sister Mu Ling asked me to send her some videos daily to show to the child's mother. Oh, I see. Li Hohat felt a bit guilty, but she quickly focused on the crux of the matter. Wasn't it meant for the child's mother? Oh, I don't have the child's mother's WeChat. I'll send it to Sister Mu Ling, and she can forward it. I see. Li Hohat nodded, but her mind began to churn with thoughts. The child's mother was indeed unreliable. Previously, she often stayed indoors, and although it was acceptable for Mu Ling to care for the child, hiring a nanny and then failing to contact her was simply incomprehensible. With this realization, Li Hohat suddenly felt that Jiang Nian was far more dependable than the child's mother, diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. With this in mind, Li Hohat spoke up again. Young man, noticing that Jiang Nian had already opened his phone to start recording, she added, You go ahead and film. Finish that first. All right. Jiang Nian was unreserved. After capturing images of the dishes and Xiaoyu enjoying her meal, he finally opened WeChat. He noticed a friend request notification, but paid it no heed. He first located the dialog box for Mu Ling and then sent out the video, accompanied by a brief explanatory message. Jiang Nian, Sister Mu Ling, Xiaoyu and I are having dinner now. Sister Hua from upstairs will join us tonight as well. Xiaoyu is doing splendidly today, so do not worry. After sending the message, Jiang Nian opened his contacts interface. Indeed, there was a friend request from a new acquaintance. Upon opening it, he discovered a verification message. WY. Hello. Jiang Nian. I am Xiaoyu's mother. The profile picture featured a cute anime character with a round face, undeniably adorable. Jiang Nian paused for a moment. Xiaoyu's mother? He couldn't help but notice the resemblance to Xiaoyu. However, hadn't Mu Ling mentioned that there was no need to add Xiaoyu's mother? But after some contemplation, Jiang Nian considered that perhaps upon arriving in Kyoto, Mu Ling had discussed it with the child's mother and decided that adding her would be beneficial. Thus, without hesitation, Jiang Nian accepted the request. Just as he was about to say something, Su Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand, looking pitiful as she said, "Daddy, wipe my hands." Jiang Nian turned his head to see her fingers covered in sticky rice, with her face smudged as well. Li Hohat chuckled as she observed, "Xiaoyu, come here. Annie Hua will wipe them for you." Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. No, I want Daddy to do it." With no other option, Jiang Nian set his phone aside and took out a tissue to clean her up. "Sister Hua, please enjoy your meal. I will take care of Xiaoyu." Li Hohat couldn't help but laugh at the earnestness of the duo. The more she looked at Jiang Nian, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. She even mused inwardly that it would be wonderful to have a son as big as him and a granddaughter as adorable. Alas, she only had one daughter. With a quiet sigh, she reflected on this. The meal unfolded amidst Su Xiaoyu's chaotic eating. After finishing, Jiang Nian tidied up the living room and kitchen meticulously, while Li Hohat watched with great satisfaction. She pinched Su Xiaoyu's chubby cheek, saying, "Your daddy is quite remarkable." Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, Daddy is very, very good." Li Hohat nodded in agreement and headed towards the kitchen. Noticing Jiang Nian was nearly finished, she retrieved a bag of tofu. After a moment of hesitation, she called out, "Young man, you can just call me Jiang Nian." "Young man feels too formal," he replied, continuing his work. "All right, Xiao Nian, actually, I can never finish all the tofu I sell each day. If you would like, I can bring you some tomorrow. But about that stinky tofu, perhaps it's best not to eat it?" Jiang Nian paused momentarily, grasping Li Hohat's implication. He smiled. "Sister Hua, you might not fully understand my point. It's not that I can't get fresh tofu, but that stinky tofu is genuinely delicious. How about this? Wait a few days, and I will prepare some for you to taste. You'll see for yourself." Seeing that Jiang Nian was sincere and not joking, Li Hohat relented. "All right then." Though she felt it was rather dubious, Jiang Nian had said so, leaving her with no choice. She decided to wait and see how it went. If it proved unsatisfactory, she would persuade him otherwise. Coincidentally, the next time she came for a meal, she could bring some meat for Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu. Even if Jiang Nian chose not to partake, Xiaoyu would surely enjoy it. It was truly bewildering that the child's mother had hired a college student as a nanny without providing any living expenses. Could she not treat Xiaoyu a little better? Li Hohat's imagination began to run wild once more. At that moment, in Kyoto, Su Wanyin, who was watching a video on Mu Ling's phone, couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and pondered, "How strange. Who could be thinking of me?" Just as Mu Ling, who had finally finished tidying up after her bath, heard this, she laughed outright. "Do you think it's possible someone is cursing you? How could that be? I'm so kind-hearted. Who would dare speak ill of me behind my back?" She replied, hastily changing her clothes, "I'm starving." Su Wanyin rolled her eyes and returned to watching the video. So self-absorbed, Mu Ling muttered as she turned to change. As she approached the bedside, she suddenly noticed that Su Wanyin was using her own phone. On the screen was a video she had never seen before. Mu Ling was taken aback. "Wanyin, what are you doing?" Chapter 33. Su Wanyin, how could there be a little girl named Jiang Nian? Startled, Mu Ling instinctively stepped forward and snatched the phone from Su Wanyin's hand. In a fleeting glance, she caught sight of Jiang Nian's chat window. At that moment, Mu Ling felt her heart race, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Could it be that she had been discovered so soon? What should she do? Her mind was a tempest of confusion as she frantically contemplated how to justify hiring a male nanny. Before she could utter a word, she noticed Su Wanyin rising and approaching her. Mu Ling instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard. "Wanyin, please let me explain." Yet before she could finish, Su Wanyin interrupted her. "Speak. What have you done to betray me?" Startled, Mu Ling felt her entire being falter. Indeed, Su Wanyin knew. Surely, she would scold her, deeming her unreliable. Would she sever their friendship over this? Or perhaps seek a different assistant? The mere thought sent chills down Mu Ling's spine. The more she pondered, the more terror gripped her. She closed her eyes, stammering, I. Before she could complete her sentence, Su Wanyin suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Mu Ling, you're killing me." Taken aback, Mu Ling quickly opened her eyes to see Su Wanyin seated back on her chair, laughing uncontrollably. What is wrong with me? Did I scare you? How about that? After 4 years, has my acting declined? Mu Ling. It dawned on her that Su Wanyin had been playfully teasing her. She had almost revealed everything. Thank goodness. However, Su Wanyin had accessed her phone. How could she be completely unaware? With a nervous smile, she gave a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. Su Wanyin replied, of course. When I'm at home with Xiao Yu and feeling bored, I practice on my own. But Mu Ling, you played along splendidly. If I didn't know you well enough, I might have genuinely believed you were hiding something. On that, Mu Ling chuckled awkwardly. This was exceedingly embarrassing. She was at a loss as to whether to commend Su Wanyin for her cleverness or chastise her for being foolish. By the way, Wanyin, did you see anything on my phone? What did I possibly see? Mu Ling, am I the type to invade others' privacy? I merely noticed a video from that Jiang Nian and, missing Xiao Yu, opened it to take a look. I swear, I didn't glance at anything else. Mu Ling, She found it strange that Su Wanyin knew Jiang Nian and seemed unfazed. What was happening? Before Mu Ling could inquire further, Su Wanyin continued, "Oh right. I was just about to ask you. How could there be a little girl named Jiang Nian? That name is quite. If one didn't know better, they might think it belonged to a handsome boy." Mu Ling. As realization struck, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It turned out that Su Wanyin had assumed Jiang Nian was a girl. However, upon reflection, it is only natural that the caretaker of the child would be a young woman. This notion is hardly surprising. Mu Ling finally exhaled a sigh of relief and continued in the vein of Su Wanyin. Indeed, I'm also quite curious. I asked her about it, and she mentioned that her parents chose the name. There was nothing she could do about it. She often gets mistaken for someone else at school. But Jiang Nian is quite diligent. I have seen the videos he shared, and he cooks splendidly while taking excellent care of Xiao Yu. Truly commendable. Yes, otherwise, I would have entrusted Xiao Yu to him. Su Wanyin approached and patted Mu Ling on the shoulder, saying, "You've done an exceptional job with this. Allow me to treat you to dinner today as a reward." Mu Ling smiled awkwardly. Really? As Su Wanyin walked out, she replied, "Of course, let us go. I've already found a place." Mu Ling hurried to catch up, all right. It would be foolish to pass up a meal. After taking a couple of steps, she heard Su Wanyin mention, "I added Jiang Nian as a friend." Su Wanyin had not intended to disclose this to Mu Ling, fearing it would affect her training. But since it was already out in the open, she decided to be transparent. Surely, Mu Ling would understand the heart of a mother, right? Mu Ling's heart sank once more. "You added him? This is bound to be discovered sooner or later. Have you chatted with him?" Su Wanyin replied, "No, don't worry. I approach him under the name Yin, and since he hasn't met me, he won't recognize me. I simply want to obtain more videos of Xiao Yu. It's too cumbersome to keep going through you, but I noticed he hasn't spoken to me since I added him. Perhaps he is intimidated by me as his benefactor?" Mu Ling could only respond with a forced smile and nod. "All right, I will mention it to him later." Su Wanyin said, "Thank you." With an understanding reached, they both exited together. On the way, Su Wanyin drove, while Mu Ling sat in the passenger seat, cautiously sending a message to Jiang Nian. "Mu Ling, Jiang Nian, are you there? Xiao Yu's mother added you today." At that moment, Jiang Nian had already tidied up the dishes and was preparing to take Xiao Yu out for a walk. Li Ho Hat had already left. Upon checking his phone, he saw Mu Ling's message. Jiang Nian replied, "Yes, I'm here." "Mu Ling, you mustn't tell her that you're a man." "Jiang Nian, why? Can't I even disclose my own gender? Is it that mysterious?" "Mu Ling, well, I was in a hurry to find someone, and Xiao Yu seems quite fond of you, so I reached out to you. Xiao Yu's mother left in haste and is unaware, but rest assured, I will inform her when the opportunity arises. If you continue to perform well, she will have no objections." Jiang Nian, that doesn't seem right. It feels rather sneaky. "Mu Ling, I'll increase your salary by 2,000 in a month and introduce you to a great mentor for your graduation project. I'll provide your internship verification this month." Jiang Nian, deal. With such favorable terms, it would be foolish not to agree. After all, he had already accepted this job. "Mu Ling, it is settled then. From now on, whenever you post a video, simply send it directly to her, though I would appreciate receiving a copy as well. I too wish to see Xiao Yu." Jiang Nian understood. Once he completed sending those messages, Jiang Nian finally turned his attention to Wei's WeChat. After adding her as a friend, he realized they had yet to engage in conversation. Contemplating what to say, he felt apprehensive about saying too much and making mistakes. After changing the contact's name to Xiao Yu's mother, he tucked his phone away, intending to send the video directly when the time came. After all, he He would need to send it to Mu Ling as well. So, sending it to one more person would be inconsequential. Upon descending the stairs, he found Su Xiaoyu darting about the neighborhood like a wild horse. Jiang Nian seized the opportunity to truly observe the community. Zhongxiu community was not particularly small, boasting lush greenery and a delightful children's playground. Approaching the playground, he noticed a jubilant Su Xiaoyu had come to a halt. She stood before him, intently watching the children at play, her expression seemingly filled with envy. Jiang Nian paused momentarily. Xiaoyu, what is the matter? Chapter 34. Can Daddy stay with little fish forever? Su Xiaoyu regained her composure and immediately donned a cheerful smile, shaking her head gently. It's all right, Daddy. Let's go. With that, she turned and walked toward the exit of the amusement park. Jiang Nian found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Little fish, aren't you going to play? Aye. The little girl looked up, her gaze drifting towards the swings where children were joyously accompanied by their parents. They were of a similar age to her, laughing heartily in the presence of their moms and dads. Such scenes were commonplace in the amusement park, yet Su Xiaoyu had never experienced them. When her mother was around, outings were infrequent due to inconveniences, and she had never known a father. Occasionally, when she went out with Sister Mu Ling, she felt reluctant to trouble her and would leave after just a quick look. Jiang Nian instantly par those unspoken thoughts. His expression softened as he crouched down to gently pat her little head. Little fish, of course, you can play. You have a daddy now, and Daddy will play with you. It was the first time he referred to himself as a father. Though it felt somewhat awkward, it brought him immense comfort. At least in this moment, he truly wished to be Su Xiaoyu's daddy, allowing her to set aside her reservations and embrace the joy of childhood. Su Xiaoyu looked up at him, her large eyes shimmering. Really, Daddy? Yes, really. Then can Daddy stay and play with little fish forever? Of course. Yay, that's wonderful. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, leaping joyfully. She hopped merrily over to the swings, only to realize that both were already occupied. A few other children were waiting nearby. She reached out to touch the swings bar and took a step back. She had never played on these swings before. As the other children spotted her, a girl sitting on a swing brightened up. Little fish, come play. Mommy, that's Su Xiaoyu. The girl's mother, a woman with long hair, smiled warmly upon seeing Su Xiaoyu. So, you are Su Xiaoyu? You are indeed adorable. Where is your mother? She had heard her own little darling mention that a new girl named Su Xiaoyu had moved into their neighborhood, described as cute and clever. However, she was unaware that Jiang Nian was just a step away from Su Xiaoyu, mistakenly believing she was there on her own, which prompted a flicker of concern. My mommy went to work, Su Xiaoyu replied. Hello, Yaya's mommy. She went to work, huh? Yaya's mother approached and ruffled Su Xiaoyu's hair. Are you here to play alone? How about joining me? I can take care of you and Yaya while you play together. The amusement park was crowded, and there were safety concerns, especially since Su Xiaoyu was still so little. Yaya's mother decided to look after her for a while, as she also needed to keep an eye on her own child. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu shook her head, just as she was about to say something. A gentle voice interjected, No need. Thank you, Mama Yaya. Xiaoyu has me. I will take care of her. Oh, by the way, I am Xiaoyu's father. After Jiang Nian spoke, he gently pinched Su Xiaoyu's little cheek. Father? Mama Yaya looked on in confusion. Su Xiaoyu joyfully grasped Jiang Nian's hand. Yes. I have my father to take care of me. Thank you, Ani. Mama Yaya paused momentarily, but quickly composed herself, saying, Well, as long as someone is taking care of her. Yet, her heart brimmed with curiosity. Wasn't it said that she had no father? On the swing, little Yaya was already laughing with delight. Wow. So Xiaoyu has a father. That's wonderful. Xiaoyu, do you want to play on the swing this time? You always said you didn't like it, but it's really fun when your dad pushes you. Now that Xiaoyu has a father, she can play. Yaya had previously invited Su Xiaoyu to swing, but each time she had adopted a rather mature demeanor, declaring the swing too childish for her. Yaya always believed that Xiaoyu's reluctance stemmed from not having a father around. Hence, today she extended another invitation. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Nian. Upon seeing him nod, she took a couple of steps towards the swing. Is it really fun? She had never played before. Absolutely. You must trust me. I would never lie to you. Yaya gestured for her mother to help her stop, then quickly jumped off the swing. You should try it. It's not childish at all. Su Xiaoyu was somewhat reluctantly pushed onto the swing. As she sat down, a flicker of fear washed over her. She had never experienced the sensation of her feet leaving the ground and felt rather unsteady. Just as she pondered what to do, she felt a hand grasping hers. She looked up to see Jiang Nian, who smiled and reassured her, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but the fear dissipated in an instant. Her eyes squinted into a joyful line as she exclaimed, "Yay, Daddy. I'm not afraid anymore. Daddy, I can fly very high." Jiang Nian chuckled and nodded. "Yes, however high you fly, Daddy will always protect you. Yay, here we go." So this was the feeling of having a father. It was simply wonderful. Su Xiaoyu never wanted to part from her father again. Jiang Nian gently pushed the swing, and Su Xiaoyu soared higher and higher, laughing delightfully, a stark contrast to her previous mature demeanor. Seeing her so happy, Jiang Nian took out his phone, capturing a video with one hand and sending it to Mu Ling and Xiaoyu's mother. Afterward, he tucked his phone away and earnestly engaged with Su Xiaoyu. The amusement park offered numerous attractions: slides, merry-go-rounds, spinning chairs, hide-and-seek, and children's rock climbing. That evening, Jiang Nian accompanied Su Xiaoyu through every single ride. Only when the little fish had fallen into a deep slumber did he cradle her and make his way home. Upon returning, Jiang Nian gently placed Su Xiaoyu into his cozy little room. Once he was assured that she was soundly asleep, he cautiously exited the bedroom. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Nian took out his phone, preparing to delve into his graduation project. After all, as a student of the new era, sleep eluded him. Having completed today's updates early, he found himself with little to occupy his time. As he opened his phone, he noticed a WeChat message from Xiaoyu's mother. "Wow, Jiang Nian, your hands are so large, resembling a man's." Jiang Nian. Chapter 35. Have you ever felt that Jiang Nian is different from ordinary girls? This was the first sentence spoken by Xiaoyu's mother after her inclusion. Jiang Nian had always perceived Xiaoyu's mother as a rather stern individual. After all, having known Xiaoyu for so long, he had never encountered her, and Mu Ling had initially prohibited him from adding her. She was shrouded in mystery. To Jiang Nian's astonishment, she turned out to be quite the jokester. Her focus was astonishingly peculiar. Fortunately, she referred to him as being manly rather than a man. Otherwise, Jiang Nian would have been in tears. Just that afternoon, he had promised Mu Ling not to disclose his male identity to Xiaoyu's mother. If it were to be revealed that evening, it would be disastrous. Jiang Nian contemplated this quietly. It appeared that he needed to exercise caution while filming videos in the future. He must not reveal his true identity before Xiaoyu's mother was aware. He had momentarily forgotten this while pushing Xiaoyu on the swing. However, how should he respond? Jiang Nian began to ponder how he would compose a message if he were truly a girl, considering the tone and style of the reply. At that moment in Kyoto, Su Wanyin and Mu Ling had finished their meal and were each lying on their beds. When Su Wanyin received Jiang Nian's video, she was momentarily taken aback. Her little Yu was out swinging, playing with many other children. As Su Wanyin watched, she felt a surge of emotion welling up inside her. In the past, to facilitate care for Xiaoyu and to avoid being recognized, she had relocated to the countryside. Xiaoyu thrived there, playing joyfully. After deciding to return to her career, she had rented a residence in Zhongxiu Garden alongside Mu Ling. Yet, being in the city, the very place of her fame, restrained her. She dared not indulge too freely. Consequently, she seldom ventured outdoors and rarely took Xiaoyu out to play. She was aware of a playground in Zhongxiu Garden, and each time they passed by, Xiaoyu would linger for a long while. Su Wanyin felt a pang of guilt. She had once asked Mu Ling to take Xiaoyu to play, but Xiaoyu would always maturely express her disinterest in such activities. What child could possibly dislike those games? Su Wanyin observed this with a heavy heart. Yet, as a single parent striving to provide a better life, she could not afford to accompany her everywhere. During those times, a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped her. Until the emergence of this video, it brought a smile to her face. This Jiang Nian, as Mu Ling had said, was indeed quite remarkable. She could never tire of seeing Xiaoyu's joyful demeanor, prompting her to watch the video several times. As she gazed, she found her attention drawn inexplicably to the hand that was pushing the swing. The fingers were slender and elegant, exceptionally beautiful. However, no matter how she scrutinized it, something felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what was wrong. After a considerable amount of time, Su Wanyin finally had an epiphany. She laughed heartily. The hand was, quite simply, too long, about 1.5 times the size of her own. How could a girl possess such elongated hands? Unable to contain herself, Su Wanyin sent a message to Jiang Nian. After sending it, she waited a while without receiving a response from him. Su Wanyin could not resist sending another message. Ha! I'm sorry for laughing, but it's really quite long. Jiang Nian, you must have many young girls fond of you, right? On another bed, Mu Ling, who was watching videos of Su Xiaoyu, heard Su Wanyin's laughter and glanced over curiously. Wanyin, what are you laughing at? Su Wanyin sat up straight. Mu Ling, don't you think Jiang Nian is somewhat different from ordinary girls? Mu Ling was startled. She hadn't yet figured out how to broach the subject of Jiang Nian with Su Wanyin. Could she have discerned it so quickly? What is different? Su Wanyin, oblivious to Mu Ling's anxiety, cheerfully handed her phone to Mu Ling to show her the message she sent to Jiang Nian. Mu Ling felt a wave of embarrassment. Wanting you. So it turns out she hadn't noticed. That scared her. Ha, that hand is really long. The Jiang Nian you found must be quite tall, right? Mu Ling recalled Jiang Nian's appearance and nodded silently. About 1.8 meters. There really are girls who are 1.8 meters tall? Su Wanyin herself was 1.7 meters, which was considered tall among girls. She hadn't expected Jiang Nian to be even taller than her. Yes, she is from the north. No wonder. Su Wanyin glanced at her own hand and had to admit that Jiang Nian's hands were even more beautiful than her own. However, why wasn't this person replying? Could it be that Xiaoyu was still awake? Just as Su Wanyin was about to ask, Jiang Nian sent a cute emoji of herself sweating. Jiang Nian. It's natural, nothing I can do about it. Su Wanyin, haha, it's all good. Big hands can hold wealth, that's wonderful. Jiang Nian, thank you. Su Wanyin, is Xiaoyu asleep? Jiang Nian, yes, she is. After sending this, he also sent a video of Xiaoyu sleeping to Su Wanyin. Su Wanyin, she looks so peaceful while sleeping. Good. The little girl is quite capable. Jiang Nian, thank you. Thanks. Su Wanyin, you must have just graduated this year. You should be younger than me. Just call me Sister Su. Jiang Nian, thank you, Sister Su. Su Wanyin, haha, you've worked hard, and you should rest early too. Jiang Nian, okay. Su Wanyin, good night. Jiang Nian, 3 good night. After sending these messages, Su Wanyin put her phone away. Oh, today's young girls are quite adorable, but they really are quite sparse with their words. Each sentence is so precious. Mu Ling was startled again. You chatted with Jiang Nian? Su Wanyin replied, yes, just encouraging her to work hard. I hadn't expected her to only send emoticons. It's just too cute. Ha! It suits Xiaoyu quite well. But Mu Ling, let us see if we can assess Jiang Nian's character when the opportunity arises. If she is good, I'll reveal my identity to her in 3 months and have her bring Xiaoyu to my side. Mu Ling silently rubbed her forehead. Once the 3 months are up, they must hurry to have Jiang Nian leave. She was no longer inclined to tidy up this mess. At that moment, Jiang Nian, after bidding goodnight, felt utterly disheartened. The emoticons sent chills down his spine. He sighed softly, lamenting the arduous nature of earning a living. Perhaps it was best to focus on writing diligently. In 3 months, the period for new book releases would likely have passed, and his manuscript fees would increase. Although the extent of the rise remained uncertain, sustaining himself was certainly within reach. At that time, he would pack his belongings and embark on travels, no longer at the beck and call of a boss. With this thought, Jiang Nian recalled the words entrusted to him by Shichun. After a long day of work, he had yet to attend to the matter of the reader group. He needed to reach out to his beloved Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian took out his phone, opened the Orange Novel app, located his cherished Xiaoyu, and clicked to follow her. He then began to send her a private message. Nian Yu. Hello, are you there? I am the author Nian Yu. Chapter 36. A burst of inspiration after watching Su Xiaoyu's video for a while. Su Wanyin set her phone aside, intending to sleep. However, despite her efforts, slumber eluded her. Reluctantly, she picked up her phone once more, but found herself uninterested in videos. Instead, she opened the Orange Novel app, curious to see if the author known as Nian Yu had made a conscientious effort to publish more chapters. Upon opening the app, she noticed an influx of comments in her comment section. True fans indeed, showering the author with gifts. No wonder Nian Nian updated so early today. It seems the allure of wealth has tempted him. Upstairs, why don't you hurry and contribute a little? Who knows, the author might reward us with additional chapters. Huh, your wallet is cleaner than your face. You offer nothing but companionship. Such a miser. Author, wait, I will gift you. As Su Wanyin navigated to the gifting interface, she discovered that many had indeed sent gifts after her. However, the amounts were rather meager. She couldn't help but chuckle. Now the author's income has seen a boost, and he ought to thank her. Yet he still had not updated. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she prepared to exit the app when she noticed a new follower on her fan page. Furrowing her brow, she wondered who had chosen to follow her. Upon seeing that it was Nian Nian Yu, she paused in surprise. Why would this author follow her? Was it merely due to the gifts? Surely, he wouldn't follow everyone who contributed. Clicking on the author's main page, she found that he followed only one person, most favorite little fish. To her astonishment, it was indeed her. This unexpected gesture brought her a sense of joy, allowing her to share in the delight of those fans whose comments were acknowledged by their beloved creators. Then, she noticed a private message. To her astonishment, the author had taken the initiative to reach out to her. How startling! Su Wanyin's imagination ran wild, conjuring up images of streamers who had close relationships with their fans, meeting them privately, and even sharing hotel rooms. What if her identity had been exposed? Did the author know she was female? After a moment of inner turmoil, she reluctantly opened the private message. Reading the content, she considered her response and ultimately replied, "I'm here. Is there something you need, esteemed author?" She resolved that if he posed any personal questions, she would feign ignorance and inform Lin she to keep an eye on this individual. Jiang Nian, upon seeing her reply, eagerly grabbed his phone. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you have time usually." Su Wanyin's heart skipped a beat. Just as she suspected, the opening line had arrived. To think that such a talented author could be so forward. Irritation bubbled within her. She intended to engage. But recalling Lin Shi's safety, she decided to entertain the conversation. "I have time. What is up?" After sending her reply, Su Wanyin stared at her phone screen, anticipating the author's response. Surely, he would suggest they meet for a meal at some point. She would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn upon him and subsequently block him. Su Wanyin had already begun to conjure up a myriad of invective in her mind. At that moment, she noticed a reply. "Nian Nian Yu. That's wonderful. I wish to establish a reader group, and was wondering if you could assist me in managing it." Su Wanyin was taken aback. Her harsh words momentarily silenced in her thoughts, as a flicker of guilt washed over her. It turned out that this charming author was merely seeking assistance in managing a group. She recalled Lin Shi mentioning that a well-managed fan group could greatly benefit an author, facilitating the development of their future works, much like a fan club for celebrities. Initially, Su Wanyin felt she had no spare time. After all, she had training during the day, reflections on her daily work in the evening, and considerations regarding her career path, not to mention her longing for a little fish. Yet, she genuinely adored this book. Coupled with the recent internal tirade against the author, she felt an unwarranted pang of guilt. Perhaps, in her leisure moments, she could lend a hand in managing the reader group. With this thought in mind, she promptly replied, "The most beloved little fish. I see. All right, I shall assist you in managing it, but I may not always be available, so it would be prudent to seek additional help." Su Wanyin was also considering Jiang Nian's situation. When she became busy, she scarcely glanced at her phone. "Nian Nian Yu. Great, thanks bro." He remained blissfully unaware of her true identity, which pleased her. "The most beloved little fish. You're welcome, brother." "Nian Nian Yu. I'll add you on QQ." The most beloved little fish. One moment. It wasn't that she hesitated to share her QQ information with Jiang Nian. Rather, she needed to create a new account. The current QQ account was filled with contact from her high school and middle school days, and she hadn't logged in for years. If she suddenly became active, especially with her plans to debut in the future, it could pose significant complications. Su Wanyin swiftly opened the QQ chat application, registered a new account, and sent it to Nian Nian Yu. Shortly after, she received a friend request from him. Upon accepting it, she noticed she had been added to the group. It consisted of just 2 members, herself and the author, Nian Nian Yu. Before long, she received a request for group management. Once she had completed these actions, she finally received a message from him. Nian Nian Yu, I appreciate it. The most beloved little fish. All right, author, remember to update more tomorrow. I've heard that novels on Orange Fiction receive substantial promotion after reaching 100,000 words, which could lead to income. Nian Nian Yu, I'll do my best. Their conversation concluded, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Nian accessed the back end of Orange Fiction to update the group number, then picked up his phone to review his graduation project. The assignment required each student to create a small game. Having played numerous games in his previous life, he had some ideas, but the challenge lay in his lack of knowledge. He had scarcely paid attention in college, and he was entirely unfamiliar with programming, leaving him at a loss for how to begin. After jotting down some concept for the game, he found himself in a quandary. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to reach out to Mu Ling via WeChat. Jiang Nian, Sister Mu Ling, what troubles you? Jiang Nian, did you not promise to introduce me to a prominent figure to assist with my graduation project? Mu Ling, indeed. Please hold on a moment. After sending a message, Mu Ling swiftly navigated through her phone and, after a brief pause, opened a conversation with someone she hadn't contacted in 6 months. Mu Yincheng. Taking a deep breath, she began to type. Mu Ling, big brother, are you awake? Have you had dinner? How have you been lately? Have you started dating? Moments later, she received a reply. Mu Yincheng, speak plainly. Mu Ling, I seek your assistance. A friend of mine requires help with his graduation project, and he is in your field of study. He is quite inexperienced. Mu Yincheng. Mu Ling, are you truly suggesting that I, an internationally renowned figure, should assist a mere university graduate with his project? Do you think I possess such capabilities? Be wary. I might just inform your father. Mu Ling, I shall provide you with a signed photo of the esteemed goddess Yin. Chapter 37. The uncommon golden finger of time travel. After sending the message, Mu Ling cautiously glanced at Su Wanyin's bed. Fortunately, she had not peeked at her phone this time, remaining oblivious to the matter at hand. Mu Yincheng, her elder cousin, is the son of her uncle and 7 years her senior. He is quite the quintessential homebody, a true tech enthusiast. Having pursued a degree in computer science, he stands in stark contrast to Jiang Nian, as he consistently ranks first in his class. His accolades in international competitions have earned him a stellar reputation both domestically and abroad, endearingly referred to as M within their circle. As they say, whenever M is involved, no project remains unfulfilled. At merely 32 years of age, he is already mentoring graduate students. In the Mu family, Mu Yincheng is regarded as a prodigy, the envy of every parent. However, this genius harbors a significant flaw. He remains unmarried and has no girlfriend. The family dares not press him. Any suggestion to do so sends him into a fit of anger, retreating from sight and severing communication with them. Mu Ling has even overheard family discussions speculating whether Mu Yincheng might prefer men. Yet, she alone knows the truth. He simply fears the institution of marriage. A heartbreak during his university years has left him closed off to love. His greatest admiration lies with Su Wanyin. In the past, he often implored Mu Ling to procure autographed photos of Su Wanyin for him, fervently pursuing his idol. However, she consistently declined, wishing to shield Su Wanyin from any external distractions, especially during her meteoric rise in her career. Yet now, circumstances have shifted. This undertaking is for Su Wanyin, and besides, she has become a mother. If her elder brother were to learn of this, he would surely resign himself to the reality. Surely, there would be no harm in providing the introduction, right? Mu Ling reassured herself. Indeed, no sooner had she sent the message than she received a response from Mu Yincheng. Mu Yincheng deal? Mu Yincheng. Even if you introduce me to a mere stone, I could still nurture it into a genius. Mu Yincheng. Now, share the contact information. Mu Ling, I'll have him add you. But do be gentle. He truly knows nothing and nearly failed his exams. After concluding her conversation with Mu Yincheng, Mu Ling forwarded his WeChat information to Jiang Nian. At that moment, Jiang Nian was growing somewhat weary from waiting. Bored, he picked up his textbook, intending to skim through it for anything that might prove beneficial. Although he had studied this material for several years, it felt as fresh as newly published literature. As he could not recall its contents, he opened the book, massaging his temples, and began reading from the first line. Suddenly, he paused in astonishment. For reasons unknown, the text he once found utterly incomprehensible now made perfect sense. Even more astonishingly, everything he had read was etched into his memory, allowing him to grasp the concepts with clarity. Jiang Nian was utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that his time travel had activated his golden finger only upon departing from Tang Weiwei? Not only had he retained the knowledge from his previous life, but he could now recall it perfectly. With this thought, Jiang Nian could not resist reading a few more pages. As he continued, he became oblivious to the passage of time. The sound of a notification from his phone jolted him back to reality. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten to message Mu Ling. Since he had a remarkable memory, there was no need to seek assistance. After all, aside from caring for Xiao Yu and writing, he had little else to occupy his time. Spending a month reading could enable him to grasp the entirety of his university major's knowledge. The remaining month could be devoted to his graduation project, which was also manageable. As Jiang Nian opened his phone, he noticed a business card sent by Mu Ling. This name seemed somewhat familiar. He felt as if he had encountered it before, but couldn't quite place it. Mu Ling, my elder brother, Mu Yinsheng. Jiang Nian initially contemplated declining the offer, but reconsidered. It would be rather inappropriate to tell Mu Ling he had no need for it at this juncture. She would likely think he was toying with her. Hence, he replied courteously, "Thank you," and proceeded to add him as a friend, noting down Mu Yinsheng's name. He could always provide an explanation later. Once the connection was established, before he could utter a word, Mu Yinsheng sent a message. "Hello, rookie." Jiang Nian. Of course, he refrained from sending that exasperated ellipsis. After all, he was there to assist him, and, as Mu Ling had indicated, he was quite the formidable figure. Those who were influential often possessed a distinct air of arrogance, which Jiang Nian could understand. Thus, he replied politely, "Greetings, Brother Mu. I am Jiang Nian. Mu Yinsheng. I know, rookie. Send me your graduation project for review, and do it quickly. I don't want to miss my chance to admire the ladies." Jiang Nian. After some contemplation, he decided to send the project. Perhaps having a seasoned expert's guidance would expedite the process. At that moment, in a modest apartment in Kyoto, a bespectacled man donned in a suit sat upright, leisurely savoring a steak while watching anime. The animated characters were exceedingly alluring, igniting a fervor that contrasted starkly with his formal attire. However, the man paid no heed to this incongruity. Upon receiving Jiang Nian's message, he set down his cutlery and paused the screen. He opened the document Jiang Nian had sent along with his project outline. As he perused the material, a frown creased his brow. Mu Yinsheng. You can't even manage something this simple? Truly a rookie. Jiang Nian. Just as he was about to respond, another message from Mu Yinsheng arrived. Mu Yinsheng. Forget it. For the sake of the goddess Yinyin, I shall reluctantly assist you. With that, he sent Jiang Nian another document. Mu Yinsheng. This contains the key points from my 4 years of computer science studies. It's not extensive. Under normal circumstances, one could finish it in half a month. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once you complete it, you will surely grasp your graduation project. Once again, the goddess Yinyin? What connection could this have with her? Surely, Mu Ling had not bartered something related to the goddess Yinyin for this expert assistance, had she? Jiang Nian hesitated to accept the document, intending to clarify, Brother Mu. However, before he could finish his second message, another notification from Mu Yinsheng appeared. Mu Yinsheng, surely you are not expecting me to do this for you, are you? Have you truly sunk to such depths? If this is the case, there is no need for you to graduate. Jiang Nian. Fair enough, he makes a valid point, although he had no intention of doing it himself. Jiang Nian. All right, let me take a look. Thank you, Brother Mu. Mu Yinsheng, you're welcome, but I am not doing this for you. Do your best. Jiang Nian, feeling a bit helpless, opened the document and began to read. As he delved deeper, he realized that Mu Yinsheng was indeed a remarkable figure. While his words may have been somewhat harsh, the document was impeccably organized, with the key points summarized with great precision. It was far simpler than reading the textbook directly. Jiang Nian found himself wholly absorbed, completely losing track of time. By the time he finished the first volume, it was already 2 in the morning. He glanced at the content of the document and realized he had covered a third of it. Furthermore, this third had seamlessly integrated into his mind. He could easily complete the remaining parts in 2 days. This was significantly ahead of the half-month timeline Mu Yinqing had suggested. It was far more efficient than studying from a book. Jiang Nian couldn't help but marvel at the distinct advantages of his current situation. Had he known, he would have left Tang Weiwei long ago. Just as the thought of Tang Weiwei crossed his mind, he received a message from her. Tang Weiwei, Jiang Nian. I am leaving. Chapter 38. Who says Jiang Nian is without a girlfriend? Upon encountering this news, Jiang Nian felt an instant chill run down his spine. How could this person not know when to stop? He promptly stowed his phone away, pretending he had not seen it. Just a few days prior, he had simply lost interest, but now he suspected that she might be affecting his fortunate streak, which fueled his growing disdain. No sooner had he laid his phone down than he heard the familiar ping of a WeChat notification. Jiang Nian picked up his phone to find a second message from Tang Weiwei. Before I leave, shall we meet? Jiang Nian thought to himself. What is the point of meeting? Without hesitation, he clicked on her profile and promptly deleted and blocked her. At last, tranquility enveloped him, allowing him to finally enjoy a restful night as sleep. He sighed in relief, realizing that he should have taken this step long ago. With no one to disturb him, he quickly succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Weiwei remained wide awake that night. She pondered in confusion why she felt so compelled to reach out to Jiang Nian. Ever since Jiang Lingdong berated her, the fear of losing Jiang Nian had gripped her heart. The thought alone caused a sharp pain in her chest. In the dead of night, unable to contain her emotions, she sent Jiang Nian a message. Although she still had a few days before departing, she believed that perhaps, under this pretext, he would agree to meet her. However, she could never have anticipated that upon sending her third message, she would be met with a glaring red exclamation mark. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. Without thinking, Tang Weiwei instinctively clicked to add him as a friend. But it was as if her efforts had vanished into the void. She could no longer reach Jiang Nian. She had been blocked and deleted. She felt as if she had lost him forever. A profound ache gripped her heart, prompting her to angrily dial his number, only to discover that the call had also been blocked. That night, Tang Weiwei felt as though her entire world had descended into darkness. Before dawn, she rose and made her way to the playground, running a full 5 kilometers, yet the turmoil within her remained unrelieved. The more she contemplated the situation, the more unsettled she became, leading her to resolve to take further action. Jiang Lingdong, being Jiang Nian's cousin, was indifferent to the matter. But surely someone in the Jiang family must care, particularly that aunt who cherished her so dearly, Jiang Nian's mother. Perhaps it was time for her to pay a visit. Unaware of these unfolding events, Jiang Nian was roused by his alarm at 7 o'clock and quickly sprang from bed. He had breakfast to prepare for Su Xiaoyu. Though he had only enjoyed 4 hours of sleep, being in the prime of his youth, rising at this hour was a trivial matter. He set about making pancakes with bacon, whipped up some soybean milk, and fried an egg. Once he had completed these tasks, he went to call for Su Xiaoyu. The little girl had gone to bed by 9 the previous evening and surprisingly had not yet awakened. Children, indeed, have a remarkable capacity for sleep. Jiang Nian gently pushed the door open, ready to rouse her, only to find the small creature already sitting up. With her tousled hair and bleary eyes, she yawned adorably. Her little face, slightly flattened from slumber, appeared irresistibly cute. Perhaps upon catching sight of Jiang Nian, she reluctantly turned her head slightly and softly called out. Daddy Jiang Nian chuckled as he looked at her. Little fish, you're awake. Why didn't you call for Daddy? Not calling is one thing, but why aren't you crying? Su Xiaoyu stretched out her arms, seeking a hug, while letting out a large yawn. Little fish is afraid of disturbing Daddy Jiang. Nian quickly scooped her up. No need to worry. Daddy has been awake for a while. Come now, get dressed, and we shall go have a meal. Olate, Su Xiaoyu nadiv. She had initially planned to dress herself, but after struggling for quite some time, without success, Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, he personally assisted her in donning a little dress and sandals before carrying her to the living room for breakfast. After the meal, the little one was finally fully awake. Daddy, what shall we do next? She curiously inquired, tilting her little head back while Jiang Nian washed the dishes. What's next? Jiang Nian surveyed the room and pondered. How about helping Daddy make stinky tofu later? The tofu brought by Li Ho hot is still in the fridge. It won't tea do to leave it there for too long. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. All right. Jiang Nian couldn't resist ruffling her little head, his desire for an obedient daughter growing stronger. That morning, Jiang Nian busied himself with preparing the tofu, intending to make stinky tofu, soft tofu, and fermented tofu. Unfortunately, this world lacked the necessary molds, though all other ingredients were readily available. Jiang Nian had to resort to the most rudimentary methods. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had relished these dishes, had studied them during his leisure, and had achieved considerable success. It just required a bit of time. As noon approached, in the South Street community of Jiangbei City, Yin Xiaomei had just returned from grocery shopping, accompanied by a companion, Jiang Lingdong. He had originally planned to visit Jiang Nian's home to see little fish, but his parents had asked him to deliver some fish to his second aunt's house. Jiang Lingdong was unaware of when his father had developed a fondness for fishing. For the past 2 months, their home had been replete with fish, braised, sweet and sour, steamed, grilled, and even fish soup with no repetition. Initially, it had been quite novel, but now the entire family had grown weary of it. Just yesterday, his father had returned with an enormous bucket of fish, and after boasting to the neighbors, no one in the family wished to eat it. Thus, he received a call asking him to deliver it today. His second aunt was delighted and insisted on having him stay for lunch, of course, featuring fish. He wished to decline, but ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. With his second uncle out for work and his second aunt heading out to buy groceries, Jiang Lingdong, not wanting to idle at home, decided to accompany her. The South Street community was an older neighborhood, predominantly inhabited by elderly residents, although there were still a fair number of children. At this time, it was not yet mealtime, and many elderly individuals were enjoying the playground with their grandchildren. As they walked, Yin Xiaomei laughed. Lingdong, when are you getting married? Just look how wonderful it is to have a child. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingdong felt a twinge of discomfort. Auntie, it's not that I haven't encountered the right person, he replied. Yin Xiaomei said, all right, I can see that your mother is quite anxious. You must act swiftly. Jiang Lingdong responded, I will do my best. However, Annie about Jiang Nian, he intended to use Jiang Nian as a shield, as he often did. Yet, the moment the words escaped his lips, he suddenly realized that Jiang Nian now had a child. This was a stark contrast to his own situation. He quickly ceased speaking, halting his thoughts. Yin Xiaomei, having only caught half of the conversation, appeared puzzled. What happened to Xiaoyan? She inquired. Nothing at all. He's doing quite well, he. As the two conversed, a pair of middle-aged individuals, roughly the same age as Yin Xiaomei, approached. The man cradled an infant of several months in his arms. Upon seeing them, Yin Xiaomei swiftly diverted her attention from Jiang Lingdong, exclaiming, Lingdong, let us go this way. What is going on? Jiang Lingdong asked. A look of confusion etched on his face. Before Yin Xiaomei could respond, the woman from the couple remarked, Oh, Xiaomei, you're back from grocery shopping? Yin Xiaomei chuckled awkwardly, yes. The woman continued, Oh dear, you have it so easy. Unlike me, who is still busy taking care of my grandchild. You know, marrying off children early is quite troublesome. At my age, I should be enjoying life like you. But alas, I have this burdensome fate. Jiang Lingdong observed that though she was complaining, a smile remained on her face, radiating a sense of pride. Indeed, she didn't need Yin Xiaomei to say anything further as she continued. However, Xiaomei, my son is the same age as your Jiang Nian, and look, my grandchild is already half a year old. What about your Jiang Nian? I always said that education is overrated, didn't I? At such an age, he still hasn't found a wife. I heard that your Jiang Nian hasn't even dated a girl yet. How truly. Jiang Lingdong interjected, Goodness gracious. Is this a display of boasting? Not only is she bragging, but she is also disparaging Jiang Nian. Who could possibly endure this? At this point, Yin Xiaomei was so embarrassed that she didn't know how to respond, lowering her head. Before she could utter a word, Jiang Lingdong boldly declared, Excuse me, madam. What are you saying? Who claimed our Jiang Nian has no girlfriend? Allow me to enlighten you. Our Jiang Nian not only has a girlfriend, but also a lovely daughter. She is hundreds of times cuter than your grandchild. And she doesn't even need my aunt to assist in her upbringing. Yet, you are indeed correct about one thing. You truly have a burdensome life. Chapter 39 In Xiaomei, what did you say? Our Jiang Nian has a child? Upon hearing Jiang Lingdong's words, the woman's complexion changed dramatically. Realizing that he had achieved his purpose, Jiang Lingdong prepared to continue. I say, Aunt, are you not envious of my second aunt? Before he could finish his sentence, someone nudged his arm. Lingdong, what are you saying? Let me finish. Jiang Lingdong, In Xiaomei shouted, finally rousing Jiang Lingdong from his reverie, making him aware of his words. He quickly covered his mouth. Damn it. In a moment of careless pleasure, I let it slip. What am I to do now? Second aunt. The couple holding the child sensed something amiss and hastily departed. It was only then that In Xiaomei found her voice. What did you just say? That Jiang Nian has child? That he doesn't need me to take care of it? And Tang Weiwei had a baby? In Xiaomei felt her mind whirl in confusion. She knew her son had feelings for Tang Weiwei. Although she wasn't particularly fond of that girl, as an open-minded parent, she had refrained from interfering with Jiang Nian's affections. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Nian had pursued her for 4 years. In 2 months, Jiang Nian would graduate. In Xiaomei had thought that after graduation, they would go their separate ways, and perhaps Jiang Nian would give up. To her astonishment, Jiang Nian actually had a child. What on earth was happening? Why had she never heard Jiang Nian mention this? When did he and Tang Weiwei? Jiang Lingdong was still contemplating how to concoct a lie to smooth things over for Jiang Nian, but upon hearing In Xiaomei's words, he grew anxious. This misunderstanding was severe. It needed clarification. Without further ado, Jiang Lingdong exclaimed, What are you talking about? Second aunt, how could Jiang Nian have a child with Tang Weiwei? In Xiaomei breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as it's not her. But soon, her concerns surged again. Then with whom? Are there other girls? How come I didn't know? Jiang Lingdong scratched his head, conflicted. Second aunt, I can tell you. But you must promise me not to confront Jiang Nian about it. I promised him I wouldn't tell you. Hurry up and speak. In Xiaomei was beyond caring about the details. Jiang Lingdong continued. Actually, I don't even know who the child's mother is. She went to work in Kyoto. Jiang Nian is currently taking care of the child, but that child is exceptionally cute, sensible, and polite. A truly wonderful child. Moreover, for the past 3 years, it has been the child's mother raising him alone. I thought, given how well she has raised him, she must also be a remarkable person. Certainly better than Tang Weiwei. As for Tang Weiwei, I have never thought highly of her, and I suspect you feel the same way, right? Jiang Nian was the one who informed me of this. She wanted to report him to me, so I would scold him. Truly excessive. Today, we should be pleased that Jiang Nian has managed to escape the clutches of Tang Weiwei. Moreover, as I have just mentioned, the child is already 3 years old, and you need not worry about caregiving. You could directly embrace a delightful granddaughter. How wonderful is that? In Xiaomei, upon hearing this, felt somewhat bewildered. Is it truly so advantageous? Jiang Lingdong affirmed, Indeed, you must trust me. It is genuinely splendid. In Xiaomei nodded in agreement. While Tang Weiwei may not be competent, Jiang Nian has already fathered a child with another. Surely, he ought to marry her, right? How can she still be out working? This simply will not do. I must make a phone call. As In Xiaomei spoke, she retrieved her mobile phone. Jiang Lingdong hastily snatched the device from her grasp. No, dear aunt. Please listen to me. Jiang Nian has yet to inform you, but there must be a reason. I suspect it is because he is aware of both the child and the child's mother. It has not fully processed the situation before she ventured out to earn a living. It is likely due to the exorbitant costs of raising a child. And given that Jiang Nian is still a student, he is reluctant to part with such a wonderful woman. Jiang Nian must be struggling to solidify his relationship with the child's mother and has not yet found the moment to convey this to you. If you go, it would merely pressure Jiang Nian and the young lady. It could very well backfire, resulting in the mother leaving, taking the child with her, and leaving us worse off than before. Amidst the chaos, In Xiaomei suddenly found some merit in Jiang Lingdong's reasoning. So what shall we do now? Chapter 40 Su Xiaoyu. This grandmother seems somewhat reminiscent of my father, Jiang Lingdong. My suggestion is that we remain passive for the time being, feigning ignorance. Let Jiang Nian, the child, and the child's mother spend some time together. Once the moment is ripe, we shall act. In this way, we We will have both a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter. Xiaomei pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the emotions of a youth were not something she should interfere with. But now I must do something. The realization that she was to become a grandmother left Xiaomei feeling quite bewildered. She felt somewhat at a loss. She could not be completely indifferent. But how should she manage the situation? Jiang Lingdong, let us return home for dinner. Later, I will visit Su Wanyin and take some photos to show you. Currently, this matter is known only to me, and I believe you will not mind my visit. Xiaomei, that sounds fine. She agreed, carrying the vegetables as she headed home. Jiang Lingdong let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, a semblance of stability had been achieved. As they reached the ground floor, Xiaomei suddenly halted. No, I must go see him. Lingdong, here are the house keys. You take them. I will leave the vegetables with you, and you can cook for yourself. I am off to find Su Wanyin. Before Jiang Lingdong could react, his hands were filled with the keys and vegetables. Wait, second aunt, you cannot go. Do not worry. I will not let Su Wanyin know that I am aware of this matter. I will just take a look discreetly. Xiaomei turned and left. Having realized she had a granddaughter, how could she remain at ease? She had to go and see for herself. Lingdong, please send me the address to my phone later. Jiang Lingdong. He shook his head silently, resigned as he ascended the stairs. Little did he expect that he would have to cook for himself in the end. His situation was rather unfortunate. Xiaomei exited the community. Upon receiving the address from Jiang Lingdong, she promptly summoned a taxi through her phone. This skill had been taught to her by Jiang Nian. It was astonishing to think that Jiang Nian now had a child. Xiaomei could hardly contain her joy. This was indeed a cause for celebration. She wished to inform Jiang Nian's father, but recalling his loose lips, she decided to keep it a secret for the time being. After all, Lingdong had advised against letting others know. For the sake of her son, it was better not to tell him just yet. The taxi soon arrived, indicating it would take 5 minutes to pick her up. Xiaomei stood by the roadside waiting. However, before the car could arrive, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Tang Weiwei. As she exited her vehicle, Tang Weiwei approached and linked her arm with Xiaomei's. Annie, where are you off to? I was just about to visit you. Xiaomei instinctively withdrew her arm and replied politely, Weiwei, what brings you here? Tang Weiwei was taken aback. Previously, whenever she encountered Xiaomei, the latter always greeted her with a warm smile and kindness. But today, for some reason, she sensed a distance. Remembering the purpose of her visit, Tang Weiwei momentarily suppressed her feelings. Annie, I came to discuss something regarding Jiang Nian. Xiaomei smiled faintly. Are you here to tell me that Jiang Nian has a child? Do you know? Tang Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Her carefully prepared remarks caught in her throat. She had never anticipated that Xiaomei would utter such a statement so nonchalantly. In her recollection, Xiaomei had always treated her kindly, greeting her with politeness and occasionally bringing her treats. Tang Weiwei had always believed that should she agree to Jiang Nian's proposal, Xiaomei would be quite fond of her as a daughter-in-law. With a smile, Xiaomei nodded. I know. She reached out, taking Tang Weiwei's hand, patting it in a gesture reminiscent of a senior comforting a junior. Lingdong has informed me. Weiwei, a missed opportunity is simply a missed opportunity. You need not concern yourself with this. This? What do you mean? Did she really think that Tang Weiwei was humbly pleading for Jiang Nian's reconciliation? No. How could she entertain such a thought? Auntie, I merely believe this matter should be disclosed to you, as Jiang Nian is, after all, your son. Before she could finish, Xiaomei interrupted, precisely because he is my son. I understand him well. Once he has given up, he has truly given up. Xiaomei's tone remained gentle, yet Tang Weiwei discerned an undercurrent of emotion. Regardless of what transpired between you and Jiang Nian before, I believe he has come to terms with it and will no longer pursue you, Weiwei. Isn't this what you desire? For all these years, you have not accepted our Su Wanyin, and, as his mother, I have felt quite pained for him. Naturally, I support your sentiments, but now, I must go see Su Wanyin. You should return to your own life. A rideshare vehicle halted before them. Xiaomei released Tang Weiwei's hand and turned to enter the car without a moment's pause. Tang Weiwei stood frozen in place. Ever since she had rejected Jiang Nian's confession, everything had seemed irrevocably altered. Nothing was within her control. How could this be happening? How could this be happening? Throughout that morning, Jiang Nian meticulously cut the tofu into cubes and set them out to sun-dry. He then accompanied Xiao Yu to procure some ingredients for making the marinated tofu, white liquor and dried straw, intended for crafting stinky tofu brine and hairy tofu. Fortunately, the nearby market adjacent to Zhongxiu Garden was well-stocked. After meandering through the stalls, he nearly gathered everything he needed. Jiang Yin also purchased some vegetables for their midday meal before returning home with Xiao Yu. He began the fermentation process for the brine, according to memory, then found a cardboard box, spraying it with white liquor for disinfection before placing the straw inside. By afternoon, once the tofu had dried sufficiently for 3 hours, he could commence the creation of hairy tofu. Having completed all these tasks, he glanced at the clock. It was only 10:30. Despite having busied herself alongside him all morning, Xiao Yu appeared unfazed by fatigue. Jiang Nian couldn't help but admire the boundless energy of children and decided to take her downstairs to swing. Luckily, the little one was quite interested, having not had enough playtime the previous day. The two were in perfect accord. Upon arriving at the children's playground, the other children immediately offered their swings to this exceptionally beautiful little girl. Some even ran over to inquire if Xiao Yu wished to play with them. Jiang Yin couldn't help but marvel at the fact that, whether among adults or children, attractiveness remains an undeniable asset. Little Yu was thoroughly enjoying herself while playing with them, occasionally cheerfully introducing others. "This is my daddy. My daddy is super handsome." Consequently, Jiang Yin swiftly became acquainted with many of the other parents, who could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Look at this young man. He has a child at such a tender age. How wonderful. When your daughter turns 18, you will only be 37. What a blessing." When In Xiaomei arrived, this was the scene she encountered. From a distance, she observed Jiang Yin and the little girl beside him, and an unexpected pang of sadness struck her heart. Her son had finally stepped out of the peculiar circle surrounding Tang Weiwei. How delightful. And now, he had such a lovely granddaughter, so beautiful, so charming, and so well-behaved. In Xiaomei longed to approach and hear the little one sweetly call her grandma. However, she refrained. She remembered Jiang Lingdong's words well. For now, she must not disturb Jiang Yin's life. No matter how much she missed him, she would wait until he had settled everything before acting. Nonetheless, she needed to return home to discuss with her husband the matter of purchasing a marital residence for Jiang Yin. Now that they were parents, it was impractical for them to continue residing in a rental. It would be unfair to place all the burden on the girl. Reflecting on this, In Xiaomei silently cheered her son on. She then concealed herself in a corner where Jiang Yin could not see her, watching as the little one played joyfully with him. It was undeniable that since her son had moved on from Tang Weiwei, his demeanor had improved significantly. Previously, whenever he returned home, he wore a frown, rushing out at the slightest call from Tang Weiwei, often neglecting to eat and sometimes returning home hungry. Yet now, even while engaged in the exhausting task of childcare, Jiang Yin appeared genuinely happy. In Xiaomei found herself lost in the moment, oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when Jiang Yin began walking in her direction that she realized something was amiss. She quickly rose and stepped back, relieved that Jiang Yin had not spotted her. She placed a hand over her heart, exhaling deeply. His expression was, as always, less than favorable. Just as she finished her thoughts, a sudden concern struck her. Although Jiang Yin had left, his little granddaughter remained alone, playing on the carousel. What was going on? Why hadn't he taken the child with him? In Xiaomei furrowed her brow in disapproval. Jiang Yin was being rather careless. Even if he had to attend to something, he could not leave a 3-year-old child unattended outside. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. She contemplated calling Jiang Yin to scold him, but deemed it inappropriate. After a moment's reflection, she decided to personally check on her granddaughter. As for the reprimand, she would save that for later. With determination, In Xiaomei made her way towards the carousel. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu was seated on a small wooden horse, beaming with joy. Beside her was a little friend pushing her, and a woman stood nearby, gently speaking to them. "Don't worry, little one. Daddy just went to the restroom, and he will take good care of you." Just 3 minutes ago, she had made a promise to Jiang Yin. He wished to go to the restroom, but Xiaoyu was not yet ready to return. Fortunately, Yi's mother was free and thought to lend a helping hand, as he also enjoyed playing with Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu vigorously nodded her head, expressing, yes. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Yiya's mother. Her childlike voice filled Yiya's mother with delight. Yiya, push slowly. Be careful not to hurt Xiaoyu. The one pushing the carousel for Xiaoyu was none other than Yiya herself. She cheerfully nodded, saying, all right, Mama, I want to play with Xiaoyu. Please lift me up too. Okay, come here. Yiya's mother embraced her and placed her on the horse behind Xiaoyu. Unlike the amusement parks, the small carousel in the community was designed for children under 5 and did not operate on electricity. It required human effort to spin. Once Yiya sat down, there was no one left to push the carousel. Xiaoyu turned her head, pondering for a moment before calling out to Yiya's mother. Yiya's mother. I'm not done playing yet. Could you please help me? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the little carousel begin to turn. Su Xiaoyu, passive, turned her head and saw Yin Xiumei. She furrowed her brow in confusion. This grandmother seems to bear a resemblance to her father. Chapter 41. Yin Xiumei. This is my dear granddaughter. Yiya's mother followed Su Xiaoyu's gaze. Although she found the woman in front of her somewhat familiar, as a mother, she had become exceedingly cautious ever since Yiya came into her life. She feared that any inadvertent mistake on her part might cause harm to her child, especially if there were any ill-intentioned individuals around. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Promptly, Yiya's mother stepped forward, positioning herself between Xiaoyu and Yiya. With one hand, she steadied Yiya, and with the other, she grasped Xiaoyu, keeping a vigilant eye on Yin Xiumei. Annie, may I ask what brings you here? Yin Xiumei, who had been lost in admiration of Su Xiaoyu, suddenly snapped back to reality. She had been overwhelmed with joy and excitement, almost yearning to embrace the girl and reveal that she was her grandmother. For a fleeting moment, she forgot her place. To them, she was a stranger. Quickly, she took a step back, lowering her head in a gesture of contrition. Oh, I was merely passing by. Upon seeing you two lovely girls playing on the swing, I felt compelled to come and take a look. I long to have a granddaughter of my own. You wish to have a granddaughter too? Indeed. Yin Xiumei nodded fervently, her mind racing. I dream of having a sweet and adorable little granddaughter, but alas, my son is rather disappointing. He has yet to secure a girlfriend. Our neighbors already have granddaughters, and those old ladies mock me daily. With a deep sigh, Yin Xiumei lamented. Every time I see a young girl on the street, my heart aches with longing. I apologize for intruding upon your time. Upon hearing this, Yiya's mother felt her heart soften. She could empathize with this situation deeply. Before Yiya's birth, her own mother had been similarly relentless, constantly urging her to have a child. Occasionally, she would send her pictures and videos of adorable babies, nearly bringing over other people's children for her to see. She never expected to find so many kindred spirits sharing the same plight. Ah, I see. It's quite all right. Why don't you stay and play for a while? Yin Xiumei glanced anxiously at Su Xiaoyu. Ever since their eyes met, the girl had been staring at her, her expression filled with uncertainty. Yin Xiumei hesitated. After all, the child was still young, and if she were to approach too closely, she might frighten her. It seemed wiser to keep her distance, as she could not bear the thought of her little granddaughter feeling afraid. She decided to leave as soon as Jiang Nian arrived. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed the little girl suddenly break into a smile. Xiaoyu reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to pull her closer, but being seated on the merry-go-round. She could not get down, and her arms were too short to reach. Frustrated, she retracted her hand and called out in her sweet, childish voice, Grandma, come play with us. Xiaoyu likes Grandma. Yin Xiumei was momentarily taken aback. You call me what? Su Xiaoyu tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Grandma. Mommy says I should be a polite and good child. I like Grandma. You look like such a wonderful person. I want to play with you. At that moment, a surge of immense joy welled up in Yin Xiumei's heart. To be called Grandma felt so heartwarming. It was simply blissful. She felt a rush of excitement, almost wanted to scoop the little girl up and twirl her around. Seeing that her grandmother, who resembled her father, remained still, Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Does Grandma not want to play with me? No, it's not that. Yin Xiumei replied. I am just overwhelmed with joy and don't know how to react. Nearby, Yaya's mother couldn't help but reflect on the scene. It was evident that this lady adored the little girl, so much so that she was at a loss for words. She chimed in, "Yes, Auntie, let's play together. The little girls adore you." Su Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes. We like you." Yaya echoed. "Xiaoyu likes you, and so do I." Instantly, Yin Xiaomei's face lit up with laughter, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. "All right, let us play together." She stood beside Su Xiaoyu and slowly began to push the carousel. "Little girl, is your name Xiaoyu?" "Yes, I'm Su Xiaoyu." "Su, you say?" It seems Jiang Lingdong was correct. Jiang Nian must have just discovered the existence of this child, and she takes after her mother's surname. Thinking of her granddaughter, who had never experienced paternal love, Yin Xiaomei felt a poignant ache in her heart, and tears threatened to spill. Noticing her emotional state, Yaya's mother quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to have such a big granddaughter." Yaya's mother chuckled, "You'll have one." Su Xiaoyu tilted her head and earnestly exclaimed, "Yes, Grandma will have a granddaughter. If Grandma doesn't have one, I can call you Grandma." Though her words were somewhat convoluted, Yin Xiaomei understood perfectly. She gently patted Su Xiaoyu's head and laughed. "All right, call me that. I love to hear it. For the next 5 minutes." Yin Xiaomei played with Su Xiaoyu until she spotted Jiang Nian approaching from the pathway ahead, holding a cup of water and a bag of snacks. Suddenly realizing the time, Yin Xiaomei exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. I need to go grocery shopping. If I'm late, my husband will start his nagging." "Xiaoyu, Grandma must leave now, but I will come back to play with you next time." Su Xiaoyu nodded happily. Okay, you go ahead, Grandma." Be good, Xiaoyu." After bidding farewell to Su Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaomei hurriedly departed. However, she did not stray far. She concealed herself behind some greenery at the corner and cast her gaze upon Jiang Nian. The thought that he had just left his beloved granddaughter alone at the amusement park ignited a flame of indignation within her. Initially, she had intended to suppress her feelings. But after meeting Xiaoyu, her heart ached more, and her anger grew. No, she needed to find a reason to scold this boy. Thus, Yin Xiaomei retrieved her mobile phone, located Jiang Nian's contact number, and dialed it. At that moment, Jiang Nian was blissfully unaware of his mother's arrival. After finishing in the restroom, he descended the stairs to seek out Xiaoyu when he was suddenly seized by an inexplicable sneeze. Jiang Nian pondered who might be speaking ill of him. Just then, the phone began to ring. Upon noticing it was his mother calling, he paused momentarily, then joyfully answered, "Hello, Mom." In his previous life, Jiang Nian had been an orphan, which made him treasure this rare, familial bond all the more in this incarnation. Yin Xiaomei and Jiang Shengmin treated him with utmost kindness, never scolding him, and would often prepare a variety of his favorite dishes upon his return home. Each time they spoke on the phone, they would inquire about his well-being, fearing he might be unhappy. Even his pursuit of Tang Weiwei, though somewhat absurd, was reluctantly accepted by them, and they treated her kindly as well. Just as Jiang Nian intended to indulge in the usual affectionate banter with Yin Xiaomei, he suddenly heard her voice on the other end, tinged with irritation. "Jiang Nian, what is going on? What are you doing?" Chapter 42. Mother, what troubles you? What is the matter? Jiang Nian glanced at his phone, confirming it was a call from Yin Xiaomei, and a look of perplexity crossed his face. "Mother?" "Yes, it is I." Yin Xiaomei's voice held a hint of coldness. Jiang Nian contemplated the events of the past few days, reassuring himself that he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Yet, he sensed his mother's displeasure, evidently directed at him. This left him bewildered. In the past, even when he had fallen to the bottom of his class, Yin Xiaomei had always coaxed him gently. "Mother, what is the matter?" He resolved to seek clarity before proceeding further. "I'm fine. What about you?" "Me?" Jiang Nian pondered once more about the recent occurrences. What could have caused Yin Xiaomei's unhappiness? He recalled their last conversation, which had taken place the previous week, during which he had mentioned his intention to confess his feelings to Tang Weiwei once more. At that time, his mother had expressed unwavering support for his endeavors. Could it be about Tang Weiwei? Upon reflection, while his mother had always treated Tang Weiwei with kindness and warmth, was it not due to her affection for him? Perhaps his mother did not harbor fond feelings for Tang Weiwei after all. Had he misjudged the situation? Jiang Nian resolved to clarify. "Mother, I have given this considerable thought. I truly believe that Tang Weiwei and I are not suited for one another." After that confession, I chose to let her go, as I wish to pursue my own life. Therefore, I kindly ask you, what does this have to do with Tang Weiwei? I am rather pleased that you have let her go. She is unworthy of you. Ah, is it not for that reason? Could it possibly be related to his impending graduation? Jiang Nian continued, you need not worry about my graduation. I have gained insights into my studies in recent days and am progressing swiftly. I will undoubtedly graduate without issue. In Xiaomei replied, I know you will graduate. I have always believed in you. Jiang Nian was left speechless. Then what have I done wrong? Did his mother discover his occupation as a male caretaker? Regarding my job, mother, I must. Jiang Nian contemplated how best to describe his current employment. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, In Xiaomei interjected, what you choose to do is your own freedom. I will not interfere. Jiang Nian was utterly confounded. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to end the call and seek clarification from his father, In Xiaomei began to speak again. Xiao Nian, I merely wish to convey that whatever work you undertake, it is imperative to approach it with diligence and responsibility. You cannot be half-hearted, especially not abandon it midway. The matter of money is inconsequential. Your father and I can support ourselves. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to come to us. Do not bottle up your concerns. Do you understand? Jiang Nian was taken aback. Does mother remain unaware of my role as a male caretaker? Is she merely expressing concern for my job? Yet initially, why had her tone been so frigid? Mother, you need not worry about finances. How can I not be concerned? How can I not worry? You are my son. What if you do not eat well, sleep poorly, or fail to grow properly? No. What if your health deteriorates? Hold on, I'll transfer some money to you right now. Buy whatever you desire and indulge yourself. Do not deny your wishes. Jiang Nian paused, about to say more, when he heard the sound of a dial tone from his phone. In Xiaomei had hung up. He shook his head and resolved to find Xiao Yu first, planning to call his father later to inquire about the situation. However, just as he took a few steps, he heard the notification sound of a text message. Opening his phone, he found a message from the bank. Your account ending and has received a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Jiang Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? 20,000? That's my entire living expense for the year, not counting an average of 2,000 a month during the summer and winter breaks. In Xiaomei would give it to me at the start of each academic year. With only 2 months left until graduation, why would she suddenly transfer me 20,000? It must be a mistake. Surely. Jiang Nian hastily called In Xiaomei back. Mom, you transferred an extra 0. I'll send it back to you. No need. I won a bit playing mahjong recently, so consider it a little gift for you. Click the call was abruptly ended again. Jiang Nian was left speechless. He shook his head and decided to pick up Xiao Yu, prepare lunch, and then call old Jiang to check on things. In the corner, In Xiaomei saw Jiang Nian approaching Su Xiao Yu and finally put her phone away. As Jiang Nian reached her side and lifted her up, In Xiaomei sighed in relief and turned to leave. As she walked away, she muttered, in this day and age, even sending money to one's son is fraught with difficulty. It was already 11:30 in the morning. Outside a small shop in the South Street community, Jiang Minsheng was purchasing cigarettes. The shopkeeper cheerfully handed him the items. Back from overtime, are you? Indeed. I was supposed to work an extra day, but I finished this morning. Getting old, I need to rest early. Of course, haha. But isn't your wife against you smoking? Jiang Minsheng smiled as he scanned his payment on his phone. Who can heed that old wife? I must save a little pocket money, after all. That's true. Just be careful not to let her catch you. Absolutely. With cigarettes in hand, Jiang Minsheng turned to exit the shop. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, not rushing back into the community. He walked to a large tree by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and sat down. There were benches specifically for resting, and Jiang Minsheng would always smoke a cigarette here whenever he returned home. After finishing, he would ask the shopkeeper for some water to rinse his mouth, ensuring In Xiaomei wouldn't discover his smoking habit. Jiang Minsheng felt quite proud of his cleverness. Placing the cigarette between his lips, he took a puff and slowly exhaled the white smoke. The sensation was divine. Jiang Minsheng closed his eyes in bliss. At that moment, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was Jiang Nian calling, and he answered. Hello, little Nian. Dad, are you smoking again? Upon returning home, Jiang Nian immediately recognized the voice. Xiao Yu had gone to the restroom again, and he seized the opportunity to call Jiang Minsheng. What can I say? Father, This is called relaxation. Do you not understand? All right, I comprehend. I want to mention it to mother. Quite sensible. What is the purpose of your call? Are you short on funds? Hold on. I will inquire with your mother for some to transfer to you. All of Jiang Minqing's salary was under the control of Yin Xiaomei, who managed the household finances. No, Dad, I'm not calling for money. Please listen to me. Jiang Nian organized his thoughts and continued. Today, my mother sent me 20,000 yuan, claiming it was for my expenses. And she also said a multitude of nonsensical things. What on earth is going on? Is there something happening at home? Jiang Minqing abruptly stood up, exclaiming, What? 20,000? Has this woman lost her mind? Chapter 43. Jiang Minqing felt an overwhelming sense of being kept in the dark about something significant. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, Su Wanyin, your mother must have made a mistake. Jiang Nian replied, I think so too. But she told me she won money playing mahjong and asked me to take the winnings. Dad, could it be that I'm an invisible rich second generation? What nonsense are you talking about, you little rascal? Yet, it seems your mother has been. Before Jiang Minqing could finish his thought, a furious voice erupted from ahead. Old Jiang, what are you doing? Are you secretly smoking? Jiang Minqing froze, nearly dropping the phone from his hand. Xiu Mei, aren't you supposed to be cooking? Yin Xiaomei retorted. So you're smoking while I cook? Jiang Minqing, didn't you tell me you quit smoking? Is this how you quit? Jiang Minqing was momentarily at a loss for words. On the other end of the line, Jiang Nian looked bewildered. Dad, what's going on? Isn't Mom home? Your mother. Just as Jiang Minqing was about to respond, the phone was snatched away by Yin Xiaomei. Is that you, Su Wanyin? I told you I won money playing mahjong and haven't returned home yet. What do you need from your father? Jiang Nian struggled to find an appropriate response. He couldn't just say he called to inquire about his father's situation. After some deliberation, he changed the subject. No, I just missed Dad and wanted to call him. Everything is fine. Your father is just smoking, Yin Xiaomei said through gritted teeth. Sensing the tension, Jiang Nian quickly added, I'll hang up now, Mom. I'll call you again when I have time. All right. The call ended, leaving Jiang Nian in utter confusion. He hadn't gleaned any useful information from the call. For now, he would have to keep the money to himself. After completing these 3 months, he would return home and give it to his mother. Meanwhile, Jiang Minqing, seeing Yin Xiaomei hang up the phone, was thoroughly panicked. He hastily tossed the cigarette to the ground and stamped it out. That was just old Huang forcing it on me. You know how he is, always smoking and insisting others join him. I had no choice but to accept. Old Huang was Jiang Minqing's colleague who lived nearby, and indeed, he was quite the chain smoker. However, Yin Xiaomei was no fool. She swiftly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from Jiang Minqing's pocket. What is this? Old Huang was so generous as to give you an entire pack? Trouble. Jiang Minqing realized he couldn't escape this predicament and could only smile sheepishly. Well, who knows? Perhaps Old Huang bought a lot this time. Enough with the excuses. What did you just tell Su Wanyin? I didn't say anything. Jiang Minqing was taken aback by the abrupt change in topic. Usually, Yin Xiaomei would not stop nagging him for days if she caught him smoking. Didn't he say anything? All right, he mentioned you sent him 20,000 yuan, which you won playing mahjong. Xiaomei, when did you start playing mahjong? I didn't play. Yin Xiaomei shook her head. Jiang Minqing felt a bit bewildered. So, did I make a mistake? Yin Xiaomei replied, It wasn't a mistake. I intentionally transferred money to Su Wanyin. Why? Jiang Minqing seemed perplexed. 20,000 yuan was not a trivial sum, especially with Su Wanyin nearing graduation. You needn't concern yourself with this matter, nor should you inquire further. Just pretend you are unaware. If Su Wanyin asks, tell him it was money I won from mahjong. Let him spend it. If it runs short, I will transfer more. Do you understand? Jiang Minqing looked utterly confused, but seeing Yin Xiaomei raise her cigarette, he quickly changed his tune. All right, I remember. It was from your mahjong winnings. Only then did Yin Xiaomei nod in satisfaction, tucking the cigarette back in her pocket as she turned to head home. Jiang Minqing, looking troubled, lamented, Wait, my cigarettes? Enough of the smoking, Lao Jiang. Let's go back and tally our finances. We will look at houses tomorrow, and from now on, no more smoking. We must save money. Jiang Minqing appeared even more confounded. It wasn't until he returned home and saw Jiang Lingdong cooking in the kitchen that he began to grasp the situation. Lingdong, why are you the one cooking? Jiang Lingdong wore a resigned expression. What can I say? Second uncle, my fate is unfortunate. Jiang Minsheng was filled with questions. Xiaomei, what on earth is going on? Xiaomei replied, I just had to step out for a moment. All right, Lingdong, I'll take over. Just wait for your meal, and remember, don't speak out of turn. Jiang Lingdong nodded repeatedly. I got it, second aunt. Jiang Minsheng felt an inkling that they were concealing some significant matter from him. However, he was generally easygoing and would soon forget after a meal. Yet, Xiaomei began to feel anxious. After lunch, Jiang Nian finally lulled Su Xiaoyu to sleep. He sat down at the computer and began to write. Once he finished the update today, he would have penned 50,000 words for this book. Currently, there were over 400 comments in the back end, which was quite impressive. Shichen had mentioned that once he reached 100,000 words, he would receive big data recommendations, and he anticipated the results. Eagerly, Jiang Nian decided to increase his output in the following days, aiming for 10,000 words daily, which would allow him to earn money sooner. The current pace of earning was simply too slow. He worked diligently for 2 hours, and due to his recent familiarity with the process, his typing speed significantly improved. In that brief span, he managed to write an impressive 10,000 words. Upon checking the back end, he noticed a substantial increase in tips. On that day alone, tips amounted to 100 yuan. Combined with readership, he had nearly 300 yuan. Jiang Nian felt quite pleased. At this rate, once he received formal recommendations, he would likely earn a considerable sum. He envisioned buying a new house for his parents and one for himself, then using the remaining funds to travel. For the moment, this was his plan. Spotting that his beloved Xiaoyu had sent him 10 urging tokens, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile wryly. After completing his work, he logged on to his QQ account, curious to see if the chatty Shichen had sent him any messages. After all, he was his editor, and he couldn't afford to neglect their communication. Fortunately, today the evening sky was remarkably silent, devoid of any directives. However, Jiang Nian noticed a plethora of messages in various groups. As he opened each one, he discovered they had all been consented to by other administrators. Upon entering the group, he observed an influx of 30 new members, engaging in lively banter. Unable to resist, Jiang Nian took a glance, which elicited a smile from him. Each newcomer seemed to tag their favorite, Little Fish. Old Bookworm, a die. Little Fish, good heavens. Are you the group admin? Tomorrow, let us study diligently. Gao Cao, Big Zero. Little Fish, Jiang Nian. Surely you don't truly engage in swordplay with the author? Such a splendid privilege. Daily online for 25 hours. Little Fish, Jiang Nian. I must say, ISNT you're pairing a couple's name? Admit it. Male ISNT entirely out of the question beneath these messages was a series of ellipses from Little Fish, likely vexed by the incessant tagging. She promptly altered her name to Little Fish, just a group admin, and then sent a message. Little Fish, everyone. Wouldn't it be better to focus on following the updates? Daily online for 25 hours. The lazy author has updated. See you later. This remark finally quelled the chatter, and the group fell into a more tranquil state. Jiang Nian initially considered contributing a few words, but upon reflection, realized that as the author, he must maintain an air of mystery even within the group. Thus, he opted to open Little Fish's QQ account instead. Jiang Nian, I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused you. Before long, he received a reply. Little Fish, no worries. After all, I don't have a boyfriend. Having a powerful CP at the moment is quite nice. Little Fish, friend, shall we indulge in online romance? CPDD? Jiang Nian. Chapter 44. Is she feeling bored with him? In the Kyoto Huatian Entertainment Training Center, after finishing a session of dance practice, Su Wanyin wiped her sweat and settled down in a corner to rest. She observed a group of young girls, like herself, chattering excitedly upon receiving news from Yin Yu. Wow, Zhou, your boyfriend is from an online romance? A girl named Zhou giggled sweetly. Yes, indeed, but we've met in person now, and he treats me wonderfully. Is that even possible? Come on, teach me how to do online dating. It's simple. During gaming sessions, we teamed up. I was feeling bored, so I casually asked if anyone wanted to be my CP, and he bit the bait. I never knew it was that easy. Their conversation grew livelier, and Su Wanyin found herself chuckling along. These girls were all younger than her, still in college. Back in her university days, she too had yearned for a sweet romance. During her freshman year, she had hoped to find someone suitable. But as her second year dragged on without luck, she resolved to at least find someone by her junior year. However, fate took a turn that summer when she unexpectedly met someone and became involved with him, leading to her decision to take a break from school, disappearing from the public eye. With her little fish in tow, the notion of romance became a distant luxury. Reflecting on it now, she felt a tinge of regret. After all, it was only during school that one could experience such pure affection. Lost in thought, Su Wanyin suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. After all, Nian Yu had always believed she was male, and he would never discover her true identity. Thus, she sent a message saying CP. Once sent, she couldn't help but laugh at her own playfulness. Yet, she felt this might not be entirely appropriate. Best to retract it before he noticed. As she hovered her finger over the message to retract it, she saw a new notification from Nian Yu. Big brother, don't scare me. They were just joking. Su Wanyin burst into laughter. He took her seriously. Teasing someone over the internet was genuinely amusing. She decided to continue with her playful banter. Most beloved little fish, huh? But I really like you this way. What should I do? Nian Yu, sweating. My orientation is normal. I'm looking for a girlfriend. You can find someone among the readers. Besides, you've never seen me. How do you know you'd like someone like me? Most beloved little fish. I think you're talented just from reading your work. You must be quite handsome. At that moment, Jiang Nian was left speechless. Although he indeed possessed good looks, he couldn't just go along with this. How could he get himself tangled up with a group admin? This was absurd. Not only did he not desire a romantic relationship at present, but he certainly wasn't interested in a male partner. He felt it necessary to clarify things with her. Nian Yu, awkwardly, don't say that. If you find managing this too bothersome, I can look for someone else. Moments later, Jiang Nian received a message. Malasia favorita lila fish. Ah. He was utterly perplexed. Nian has fish. My favorite little fish. All right, just teasing you. I must return to work now. Update soon, and do venture outside more often. Otherwise, you may become quite bored. Jiang Nian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was this person merely amusing themselves at his expense? Nonetheless, what was the meaning behind that last remark? Did they perceive him as dull? Yet, as a somewhat carefree author, he did indeed seem rather listless. Jiang Nian dismissed the thought. He tucked his phone away and noted that Su Xiaoyu was still asleep. He moved to the balcony, placed the already dried tofu blocks into a cardboard box lined with straw, and layered additional straw atop them, continuing this process until all the tofu was arranged. After covering the final layer with straw, Jiang Nian sealed the box and set it in a well-ventilated, dry area to await fermentation. It was past 3 o'clock, and little fish had yet to awaken. Jiang Nian brought his laptop to the living room and began to review the document Mu Yinqing had sent him. He became so engrossed that he did not notice when little fish finally stirred. After a while, he took her downstairs to play for a bit before heading to the market to purchase ingredients for dinner. He planned to make egg noodles, simple, easily digestible, and quite delicious. Little fish eagerly assisted him in washing the vegetables. Once done, Jiang Nian commenced cooking. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, the doorbell rang. Su Xiaoyu joyfully went to answer it, finding it was Li Ho-Hot. She greeted her with a bright smile. Annie Hua, you've come. At that moment, Jiang Nian was busy cracking eggs and did not step outside to greet her, though he did call out, Sister Ho-Hot, Akamuma, Ligiwa Nudda. Noticing the tomatoes, eggs, and greens beside Jiang Nian, her gaze deepened. Truly, he was still reluctant to indulge in meat. Fortunately, she had come. Jiang Nian? Ah, Jiang Nian, pouring eggs into the pan, responded without turning to look at Li Ho-Hot. Sister Ho-Hot, please wait a moment. I'll add more noodles so we can eat together. Li Ho-Hot nodded. All right, but I wish to have some meat. Oh, you'll need to wait a bit more. I'll order takeout. No need, I bought some earlier, intending to cook at home. Since you've prepared a meal, let us share. She casually tossed the bag she had been holding beside Jiang Nian, saying, Here you go. Fortunately, she had finished her work today and remembered Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu, deciding to buy meat. Otherwise, these two would surely be quite pitiful. The thought made Li Ho-Hot's heart ache. Upon seeing the bag of meat, Jiang Nian was taken aback. He had expected merely a small piece, as most people nowadays purchase only enough fresh meat for a single meal. Yet Li Ho Hot had brought a substantial amount. He estimated it to weigh around 5 pounds, along with a bag of ribs. He was utterly bewildered. So much? I bought too much. You should cook a bit more, or I won't be able to finish it, she replied. Jiang Nian sensed something was amiss. However, I was reminded of what I learned yesterday, that Li Ho Hot's husband passed away early, and her only son is working in Kyoto, rarely returning home. The amount she bought is indeed too much for her to consume alone, and preparing it by herself is quite cumbersome. Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. All right, I won't proceed with the rest for now. I'll make some braised ribs first, and then I'll cook some noodles. Good. Li Ho Hot sighed in relief and nodded. She had worried that Jiang Nian might refuse, and on the way, she contemplated numerous ways to persuade him. It seems, in retrospect, it was rather simple. While Jiang Nian was busy cooking, Li Ho Hot, feeling a bit bored, helped tin Xiaoyu. As she idly swayed, she found herself at the balcony. A peculiar odor reminiscent of tofu wafted into her senses, oddly unsettling and difficult to pinpoint. Furrowing her brow in curiosity, she exclaimed, "How strange! What could possibly smell so unpleasant?" Nearby, Su Xiaoyu pointed to a cardboard box, tightly sealed and covered by Jiang Nian. "Annie Hua, are you referring to this?" Intrigued, Li Ho Hot walked over and lifted the lid for a glance, only to nearly faint from the overwhelming stench. Chapter 45. Yuan Huai. Li Ho Hot quickly covered her nose and stood up, taking several deep breaths of fresh air before finally regaining her composure. "What is this?" Su Xiaoyu blinked seriously. "This is the stinky tofu made by Daddy. He says it will be delicious, but we still have to wait a few days." Li Ho Hot felt that the little girl had been completely brainwashed. She shook her head, sighing, why not enjoy fresh tofu instead of going through all this trouble? "Jiang Nian, is this stuff reliable?" Jiang Nian, who was busy cooking, nodded affirmatively. "I assure you, it's reliable. Once it's ready to eat, I'll bring some to you." Li Ho Hot shook her head helplessly, deciding to bring Jiang Nian some delicious food the next day. Once the meal was prepared, the three of them ate earnestly together. Xiaoyu continued to eat messily, but Li Ho Hot believed that with this kind of training, it wouldn't be long before the little girl could eat properly. Perhaps it was due to having lived alone for so long, but now with company, everything felt different. Today's noodles tasted exceptionally delicious. Li Ho Hot finished 2 large bowls. After the meal, she set down her bowl and chopsticks, turning to leave. Jiang Nian quickly called out to her, "Sister Ho Hot, do you have something urgent?" "Wait, I'll bring you some meat." After the meal, there was still plenty of meat left. Li Ho Hot didn't linger, waving her hand as she exited. "I'm in a hurry. Let us leave it here. I'll come back for it tomorrow." "Huh? Sister Ho Hot, take it easy." While cleaning up the dishes, he gazed curiously at the leftover meat, feeling that Li Ho Hot was doing this on purpose. He could only shake his head and place the meat in the refrigerator. Later that night, Jiang Nian took Xiaoyu downstairs with a notebook. Xiaoyu was playing with her friends while he continued to review the documents sent by Mu Yinqing. By 9 o'clock, Xiaoyu was sleepy, so he took her home to bed before returning to his work. At midnight, Jiang Nian realized he had finished reading the last page. All the knowledge melded seamlessly in his mind, making his graduation project seem remarkably simple. He decided to stay up all night and began writing code on his computer. After 3 hours, Jiang Nian completed his graduation project. He planned to show it to Yuan Huai tomorrow, and if it seemed satisfactory, he would submit it to his teacher. Having made up his mind, he lay down, his thoughts still lingering, and soon fell into a deep slumber. During these days, Yuan Huai felt rather bored. He was alone in the dormitory, having finished the novel he was reading. The author of Zhu Xian updated too slowly, causing him to reread the plot multiple times until he finally lost his mind. He tossed his phone onto the bed, deciding to sleep. However, after 2 days of rest, Yuan Huai suddenly found that he didn't even want to sleep anymore. When would this tedious life come to an end? He lamented for a while and decided to find something to occupy himself. He took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, only to discover that everyone was busy. Su Minghai and Jiang Nian had gone to work, while Jiang Xiyuan was still in Kyoto, searching for a job, attending various interviews every day. He didn't dare to disturb them. After pondering for a while, Yuan Huai decided to message the seemingly idle Jiang Xiyuan. Old Jiang, what's up? How did the interview go? I'm so bored. Shortly thereafter, he received a reply from Jiang Nian. On my way. Yuan Huai felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, all right then. Soon, a new idea struck him. By the way, Old Jiang, is your job looking for part-time help? How about I join you for the interview? I can leave after 2 months. Jiang Nian replied. Let us skip that. The cost of living in Kyoto is quite high. It's not worth it. If you're truly bored, why not check in with Jiang Nian to see if he needs assistance? That guy hasn't finished his graduation project yet. In Suming High, and I probably won't have the time. Yuan Huai considered this, but soon found himself in a quandary. Actually, I've been waiting for the young lad to ask for help himself. If I offer directly, I fear he might take it the wrong way, thinking I'm meddling. After all, there are many like that during our student days. Everyone has their own pride. Jiang Nian reassured him. I doubt he would. He is probably just too shy to ask. You should inquire. Yuan Huai replied. All right then. After chatting with Jiang Nian, Yuan Huai fell into deep contemplation. How was he to approach Jiang Nian about this? After a moment of thought, Yuan Huai resolved to be straightforward. He pulled up Jiang Nian's WeChat and sent a message. Hey, have you completed your graduation project? After sending it, he felt a pang of unease. He rephrased it. I'm mostly idle and wanted to see if you need help. I can teach you. Just as he was about to send this revised message, he received a response from Jiang Nian. I've finished it. Yuan Huai was taken aback, thinking he must have misread it. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed it again. Momentarily stunned, he recalled that Jiang Nian had not made any progress on his graduation project until recently. Just a few days ago, when confessing to Tang Weiwei, he had mentioned that he would dive into it thoroughly once his confession was successful. How could it be completed in just a few days? Yuan Huai found it hard to believe. He quickly deleted the message he had sent and rephrased. Huh? You finished it? When did this happen? I had no idea. Jiang Nian replied. Just last night. Yuan Huai's mind was filled with questions. Fortunately, Jiang Nian did not keep him waiting long and replied. Someone introduced me to a genius who taught me a few things, and I managed to finish it. Yuan Huai exclaimed. Impressive. Who's this genius? Jiang Nian responded. A programming teacher. Would you mind taking a look? I haven't defended it yet, so I'm unsure how it stands. Yuan Huai replied. Sure, send it over. Before long, Jiang Nian sent him the completed materials. Yuan Huai hurriedly opened them and began to read intently. As he perused the work, he was suddenly taken aback. Wow, this. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Throughout his time at school, Yuan Huai had always considered himself somewhat of an academic achiever. Year after year, he has been the recipient of the first-class scholarship. His graduation project was even utilized by his professors as a template. Upon observing Jiang Nian's design, Yuan Huai suddenly felt like a mere novice. With each step he reviewed, he would reflect on what he should do next. Yet as he progressed, he realized that Jiang Nian's algorithms surpassed his understanding by leaps and bounds. Such designs were only seen by Yuan Huai in specialized forums. But Jiang Nian's work was of an even higher caliber. Unbeknownst to him, he became wholly engrossed in the project. It was not until he received another message from Jiang Nian. Lao Yuan, where are you? Is it not working? If it's not, I can make some adjustments. Chapter 46. Is this the work of my student? Jiang Nian has created the simplest version of a match 3 game, indistinguishable from the conventional ones. He embarked on this project because there simply weren't any in this world. He had yet to indulge in gaming during this lifetime. It was only in recent days, while searching online for his graduation project, that he recognized this gap. Although many play games, the renowned titles from his previous life, such as Match 3, Honor, and Eggy, are conspicuously absent here. The few existing games are remnants from a bygone era, lacking popularity, with most being confined to computer platforms. He had previously wondered why Yuan Huai and others had never played Honor, mistakenly believing it was not popular in this world. He reminisced about how Honor captivated people of all ages in his former life, where even a child could boast about slaying foes with ease. What a glorious phenomenon that was. However, Honor was far too intricate for a simple graduation project. Thus, he opted for the straightforward Match 3 game. Indeed, he only designed the most basic version with merely 2 levels. After all, obtaining his diploma was his primary goal, and time constraints precluded the development of a more complex game. The Match 3 game is a universally engaging pastime, suitable for any occasion, even for a brief respite in the restroom. Yuan Huai, who had been analyzing the game for quite some time, was currently trying out the first level. Despite its simplicity, he found himself perplexed as to why he couldn't stop playing. After completing the first level, he prepared to tackle the second. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Nian's message. Yuan Huai sighed silently, thinking to himself, this kid is practically flaunting his prowess. This is utterly outrageous. Yuan Huai, young man, are you serious? Are you trying to jest with me? Jiang Nian was taken aback. Not at all. I genuinely have no idea. You know, I've hardly studied these past few years. I'm not even sure what the standard for the graduation project are. If this isn't sufficient, I can always increase the difficulty. There are plenty of levels in a Match 3 game, so I can gradually raise the challenge. Yuan Huai. All right then, as you wish. You'll find out when you submit it to the teacher. Initially intending to praise Jiang Nian, he reconsidered, deciding against allowing the boy to become overly self-satisfied in his presence. Better to leave it to the teacher. Jiang Nian. Sure, I'll send it to him shortly. Yuan Huai, yes. The upcoming round of graduation defenses is in a few days. You can return to participate then. Jiang Nian. Sounds good. After their conversation, Yuan Huai immersed himself once more in the game. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian organized his graduation project and sent it to his instructor, Zhou Hua. He then got up to make breakfast for Su Xiaoyu. After their meal, Jiang Nian took Xiaoyu downstairs to play. Unknown to him, in the classroom office at that very moment, the balding Zhou Hua, clad in a blue checkered shirt and wearing glasses, gaped in disbelief at the computer screen. This is the work of my student? The design philosophy of this game, its programming, and the resultant effect are truly unparalleled, eclipsing a multitude of designers. As Zhou Hua immersed himself in the experience, he lost track of time. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard a voice on the other end. Teacher Zhou, do you have any commendable works to recommend? I reviewed those you suggested previously, but they were still inadequate. The caller was Li Shiheng, the owner of a company named Chuanyo Games. This year's graduation project was a collaboration between Jiangbei University's computer science and game design programs and Chuanyo. They aspired to create a new game, yet previous designers and planners have been limited in their thinking. Despite their numerous creations, little progress had been made. Some projects had even vanished without a trace. Consequently, Li Shiheng devised a plan to partner with the university, simultaneously offering students an opportunity. If their game strategy was selected, not only would they be recruited into the company, but they would also receive an additional bonus of 100,000 yuan. Students are eternally the hope of an era, at the forefront of trends, and serve as the backbone of the gaming industry. He wished to see if they could produce superior works. However, 2 months had passed, and with the outstanding students having completed their defenses, there was still no advancement. Although they had created their own small games, none had achieved any breakthroughs. Li Jiahua felt disheartened. If nothing emerges, it's all right. We can inquire with other schools. Before Li Shiheng could finish his thought, Zhou Hua interjected, Mr. Li, please hold on. I have an unfinished work that I need to discuss with a student before providing you with a response. Li Shiheng frowned. Tomorrow? Zhou Hua affirmed, yes. I will have the student present for the defense tomorrow to discuss his specific ideas. He just submitted his graduation project today, and I apologize for the oversight. Li Shiheng paused momentarily and sighed. Very well, then I will trouble you. I shall follow up tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhou Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. This opportunity from Chuanyo was exceptional. If any student's work were chosen, they would be set for life. He was determined to secure this chance for his students. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hua turned his attention back to the computer screen. He noticed an email and clicked it open, not even taking the time to discern the designer's identity. He needed to reach out to this student and arrange for a defense today or tomorrow morning. Time was of the essence. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the sender and was once again taken aback. What? Jiang Nian? At noon, Jiang Nian returned home with Xiaoyu, bringing back some pork belly to prepare braised pork. The lean meat that Li Hohat had left here the previous day felt inappropriate for her to consume, so Jiang Nian considered it a temporary storage for her. Since it involved meat preparation, the little one had little to contribute. She tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Nian as saliva dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Do not rush. The meal will be ready shortly. Yes, yes. Su Wanyin vigorously. Jiang Nian could not resist capturing a video of her and sending it to Xiaoyu's mother in Muling. While waiting for the vegetables to blanch in the pot, Jiang Nian received a call from Zhou Hua. It seemed that the teacher had reviewed his graduation project. Wiping his hands, Jiang Nian answered the phone. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." On the other end, Zhou Hua's voice trembled slightly. "Jiang Nian, did you complete your graduation project on your own?" Although faced with suspicion, Jiang Nian felt no anger. After all, he had previously struggled academically and had doubted his own ability to excel in this project. "Yes, teacher, I see." After a brief silence, Zhou Hua spoke again. "Could you come to participate in the defense this afternoon or tomorrow morning? When would it be convenient for you?" Chapter 47, isn't it a defense? Why are you holding a little girl? Is he, in fact, cautiously inquiring? Jiang Nian felt somewhat astonished. His recollection of Teacher Zhou was that of a strict figure, often berating students without hesitation. Certainly, this was for their benefit, but what was amiss today? Jiang Nian remembered that the defense was not scheduled for today or tomorrow. "Teacher Zhou, isn't the defense on Friday?" "Ah, yes, it is indeed on Friday, but after consulting with the faculty, we found that everyone is free today and tomorrow. So we thought we might as well get some work done." "Well, then, let us schedule it for tomorrow morning. I have a small matter to attend to in the afternoon. Is that acceptable? I haven't finished today as draft yet, and there is Xiaoyu. I need someone reliable to look after her while I attend the defense." "All right then, let us meet at 9 tomorrow morning in the defense classroom." Due to the impending graduation, the computer science building had specially allocated a classroom for students' defenses. "Thank you, teacher." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nian remained somewhat bewildered. Su Xiaoyu looked up at him with curiosity. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Jiang Nian gently ruffled her hair. "It's nothing. The teacher asked me to come to school for the defense tomorrow." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Xiaoyu, could you find a big brother to help look after you while I'm defending? All right?" Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "Sure, I can do that. I'm very obedient." "Good girl." In the office of the computer science department at Jiangbei University, Zhou Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. He waved his hand to the two teachers standing beside him. "All right, let us go have lunch. Tomorrow morning at 9. We must be punctual for the defense. It requires 3 teachers to be present." Teacher Wang looked up in confusion. "But Teacher Zhou, I have a class tomorrow morning." Zhou Hua replied, "Then reschedule it. And you, Teacher Chun, please postpone your leave. You must come tomorrow morning." Teacher Chun nodded, yet still wore a bewildered expression. "Teacher Zhou, I recall that Jiang Nian isn't particularly strong academically. Can we truly rely on him?" Zhou Hua remarked. "Have you reviewed his graduation project?" Teacher Chin nodded. "I have. And it is indeed impressive." Zhou Hua continued, "Then that settles it. We should extend some trust to our students. Perhaps he lacks interest in other areas but excels in this. Let us observe him. He is worth our attention. As educators, we must not overlook any potential talent." Teacher Chun nodded. "All right, I will defer to your judgment." After finishing lunch and lulling Su Xiaoyu to sleep, Jiang Nian returned to his room and opened his computer. After some thought, he sent a WeChat message to Yuan Huai. "Jiang Nian, Yuan Huai, could you do me a favor tomorrow morning? I'll treat you to lunch. I need to attend a defense." "Yuan Huai, what? A defense? Isn't that's scheduled for next Monday?" "Jiang Nian, the teacher just called me, saying they're free these 2 days and asked me to come by." "Yuan Huai, haha. All right then." It seems that the young man's graduation project has garnered the attention of his instructor, which is quite commendable. "Yuan Huai, however, what is it that you would like me to assist you with?" Jiang Nian pondered for a moment before responding, "I will let you know tomorrow." "Yuan Huai, very well. Shrouded in mystery, I shall reach out to you tomorrow. I must take my leave now. I am eager to await the update of Zhu Xian." Recently, the author known as Nian Yu has been releasing chapters rather early, much to Yuan Huai's delight. After lunch each day, he eagerly anticipates the new installments. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. "You should rest. The update will be available in 2 hours. After all, it takes that long to code." "Yuan Huai, how do you know?" Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently misspoken. As he contemplated how to rectify his slip, he noticed Yuan Huai's reply. "Ha, I didn't expect you to also delve into book chasing. Let's guess who the female lead will be. I bet it's Shiji." Jiang Nian chuckled. It certainly isn't her. Given the word count, Lu Sueki and Bai Yao have yet to make their entrance. However, readers from my previous life have also speculated about who the female lead might be. Both have a considerable following. This, in itself, is a significant highlight of the book, and Jiang Nian has no intention of altering it. Yuan Huai. How do you know? Jiang Nian, it's just a guess. Yuan Huai. All right. It's time for you to get back to work. I shall take a short nap and check back in 2 hours. The previous updates were indeed around 3 o'clock, and it is only 1 now, so there's still time for a brief rest. Setting aside his phone, Jiang Nian began to write. In a precise 2 hours, he completed 10,000 words and clicked to upload the update. He then realized that Su Xiaoyu had yet to awaken. Feeling somewhat bored, he decided to reminisce about the delightful elements of happy elimination and jot them down, lest he be questioned by his instructor during his defense the following day. That evening, Li Hohat came over for dinner, as usual. Early the next morning, Jiang Nian dressed Su Xiaoyu and braided her hair before setting off for school. The little one was exceedingly cooperative and excited along the way. Daddy, is Jiangbei University fun? Yes, it is quite enjoyable. My mother also attended Jiangbei University. I have never been there before. Really? Jiang Nian chuckled as he looked at her. When your mother returns, I will ask her to take you there for a visit. Su Xiaoyu replied eagerly. All right, can Daddy come too? Xiaoyu wants to play with Daddy and Mommy together. Jiang Nian took this as the child's whimsical imagination and nodded. If your mother is willing, then Daddy can join you. Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight. Okay, that's wonderful. At the entrance of Jiangbei University, Yuan Huai had been waiting since early morning. Jiang Nian had instructed him to arrive by 8:20 to discuss some important details. Although he was uncertain about what Jiang Nian required of him, he agreed nonetheless. However, having stayed up reading novels until 3 in the morning, he was somewhat fatigued and failed to notice Tang Weiwei approaching with a large suitcase and several bags beside her. Today, she was leaving the school to attend a training session. Upon seeing Yuan Huai, she could not resist approaching him. Yuan Huai, she called out. As soon as Yuan Huai laid eyes on her, he stifled a yawn. Tang Weiwei, what do you want? Jiang Nian is not at school. Seeking me out is futile, as I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Yuan Huai held a deep-seated aversion towards Tang Weiwei, although Tang Weiwei was met with indifference. And her anger simmered beneath the surface. She gritted her teeth and replied, No, I merely wish for you to convey a message to Jiang Nian. Yuan Huai regarded her with scrutiny. Can't you send him a message yourself? Oh, he doesn't reply, does he? Speak, what is it you wish to say? Just as Tang Weiwei was about to respond, she noticed Jiang Nian approaching with a little girl in tow. Yuan Huai spotted them as well and hurried over to Jiang Nian. After taking a few steps, he was taken aback. Jiang Nian, isn't today the day of her defense? Why are you holding hands with a little girl? Wait, is that not the child we encountered at the hot pot restaurant the other day? Chapter 48. What? Is this your daughter? Yuan Huai exclaimed as he rushed over, intending to lift Su Xiaoyu, yet hesitated, fearing he might frighten her. He stood awkwardly beside Jiang Nian, smiling. Young master. Jiang Nian, do you know her? Jiang Nian nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do. Yuan Huai's gaze remained fixed on Su Xiaoyu's face. At that moment, she was wide-eyed, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Yuan Huai. Daddy, is this the brother you brought for me? Yuan Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared incredulously at Jiang Nian, wanting to speak, but saw Jiang Nian crouch down. He gently tousled Su Xiaoyu's little head, smiling yes. This is that brother. Su Xiaoyu's eyes squinted into crescent shapes as she exclaimed, Yay, Daddy, I like this brother. Hearing his daughter call him Daddy for the second time left Yuan Huai utterly flustered. His speech faltered as he stammered, Young master, what did she just call you? Before Jiang Nian could respond, Su Xiaoyu looked up earnestly and declared, Daddy, brother, this is my daddy. Yuan Huai felt as though he had lost his mind. What astonishing revelation had he just encountered? This little girl was Jiang Nian's daughter? He could scarcely ponder why Jiang Nian was daddy while he himself was brother. He gazed at Jiang Nian in shock, seeking an explanation. Jiang Nian smiled as he lifted Su Xiaoyu, handing her over to Yuan Huai. Would you like to hold her? Jiang Nian could tell that Yuan Huai was fond of Xiaoyu, since Xiaoyu also seemed to like him. There should be no problem today. After all, the charm of a cute child is formidable. Indeed, Although Yuan Huai was momentarily dazed, he instinctively extended his arms, cautiously cradling Su Xiaoyu, completely shedding his usual nonchalant demeanor. Jiang Nian initially intended to provide some clarification, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Weiwei not far off, prompting him to refrain from elaborating. He succinctly stated, "This is the favor I need from you. Please look after Xiaoyu for a while. I have to attend my defense, and I am not at ease leaving her alone. Take care, Xiaoyu." Yuan Huai gulped. Su Xiaoyu clung to his neck, saying sweetly, "Brother, I am Xiaoyu." That sugary voice utterly shattered Yuan Huai's composure. He heard Jiang Nian ask, "Is that all right?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Yes. All right. I leave her in your care. I will explain everything after my defense. Xiaoyu, you must listen to your brother, understand? Got it, Daddy, hurry. Okay, I'm off." Having settled Su Xiaoyu, Jiang Nian turned and headed toward the computer building. The defense was scheduled for room 304, and with time nearing 9 o'clock, he needed to arrive early to avoid keeping the professors waiting. As he made to leave, Tang Weiwei quickly called out to him, "Jiang Nian." However, Jiang Nian appeared not to hear, continuing on his way without a glance in her direction. Yuan Huai, still in a daze, finally reacted, "Jiang Nian, it seems Tang Weiwei has something to say to you." Jiang Nian finally came to a halt, not glancing back. "Yuan Huai, take Xiaoyu to the playground. I shall join you after my defense." Xiaoyu was still young. The matters between him and Tang Weiwei were to be resolved by him alone. "Oh, all right," Yuan Huai acknowledged, sensing the tension in the air. Though curiosity bubbled within him, the baby in his arms took precedence. Once they departed, Jiang Nian turned his gaze towards Tang Weiwei. "I believe I have made myself abundantly clear." Tang Weiwei, visibly anxious, implored, "Jiang Nian, what on earth are you doing? Even if I have not acquiesced to you, there is no need for you to self-destruct by seeking a woman with a child." "A woman with a child?" Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. After a moment, he recalled the day he moved to Xiaoyu's house, when Jiang Lingdong had unexpectedly sought him out. Although he shared a good relationship with his elder brother, their communication was sparse. How could he have learned about Xiaoyu so swiftly? Surely, it was linked to the woman before him. How had he not noticed before how exasperating Tang Weiwei could be? He chuckled. "What does this have to do with you? I shall pursue whomever I choose." Tang Weiwei felt a pang of distress at his laughter. "Jiang Nian, you..." Jiang Nian interjected, "I have deleted your contact information. I hope this is the last time you appear before me. I must go to my defense now. Farewell." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Tang Weiwei was engulfed by anxiety, the sensation of loss intensifying. Desperately, she called out, "I am leaving, Jiang Nian." He did not respond, nor did he pause. Alone, she dragged her suitcase, and once Jiang Nian's figure vanished from sight, she stomped her foot in frustration, muttering to herself, "This time, I shall undoubtedly make a name for myself in the entertainment industry." "Jiang Nian, you will regret your choice today." In classroom 304 of the computer science department, 3 individuals were already seated: Zhou Hua, Wang Jianwei, and Chun Lei. They were the professors overseeing Jiang Nian's defense. At that moment, Wang Jianwei and Chun Lei were engrossed in the minigame designed by Jiang Nian. They became so absorbed in it that even Zhou Hua's calls went unheard. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Hua stepped forward and blocked their phones. "What are you two doing? There are only 5 minutes left. What sort of example are you setting for the students?" Wang Jianwei and Chun Lei exchanged awkward smiles. "Well, I'm not sure why, but this minigame, although simple, is quite enjoyable. Indeed, I played it for quite a while yesterday Well, it's a pity there are only 2 levels. Otherwise, I could have played even longer." Zhou Hua sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. Focus, understood? I also tried the minigame, and it is indeed delightful, but still too simplistic. When Jiang Nian arrives, we shall inquire further to see if he has any other ideas. If suitable, we will recommend it to Chuanyo." Both nodded in agreement. Wang Jianwei pondered for a moment and posed a question. "Teacher Zhou, I have heard that Jiang Nian does not excel in his studies. The fact that he has managed to create such a game is quite remarkable. Does he possess any additional ideas?" "The standards from Chuanyo are notably high," Zhou Hua replied. "Isn't this where you come in? We 3 are Jiang Nian's mentors. If he struggles to think divergently, we shall assist him. If he is indeed selected by Chuanyo, it will not merely be his honor, but a triumph for our entire school. The two teachers nodded in agreement, affirming their commitment to support him. Zhou Hua continued, however, let us ensure that Jiang Nian does not perceive that our decision to hold today's defense was solely motivated by him. We should mention that other students have not yet arrived. Furthermore, please conceal any expressions of navet or unworldliness, regardless of how well Jiang Nian performs. He remains our student. As educators, we must maintain an air of authority. Understood? Before Zhou Hua could finish his sentence, Jiang Nian's voice interrupted. Teacher, I have arrived. Zhou Hua awkwardly turned his head and saw Jiang Nian standing not far from the door, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why didn't you knock? He inquired. The door was not closed, Jiang Nian replied. Zhou Hua silently glared at Wang Jianwei, and Chen Lei cleared his throat and gestured for everyone to compose themselves before adopting a serious demeanor. Very well, let us commence the defense. Chapter 49. Can brother help little fish unite daddy and mommy? On the playground, Yuan Huai, still bewildered while cradling Su Xiaoyu, found himself at a loss. He was unsure how he had even arrived there, his mind a tumultuous mess. The little girl in his arms was Jiang Nian's daughter. Jiang Nian had a daughter? This surely implied that Jiang Nian had a wife? Was he the first among their dormitory to have entered a relationship? How could this be possible? They had previously speculated on this very matter, unanimously agreeing that Tang Weiwei would not easily acquiesce to Jiang Nian. It was certain that Jiang Nian, a steadfast individual, would find it arduous to fall in love again, and marriage would undoubtedly be a final endeavor. Yet unexpectedly, how had Jiang Nian managed to silently father a child? Yuan Huai felt his thoughts spiraling. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed a pair of hands waving before his eyes. Snapping back to reality, he saw Su Xiaoyu gazing at him with a puzzled expression, her chubby face etched with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Are you sick? In an instant, Yuan Huai regained his composure. He still had the responsibility of taking care of the child. He could not afford to be distracted. This was indeed a formidable task entrusted to him by Jiang Nian. A crowd had gathered around, their eyes flitting between Yuan Huai and Su Xiaoyu. Some girls approached cautiously, asking, Handsome, this baby is so adorable. May we take a picture with her? Yuan Huai quickly tightened his hold on Su Xiaoyu. No. After all, she was Jiang Nian's daughter, and being so young. What if they frightened her into tears? It was absolutely out of the question to agree. The glimmer in their eyes clearly indicated that once they held her, they would not easily return her. With this thought, Yuan Huai picked up Su Xiaoyu and moved to a quieter corner, where he felt a measure of relief. Noticing the sweat on his forehead, Su Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Brother, can little fish come down to play? It's too hot. Just as Yuan Huai was about to respond, the little girl continued. Little fish is very well behaved, staying right next to brother. There's no one here. Yuan Huai nodded in agreement and set Su Xiaoyu down. She indeed stayed right by his side, playing contentedly. Yuan Huai's gaze remained fixed upon her. As he observed, he suddenly felt that the shape of her nose bore a resemblance to Jiang Nian's, and her eyes were somewhat similar as well. And that mouth. Oh dear! It was as if they were carved from the same mold as Jiang Nian's. Only, she was a bit plumper, rounder, and with the adorable chubbiness of infancy, making the resemblance less apparent. Curiosity piqued, Yuan Huai opened his mouth, wishing to inquire something, yet he was at a loss for words. Seemingly sensing his curiosity while playing with stones, Su Xiaoyu looked up and asked, Brother, do you want to ask little fish something? Taken aback by the question, Yuan Huai chuckled. You recall, little fish? Yes, Su Xiaoyu, but soon it will change to Jiang Xiaoyu. Once daddy and mommy are together, I will take the surname Jiang. Your mother's surname is Su? Indeed, mother has gone to Kyoto for work, leaving me in the care of father. Yuan Huai began to ponder in his mind. The child's mother has entrusted her to Jiang Nian while she strives for success. Are you and Jiang Nian newly acquainted? I have not heard Jiang Nian mention you before. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago, mother brought me to find father. Surely, my assumptions were correct. How do you know Jiang Nian is your father? I just know Xiaoyu loves father dearly, and father loves Xiaoyu too. Yuan Huai felt somewhat bewildered. Just as he was at a loss for words, Su Xiaoyu inquired, "Brother, are you very familiar with father?" Yuan Huai nodded. "Yes, very much so. I am your father's closest friend." "That's wonderful." Su Xiaoyu jumped with joy. She approached Yuan Huai, leaning closer. "Could you help Xiaoyu with a favor?" "Huh? What favor?" Seeing Su Xiaoyu's expression, Yuan Huai's heart swelled with delight. "Speak up. Brother will help if he can." Su Xiaoyu, gleeful, exclaimed, "Can you help Xiaoyu bring father and mother together?" "Ah!" Yuan Huai paused. "Bring them together? Your father and mother are not together?" "Yes." Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, a hint of grievance in her voice. "It seems father does not like mother. Father still does not know of mother's existence. Yet mother has always kept father's photograph. Father must have hurt mother's feelings, which is why she feels down whenever she mentions him. Mother surely likes father very much." "What? Does not like?" Yuan Huai was astonished. "They already have a child, and he does not like her?" Su Xiaoyu nodded again. How could Jiang Nian be like this? Yuan Huai was about to speak when he suddenly recalled that Jiang Nian had been pursuing Tang Weiwei all these years. This fellow, could it be that he slept with someone while being involved with Tang Weiwei, yet remained unaccountable? Only now, having been confronted by the child, he realized his mistake and has disregarded Tang Weiwei. But in reality, even though he acknowledges the child, he does not have affections for the mother. This is utterly outrageous. This is simply too excessive. Is this not the definition of a scoundrel? Fortunately, there remains a shred of conscience. Yuan Huai, lost in his thoughts, nodded resolutely at Su Xiaoyu's pitiful gaze. "Do not worry. I will certainly help with this favor." After completing the foundational content of his defense, Jiang Nian involuntarily sneezed. Zhou Hua, who had been listening intently, grew somewhat concerned and quickly stood up. "Are you catching a cold? Would you like to take a break?" But recalling his earlier vow to maintain seriousness, he sat back down, adopting a cooler tone. "Never mind. Continue. You are young. It should be fine." Jiang Nian smiled helplessly. "I'm fine, teacher, just feeling a bit of irritation in my nose." "What was your question again?" Zhou Hua replied. "Asked if you have any other thoughts regarding this game?" Although your defense was exemplary and the game itself remarkable, both Teacher Chun and Teacher Wang concur that the two levels are rather simplistic. Hence, we would like to hear your perspective. Well, Jiang Nian fell silent for a moment. Seeing his reticence, Zhou Hua continued, saying, "It's perfectly all right if you have nothing to add. I, along with the two teachers, have some alternative thoughts that I wish to share with you." Before he could finish, Jiang Nian interjected, "No, I do have something to say, but I am momentarily at a loss for words. How about this? Esteemed teachers, I will present to you some materials." Chapter 50. Jiang Nian is the most gifted student I have ever encountered. Zhou Hua and the other two were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. "Materials?" Jiang Nian nodded. "Yes. I have considered everything you mentioned. However, explaining it all would be exceedingly complex and tedious, so I prepared a document instead. It provides only a general outline, with the finer details yet to be filled in. Please take a look, and I can elaborate further if necessary." Jiang Nian had not anticipated that responding to a defense could be so cumbersome. Fortunately, he had been well prepared. Zhou Huan nodded in agreement. "All right, let me take a look." Jiang Nian handed over the printed materials. Zhou Hua accepted it, focusing intently. "Teacher Wang, Teacher Chun, do you have any further questions for Jiang Nian? Please ask before I begin reviewing." They nodded and proceeded to inquire about several professional aspects, to which Jiang Nian responded with diligence. As Zhou Hua began to examine the materials, he instinctively straightened his posture, becoming increasingly engrossed. This document was far more detailed than their thesis, quickly capturing Zhou Hua's interest. His mind completely blocked out the voices of Jiang Nian and the other two, immersing himself in the content. By the end, Zhou Hua was utterly astonished. The game's design, the level descriptions, the grading system. This was nothing short of a perfect game. Everything they had conceptualized was thoughtfully elaborated upon in the document, along with details they had never anticipated, rendering the entire game experience seamless. As he continued reading, Zhou Hua found himself so absorbed that he forgot what he was doing, enveloped in a wave of exhilaration. This was precisely the type of game that a creative gaming company would need, streamlined, accessible, yet capable of generating immense interest. It was simply flawless. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhou Hua stood up, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Excellent. Wonderful. Truly remarkable. The trio, engaged in the defense, turned to him, bewildered. Noticing Zhou Hua's unusual demeanor, Wang Jianwei, seated beside him, cautiously tapped his arm, reminding him, Teacher Zhou, let us maintain seriousness. Chun Lei cleared his throat. Teacher Zhou, we are in the middle of a defense. Zhou Hua, however, was oblivious to their concerns, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, this is exactly what I was looking for, precisely this. Turning to Wang and Chun, he exclaimed, Jiang Nian is the most brilliant student I have ever seen. You must come and see this. Wang Jianwei and Chun Lei were somewhat bewildered. In their experience, Zhou Hua was a notably serious instructor, especially in formal settings, where he rarely made any errors. What had gotten into him today? As they took the document, they muttered, is it really that good? Zhou Hua hardly had time to respond, as he left his seat and approached Jiang Nian, grasping his hand. Student Jiang, you are simply outstanding. At that moment, Jiang Nian couldn't help but reflect that such creations, destined for success, indeed had their reasons, capable of stirring waves of excitement wherever they appeared. He said, Teacher Zhou, if that is the case, I must pass my graduation defense. I will definitely pass. Consider it done, and with the highest honors. Jiang Nian chuckled. Thank you. Teacher Zhou, may I leave now? He had not anticipated that the graduation defense would be so straightforward. He needed to hurry and attend a little fish. Quite some time had passed, and he wondered whether Yuan Huai could take good care of her. What if that little girl started crying? The thought alone tugged at his heartstrings. Leave? No, no, no. Wait a moment. Zhou Hua quickly interjected. I have something else to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Nian was puzzled when suddenly he heard an exclamation of surprise. He then noticed the previously stern teacher Wang Jianwei, who seemed oblivious to his own outburst. Hastening to Jiang Nian's side and grasping his hand, Did you set all this up by yourself? Jiang Nian nodded. Yes, that is correct. After all, if this world lacked it, even if you were merely a replicator, no one would know. That is wonderful. Teacher Zhou, we can finally provide an explanation to the Chuanyo company, exclaimed Wang Jianwei. Indeed, quite impressive. Zhou Huan nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian felt even more bewildered. Chuanyo company? I am aware of this company. It ranks among the top game companies in the country, having created many games in this era. However, it seems to have encountered a bottleneck in recent years, with few good games being released. They also organize some activities in collaboration with students from the computer and gaming programs at the school. Jiang Nian was not particularly informed about the specifics of these activities. His knowledge stemmed from Yuan Huai's aspiration to join this company, but regrettably, it had already filled its positions, leaving Yuan Huai lamenting in the dormitory each day. Zhou Hua nodded. Yes, Jiang Nian, I was just about to mention this. Would you be willing to collaborate with Chuanyo Company? Jiang Nian was perplexed. Collaborate? Zhou Hua explained, yes, Chuanyo Company wishes to select a promising game from the students' graduation designs for development, of course, with your consent. Developing a game? This did not pique his interest greatly, but Jiang Nian inquired, is there money to be made? His novels had yet to generate income, and if the game could bring him some financial gain, that would be excellent. He wanted to buy a house for Lao Jiang and Yin Xiaomei to improve their living conditions. For 4 years, he had resided in this shell, enjoying their kindness, and he wished to continue doing so. Jiang Nian wanted to repay them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua could not help but chuckle. Of course there is money. If selected, the prize is 100,000, along with other financial rewards. Rest assured, I will negotiate with them to ensure your satisfaction. Jiang Nian nodded. All right then, I'll trouble you with this, as I happen to be looking for work myself. Zhou Hua waved his hand dismissively. Not a bother at all. But when did you find a job? I thought Jiang Nian had no work. Jiang Nian replied, it's a new opportunity. Zhou Hua pondered for a moment and replied, is that so? Once negotiations are concluded here, you may consider resigning from your current position. He believed that no job could surpass the opportunity of collaborating with the Chuanyo Company. Jiang Nian hastily interjected, I'm afraid that is not feasible. Teacher, I have signed a 3-month contract with them, and I cannot go back on my word. Besides, I genuinely enjoy this job. After all, I get to spend time with Xiaoyu, write freely without supervision, and the little girl is so endearing, calling me daddy every day. It's quite leisurely. I would be loath to entrust Xiaoyu to someone else, and I wouldn't feel at ease either. Perhaps I should wait until her mother returns before making any decisions. Zhou Hua burst into laughter once more. Very well then, you may return for now, and we shall await good news. Jiang Nian replied, all right. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Jiang Nian made his way outside. He needed to hurry to the playground to see how Yuan Huai and Xiaoyu were faring. He hadn't had the chance to explain things to Yuan Huai earlier due to Tang Weiwei's presence, and he imagined Yuan Huai must be filled with questions. He felt it necessary to clarify his relationship with Xiaoyu. Otherwise, misunderstandings could arise. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, after he left, Zhou Hua gazed at his retreating figure with a sigh. Why did I not notice earlier what a promising young man he is? Truly remarkable, intelligent, devoted, and knows how to see things through to the end. Wang Jianwei chimed in. Indeed, after all, few would forsake a giant company like Chuangyou simply for a promise. This lad is quite shrewd. Enough of that. I need to contact Bosley now. Our school has struck gold this time. In a corner of the playground, Yuan Huai was still joyfully playing with Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, he had already formed a close bond with her. It must be said, the more time he spent with this girl, the more adorable he found her. Yuan Huai's desire to have a daughter in the future grew increasingly strong. However, the thought that Jiang Nian had only recently discovered Xiaoyu's existence filled him with frustration. This scoundrel, how outrageous! He deserves a good scolding, Yuan Huai thought to himself. Just as he heard Jiang Nian's voice, Yuan Huai, why are you hiding in the corner? I had quite a time searching for you. Before Yuan Huai could respond, Su Xiaoyu dropped the toy she was playing with and rushed towards Jiang Nian, exclaiming, Daddy, you're back. Her little face revealed her eagerness to see Jiang Nian, which only fueled Yuan Huai's annoyance. What a precious child. Her mother must be equally wonderful. How could Jiang Nian not cherish her? He mused. What is so special about that Tang Weiwei? Jiang Nian needs to be taught a lesson. With that thought, Yuan Huai turned to Jiang Nian and said, Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian looked at him. What is it? Why do you seem like you have something to say? Yuan Huai stepped closer and patted Jiang Nian's shoulder, letting out a sigh. As your elder, I must remind you that one should not be indecisive in life. Jiang Nian responded. Old Yuan, what madness is this? Yuan Huai replied, I am merely advising you. How can you bear to let such a wonderful girl as Xiaoyu become a child of a single parent? Jiang Nian exclaimed. No, Yuan Huai. If I were you, I would immediately marry Xiaoyu's mother and take good care of Xiaoyu at home. Everything else pales in comparison. Establishing a family before pursuing a career is not an unworthy endeavor. Jiang Nian, old Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not Xiaoyu's father. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Yuan Huai, you needn't say anything further. I already know. Look at you, still refusing to admit it. Jiang Nian, admit what? Just let me finish speaking. I merely found a job to help care for Xiaoyu, and I will leave in 3 months. Yuan Huai gazed at Jiang Nian with disdain. So, you plan to look after your own daughter for just 3 months? Are you not a man? How can I explain this to your other 2 fathers? Jiang Nian, old Yuan, what on earth have you conjured up in your mind? This is merely my job. Yuan Huai, enough of your excuses. In any case, I cannot stand by and let Xiaoyu grow up without a father. You figured out. I will work these days to earn money to lend you for your wedding. Do your best. Jiang Nian. He realized he was utterly unable to clarify the situation. Today, I take a leave of absence, dear friends. I shall endeavor to update early tomorrow. Chapter 51. Quickly, let Jiang Nian clear his weekend schedule. In the office atop the creative game company in Kyoto, Li Shiheng, clad in a tailored suit, sat in his executive chair, intently scrutinizing the documents laid before him. Upon encountering a performance summary, he paused, rubbing his temples in distress. Yin, Chung, take a look at this, he said, casually tossing the file across the table to the man opposite him. The man, also dressed in a refined suit and considerably younger than the middle-aged Li Shiheng, was none other than his elder brother, Mu Yin Cheng. Although Mu Yin Cheng held the title of university professor, he possessed a profound passion for gaming, which also made him the game planning director at the creative game company. As Mu Yin Chung caught the file, he had already anticipated its contents. Is the data still not improving this month? He inquired. Indeed, this marks the 6th consecutive month of decline, and the drop has been quite severe. As a game company, their user base for several titles have been plummeting since 6 months prior, and this month alone, it had decreased by 5%. Li Shiheng wore a troubled expression. If we cannot develop new games, we might face significant losses. Mu Yinqing opened the document and sighed. We are already hastily discussing countermeasures and have gathered feedback from our fans. They believe our games lack accessibility. I understand, which is why I established the College Student Planning Award. However, to date, there has been little progress. Professor Zhou from Jiang University requested one last day, yet I have not received any updates. Li Shiheng had already lost hope. Mu Yinqing nodded. Boss, although Professor Zhou from Jiang is your old classmate, I have reviewed their graduation designs, and the best among them is that of Yuan Huai. While commendable, it still feels somewhat cliché and unsuitable. However, I have noticed several promising candidates from other institutions. Perhaps we should reach out to them and collaborate with our team on the planning. Li Shiheng tapped his fingers on the desk. The connection with his old classmate allowed for direct communication, and he had agreed to grant Professor Zhou time. Yet, the company's welfare was paramount. I suppose we have no choice but to proceed, as you suggest. Go ahead. Understood, Mu Yinqing replied, rising to return his office. At that moment, Li Shiheng's phone rang. Noticing it was Zhou Hua calling, he answered promptly. Hello. As soon as he uttered the word, he was met with Zhou Hua's exuberant voice. Boss Li, haha, I have wonderful news. That student came for the defense today. Not only did he perform excellently, but he also presented a remarkably perfect game design that I believe will fully meet your requirements. Li Shiheng furrowed his brow slightly. Is that so? Indeed. You cannot imagine how astonishing it is. I will send the materials to your email right away for you to review, Zhou Hua exclaimed. As Zhou Hua's words faded, Li Shiheng noticed a new email had arrived in his inbox. He promptly clicked to open it. On the other end of the line, Zhou Hua's cheerful laughter echoed. Please take a look first. I will hang up now. Call me back once you've finished. The call was disconnected, and Li Shiheng began to read with earnest attention. Upon encountering the words Zioxiol, he felt a sense of confusion, yet a profound curiosity enveloped him. After perusing the initial page, which introduced the game's concept, Li Shiheng was utterly astonished. He could not contain his excitement and immediately dialed the recently departed Mu Yinqing. Hello? Yinqing, return at once. Yes, right now. There's something urgent I need to show you. 3 minutes later, Mu Yinqing, breathless from his hurried descent, stood in Li Shiheng's office. Boss, what is this urgent material? As soon as he spoke, Li Shiheng handed him a freshly printed game plan. Mu Yinqing glanced down, and upon reaching the second page, he was left utterly astounded. Where did this come from? Zhou Hua just sent it to me. Teacher Zhou, did he commission this? It's a graduation project from one of their students. What? A graduation project this intricate? Mu Yinqing found it hard to believe. Li Xian, explain it. It seems Zhou Hua had the student create a complete proposal to ascertain its feasibility. In reality, only 2 levels were developed. Would you like to try it? Mu Yinqing nodded in agreement. All right. He took out his phone, and Li Shiheng sent the mini-game to him as well as to his own device. The two sat facing each other, engrossed in play. Minutes later, they both looked up, shared a smile, and made a unanimous decision. This is the one. Boss, I agree entirely. This is simply phenomenal. Then you shall be the one to liaise with them. You're free this weekend, right? Make a trip to Jiang University to discuss matters. We need to inform them of our rewards and terms. Oh, by the way, Zhou Hua hasn't given me the student's contact information yet. Why not go directly to Jiang University and have Zhou Hua assist you in reaching out? After all, this is a point of pride for their school, and it would be great for old Zhou to be involved. Got it, boss. I'll book my ticket right away. Mu Yinqing was now invigorated. Boss, may I take this proposal home for further study? Of course, but I feel it lacks certain details. After your review, it will be best to discuss it with the student directly. I will give Zhou Hua a call. All right, thank you, boss. At Jiang University, after finishing the call with Li Shiheng, Zhou Hua beamed at Wang Jianwei and Chun Lei, who were both eager with anticipation. Teacher Zhou, Please stop smiling and tell us what happened. Yes, did Chuanyo agree? Zhou Hua, brimming with pride, replied, naturally. They will send someone over this weekend to negotiate with us. Haha. Quickly, let Jiang Nian clear his schedule for the weekend. I will call him right now. Wang Jianwei and Chun Lei were elated. This is wonderful. At that moment, Jiang Nian was out dining with Yuan Huai, enjoying a spicy prawn hot pot. The shrimp was not what Jiang Nian had intended to eat. His original intention was to take Su Xiaoyu home to prepare a meal. However, Yuan Huai was utterly captivated by Su Xiaoyu and insisted on treating her to dinner. At that moment, he was joyfully peeling shrimp for her, his expression radiating more happiness than when he was engrossed in novels or video games. After feeding Su Xiaoyu a shrimp, Yuan Huai turned to Jiang Nian and inquired, by the way, Jiang Nian, did the professors mention anything about the awards for the game development company during your defense? Jiang Nian was taken aback. They did. Zhou Hua even mentioned that he submitted his game and asked me to await further news. Yuan Huai nodded. Well, that's good. Even though we may not necessarily be selected, it's essential to seize the opportunity. After all, it entails a prize of 100,000 and a chance to work at the game development company. I wonder who will ultimately claim it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nian's phone began to ring. Chapter 52. Yuan Huai. The Wedding Fund. Brothers gather to contribute. Jiang Nian, still wearing disposable gloves, had his phone at hand but was unable to answer it. Yuan Huai was in a similar predicament. He glanced at Jiang Nian's screen and felt a bit bewildered. Old Zhou, why is he calling at this hour? Xiaoyu, help your dad answer the call. The only idle one, Su Xiaoyu, raised her chubby hand and nodded enthusiastically. Okay. After tapping to answer, she earnestly switched to speaker mode. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle at her cleverness. Before he could commend her, Zhou Hua's hearty laughter echoed from the other end. Hello? Jiang Nian, ha. Yuan Huai, who was peeling shrimp, paused in surprise, muttering to himself, is this really old Zhou? When did he start laughing like that? Usually, Zhou Hua was the epitome of seriousness. Jiang Nian shook his head helplessly and responded, Teacher Zhou, it's me. Ha. I call to inform you that the matter regarding the Chuanyo company has been settled. The owner has agreed and plans to send someone over this weekend to discuss it with you. Do you have time then? Yuan Huai, still peeling shrimp, was momentarily stunned, even allowing a shrimp to fall into the plate unnoticed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Nian, mouth agape. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, eager for shrimp, observed Yuan Huai intently, then glanced at her father. After confirming his lack of reaction, she stealthily took a shrimp from the plate and began to peel it with her small hands. However, she wasn't wearing gloves, and soon her hands were coated in grease. Yet, she remained silent, aware that her father was on the phone and should not be disturbed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian maintained his composure, saying, All right, just let me know what time you'll be here this weekend. Good. I'll inform you once I've set a time with them. Jiang Nian, prepare well in the coming days. This could lead to 100,000 yuan bonus and an excellent job. I understand, Teacher Zhou. After hanging up, Jiang Nian managed to peel a shrimp himself. He instinctively reached out to offer it to Su Xiaoyu, but upon seeing her, he burst into laughter. Quickly placing the shrimp back on the plate, he removed his gloves and grabbed a stack of napkins. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Su Xiaoyu proudly displayed her greasy little hands to Jiang Nian. Her cheeks puffed with shrimp, oil smudged across her face. Unfazed, she beamed with joy. Daddy, look. Xiaoyu can peel shrimp all by herself. The shrimp I peeled is so delicious. At that moment, Jiang Nian was at a loss for words. All he could do was praise her while pulling her close to wipe her face. Well done, Xiaoyu. You're the best. How impressive that you can eat the shrimp you peeled yourself. However, little fish, we must pay attention to hygiene. Gloves are necessary. You silly child. Su Xiaoyu potev. Allowing Jiang Nian to wipe her face. Upon hearing the last sentence, the little one suddenly felt aggrieved. Woo, little fish is not a fool. Little fish is the smartest. Ha. Indeed, our little fish is the smartest. But tell me, little fish, why are you peeling the shrimp by yourself instead of letting Uncle Yuan Huai do it? Jiang Nian looked at Yuan Huai in confusion. At the same time, Su Xiaoyu raised her hand, pointing at Yuan Huai. Uncle Yuan Huai has gone silly. Look, Daddy. Jiang Nian had noticed Yuan Huai's dazed expression. He seemed to have something to say, but struggled to articulate it. Jiang Nian finally said, "Old Yuan, if you have any questions, please ask." Yuan Huai recalled Zhou Hua's earlier words, and it took him a while to respond. Your game was selected by the Chuanyo Company? Jiang Nian replied, "That seems to be the case." Yuan Huai exclaimed, "Wow. You really have lost out by not studying these past years. This annual scholarship should rightfully belong to you." At that moment, Yuan Huai was at a loss for words regarding his feelings. It was astonishing to see someone who had once struggled academically, now accomplishing remarkable feats. If Su Minghai and Jiang Xiyuan were aware of this, Yuan Huai could hardly fathom the scene. It was exhilarating. Jiang Nian chuckled. "No, the scholarship should still be yours. I simply developed an interest in this area. Had you asked me to study it before, I might not have grasped it. After all, without experiencing these things with Tang Weiwei, who knew if the benefits of crossing over would ever be activated?" Yuan Huai responded, "All right, young man, no need to be modest. You truly are exceptional." Yuan Huai silently gave a thumbs up. I genuinely admire it." Although he knew Jiang Nian's graduation project was intriguing, he never expected it to be directly recognized by Chuanyo Company. "By the way, young man, if you end up at Chuanyo Company, remember to ask him for an autograph." That name sounds somewhat familiar." Yes, he is the foremost figure in the computer industry, reportedly a game planner at Chuanyo Company. I'm not entirely sure what he does, but he is renowned in our field." Yuan Huai's face was filled with admiration. "Previously, I wanted to join Chuanyo simply to meet this person. He is my idol and my aspiration." Jiang Nian nodded. "All right, if I get the chance to meet him, I'll definitely ask for you." Yuan Huai agreed. In the following moments, Yuan Huai appeared somewhat distracted. Jiang Nian sensed something was off with his mood and decided to say, "Old Yuan, honestly, I'm just lucky. In my eyes, you're the most remarkable." Upon hearing this, Yuan Huai looked at him in puzzlement. "Young man, are you complimenting me? Surely you do not think that my concern for you stems from jealousy over your recent achievements? You have never once complimented me before." Caught off guard by the revelation of his innermost thoughts, Jiang Nian was momentarily speechless. Yuan Huai promptly interrupted his words. "Enough of this, I talk. I was just contemplating that perhaps I should also strive harder to keep pace with you. My dear friend, witnessing your current state brings me genuine joy, truly. At least now you appear to be living life to the fullest. I do not mean to imply that you were not human before. Rather, I mean that you have finally begun to embrace life. Recently, both Hai Wang Su and Old Jiang and I were concerned that if Jiang Nian did not awaken to his potential, he would squander his future. Such a drain on one's emotional well-being can indeed extinguish all motivation. Thankfully, you seem to be on the right path now. With my brother's flourishing success, how could I possibly harbor jealousy? I can only feel happiness for you. However, I must insist that you treat Xiao Yu and her mother with utmost care. Seize this opportunity to secure the funds for the betrothal gifts, shall we? As for the wedding expenses, my friends and I will gladly contribute." Jiang Nian. Chapter 53. Greetings, Mr. Mu. I am Jiang Nian. The weekend is swiftly approaching. On that morning, Jiang Nian prepared breakfast for Su Xiaoyu and styled her hair into 2 delightful braids before escorting her to school. Of course, Yuan Huai remained responsible for looking after Su Xiaoyu. Since their acquaintance, he had ceased to complain of boredom, occasionally visiting Jiang Nian's home to assist with childcare, weekends included. Meanwhile, in the computer science building's office, Mu Yinxing had arrived well in advance. Zhou Hua had already briefed him on various matters pertaining to the game. Mu Yinxing felt reassured. Very well, he would wait for the young man to discuss it further. Indeed, this lad should be arriving shortly. I had mentioned 9 o'clock. "Mr. Mu, please be patient while I fetch some fruit for you," Zhou Hua remarked, taken aback by Mu Yinxing's early arrival. He had informed him of the 9 o'clock meeting, but this merely underscored the company's keen interest in the game. Zhou Hua felt a swell of pride. "Oh, no need, Teacher Zhou. I can wait here," Mu Yinxing replied, but Zhou Hua would not allow him to remain idle. He swiftly exited the room. Left alone in the office, Mu Yinxing found himself rather bored. In fact, having spent the past 2 days reviewing the materials provided by Li Shiheng, his interest in the game had only intensified. Today, he had taken the earliest high-speed train directly to Jiangbei City, only to arrive prematurely. As he scanned the office for anything of interest, he found none and took out his phone to play a game. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. This game's design seemed vaguely familiar. Had he encountered it somewhere recently? The girl Mu Ling had asked him to assist. The prospective college graduate. What was her name again? Jiang Nian? Yes, that was it. She had given him a simplified graduation project, which appeared to be this very game. Caught up in excitement, Mu Yinqing had momentarily forgotten this detail. However, according to Mu Ling, the young man did not possess much programming skill. Otherwise, why would he seek assistance? Mu Yinqing recalled having provided him with some materials, instructing him to study them thoroughly. Even a top student would require at least 2 weeks to fully comprehend that information, which is why Mu Yinqing had not given it much thought until now. Could it be that this young man? The notion flickered through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. How could that be? It had only been a day and a half. How could a novice with little knowledge produce such an exceptional design? With a shake of his head, Mu Yinqing tried to dispel the thought. Yet, soon another idea took hold. He paused briefly. Could it be that this lad had plagiarized someone else's design? Hastily, Mu Yinqing retrieved his phone and opened Jiang Nian's WeChat, swiftly composing a message. Jiang Nian, is it? How are you finding it? Is there anything you're struggling with? Initially intending to confront him directly, he reconsidered and opted for a more measured approach. After all, he is still a young man, acquainted with Mu Ling. Perhaps it was merely a momentary oversight, and he might still lend a hand. At that moment, Jiang Nian was on his way to the teaching building when his phone chimed. He pulled it out and saw a message from Mu Yinqing, to which he replied, "Yes, I have finished reading it and greatly benefited from it. Thank you, Brother Mu." Finished reading? Mu Yinqing was momentarily bewildered. Kid, who are you trying to fool? With so much material, how could you have read it all in just a few days? Speak up, were you struggling? For Ling Ling's sake, I can explain it to you. Jiang Nian replied, I truly have finished it, and I have grasped it all. I have also completed my graduation project. Mu Yinqing. He was once again taken aback. Upon seeing Zhou Hua enter, Mu Yinqing hurriedly asked, Teacher Zhou, what is the name of this student with the graduation project? I still do not know his name. Zhou Hua, while handing him some washed grapes, replied, Him? His name is, here he comes. Jiang Nian, come in quickly and greet Mr. Mu. Mu Yinqing. He turned around and saw a handsome young man walking in. At least during the years Mu Yinqing has been teaching, he had never encountered such a strikingly good-looking boy. With a smile on his face, although a hint of confusion lingered, he politely said, Hello, Mr. Mu. I am Jiang Nian. Mu Yinqing's eyes widened. It truly was Jiang Nian. Could it be the same Jiang Nian he knew? Without responding to Jiang Nian's greeting, he swiftly took out his phone and sent a message. Jiang Nian was equally perplexed. The gentleman before him appeared to be in his 30s, younger than Zhou Hua. Yet, being addressed as Mr. by Zhou Hua indicated an extraordinary status. How could such a person be so impolite? As he pondered this, he heard his phone ring. Originally, Jiang Nian had no intention of checking it, but seeing Mu Yinqing's unwavering gaze upon him, he reconsidered and quickly retrieved his phone. Then he saw the message from Mu Yinqing. Mu Yinqing, Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian glanced at Mu Yinqing, then at his phone, and back at Mu Yinqing, finally confirming one thing. He awkwardly smiled. Brother Mu, it's you? Mu Yinqing was also astonished. It really is you? You completed this graduation project? Jiang Nian, yes, I showed it to you, did I not? Mu Yinqing. He indeed had seen it, but at that time, Jiang Nian had only written a few sentences. Who could discern what he had actually crafted? Moreover, who would have imagined that a university student's graduation project could be so impressive? Nearby, Zhou Hua observed their interaction, utterly baffled. Mr. Mu, student Jiang Nian, do you know each other? Mu Yinqing nodded, while Jiang Nian shook his head. Zhou Hua, so do you know each other or not? Jiang Nian, we do know each other, but this is our first meeting. Brother Mu taught me some things, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to code the first 2 levels of this game. Jiang Nian's tone was exceedingly sincere. However, this statement left Mu Yinqing in a state of confusion. I taught you? He did nothing but provide him with some materials. Could it be that this young man has created such an impressive game solely based on that information? Jiang Nian, indeed, I spent 2 days reviewing your materials and managed to develop 2 levels of the game, subsequently refining the subsequent materials. Mu Yinqing, he silently swallowed. his expression one of disbelief. Are you implying that you mastered such a complex program in just 2 days? Jiang Nian nodded yes. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you. Your materials have proven exceedingly beneficial, as I previously knew virtually nothing. Mu Yinqing swallowed again, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Hua. Although Zhou Hua was unaware of their conversation, he still nodded. Indeed, Jiang Nian used to be utterly inexperienced. Mr. Mu, what exactly did you provide Jiang Nian? Is it truly that remarkable? Achieving so much in just 2 days. Mu Yinqing, if he were not mistaken, it was not the materials that were exceptional, but rather the remarkable talent of the young man before him. Chapter 54. Are you going to refuse? Zhou Hua was completely oblivious to Mu Yinqing's intentions. As a teacher, he had been contemplating how to secure better opportunities for his students. Mr. Mu, might I borrow that material from you? I too wish for my students to learn more swiftly. Mu Yinqing turned back helplessly and cast him a glance. Teacher Zhou Hua, how many Jiang Nians does your school have? Huh? Zhou Hua was taken aback by Mu Yinqing's words. Jiang Nian? What do you mean? Mu Yinqing smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, for he assumed Zhou Hua had grasped his meaning. He then turned to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, please take a seat. Jiang Nian, taken aback, replied, Brother Mu, please, you sit first. It's quite all right. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. We are equals in this matter, so there is no need for such formality. Jiang Nian smiled, but remained silent and motionless. Mu Yinqing realized that if he did not take a seat, Jiang Nian likely would not either. Thus, he pulled Zhou Hua down to sit, and only then did Jiang Nian take a seat across from him. Mu Yinqing poured himself a glass of water, and then filled a glass for Jiang Nian before saying, I believe Teacher Zhou has already informed you of my purpose for coming. Your graduation project has been selected by our Chuanyo company, and thus, I need to discuss the signing of a contract with you. From this point forward, you will be an employee of Chuanyo, and of course, I have brought the 100,000 yuan bonus with me. Once you agree to join us, the funds will be transferred to you immediately. As Mu Yinqing spoke, he observed Jiang Nian's reaction. However, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, a freshly graduated student landing a position at a prestigious company like Chuanyo should be thrilled. Moreover, a substantial bonus upon entering the workforce would be a tremendous temptation. Yet, Jiang Nian's demeanor was unervingly calm. His breathing appeared hardly changed at all. Such composure seemed implausible for one so young, unless he had not comprehended what was being said at all. Mu Yinqing glanced at Zhou Hua, hoping he would clarify things for Jiang Nian. Zhou Hua hastily nudged Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, why are you in a daze? I've reviewed that contract as well. It's a highly lucrative offer, certainly among the best for this year's graduating class, with excellent benefits. You need not worry. We will ensure you receive your internship certificate. Please accept it. The salary offered by Chuanyo even stirred Zhou Hua's interest. Were he not older and lacking the ingenuity of his youth, he would undoubtedly wish to seize the opportunity himself. Yet, Jiang Nian before him seemed utterly unmoved. Zhou Hua, feeling increasingly anxious, called out again, Jiang Nian? Jiang Nian nodded slowly. Yes, I understand, Teacher Zhou, but where is that job you mentioned? Where will you be working? Tell me, and I will speak to their boss. Zhou Hua, still hold some renown in Jiangbei City, and it wouldn't be difficult to assist you in resigning. Although Zhou Hua greatly admired Jiang Nian's commitment to seeing things through, he felt that losing this opportunity would be unjustifiable. In Zhou Hua's understanding, Jiang Nian must have been bound by some obligatory ties with the company. Otherwise, such folly would be inconceivable. Thus, Zhou Hua resolved to put aside his dignity and seek connections to facilitate Jiang Nian's departure without any detriment. Jiang Nian shook his head, replying, No, Teacher Zhou, that job is quite significant to me. I do not wish to leave. I hesitated to respond earlier as I contemplated whether, should I be unable to join Chuanyo Company, you and Brother Mu would still consider collaborating with me? Of course, if you are unwilling, I can explore opportunities elsewhere. Mu Yinqing was taken aback, his expression reflecting disbelief. You intend to decline? Jiang Nian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Zhou Hua, impatiently interjecting, exclaimed, Jiang Nian, don't jest. Mr. Mu, please allow me to explain. Before Zhou could finish, Jiang Nian interjected, Teacher Zhou, please let me finish. He then turned to Mu Yinqing. It seems this opportunity is exceedingly advantageous for me. Offering a high salary and bonuses is indeed appealing. However, I am the planner and designer of this game, and I can assure you of its immense potential success. As a practitioner in this field, I trust Brother Mu can discern that the game appeals to a vast audience, regardless of age or gender, which is one of its distinct advantages. There remain numerous details that I have yet to refine. Once perfected, it will be a flawless game, poised for universal entertainment upon its release. I wish to inquire, Brother Mu, as the creator, why should I choose to work for your esteemed company and relinquish all rights to this game? Surely, you understand that the value of the copyright far exceeds the mere 10,000 yuan or the monthly salary of 1 or 2,000. Zhou Hua and Mu Yinqing were once again astounded. They had never anticipated that a recent graduate like Jiang Nian could articulate such thoughts. Even they had overlooked the fact that Jiang Nian was, in truth, the rightful owner of the game. Jiang Nian's assertion held validity. Once the game was out in the open, it could fetch a high price at any gaming company. They had believed that the benefits they offered were ample, but it was only upon Jiang Nian's reminder that they recognized who truly stood to gain: their company. Noticing their dawning realization, Jiang Nian continued with a smile. I could forego that 10,000 yuan bonus. However, I hope we could discuss the revenue from the copyright sale and future profit-sharing models with your company. Alternatively, you may consider purchasing the full copyright. Jiang Nian had presented his perspective. Mu Yinqing was momentarily stunned, contemplating where Jiang Nian had acquired such wisdom, yet thought better of voicing his curiosity. Jiang Nian's intelligence only highlighted his own shortcomings. Mu Yinqing rose with a serious demeanor, pacing before Jiang Nian. Zhou Hua, somewhat anxious, suggested, Mr. Mu, perhaps we should take a break and continue our discussion this afternoon. After all, Jiang Nian had conveyed an abundance of information, and he believed that Mu Yinqing required a certain amount of time to communicate with Li Shiheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. Very well, Brother Mu. Please discuss with your boss first, and we shall continue our conversation this afternoon. Mu Yinqing also nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Jiang Nian rise and take his leave. After his departure, Mu Yinqing swiftly dialed Li Shiheng's number, relaying Jiang Nian's thoughts. Following the conclusion of his account, Li Shiheng fell into a profound silence. Chapter 55 Greetings, Su Wanyin. I am Tang Weiwei. Jiang Nian stepped out and headed straight for the playground. As anticipated, he spotted Yuan Huai and Su Xiaoyu in their usual spot. The little one was crouched on the ground, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Yuan Huai was anxiously pacing nearby, and upon seeing Jiang Nian, he hurriedly waved him over. Jiang Nian, you must come quickly. I can't handle this. Jiang Nian approached with a puzzled expression. What is going on? As he drew nearer, he caught sight of Su Xiaoyu's disheveled face, smeared with dirt. Upon hearing Yuan Huai call out to him, the little girl joyfully stood up and waved, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, come here. Her hands were also caked in mud. Jiang Nian, taken aback, rushed to Su Xiaoyu's side with a bemused smile. Xiaoyu, what on earth are you doing? Old Yuan, what happened? Yuan Huai, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a dirty piece of paper, explained, when we arrived, the janitor was watering the grass here. Xiaoyu, for some unknown reason, decided to join him in play. That hose was quite long, and in no time, she was drenched from head to toe, her hair all in disarray. No matter how I tried to coax her, she refused to leave, insisting on playing here. The janitor couldn't persuade her either, so he just let her be. After he left, she squatted down to play in the mud, claiming she wanted to mold a daddy, a mommy, and a little fish. Oh dear, Jiang Nian, I'm at my wit's end. You have no idea how much paper I've used. I'm completely out. What are we to do? If you don't come soon, I'll have to call old Joe to let you go early. Quickly head home, Jiang Nian, and change your clothes. Clean her up. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle as he listened. Looking down, he noticed the mud figures resembling people that Su Xiaoyu had crafted, and a pang of sorrow struck him. This child, perhaps, yearned for a complete family. He crouched down, playfully pinched Su Xiaoyu's dirty little nose, and took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe her face clean, smiling as he asked, Xiaoyu, which one is daddy and which one is mommy? With utmost seriousness, Su Xiaoyu pointed to the bald mud figure on the left. This one is daddy. Then she pointed to the mud figure adorned with grass, leaves beside it. This is mommy, Look, Daddy, Mommy has long hair. And then she pointed to the tiny mud figure in the middle, which was hardly more than a mud egg. And this is Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian cleaned Su Xiaoyu's face, picked her up without a care for his own soiled state, and hugged her tightly. This is wonderful. Yuan Huai looked on, somewhat astonished. Jiang Nian signaled him with a glance to remain silent, and continued, Xiaoyu, you are truly clever. Indeed. Little fish is the most intelligent baby in the world. Jiang Nian gently ruffled her tousled hair and said, Now, the most clever baby in the world. It's time for us to go home and change your clothes. Being this dirty is rather unappealing. Su Xiaoyu tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, Yes. But what about Daddy and Mommy? Her reference to her parents was to the indistinct clay figurines on the ground. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nian had an idea. How about I take a picture and save it for you? Later, whenever you wish to see it, you could just look it on Daddy's phone. Noticing Su Xiaoyu still deep in thought, Jiang Nian added earnestly, If you don't return home soon, you might catch a cold, and then you won't be the most intelligent baby in the world anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu quickly nodded in agreement. All right. I will listen to Daddy. Jiang Nian then set Su Xiaoyu down. He took out his phone and recorded videos of the clay figurines from various angles, followed by several photos. After a moment as consideration, he also captured images and videos of the dirty Su Xiaoyu before they headed home. Given Su Xiaoyu's extreme dirtiness, Jiang Nian opted to take a taxi. Yuan Huai accompanied them. As Jiang Nian mentioned, he would need Yuan Huai's assistance with Su Xiaoyu in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, Yuan Huai did not decline, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a meal at Jiang Nian's home. On the way, Yuan Huai expressed his confusion. Why do you need to come over in the afternoon? Don't they want to give bonuses? While fiddling with his phone and sending the recently taken photos and videos to Su Xiaoyu's mother, Jiang Nian replied, No, I propose certain conditions that need to be discussed with the boss. Is that so? What conditions? Why the need for discussion? Jiang Nian replied, I will tell you later. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nian immediately carried Su Xiaoyu into the bathroom for a bath. At that moment in Kyoto, at the Huatian Entertainment Training Ground, it was lunchtime, and they were about to head out for a meal. Su Wanyin, having changed her clothes, took out her phone and saw the photos and videos sent by Jiang Nian. She could not help but laugh. One of the girls training nearby noticed her amusement and teased, Sister Wanyin, what has got you so happy? Did your boyfriend send you a message? Oh, you're not going to let us see. Having already tucked her phone away, Su Wanyin chuckled. No, it's just a short video from a relative at home. All right, let us hurry off to eat. Sigh, I wonder how many more days we'll be here. Su Wanyin, somewhat puzzled, asked a few days. What's going on? Is the selection process starting this soon? The girl replied, It wasn't supposed to be this quick, but I heard a girl just dropped in today. She's a recent college graduate, beautiful, and quite a promising candidate. More importantly, the girl leaned closer to Su Wanyin and whispered, I heard she's a relative of Sister Hua. If that's the case, she's bound to debut, and we'll just be her stepping stones. Sister Wanyin, you are the one among us with the best chance to debut, so you must be cautious. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction before leaving. The individual referred to as Sister Hua by her is the one conducting their training and is a renowned agent at Huatian Entertainment. This training session comprises 30 participants, yet ultimately, only one female will be selected for intensive development, while the others will be relegated to the sidelines, awaiting future opportunities. If an unexpected contender were to appear, Su Wanyin shook her head, perhaps overthinking the situation. A company as large as Huatian Entertainment should not engage in such practices. She picked up her phone again and replied to Jiang Nian. She must be referring to my parents and the little fish, right? It is all my fault for not providing her with a complete family. Jiang Nian, I appreciate your efforts. Once I return, I shall treat you to a meal. After sending the message, she tucked her phone away, contemplating discussing with Mu Ling about taking a trip back to Jiangbei this weekend to visit the little fish. At that moment, she noticed a girl entering, pulling a suitcase. The girl was dressed in a red dress and white high heels. Her cascading waves of hair exuded a captivating charm, and upon seeing Su Wanyin, she appeared momentarily stunned. Then, with a smile, she approached her. Must be Su Wanyin, right? Hello, I am Tang Weiwei. Su Wanyin furrowed her brow slightly. You know me? Chapter 56 Muling. Shall we take a break this weekend and head back to Jiangbei to see Xiaoyu? Su Wanyin mused, reminiscing about the girls she had encountered over the years. She was certain that the girl in front of her, named Tang Weiwei, was a stranger to her, someone she had never laid eyes on before. Even her name felt foreign. Yet, inexplicably, Su Wanyin felt an uncomfortable sensation upon meeting her. As a veteran of the entertainment industry, she recognized that such feelings were unwelcome. She quickly composed herself, maintaining her poise. My apologies, I seem to be having trouble recalling. Tang Weiwei, unfazed by Su Wanyin's lack of a handshake, smiled and replied, "It's quite normal to forget, Goddess Wanyin. I am your fan. After all, though perhaps not a conventional one." A light bulb went off in Su Wanyin's mind. "Ah, is that so? Now I understand. I never expected you to join the training as well, Sister Wanyin. May I address you as such?" Tang Weiwei asked. Su Wanyin nodded, of course. "I remember when I had just begun university, I listened to your songs, truly enchanting. I can't believe after all these years, Sister Wanyin remains as beautiful as ever." This compliment caught Su Wanyin off guard. The two girls beside them gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief, whispering to one another, "Oh my, is she implying that Sister Wanyin is old?" Feigning ignorance, Su Wanyin smiled softly. "Thank you." As soon as she spoke, Tang Weiwei seemed to realize her faux pas and, feeling a bit aggrieved, said, "Oh, Sister Wanyin, did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to imply you're old. I genuinely admire you." At that moment, Su Wanyin found it difficult to articulate her feelings. This newcomer was certainly intriguing. She chuckled lightly. "It's all right. Mu Ling is still waiting for me to eat, so I must take my leave." "Oh, all right. Tang Weiwei zepponde." After Su Wanyin departed, Tang Weiwei turned to watch a retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. Once she was out of sight, Tang Weiwei retrieved her phone and messaged someone named Hua Jia, "And I've arrived." As Su Wanyin made her way back to the dormitory, Mu Ling had already returned with a meal. "You're back? How is it? Are you tired? Come, let's eat." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyin appeared to be oblivious, walking straight to her bed and sitting down. Mu Ling sensed something was amiss. "Wanyin, what's wrong?" I. Su Wanyin hesitative, struggling to find the right words. Mu Ling moved closer and sat beside her. "Wanyin, as your assistant, you must share any concerns with me, you know? Only then can I assist you, and you can train with peace of mind." After a moment of silence, Su Wanyin confessed, "Mu Ling, I feel a bit petty right now." Petty? Mu Ling inquired, her expression filled with confusion. "I thought you were quite generous." "You don't understand." Su Wanyin recounted the events that had just transpired. With a final sigh, she remarked, clearly, that Tang Weiwei is a newcomer, having just graduated, yet for some inexplicable reason, I feel a sense of discomfort within me. I have never experienced such feelings before. What is wrong with me? Am I envious of others? Mu Ling, I'm not that kind of person. Throughout this journey, Su Wanyin had pondered over this matter, yet clarity eluded her. Previously, Su Wanyin had never cared about such trivialities. When others spoke ill of her behind her back, she would merely smile it off, allowing her capabilities to speak for themselves. She could not comprehend what had come over her. After listening, Mu Ling too appeared bewildered. "Tang Weiwei? I didn't expect her to arrive so soon. Do you know her?" Su Wanyin was taken aback. Mu Ling nodded. "Yes, she is also participating in this training session, and she happens to be Sister Hua's niece. Having just graduated from university, she has participated in several school events, which have garnered quite a bit of popularity online. Moreover, she graduated from the Jiangbei University School of Arts, and many say she possesses a charm reminiscent of your former self." Su Wanyin furrowed her brow. "She is indeed an impressive junior." Mu Ling agreed, "Yes, she is quite remarkable. I have also reviewed her profile, but Wanyin, her abilities still do not compare to yours. She lacks the essence despite her outward appearance. So there is no need for you to worry. I believe you have simply been absent from the public eye for too long, and this has instilled a sense of fear in you. Just regard her as a passerby. She poses no threat to you." As she spoke, Mu Ling handed Su Wanyin a lunchbox. "Let us eat first. We have training this afternoon." Su Wanyin accepted the lunchbox, feeling a bit dazed. "Is that so? Yet, she feels like more than just a rival to me." She acknowledged that Tang Weiwei was beautiful and talented, but that had no bearing on her own abilities. She had faith in her own capabilities. She simply felt an aversion towards her. Yes, it was simply a dislike for that person. However, Su Wanyin could not precisely identify the root of her discontent. After a while of contemplation yielded no answers, she decided to put it out of her mind. Just as she took a bite from the lunchbox, Su Wanyin suddenly recalled the video from earlier that day. She hastily set the lunchbox down and said to Mu Ling, "Mu Ling, have you seen the video that Jiang Nian posted? That little fish has started playing in the mud." A video? Why didn't Jiang Nian send me a message today? Mu Ling leaned in with curiosity. The last exchange between Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin was a message from Jiang Nian stating, "I will." Above it were Su Wanyin's words and the video. Upon clicking the video, Mu Ling was greeted by the sight of a messy Su Xiaoyu, which made her burst into laughter. This is too dirty, isn't it? Just a moment, I'm going to scold Jiang Nian. Su Wanyin quickly grabbed her. No. I think Jiang Nian is doing wonderfully. The way Xiaoyu is now is precisely how a child should be. Mu Ling, look at the clay figure she made. They are her parents. She must long for a father, don't you think? Mu Ling wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to call Jiang Nian dad? Su Wanyin remarked, I have neglected her too much. I find myself missing her a little. Mu Ling, shall we take a leave this weekend to return to Jiangbei to see her? Mu Ling was taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Nian had already tidied up Su Xiaoyu. He handed her over to Yuan Huai and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal, he coaxed Su Xiaoyu to sleep and gestured for Yuan Huai to sleep in the living room while he returned to his bedroom. Yuan Huai, refreshing the page of the orange novel bookshelf in anticipation of updates, muttered, "Why have you become so distant with me, Jiang Nian? Isn't there a large bed in your room? Can I join you for the night?" Of course not. He still needed to go in and write. Not to mention that Yuan Huai's presence would disturb him. It would also expose his pseudonym. Jiang Nian shook his head. You can sleep here. The sofa is quite spacious. Yuan Huai replied, Jiang Nian, you. Jiang Nian interrupted, speak again, and I want to let you see Xiaoyu. Yuan Huai fell silent. Chapter 57. What on earth is going on with Jiang Nian? Yuan Huai, after some deliberation, realized that Jiang Nian was unwilling to relent and thus conceded, very well. I shall remain in the living room while you retire to sleep. With that, he turned and reclined on the sofa, his expression marred by displeasure. Sigh, I wonder when this dogged author will update. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered, and there's no fixed time to anticipate. Jiang Nian, who was on the brink of entering his bedroom, caught wind of these words and glanced back at Yuan Huai before proceeding into his room. He did not immediately power on his computer. Instead, he first checked his phone. As he picked it up, he noticed a message had arrived. After unlocking the screen, he saw a message from Mu Ling Jiang Nian. What should I do? Why on earth did you send that video to Xiaoyu's mother? You truly are something else. Don't panic, let me think. Wait a moment, I'll get back to you shortly. Jiang Nian felt somewhat bewildered. What in the world was Mu Ling talking about? He contemplated replying with a question mark, but after a moment's reflection, he opted to exit her chat. It seemed that Xiaoyu's mother had also sent him a message. Indeed, her message followed Mu Ling's. Dear Jiang Nian, if all goes as planned this weekend, we shall return to see Xiaoyu. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Jiang Nian was taken aback. At that moment, he finally grasped why Mu Ling had been so agitated. It was all due to this incident. However, wasn't it quite normal for Xiaoyu's mother to come back to see her child? Had Mu Ling not informed Xiaoyu's mother that he was male? This simply wouldn't do. After all, he would be looking after Xiaoyu for several more months, and maintaining his credibility was essential. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nian perceived Xiaoyu's mother's return as a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, he replied succinctly, Okay. Next, he opened Mu Ling's chat once more. Ling Jia. There's no need for such theatrics. You can just speak plainly. I've been taking good care of Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu's mother ought to be made aware of the truth. Otherwise, aren't we just deceiving her? Mu Ling, who was contemplating how to handle the situation, erupted upon seeing Jiang Nian's message. She paced back and forth in her bedroom, deeply troubled. What is going on? What is up with this Jiang Nian? Meanwhile, Su Wanyin, who had also received Jiang Nian's message, lay in bed, equally perplexed. What is happening? I find Jiang Nian quite agreeable. He just replied with a simple okay. which indicates he is preparing for something. Mu Ling was taken aback. He said, okay. This child has lost his mind. Su Wanyin, even more confused, asked, Mu Ling, do you not want me to return to see Xiao Yu? Are you concealing something from me? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling panicked. No, no, no. How could that be? I am merely concerned about it affecting your training. With Tang Weiwei here, Hua Jia will surely favor her. And Wei Mu Ling, in a state of distress, found herself at a loss and could only shift the burden onto Tang Weiwei. Su Wanyin demanded and suspecting. She rested her hands beneath her arms and earnestly declared, I have come to terms with this matter. We should rely on our own abilities. If it ultimately does not work out, then it is fate. It will be quite nice for me to return and care for Xiao Yu. Mu Ling felt that the current situation was somewhat chaotic. Had she known better, she would not have allowed Jiang Nian to take care of Xiao Yu. It was all that little girl's fault. No, it was due to her own weakness. Yes. As long as Jiang Nian does not take care of Xiao Yu on weekends, that would suffice. Mu Ling pondered, her mind now made up. Jiang Nian had finished typing by 3 o'clock. After a swift update, he prepared to set off to find Mu Yancheng. Su Xiao Yu was still asleep. This little girl could sleep particularly well in the afternoon. He could only instruct Yuan Huai briefly to assist in taking care of her while he went to school. Mu Yancheng had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him, he immediately stood up and said, please sit. Jiang Nian was not one to stand on ceremony. Since they were discussing work, he and Mu Yancheng were indeed on equal footing. The morning's politeness was merely out of respect for the teacher. Brother Mu, what are your thoughts on the matter? Mu Yancheng lowered his head and took a sip of water. Beside him, Zhou Hua grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, Mr. Mu, do speak. During lunch with Mu Yancheng, he had inquired about the decision regarding this matter. Yet Mu Yancheng had remained silent. Even now, Zhou Hua had not received any definitive news. Setting down his cup, Mu Yancheng finally turned to Jiang Nian, classmate Jiang Nian. I have a question for you as well. Please ask away. If you have any other game concepts in the future, would you prioritize us? Jiang Nian paused in silence. Not responding immediately, Zhou Hua grew impatient. Jiang Nian, answer him. You must. He was almost eager to respond on Jiang Nian's behalf, given that Chuanyo Company held a significant position in the gaming industry. Jiang Nian lifted his gaze to Mu Yancheng. Brother Mu, your question puts me in a difficult position. Mu Yancheng looked puzzled. What do you mean? Jiang Nian explained, the next game is a separate matter. Whether I can consider you depends on your company's capabilities. I do not wish for such a brilliant idea to be squandered. I would prefer that a wide array of gamers experience some truly remarkable games. To be frank, I have even better ideas in mind. The games of my past life were exceedingly popular. Any single one of them would be enough to astonish the gaming world here. However, you must prove that you can elevate these games. It is not merely about words, but about genuine capability. Therefore, for this collaboration, if this match 3 game garners sufficient acclaim, only then will I consider you preferentially. Otherwise, that would be a great pity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua stood up in shock. Jiang Nian, you young rascal. While he recognized the validity of Jiang Nian's statements, he felt the directness was rather too blunt. Concerned, he thought he should help smooth things over. Turning to Mu Yancheng, Zhou Hua began, Mr. Mu. However, before he could finish, he noticed Mu Yancheng had stood up. He laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, classmate Jiang Nian, you truly live up to your reputation. I am not trying to put you in a difficult position. This question was posed by my boss, who wishes to gauge the extent of your vision. It appears that your foresight is indeed remarkable, as you contemplate the future of gaming with ample confidence. Undoubtedly, your future endeavors in the gaming realm will be exceptional. We shall proceed with this collaboration. Chapter 58. With me, what cannot be accomplished? Jiang Nian was taken aback by the smoothness of the negotiations. Upon agreeing, Mu Yancheng promptly presented him with 2 contracts. The first was a bonus of 100,000 yuan. In Mu Yancheng's words, even if Jiang Nian chose not to return to work, their boss held a great admiration for him, and this bonus was rightfully his as it had been pre-established. The second contract was an authorization agreement, wherein Chuanyo offered a substantial sum of 1 million yuan, with 1% of future profits allocated to Jiang Nian. However, initially, only 500,000 yuan would be disbursed to him. with the remaining amount to be granted once Jiang Nian refined the game's details and it was fully developed for market release. Moreover, despite his absence from the workplace, Jiang Nian was required to contribute to the game's future developments or new concepts. In essence, he would need to undertake a part-time role concerning all subsequent matters related to the game. Jiang Nian did not oppose this arrangement, as the benefits offered by Chuanyo were indeed remarkable. Furthermore, he had intended to pursue a freelance career, and since Chuanyo placed no restrictions on his freedom, he found no reason to decline. The game's future would undoubtedly necessitate numerous updates, and no one else could enhance it as he could. After signing, Mu Yinxing directly transferred 60,000 yuan to him, expressing the desire for a long-term collaboration. Jiang Nian calmly accepted the funds, stood up, and bid farewell to Zhou Hua and Mu Yinxing. It was already past 4 o'clock, and little fish would soon awaken. He needed to return home promptly. As he was about to leave, a thought suddenly struck him, and he turned back to Mu Yinxing, asking, "Brother Mu, you are the legendary M, aren't you?" This revelation dawned on Jiang Nian unexpectedly. Yuan Huai had previously requested an autograph from man mentioned that worked at Chuanyo. Coincidentally, Mu Yinxing's WeChat name was simply M. He recalled how familiar it felt when Yuan Huai had mentioned it that day. Mu Yinxing smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's me." He recognized Jiang Nian's learning and cognitive abilities, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth. "That's wonderful. A friend of mine would love your autograph. Could you kindly sign one for me?" Jiang Nian requested eagerly. Mu Yinxing chuckled in response. "Haha, I can certainly do that, but you must agree to one condition." Jiang Nian was momentarily perplexed. Why was there a condition attached to an autograph? He had no intention of returning the money he had just received. Sensing Jiang Nian's hesitation, Mu Yinxing reassured him, "Haha, don't worry, it's not a work-related condition. As you may know from Mu Ling, I am a doctoral supervisor. I recall you mentioned that you learned programming by studying my materials." Jiang Nian nodded affirmatively. Mu Yinxing continued, "Exactly. My request is simple. You shall become my student, and I will impart all my knowledge to you. If you agree, I will provide you with the autograph." Zhou Hua, standing nearby, was once again taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "This, Mr. Mu? Are you serious?" As a fellow member of the academic community, Zhou Hua was acutely aware of Mu Yinxing's esteemed position. He could be regarded as one of the most pivotal figures in their field, selecting only the finest candidates, particularly those with a graduate degree from Kyoto University. In stark contrast, Jiang Nian had only just completed his undergraduate studies, or rather, he had yet to graduate. Mu Yanzheng inquired, "Teacher Zhou, do I appear to be jesting? Do not blame me for vying for students. I am genuinely intrigued by Jiang Nian." "What do you say, Jiang Nian?" Jiang Nian promptly nodded. "Sure, no problem." He realized that he would require extensive learning to pursue his aspirations in game development. Initially, he had contemplated scouring the internet for resources, but since Mu Yinxing was willing to mentor him, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Mu Yinxing's wealth of experience far surpassed his own, ensuring that his learning would be both swifter and more precise. "Very well then, Teacher Zhou, do you have a piece of paper? Come, let me sign for my student." Zhou Hua quickly handed him a sheet. After Jiang Nian received the signature, he took his leave. Once he departed, Mu Yinxing approached Zhou Hua, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Teacher Zhou, do you have any further inquiries? Bosley mentioned that you might wish to ask me something, and I will do my utmost to respond." After all, Zhou Hua had cultivated such exceptional students. Zhou Hua shook his head, silently giving Mu Yinxing a thumbs up. "It is only fitting that your Bosley has become a notable figure. A person who treasures talent undoubtedly deserves to achieve great success. Your accomplishments are well-deserved." "Haha, I jest. It is Jiang Nian who is truly remarkable. Our Bosley has also stated that you should anticipate great things from him in the future." Zhou Hua nodded. "I certainly believe that anyone who can negotiate 10,000 and a 110,000 just before graduation cannot be ordinary." Speaking of this, Zhou Hua felt an immense sense of pride. This young man would likely become a source of pride for their academy in the years to come. Upon returning home, Jiang Nian found that Xiaoyu had indeed awakened, sniffling pitifully in Yuan Huai's embrace. The normally robust Yuan Huai was now speaking softly to comfort her, appearing entirely different from his usual self. Yet, despite his gentle coaxing, Xiao Yu refused to smile. Yuan Huai was on the verge of exasperation. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he noticed Jiang Nian stepping through the door. Before Yuan Huai could utter a word, the weeping girl sprang up and dashed toward Jiang Nian, her previously sorrowful face transforming into a radiant smile. "Daddy, you're back." Yuan Huai silently wiped his brow, his eyes filled with envy. Truly, some individuals lead vastly different lives. Jiang Nian scooped up Xiao Yu, affectionately pinching her little cheeks. "Yes, I'm back. How wonderful. Xiao Yu miss Daddy. Daddy miss Xiao Yu too." Jiang Nian held her close as he approached Yuan Huai. "Old Yuan, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "Huh? What's the occasion? Did you strike a deal? Have you come into wealth?" "Absolutely. With me around, what cannot be accomplished?" "Ah, you old rascal." Yuan Huai stood up. "You manage to be a step ahead of us every time. Fine, let us eat." Jiang Nian nodded. "You choose the location. Additionally, in light of your assistance in taking care of Xiao Yu for an entire day, I shall bestow upon you a gift." Yuan Huai was momentarily taken aback. "What gift?" Jiang Nian handed him the autograph of Mu Yinqing from his pocket here. Upon seeing the prominent M, Yuan Huai's mouth dropped open in astonishment. You actually obtained it? I told you, I can accomplish anything." "Haha, impressive. Come on, today's meal is on me." Jiang Nian cast him a peculiar glance. "Are you certain?" Yuan Huai replied. "Absolutely. You just signed a work contract over there and haven't received your salary yet, right? Allow me to treat you." It turned out that Yuan Huai had misunderstood, thinking Jiang Nian had merely negotiated a job with Chuangyou. However, this misunderstanding was for the best. He could gradually reveal the truth later. "All right, let's go." The three of them enjoyed their meal immensely. After dining, Jiang Nian returned home with Xiao Yu. At that moment, he noticed a message in their roommate group chat. Jiang Siyuan had sent a message. "Oh, brothers, I just saw the goddess Yinin." "Wait a minute, brothers. Why is Tang Weiwei here too?" Chapter 59. Little do you know about Jiang Nian's current situation. Before Jiang Nian could respond, he noticed messages arriving simultaneously from Su Minghai and Yuan Huai. "Su Minghai, Yuan Huai, Jiang Siyuan, I've been accepted by Huatian Entertainment as a part-timer. Today is my first day at work, and I saw Goddess Yinin during training. However, why is Tang Weiwei also present?" Jiang Siyuan. Image. Upon opening the photo, Jiang Nian beheld dozens of beautiful women, most of whom were seen from behind. Only one was visible in profile, Tang Weiwei. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian replied, "She must also be attending the training, as she is said to be debuting soon." Jiang Siyuan. "Really? So she's in the same company as my goddess Yinin? What sin has my goddess Yinin committed to be in her company?" Jiang Siyuan. "My heart aches." Su Minghai. "My goddess Yinin is the most beautiful, after all." Yuan Huai. "I look at the other girls, and aside from Tang Weiwei, they all seem the same to me. How do you recognize which one is goddess Yinin?" At this moment, Jiang Nian shared the same confusion. After all, they were all dressed in identical training outfits, only showing their backs. Su Minghai. "The same? Are you blind?" ISNT. "The one on Tang Weiwei's right, clearly her? Can't you see she has a better figure and is more beautiful? By the way, why is Tang Weiwei looking at her?" Jiang Nian cast a puzzled glance at the person beside Tang Weiwei. He could discern nothing. Yuan Huai. "Aren't they all the same?" Su Minghai. Jiang Siyuan. Deciding to refrain from further provocation, Jiang Nian shifted the topic. "Lao Jiang, how's work going?" Jiang Siyuan. "It's going well. I've decided to work hard. Perhaps one day I can be an assistant to Goddess Yinin." Jiang Nian. "Keep it up." Jiang Siyuan. "Yes, I will." "Bro, how's your job?" Jiang Nian. "Not bad." Yuan Huai. "Not bad? You call this not bad?" Little do you know about Jiang Nian's current situation. Su Minghai. Jiang Siyuan. Yuan Huai. "Forget it. I want to say more. When you come back to see this guy upon receiving your graduation certificates, you'll understand. Don't say I didn't warn you. Make sure to catch your jaws." Jiang Siyuan. Su Minghai. The group chat concluded amidst the banter and insults exchanged among Jiang Siyuan, Su Minghai, and Yuan Huai. Jiang Nian chose not to partake in a verbal sparring and made his way to the balcony. The fermented tofu had matured sufficiently over the past few days. It was time to indulge in a delectable treat. As for the gaming matters, Mu Yinqing had yet to return. Once he did, He would provide Jiang Nian with a comprehensive plan, and they would discuss the progress of the game together. Hence, there was no urgency at the moment. Opening the bamboo basket, he was greeted by the sight of the fluffy, white tofu, enticingly beckoning him. Jiang Nian leaned in to take a whiff, and, cradling one of the boxes, headed back inside. Just as he turned, he noticed little fish, holding her nose, gazing at him with a conflicted expression. "Daddy, what is that awful smell?" Jiang Yin chuckled and gently tapped her on the head. "Ha, it's something delicious." Su Xiaoyu found herself in a quandary. Is this truly edible? Although her father had previously assured her of its safety, and she had sworn to eat anything he prepared, the aroma was unsettling, reminiscent of unpleasant scents encountered in the restroom. "Of course, I assure you, Xiaoyu will relish it," Jiang Yin declared as he entered the house. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he spotted Li Houhot standing there with a bag of meat. The odor forced her to cover her nose and mouth. "Jiang Yin, are you sure you're not concocting some dark cuisine?" It was only then that Su Xiaoyu felt compelled to speak up. "Papa, I was just about to tell you that Annie Hua has come." Jiang Yin, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "It's truly edible, Sister Houhot. You arrived just in time. I was planning to prepare a portion for you to enjoy before you left." Li Houhot quickly shook her head. No, I merely came to deliver some meat. I bought too much and couldn't consume it all. I thought Xiaoyu might like it." As she spoke, she hastily placed the meat on the counter and turned to leave. "Wait, if you leave, you'll have to take the meat with you," Jiang Yin called, glancing towards Xiaoyu. Understanding his subtle cue, albeit reluctantly, Su Xiaoyu piped up, "Annie Hua, please don't go. Xiaoyu wants to eat meat." She followed her plea with a playful blink. Li Houhot, unable to resist such charm, reluctantly acquiesced. "Well, all right then, let us prepare some braised pork. It will help mask the tofu's odor." The thought of consuming something so malodorous made her uneasy. Jiang Yin nodded. "Very well, I shall prepare it immediately." In the kitchen, he began to assemble the ingredients. Chopping green onions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies, he heated oil in a pan. Once sizzling, he added the stinky tofu, frying it until golden brown on both sides. After draining excess oil, he utilized the remaining oil to saute the prepared ingredients, seasoning with salt, soy sauce, and a splash of water. Finally, he drizzled the aromatic sauce over the fried tofu, completing the dish in one fluid motion. Enveloped by the enticing aroma, Jiang Nian was nearly overwhelmed with the desire to taste it himself. Yet with guests present, it would be inappropriate to indulge first. He set down the frying pan and lifted the plate, intending to head to the living room. At that moment, Li Houhot and Su Xiaoyu had already formed a cozy embrace, with Li Houhot whispering into Su Xiaoyu's ear, "Sweetheart, when your father serves you food, if it's unpalatable, you mustn't proclaim it delicious. You must develop your own opinions. What if it upsets your stomach? Do you understand?" Even she intended to sample only a bite to appease Jiang Yin and nothing more. Suyo nodded nastly, "I understand, Antiqua." However, upon witnessing Jiang Yin approach with the stinky tofu, she quickly forgot Li Houhot's warnings, gazing at Jiang Yin with a look of daring anticipation. In her heart, a singular thought prevailed. After all, it was her father. Regardless of its quality, she felt compelled to consume whatever he offered. After all, how could she bear the thought of causing him sorrow? Jiang Yin remained blissfully unaware that the two individuals in the living room harbored entirely different sentiments. Elated, he picked up a piece of stinky tofu and extended it towards Su Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, come and taste this. It's ready and utterly fragrant. Sister Houhot, you must try it as well." Su Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, leaned forward, her mouth agape in anticipation. "Oh!" Xiaoyu Li Houhot realized it was too late to intervene. She could only seize Jiang Yin's chopsticks and exclaim, "Allow me the honor of the first bite. After years of making tofu, I have yet to taste my own creation. Let me indulge." Chapter 60. Young man, you are truly remarkable. Li Houhot had already spoken, and thus Jiang Yin had no choice but to hand her the bowl and chopsticks as well. "All right, please give it a try." The liberated Su Xiaoyu immediately let out a sigh of relief. She looked up, somewhat conflicted, at Li Houhot. "Annie Hua, do you really want to eat it? It smells quite dreadful." Li Houhot herself was also feeling uneasy. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks, bringing it close to her nose for a whiff. Instantly, her brow furrowed in distress. She contemplated giving up, yet Jiang Nian was watching her intently, making it difficult to disregard his feelings. And then there was Xiaoyu. If she refused to eat, Xiaoyu would have to do so instead. How could she bear to let Xiaoyu eat something so foul? With a resolute heart, Li Hou closed her eyes, deciding to sacrifice herself. She held her breath and swiftly shoved the piece of moldy tofu into her mouth, initially intending to swallow it whole. She soon realized the piece was too large. There was no choice but to chew through it. The moment her tongue made contact with the tofu, a wave of flavor surged against her taste buds, gradually unfurling. Li Hou was visibly taken aback. Her chewing slowed as the richness of the flavor intensified. She was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to Jiang Nian. How is it? Delicious, right? Jiang Nian was quite pleased with her expression. By this time, Li Hou had already swallowed a piece. Unable to resist, she picked up another piece, this time savoring it slowly. Watching her intently, Su Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Annie Hua, is it really that good? Why does it seem like you are enjoying it so much?" The sight of Li Hou relishing the dish made her mouth water. Without time to respond, Li Hou nodded enthusiastically while offering a piece to Xiaoyu. This time, the little girl did not resist. She obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the tofu. "Momins latte." She exclaimed, "Wow, it's so delicious. I want more." Jiang Nian chuckled at her enthusiasm. All right, little glutton. Let Annie Hua have that portion. There's more in the kitchen, and I will get you some." Okay. Su Xiaoyu nadi." Once Jiang Nian returned with a fresh serving, Su Xiaoyu devoured it ravenously. Jiang Nian went back to the kitchen to prepare braised pork. When he returned to the living room after finishing the meal, he discovered the plate was already empty. Xiaoyu, it's time to eat," Jiang Nian called. Su Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve. "Daddy, I want more tofu." Jiang Nian pinched her little nose playfully. "Little girl, you can't eat too much at once. It will be hard to digest. We'll have more tomorrow, be good." "Well, all right then." Su Xiaoyu reluctantly nodded. During the meal, Li Hou remarked, "Jiang Nian, the food you prepare is truly excellent. Who did you learn from?" After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nian replied, "It was from the elders back in the countryside. He cannot claim that it is a legacy from a previous life." Li Hou nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of the elderly. "Indeed, it's impressive. The wisdom of older individuals is remarkable. If only I possessed such skills." Li Hou's words trailed off, plunging into silence. The expression on her face clearly indicated that she was burdened with thoughts. Jiang Nian, intrigued, inquired, "What troubles you?" Li Hou shook her head. "No, it's nothing." Jiang Nian continued, "Sister Hou, you have been so kind to both me and Xiaoyu. I have always regarded you as a dear sister. Since your family is not around, please feel free to share anything with me. Perhaps I can assist you." With a heavy sigh, Li Hou opened up. "It's not that I wish to conceal anything from you. It's just that my situation is rather complicated. Originally, my tofu stall was temporary, meant for someone else, but they never showed up, allowing me to operate for 2 years. Now, the owner has informed me that the original person is returning, and I must vacate my spot. I have searched for other stalls and markets nearby, but all are occupied. There is no available space. At my age, aside from selling tofu, I lack other skills and prefer not to stray too far from home. Perhaps my son is right. I should consider retirement, embrace leisure activities like square dancing, and explore the world. Yet, I find it difficult to remain idle. Now that I am forced to rest, my heart feels quite unsettled. Young man, do you think I'm being overly sentimental?" Li Hou had pondered this matter for several days. Though she recognized the merit in her son's advice, she could not untangle her thoughts. Jiang Nian began to understand the situation. Li Hou was not one to remain idle. No, this has nothing to do with sentimentality. It illustrates that you possess your own aspirations. Everyone has the right to pursue their passions, regardless of age. Ah, yes, exactly. Li Hou felt as if she had finally found a confidant, and her spirits lifted slightly. However, the circumstances compel me into a corner. I feel helpless. She helped herself to a bite of food. Jiang Nian responded, "What do you mean by helpless?" "Sister Hou, do you wish to learn how to make this special tofu? In a few days, I will also be preparing stinky tofu. We can learn together." "Really? Is that possible?" You would be willing to teach me? Of course. It's not difficult at all. That would be wonderful. Just as Li Ho-hot was about to agree, another concern crossed her mind. But I have no place to sell it. Jiang Nian reassured her. What do you mean there's south no place? I heard that a food street is being established behind our community, which will attract considerable foot traffic. It presents a splendid opportunity. Stinky tofu and this special tofu are sure to be popular, so there is no need to worry about business. After all, these delicacies were renowned in previous lives, celebrated both nationally and internationally. Li Ho-hot replied, I am aware of that, but the commercial street will certainly be expensive. My savings are barely sufficient to open a small stall and a larger booth. Not to worry, I will manage it. A few days prior, upon realizing that this world lacked such delicacies, he had contemplated opening a snack shop. However, with an overwhelming number of aspirations and insufficient funds, he had temporarily set those plans aside. By chance, yesterday I received funds from Mu Yinqing, and now I have the means to establish my own venture. Moreover, I have Li Ho-hot, who is adept at making tofu. Is this not a stroke of fortune? Sister Ho-hot, I'm planning to open a shop, and I would like you to be the manager. I shall pay you a salary. What do you think? Once the snack stall gains popularity, it will undoubtedly be more lucrative than selling vegetables. Li Ho-hot gazed at Jiang Nian in astonishment, and after a moment, she burst into laughter. Young man, you are simply remarkable. Ha ha ha. I'm not concerned about the salary. I only wish to have a means to support myself. Jiang Nian smiled. Then it is settled. Sister Ho-hot, you must not go back on your word, as I still have to take care of Xiaoyu, and there are many matters that require your attention. I will handle the expenses. Li Ho-hot replied enthusiastically. No problem at all. I am quite vigorous, and I can manage. With this, she was filled with energy, and they began discussing the details. Later that evening, after Li Ho-hot had departed and Jiang Nian had lulled Xiaoyu to sleep, he prepared to check whether Mu Yinqing had sent him the game plan. Instead, he found a message from Mu Ling. Jiang Nian, how about you return home early this weekend? I can find a female classmate to substitute for you. Chapter 61. Jiang Nian, do you wish for my demise? This was a plan that Mu Ling had contemplated for quite some time. If a girl could impersonate Jiang Nian, meet with Su Wanyin, and hand over the little fish, everything would be splendid. The little fish would undoubtedly cooperate, for if she did not, Jiang Nian could threaten her. The little one was rather easy to persuade. However, Jiang Nian was another matter altogether. This upright individual believed it inappropriate to conceal this matter from the little fish's mother. Thus, she had to approach Jiang Nian for a discussion. When Jiang Nian saw this message, he was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Sister Mu Ling, isn't this rather inappropriate? What is inappropriate? I think it's splendid. I shall find someone and facilitate the handover right away. But Sister Mu Ling, the little fish is still so young. I cannot entrust her to a stranger. Besides, didn't you say just a few days ago that you would discuss this matter with the little fish's mother? I did mention that, but I haven't found the right opportunity yet. I didn't expect the little fish's mother to return so soon. Isn't this a perfect opportunity, then? The person on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, and Jiang Nian soon saw her reply. To be honest, Jiang Nian, do you wish for my demise? Jiang Nian felt a bit of a headache. After contemplating for a while, he devised a compromise. How about this? Sister Mu Ling, you return first, and I will hand the little fish over to you and leave. She is simply too young. I cannot trust her to anyone else. Conveniently, it was the weekend, and he planned to return home to discuss opening a store and purchasing a house with his parents. The novel had just surpassed 100,000 words, and upon checking, he saw it had begun to receive recommendations. Within just a few hours, there had already been 5,000 or 6,000 requests for updates. Jiang Nian speculated that by the end of the day, there would surely be over 10,000 requests. So far, the data looked promising. Earning a few thousand in a day seemed entirely feasible. Coupled with the final payment from a game, after opening the store, making a down payment should not pose a problem. If he exerted himself a little more, perhaps within a year, he could settle the final payment. It was just the right time to provide a change in living conditions for old Jiang and Ms. Yin. After all these years of indulgence, it was time to get back. After a while, Jiang Nian finally received Mu Ling's next message. All right, it's settled then. I'll return this Friday afternoon. Good. At that moment, after putting away her phone, Mu Ling fell into deep thought. The training wouldn't be over until Friday afternoon. How was she to convey this matter to Su Wanyin? Just then, Su Wanyin emerged from her shower. Mu Ling, what is the matter? Startled, Mu Ling quickly replied, nothing. Nothing at all. Wanyin. Su Wanyin, drying her hair, regarded Mu Ling with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Mu Ling asked, is it possible for me to return to Jiangbei this Friday? Friday? Why not wait and go with me on Saturday? Su Wanyin inquired, puzzled. Well, I would like to, but I have some matters to attend to back home. An old classmate is looking for me, and I need to return for a gathering. I can also check on the little fish. When you return on Saturday, we can directly pick you up with the little fish. Wouldn't that be splendid? Classmate? Su Wanyin felt an increasing curiosity. Who could be the classmate that made Mu Ling abandon her? All right, Mu Ling chuckled softly. Recalling a name, it's Senior Han Yinfeng. You know, I didn't mention it because I knew you wouldn't want to see him. Upon hearing this name, Su Wanyin ceased to harbor doubts. Indeed, she was not particularly keen on encountering Han Yinfeng. Is he still at Jiangbei University? Yes, he is. And he even deleted all those photos from the school forum and the campus website, preserving an air of mystery around you. Wanyin, to be honest, Senior Han is quite a decent person. Well, I know. Please thank him for me, and you should head back now. All right. Mu Ling sighed in relief. Sorry, Senior Han, but I have to use you as a shield at this crucial moment. In the following days, Jiang Nian took Xiao Yu to scout for locations at the snack street behind the community. To sell snacks, he needed a spot that was both conspicuous and bustling with foot traffic. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. On Friday morning, he discovered an unoccupied shop. After discussing with Li Ho Hat, he promptly secured the place. The rent was 4,000 a month, with utilities charged separately. Jiang Nian paid 6 months' rent and discussed renovation matters with the workers, leaving the rest to Li Ho Hat. In the afternoon, after completing his updates, Jiang Nian felt it was time to call his mother. In Xiaomei, Mom, what are you up to? I plan to come home this weekend. At that moment, In Xiaomei was at home calculating the family assets. After a lifetime of hard work alongside Jiang Minsheng, she found they had barely amassed a sum of less than 1 million yuan. It seemed insufficient for buying a house for Jiang Nian, marrying off, and raising children. She intended to discuss borrowing money with Jiang Minsheng when he returned that evening. When she received Jiang Nian's call, In Xiaomei was a bit taken aback. What? Coming back this weekend? Yes, unless something unexpected happens. I'll be back tonight. In Xiaomei, what? So soon? Jiang Nian wouldn't be bringing Xiao Yu back, would he? What should I do? She and T prepared anything for their first official meeting. Feeling a bit anxious, she asked, Mom, is something wrong at home? Jiang Nian sensed a reluctance for him to return home, which puzzled him, as she had previously wished for him to be home every day. No, nothing's wrong. You can come back, it's fine. Why the fuss about calling me? All right, your father and I will be waiting for you at home tonight. Okay. After the call ended, Jiang Nian was still somewhat confused. What was up with his mother? At that moment, In Xiaomei was equally flustered. Oh no, Jiang Nian is coming back. What should I do? I don't even know what Xiao Yu likes to eat or play with, and I prepared nothing. How could I be so forgetful? I must hurry. As she reached the door, she felt something was missing and quickly turned back. He took out his phone and called Jiang Minsheng. Hello, old Jiang. You should take a leave and come back early. Ah, yes. There are matters at home that require your assistance. It must be urgent. Otherwise, why would I be calling you? Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'll be waiting for you home. At that moment, Jiang Nian noticed that Xiao Yu had awakened and pulled her up. While getting dressed, he said, Xiao Yu, we are going to the station soon. Huh? Why are we going to the station? Is Daddy taking Xiao Yu out to play? We're going to pick up Sister Mu Ling. She's back. Su Xiao Yu, who had just been struggling to open her eyes, instantly became alert. What? Sister Ling is coming back. What about my mother? Chapter 62. If mother doesn't know father, then where did she come from? Your mother will return tomorrow. Sister Mu Ling is here today to take care of you. Oh. Su Xiao Yu felt a tinge of sadness. What's the matter? Are you unhappy, Xiao Yu? No. Xiao Yu is very happy. She just misses her mother. But what about the matter concerning mother and father? Xiao Yu's little mind was in a state of confusion. 2 hours earlier, Kyoto. After packing her belongings, Mu Ling said goodbye to Su Wanyin and headed to the station. Her train was at 2 in the afternoon, and she would arrive in Jiangbei City by 5. She sent a message to Jiang Nian to confirm the time. Unbeknownst to Mu Ling, shortly after she departed, Su Wanyin, who was in training, had also stopped her session. The training venue had been temporarily requisitioned, granting them the afternoon off. The girls had initially planned to dine together, but after some contemplation, Su Wanyin declined. With an unexpected afternoon at her disposal, it would be a waste not to utilize it. She could see Xiaoyu earlier than anticipated. Su Wanyin picked up her phone, intending to message Mu Ling to help her book a ticket. However, upon opening the app, she hesitated and put her phone down. Perhaps it would be better to return secretly and surprise Xiaoyu? With this thought, Su Wanyin opened the ticketing software and booked a ticket for herself. After gathering her things, she called for a ride to the station. Her train was only 10 minutes behind Mu Ling's. She felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of possibly seeing Xiaoyu at the station. The car arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the license plate number, Su Wanyin waved. "Sister Wanyin." Hearing someone call her from behind, Su Wanyin turned to find Tang Weiwei. "Is there something you need?" Tang Weiwei shook her head. "No, I was just passing by." "Where are you headed, Sister Wanyin?" "Back to Jiangbei." "I see. Take care." Su Wanyin nodded. "Have a pleasant weekend." As Tang Weiwei watched her departing figure, she fell into contemplation. Su Wanyin was surely returning to see her child, wasn't she? The day after training commenced, Tang Weiwei was astonished to see Mu Ling. She nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. She couldn't fathom why this individual was not in Jiangbei, nor why she wasn't with the child. Had she left the child with Jiang Nian to work in Kyoto? It was later revealed to her that Mu Ling was Su Wanyin's assistant. Thus, it quickly dawned on Tang Weiwei that the child must belong to Su Wanyin. This implied a significant possibility that the child was indeed Jiang Nian's. The realization that Jiang Nian was raising his own child weighed heavily on Tang Weiwei for 2 days. However, she eventually found peace. What did it matter if Jiang Nian had a child? Su Wanyin was destined to become a major star. There was no way Jiang Nian would be with someone of her stature. Understanding Jiang Nian, she knew he had never been one to idolize celebrities, even harboring a slight disdain for them. He often remarked that the current crop of flashy stars in the entertainment industry were rather unimpressive. Perhaps he was merely fulfilling a paternal obligation. This news is advantageous for Tang Weiwei, as Su Wanyin is her most formidable rival. At the critical moment, this information serves as a potent weapon. As Su Wanyin prepared to close the car door, Tang Weiwei could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Sister Wanyin, do you like children?" Su Wanyin momentarily paused, her hand hesitating at the door. "I asked, do you like children?" That peculiar, repugnant feeling surged anew. Su Wanyin furrowed her brows and, after a brief moment, smiled. "Of course I do. Who wouldn't adore those little bundles of joy?" "Indeed," Tang Weiwei nodded. "Have a pleasant weekend." At 5 in the afternoon, Mu Ling arrived punctually at the Jiangbei high-speed railway station. Upon exiting, she spotted Xiaoyu and Jiang Nian waiting for her. The moment Xiaoyu saw her, she waved her little arms and rushed over. "Sister Ling, you're back. I missed you so much." Mu Ling joyfully crouched down to embrace Xiaoyu, rubbing her chubby cheeks. "Sister Ling missed you too. Were you a good girl at home?" Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "I was good. I'm always good." She remained as adorable as ever. Mu Ling tousled her hair and stood up. Addressing Jiang Nian, "Thank you for your hard work. It was no trouble at all. Xiaoyu was indeed very well behaved and easy to manage." "That's great. If you have nowhere to go this weekend, I can book you a hotel." No. I'll head home. I have some matters to attend to." "All right." Mu Ling nodded. "I'll reimburse your travel expenses." "Thank you." Jiang Nian graciously accepted without further protest. At last, Xiaoyu grasped the essence of their conversation. Tilting her head, she looked at Mu Ling and Jiang Nian. "Does Daddy not take care of me this weekend?" Daddy?" Mu Ling frowned. Jiang Nian chuckled. "Xiaoyu, don't be silly." "Apologies, Sister Ling. This little one has been yearning for her father, hence her incessant calling." Recalling her initial encounter with Jiang Nian and Xiaoyu, Mu Ling chose not to comment further. "Very well, I'll call a taxi for you." "No need, just send me a red envelope. I'll just use the restroom." "Xiaoyu, listen well. I want to be around for the next few days." Xiaoyu nodded with a pitiful expression. Okay. Then see you next week, Daddy. Yes. See you next week. Jiang Nian walked toward the restroom. Meanwhile, the next high-speed train from Kyoto to Jiangbei had arrived. Su Wanyin adjusted her glasses and disembarked. She casually picked up her phone and dialed Mu Ling. Just as Mu Ling was about to head home, she answered. Wanyin? What's the matter? Mu Ling, you haven't left yet, have you? Wait for me at the station. I've arrived. What? Mu Ling was taken aback. Where are you? I'm at Jiangbei. And Xiaoyu is beside you, right? Don't tell her yet. Let us give her a surprise. I'm coming out now. All right then. Mu Ling felt utterly disoriented. Fortunately, Jiang Nian had already departed. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Yet, soon after, Mu Ling's anxiety returned. Oh no! The restroom seemed to be right at the exit. Su Xiaoyu noticed Mu Ling's unease and asked with concern, Sister Ling, what's the matter? Mu Ling shook her head, insisting, no, it's nothing. Your mother likely does not recognize Jiang Nian. Everything is fine. Su Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Huh? What does it matter if my mother knows my father or not? Standing here instead of going home. Could it be that my mother has returned as well? And if she doesn't know my father, then where does she come from? However, Mu Ling was oblivious to these thoughts, as she had already calmed her racing heart. As Su Wanyin alighted from the vehicle, she made her way directly to the exit. The mere anticipation of reuniting with Su Xiaoyu filled her with overwhelming excitement. Just as she was about to proceed further, Su Wanyin suddenly froze. Over there. Who is that? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure and instinctively turned to gaze in that direction. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 63. It's him. How could it be him? Jiang Nian had just finished using the restroom and was washing his hands, contemplating returning home. The bus station was not far from his parents' house, and if he hurried back, he could still make it in time for dinner. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a searing gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head in confusion, he discovered a woman in a flowing dress, her elongated figure partially concealed beneath the sheer fabric. She wore a mask, obscuring her face, yet her large, piercing eyes were locked onto him, as if he were a forbidden sight. Jiang Nian searched his memory earnestly, confirming he did not recognize her. He politely greeted her, hello, do you know me? The woman seemed startled, as if jolted from trance. No, I don't know you, she stammered, instinctively lowering her head. Still anxious, she hastily tried to cover her face. Upon touching the mask, she awkwardly lowered her hand again. Yet, in her nervousness, her fingers brushed against the mask strap. In that fleeting moment, the mask slipped down. Jiang Nian caught sight of her panicked expression, and he was momentarily entranced. This woman was stunning. The most beautiful face he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes, outshining even the stars of his past life. But why was she wearing a mask? If she claimed not to recognize him, why did she appear so frightened? Perplexed, Jiang Nian decided to inquire further, Mississippi. Before he could finish, the woman hastily pulled her mask back up, providing him no opportunity to engage further. She spun on her heel and fled, exclaiming, I'm sorry, I must go. Goodbye. Jiang Nian was left bewildered, wondering if he had unwittingly wronged her in some way. Why did she look at him as if he were a venomous serpent? Meanwhile, Su Wanyin was in a state of turmoil. She could not fathom encountering this man again after all these years, especially today when her son, Xiaoyu, was waiting outside for her. Her heart raced with anxiety. If he were to discover Xiaoyu's existence, Su Wanyin dared not contemplate the potential consequences. Thankfully, he did not recognize her. Although she felt a wave of relief, an inexplicable pang of disappointment lingered within her. Unsure of how to face him, she opted to escape. As long as she avoided him in the future, surely nothing would come of it, right? Or perhaps she could take Xiaoyu to Kyoto. Since he was here, she could avoid any further encounters in Jiangbei City. Su Wanyin's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. She failed to notice Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu waiting at the bus station entrance. The two watched in disbelief as Su Wanyin walked past them, their expressions of joy gradually fading. Huh? Why did Mom leave? Didn't she see Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu queried, tilting his head in confusion. Mu Ling, do you think it's possible that your mother no longer wants you? Su Xiaoyu quickly lifted her head, looking at Mu Ling with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Mu Ling chuckled awkwardly. I'm just teasing you, don't look at me. Quickly call for your mother. Su Xiaoyu nodded, raising her voice sweetly. Mommy, mommy, Xiaoyu is here, mommy. Where are you going? Mu Ling also called out. Wanyin? Only then did Su Wanyin react. Startled, she turned around, confirming that the man had not followed her, and hurriedly rushed to Su Xiaoyu, scooping her up in her arms. Without time for affection, they dashed outside. Hurry, Mu Ling, have you called a cab? Oh, forget it, just hail a taxi. Huh? Mu Ling looked utterly bewildered. In truth, she was also eager to return, especially since Jiang Nian was still here, and she feared being unable to explain herself later. But why did Su Wanyin seem even more anxious than she was? Seeing that Mu Ling was not moving, Su Wanyin became more frantic. Hurry up. I can't stay at this station for even a second longer. Although Mu Ling didn't understand what was happening, she could tell from Su Wanyin's demeanor that something was amiss. She could only mechanically nod. Oh, okay, we're leaving now. She grabbed the 2 suitcases while Su Wanyin held onto Su Xiaoyu, almost sprinting 100 meters. Terrified, Su Xiaoyu remained silent. It was only after they got into the car that Su Wanyin let out a long sigh of relief. Driver, hurry to Jinxiu community. Once Su Wanyin calmed down, Su Xiaoyu cautiously asked, Mommy, what's wrong? A momentary guilt washed over Su Wanyin. She forced a smile and gently stroked Su Xiaoyu's face. It's nothing, my dear. Mommy just misses you too much and wants to get home and be with you as soon as possible. Su Xiaoyu happily embraced Su Wanyin. Xiaoyu misses you too. Mommy, I really want to be with you. Su Wanyin deceived Su Xiaoyu, but she could not deceive Mu Ling full of questions. Mu Ling chose not to pry, since Su Wanyin didn't want to discuss it in front of Su Xiaoyu. Everything could wait until they returned home. At the station, Jiang Nian watched Su Wanyin leave and prepared to follow her. He had originally intended to hail a taxi at the station entrance. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yin Xiaomei calling. Jiang Nian answered, and he heard Yin Xiaomei's gentle voice. Jiang Nian, have you returned yet? That tone was as gentle as could be, a stark contrast to the scolding he had received from her days earlier. What was his mother up to? Jiang Nian felt perplexed. Yes, I'm on the way. That's good. Tell the driver to go slowly, safety first. Your father and I have everything prepared at home, so don't worry. All right. He thought his parents must have prepared a feast for him. Jiang Nian could already feel his appetite growing. Although he could cook delicious meals himself now, nothing compared to tasting his mother's cooking. After hanging up, Jiang Nian hurried to hail a taxi. After Yin Xiaomei ended the call, her smile faded away. She disregarded Jiang Minsheng beside her and surveyed the nearly prepared living room. As she observed, she nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, indeed, quite delightful. She will surely adore this. Jiang Minsheng cleared his throat, visibly astonished. What? Adore? You believe Jiang Nian will appreciate these? He gestured towards the heap on the sofa. Barbie dolls, a large teddy bear, Peppa Pig, a mischievous rabbit, a plush pumpkin pillow, a tiny corgi posterior, a floral dress, and an assortment of pink snacks. Xiaomei, if you desired a daughter, you should have mentioned it earlier. What are you attempting to achieve now? Jiang Nian is already 22. He could be marrying soon. Is it not a tad late to raise him like a girl? Even if he wished to alter his orientation, it would be too late. Jiang Minsheng simply could not fathom what had gotten into Yin Xiaomei today. She had summoned him from his work, claiming that Jiang Nian was returning and preparations were necessary. Yet, all they had procured from the mall were these myriad of feminine items. Chapter 64. Are these for your future granddaughter? Yin Xiaomei struck Jiang Minsheng on the shoulder with a resounding slap. What are you talking about? What orientation are you trying to change? I'm still hoping that Jiang Nian will bless me with a granddaughter. If you keep babbling nonsense, you can forget about dinner. Just hurry up and leave. Jiang Minsheng, bewildered, rubbed his head. Are you buying these things for your future granddaughter? But Jiang Nian isn't even married yet. Wait, isn't Jiang Nian planning to marry Tang Weiwei? No sooner had he spoken than he received another slap from Yin Xiaomei. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Just wait for Jiang Nian to come back, and you can ask him yourself. All right. Jiang Minsheng thought to himself that if he uttered another word, he might be rendered a fool by Yin Xiaomei's wrath. He sat amidst a heap of dolls, pondering the strange occurrences of late. Yin Xiaomei's behavior had grown increasingly bizarre. Not only was she dragging him to look at houses, but she was also purchasing an astonishing number of dolls. It was utterly perplexing. Suddenly, he recalled, oh right, we shouldn't mention the house buying to Jiang Nian just yet. Let us surprise him. Uh-huh. Jiang Minxing nodded, not daring to utter a sound. When Jiang Nian returned home, he was greeted by the surreal sight before him. After calling out Mom, he stood frozen at the door, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? How could the house have transformed into a fairy tale kingdom in such a short time? Yin Xiumei barely acknowledged him. She pushed him inside and eagerly gazed outside. When she saw no one was around, her brow furrowed. Is it just you who returned? Jiang Nian, a bit dazed, replied. Yes, what's wrong, Mom? Didn't you say you prepared a lot of delicious food for me? Where is it? I'm hungry. Yin Xiumei delivered another slap to Jiang Nian's head. All you think about is food. Jiang Minsheng had initially considered stepping in to assist Jiang Nian, but, recalling his own recent experience, decided against it. He resolved to remain a silent observer and speculate on the unfolding drama. Jiang Nian, taken aback by the slap, asked Mom, "What's the matter? Shouldn't I be saying that?" Yin Xiumei, undeterred, continued to peer outside. Did you really come back alone? Of course. Who else could I bring? You. Could have brought Xiaoyu. All these things are for her. Seeing her son's reluctance to speak further, Yin Xiumei refrained from pressing him. After all, Zhang Lingdong had mentioned that her son and Xiaoyu's mother shared a complex history, and if her son was unwilling to divulge, further questioning might only complicate matters. She could only suppress her frustration, letting out a sigh. All right, let us eat. The meal was already prepared. Yin Xiumei called for Jiang Minsheng to bring out the dishes and urged Jiang Nian to take a seat. Jiang Nian looked at the dishes on the table, puzzled. Mom, why is the food so bland today? Don't you usually love spicy food? In truth, Yin Xiumei was known for a fiery palate. Yin Xiumei shot him a glance. Are you going to eat or not? If not, then leave, Jiang Nian replied. Today, I couldn't shake the feeling that Yin Xiumei was acting unusually, yet I dared not inquire. Instead, I sought assistance from Jiang Minsheng, hoping he might offer some subtle hint. However, Jiang Minsheng merely shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Jiang Nian could only bury his head in his meal. Throughout the dinner, a palpable tension hung in the air, as no one dared to utter a word, fearful of igniting Yin Xiumei's inexplicable ire. As they neared the end of their meal, Jiang Minsheng finally cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to break the uncomfortable silence. Xiaonian, please serve your father some soup. All right, Dad. Jiang Nian quickly took Jiang Minsheng's bowl, ladled the soup, and handed it over. This soup is quite delightful today. Indeed, I concur. The father and son exchanged banter, yet Yin Xiumei remained utterly unresponsive. They shared a glance, and Jiang Nian took the initiative. Mom, you should give it a try. He seized Yin Xiumei's bowl, and before she could respond, began to serve her soup. By the way, Mom, there is something I wish to discuss with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Xiumei's expression softened, even brightening with a hint of a smile. What is it? She thought her son was finally going to broach the subject of Xiaoyu. She had braced herself, hoping to feign surprise and not let Jiang Nian suspect she was already aware of the matter. Actually, Mom, you and Dad should take some time to look at houses. Looking at houses? Is he finally going to say it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Minsheng's interest was piqued, but he was cut off by a glance from Yin Xiumei. He could only gesture for Jiang Nian to continue. I don't have much else to say, just that you should hurry and check them out. We should purchase one that you like. Which one we like? Yin Xiumei and Jiang Minsheng exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, I plan to buy a place for you to live in. What? This revelation shocked not only Yin Xiumei, but also Jiang Minsheng. For us to live in? Isn't it meant for your marriage? My son, do you have enough money to buy a house? Their concerns diverged, prompting Jiang Minsheng to quickly shift the topic. Yes, it's primarily for your marriage. Marriage? I'm far from ready for that. I want to buy a house for you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Yin Xiumei rise in anger, throwing her chopsticks onto the bowl. Far from ready? What do you mean it's too early? Your child is already grown, and you still dare to say it's too early? How could she have such an unambitious son? Moreover, he had just graduated. Where'd he find the means to purchase a house for them? Could it be that he intended to use Xiaoyu's mother's money for this? That simply could not be allowed. Jiang Nian was taken aback by Yin Xiumei's outburst. Mom, what is wrong? Why are you so upset for no reason? He had just graduated. Isn't that too early for marriage? Besides, he didn't even have a partner. Jiang Nian, tell your mother. Have you taken someone else's money? Taken someone else's money? No, I haven't taken any money from anyone. Rest assured, the funds for purchasing the house are entirely my own earnings. Recently, I engaged in a game collaboration, and they granted me a substantial sum. I believe it is sufficient. The elderly couple exchanged glances once more. Jiang Yin felt compelled to earnestly recount the details of his graduation project. In conclusion, he boldly declared, "If you don't believe me, you can inquire with my teacher, Mr. Zhou. He will vouch for me." Jiang Minsheng was the first to respond, his face lighting up with delight. "Ah, my son is truly remarkable. He has earned so much from just one game. We must buy this house." In Xiumei swiftly countered by what? Even if he has made progress, this money should be reserved for his own use. Jiang Yin, regarding the matter of the house, need not worry. Your father and I shall purchase it for you. Initially, I was concerned that after buying the house, there wouldn't be enough for the betrothal gift and contemplated borrowing. However, now that you have funds, your money can serve as the betrothal gift. Let me be clear, having money does not grant you the license to become arrogant. Nor should you forget your roots and act irresponsibly. You must uphold your responsibilities without fail. Do you hear me? Jiang Yin was utterly bewildered. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean you are buying me a house? What betrothal gift? I never intended to get married. In Xiumei could no longer contain herself. You don't plan to marry? What about little Yu's mother? Jiang Yin. Chapter 65. Cast out. Jiang Yin felt a void in his mind. He stared incredulously at In Xiumei. Mother, what are you saying? How could she possibly know about the existence of Xiaoyu? It seemed she had also misunderstood something, just like everyone else. Just as Jiang Yin was about to clarify, In Xiumei continued, "Never mind, I shall not conceal it any longer. I have met Xiaoyu. He is so well-behaved and adorable. How can you bear to leave him without a father?" Jiang Yin was taken aback. "Mother, did Jiang Lingdong say something to you? Please do not listen to his nonsense. I have no relationship with Xiaoyu's mother. Is that so? You just graduated, and instead of working, you choose to care for Xiaoyu? Am I blind? Xiaoyu looks remarkably like you." Jiang Yin was utterly flabbergasted. "Mother, when did you meet Xiaoyu? That is of no concern to you. In any case, this matter is settled. You will bring Xiaoyu's mother back. Use your own money as a betrothal gift, and your father and I will assist you in purchasing a house." Beside them, Jiang Minsheng was left utterly speechless. He raised his cup, yet showed no intention of drinking. He gazed blankly at Jiang Yin and In Xiumei. Although he understood every word they uttered, when combined, their meaning eluded him. The two women did not grant Jiang Minsheng the opportunity to speak. Jiang Yin stood, eager to explain, "Mother, taking care of Xiaoyu is my job. He is not my daughter." In Xiumei was instantly incensed. "Stand up. Huh? Stand up." Jiang Yin had no choice but to comply. "Turn around. Walk forward." Reluctantly, he did as instructed. As he neared the door, he resolved to make one last attempt. "Mother." But In Xiumei was not about to allow him any further resistance. She lifted her foot and kicked him out the door, unceremoniously slamming it shut behind him. Executing the action in one fluid motion, Jiang Yin barely caught her furious reprimand. "You little rascal, how have I raised you all these years? How can you be so irresponsible now? Get out and reflect on your actions. Do not return until you have figured out." Jiang Yin. Had he truly been cast out? Goodness, what was he to do now? It appeared that without Xiaoyu's mother intervening, he might never regain entry into his home. Yet at this moment, Mu Ling also forbade him from returning, and Xiaoyu's mother was still unaware of his identity as a male. Jiang Yin felt that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. He shook his head and decided to call Jiang Lingdong. "Hello, brother, did you tell mother something? She has kicked me out of the house." "Ah, hello. Jiang Yin, the signal is poor. What did you say?" "I asked if you could shelter me for a couple of days. I have nowhere to go." "Huh? I can't hear anything. I think we were disconnected." Jiang Yin sighed helplessly and resolved to visit the snack street to see how Li Ho Hot was faring. Mu Ling and Su Wanyin returned home with Xiaoyu, only to find the entire house impeccably tidy. Just like in the video, Su Wanyin felt elated. "Oh, this nanny is truly wonderful, but where is she?" "Mu Ling, I have returned and must treat her to a meal. Earlier at the airport, I was curious not to see Jiang Yin, but I forgot about it in my haste after encountering that strange man in the restroom. Mu Ling responded, oh. She had to leave urgently after delivering Xiao Yu to me. An urgent matter? Yes, it must pertain to something at school, I suppose. Oh, that could very well be. Su Wanyin stretched languidly, drawing Xiao Yu into her embrace. Xiao Yu, come here and let mommy have a good look at you. All right, all right. Xiao Yu joyfully nestled against Su Wanyin, clinging affectionately. Su Wanyin embraced her and playfully pinched the chubby cheeks of Xiao Yu, exclaiming, you've gained some weight. Xiao Yu beamed with happiness. Indeed, indeed. Daddy takes such good care of me. Huh, Daddy? Su Wanyin paused, her hand still. Xiao Yu, realizing she had misspoken. No, no. I meant, sister takes good care of me. Her cooking is delicious. Well then, I shall have to taste it too. Su Wanyin lifted Xiao Yu into her arms, twirling around the room. As she turned, they arrived at the balcony. A strange smell wafted through the air, prompting Su Wanyin to furrow her brow. What is that odor? The items on the balcony had already been delivered by Jiang Nian to Li Hohat's house. Yet a faint scent lingered. Oh no! Xiao Yu's head bobbed nervously. It seemed Mommy had detected the smell of tofu. What should she do? Mu Ling, do you smell that? Huh? Mu Ling, feeling a bit anxious upon entering the room, appeared bewildered. Xiao Yu quickly thought on her feet and said, ah yes. It's just that Xiao Yu accidentally had an accident on the balcony. She lowered her head, feigning innocence. Huh? An accident? Yes, yes. I was playing on the balcony this morning, too excited to make it to the restroom, but sister helped me clean everything up. All right then, that's good. Su Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Ling, slightly shocked, asked, she had an accident, and you find that amusing? Mu Ling, can you guess how long it has been since Xiao Yu last had an accident? Su Wanyin replied, almost 2 years. Since she started walking at just over a year old, she has been dutifully using the toilet. I used to worry that she was maturing too quickly, but after observing her for a while, I decided to let it go. Isn't this incident a delightful reminder that Xiao Yu still possesses the innocence of childhood? It's wonderful. Every child deserves a beautiful childhood. Don't you agree, Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu nodded disdainfully. Indeed, indeed. Mommy is always right. But I wouldn't just have an accident. That would be so dirty. However, for Daddy, I suppose I could make a small sacrifice. Though feeling wronged, she kept it to herself. Good girl. Su Wanyin was oblivious to Xiao Yu's pretense. Today, seeing Xiao Yu brought her immense joy, while Mu Ling seemed somewhat distracted. As Wanyin stood at the station, she was startled by a sudden inquiry. Who did you see just now? Why did you run off so swiftly? Her hand faltered. It had taken her considerable effort to erase that person from her memory, desperately convincing herself that it was merely a fleeting episode, one she would never encounter again. Yet, now, with Mu Ling's mention, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Mu Ling, what do you think about bringing Xiao Yu to Kyoto? Huh? Bringing him over? Indeed. If we do that, we could see Xiao Yu every weekend. We could even invite Jiang Nian along. If we offer him a higher salary, he should be amenable to the idea, right? This was the most feasible solution Su Wanyin could conceive during her journey. Absolutely not. Mu Ling instinctively rejected the notion. We cannot possibly have Jiang Nian accompany us. Su Wanyin, puzzled, queried, why not? Don't you miss Xiao Yu? I notice you rush off on weekends faster than I do. Because Mu Ling began to pace the room, contemplating how to deflect Su Wanyin's probing questions. It was then that Su Xiao Yu spoke up first. Mommy, I don't want to go to Kyoto. If we go to Kyoto, I will have to be separated from Daddy, and I don't want to be away from him. Chapter 66, Jiang Nian. Could it truly be a boy? Upon noticing Xiao Yu's reluctance, Mu Ling hastily remarked, Look, Wanyin, Xiao Yu doesn't wish to go. Perhaps we should abandon the idea? An unfamiliar environment is not beneficial for a child's development. Su Wanyin could only lower her head in disappointment. Very well, but Mu Ling, didn't you have an appointment with Senior Han Yuanjia? Why haven't you left yet? Huh? Yes, I have an appointment. I almost forgot. I must leave right away. Mu Ling chuckled nervously, hastily tidying up before rushing out the door. Su Wanyin felt an oddity about Mu Ling today, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss. After pondering for a moment, she gently stroked Xiao Yu's head and asked Xiao Yu, Yes, Mama? Do you think your sister Ling is acting a bit unusual today? Huh? After contemplating for a moment, Su Xiao Yu shook her head. No, not at all. She has always been like this. Is that so? Su Xiaoyu nodded fervently, anxious that her mother might discern something. Well then, Su Wanyin chose not to pursue the matter further. Stretching her arms wide, she suggested, let's order takeout and then both of us can take a nap? Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brows tightly. Mama, aren't we going to cook? When Daddy was here, we always cooked. She added with nostalgia. And Daddy's cooking is incredibly delicious. I don't even like takeout anymore. Su Wanyin pinched Su Xiaoyu's cheek playfully. Have you become spoiled by good food? You forgot how terrible Mama's cooking is? Su Xiaoyu earnestly recalled the meals her mother had attempted to prepare from online recipes. And she quickly changed her mind, nodding seriously. Then let us order takeout. I certainly don't want to get a stomachache. All right. After finishing their meal, Su Wanyin cradled Su Xiaoyu and lulled her sleep. Perhaps due to having just eaten, she quickly managed to soothe Xiaoyu to slumber. Bored, she began scrolling through her phone, searching for something entertaining. As she browsed, her gaze fell upon a large black suitcase at her bedside. This must belong to Jiang Nian. However, shouldn't a little girl's suitcase be adorned with colorful and charming designs? Why is it so stark and black? Su Wanyin shook her head, recalling Jiang Nian's hand, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a male's. A sudden chill ran down her spine. Could it truly be that he is a boy? She swiftly sat up, prepared to investigate. Yet, upon reaching the suitcase, she remembered that it would be impolite to rummage through someone else's belongings. Ultimately, her sense of morality prevailed over her curiosity. She retracted her hand and lay back down. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Su Wanyin felt a wave of confusion. Who could be visiting at this hour? Since arriving in Jiang City, she had hardly made any acquaintances. Surely, this was someone looking for Jiang Nian. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanyin donned a mask and swiftly made her way to the door, slipping on her slippers before opening it. Outside, Li Hohat was momentarily taken aback. You are Little Fish's mother? The mask only revealed half of Su Wanyin's face, yet showcased her exquisite figure, leaving Li Hohat astonished. She had not anticipated that Little Fish's mother would possess such beauty. However, reflecting on Little Fish's adorableness, it all made sense. Su Wanyin was equally surprised. Sister Hohat, what brings you here? Although they had encountered one another a few times downstairs, their conversations had been limited due to Su Wanyin's circumstances, and they had never truly visited each other's homes. I bought some meat and ended up with extra, so I brought some for you. Where is Little Fish's father? Upon hearing this, both Su Wanyin and Li Hohat were momentarily stunned. Li Hohat had not realized she had become accustomed to referring to Jiang Nian as Little Fish's father. Noticing the awkward expression on Su Wanyin's face, she quickly corrected herself. I meant, where is Jiang Nian? He has the day off today. Oh, all right. Here you go. Make sure to give this to Little Fish for some proper nourishment. Li Hohat handed the meat to Su Wanyin and departed, anxious that her words might lead to further misunderstanding. Holding the meat, Su Wanyin felt somewhat bewildered. Jiang Nian had only been working for a week and had already formed a friendly rapport with the neighbors. They even brought meat over. Yet, why did Sister Hohat refer to him as Little Fish's father? How peculiar. Jiang Nian, could he truly be a man? Meanwhile, Mu Ling stepped outside, only to find herself without a destination. With a sigh of self-pity, she felt as though she was merely inviting trouble upon herself. With no other option, she decided to stroll about to pass the time. At that moment, Jiang Nian had arrived at Li Hohat's shop. Discovering that she was absent and finding little to occupy himself, he resolved to seek out a CF to write. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Li Hohat approaching the entrance. She had her head down and failed to notice Jiang Nian's presence. Hohat, he called out twice before she regained her awareness. Jiang Nian, is that you? Yes, I came by to check things out since I had nothing to do. Is everything all right? Li Hohat, typically cheerful, appeared rather preoccupied, which concerned Jiang Nian. No, everything's fine. I just went to your house looking for you, and Little Fish's mother informed me you weren't home. Yes, I took the day off. Did you meet Little Fish's mother? Indeed, she is a exceptionally beautiful young woman. Jiang Nian nodded. No wonder Little Fish is so lovely. Li Hohat glanced at Jiang Nian, thinking that Little Fish bore a slight resemblance to him. After all, Jiang Nian was handsome. which undoubtedly contributed to Little Fish's charm. However, she refrained from voicing that thought, deeming it inappropriate. Indeed, they conversed for a while longer, and Jiang Nian noted how investedly Ho-Hot was in her work, resulting in the shop's smooth progress. With little to do, he indeed decided to seek out a CAF to write. Fortunately, as I exited Xiaoyu's residence, I had my notebook in hand. Otherwise, I would have to seek out an internet CAF to compose my thoughts, a notion I find rather unappealing. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Ling felt it was time to head home. It was Su Wanyin who opened the door for her. Upon seeing her donned in an apron, Mu Ling couldn't help but find the sight somewhat absurd. Wanyin, what on earth are you doing? Cooking. Xiaoyu mentioned this morning that she didn't wish to order takeout, and today's sister Ho-Hot from upstairs kindly delivered some meat, so I thought I would prepare something myself. Are you certain that what you make will be edible? Well, it should be, I suppose. All right then. Although Mu Ling harbored doubts, she did not wish to dampen Su Wanyin's enthusiasm. Su Wanyin, undeterred, swiftly approached Mu Ling, handing her a spoon and the apron. How was your date today? It was quite pleasant, though it wasn't a date per se. I have some important matters to attend to. Important matters, indeed. What exactly are you planning to do? Aren't you cooking? I'm just going to the supermarket for a quick errand to buy some food. However, Mu Ling, I have a question for you. Ask away. That Jiang Nian, he is a male, correct? Chapter 67. A reunion. Who are you? Mu Ling stood in stunned silence, her blood rushing to her head, momentarily forgetting how to respond. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, yet none could adequately address the situation before her. What? Wanyin was aware of the reality? How could she remain so composed? How was she to explain this? After a few seconds, Mu Ling managed a dry chuckle. Wanyin. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wanyin suddenly erupted into laughter. She laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. Mu Ling, look at you, you're terrified. I was just teasing you. How could you possibly find a male nanny for Xiaoyu? But that Jiang Nian really does resemble a man, haha. His hands are enormous, and he carries around a massive black suitcase. And guess what? When Sister Ho-Hot came by earlier, she asked, where's Xiaoyu's father? It seems Jiang Nian enjoys being called dad by others. Quite amusing, isn't it? Mu Ling was at a loss for whether to commend Su Wanyin's cleverness or chastise her for her foolishness. However, the earlier tension had dissipated entirely. She let out a long sigh of relief. Well, haha. Indeed, right? I suppose she must be a girl with short hair? That's quite all right. It allows Xiaoyu to understand that there are indeed men in this world, alleviating concerns about her being deceived. Mu Ling could only force a laugh in response. Wanyin, you certainly have a lot on your mind. Yes, after all, it is Xiaoyu. Now, hurry and come inside to help me look after her. I need to step out for a moment. What? You're going out? Where to? I'm heading to the supermarket to buy some things for Xiaoyu and perhaps a little something for that Jiang Nian classmate, since he is finally back. As Su Wanyin spoke, she grabbed her hat and mask. After putting them on, she gently pushed Mu Ling into the house and stepped out. Mu Ling stood at the door, momentarily frozen, unable to react. After an indeterminate period, Su Xiaoyu came over and took her hand, anxiously asking, Sister Ling, do you think my mom is a bit silly? You feel that way too? Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The entrance was lined with small supermarkets. After pondering for a moment, Su Wanyin decided to seek out a larger one. She navigated through winding paths and arrived at the shopping mall behind the community. Although the snack street outside was under renovation, the mall building and supermarket were already completed. As she walked, Su Wanyin observed her surroundings. There's a barbecue place. Oh, this children's clothing store looks nice. I'll bring Xiaoyu here to check it out later. And there's a beauty salon. I could treat myself to a facial sometime. As she strolled, Su Wanyin spotted that guff. Before having Xiaoyu, she had been a workaholic, often toiling day and night. Coffee had been her lifeline. However, after becoming pregnant and then nursing, she gradually gave up coffee. Now, seeing the CF, she found herself feeling a pang of nostalgia. Su Wanyin pondered for a moment, murmuring to herself, having arrived, why not step in for a cup? Finish it before heading home. Little Yu is unlikely to notice. With this thought, Su Wanyin entered the CAF. Just as she was about to approach the counter, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Instinctively, Su Wanyin glanced in the direction of the stair, and her mouth fell agape in surprise. She had no time to ponder. She swiftly turned to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, she heard a familiar voice. Hey, wait a moment. Jiang Nian could hardly fathom how he encountered that peculiar woman while typing. She was still cloaked in layers, as if attempting to conceal herself. The last time they met at the train station, she had fled without uttering a word. Jiang Nian felt a knot tighten in his chest. This individual surely recognized him, but why would she not confess to it? Seeing her attempt to flee again, he could not restrain himself from calling out to her. Upon hearing his voice, she quickened her pace even more. Jiang Nian hastily shoved his laptop into his backpack and snatched it up, determined to seek answers today. As he exited the CF, the woman had already distanced herself considerably. Yet Jiang Nian refused to relent. After all, he was a young man, a recent graduate, and in excellent physical condition. It wasn't too long before he caught up to her. He grasped her sleeve. Hey. Su Wanyin felt as if she had lost her mind, realizing she had been caught. She quickly raised her hands in a futile attempt to shield herself. Let go of me, she pleaded, hoping the man might have a change of heart. No, this isn't merely about letting go. You must first tell me who you are. Why do you always act as if you know me, but refuse to acknowledge it? Doi, don't you? But I don't know you. Su Wanyin could only resort to lying. Jiang Nian, still gripping her arm, remarked, You clearly do not exhibit the demeanor of someone unfamiliar. You're hurting me. Jiang Nian suddenly realized he had gripped too tightly. Feeling the softness of her arm beneath his fingers, her skin delicate. Listening to her voice, he surmised she was likely not much older than he. He hesitated and loosened his grip. I will let you go, but you must promise not to run again. Fine. Although Jiang Nian was skeptical, the commotion they had caused had drawn a crowd, making it imprudent to continue. He reluctantly released her. To his dismay, the moment he let go, the woman bolted away, dashing into the crowd. By the time Jiang Nian reacted, she had vanished among the throng. What on earth is happening? He muttered. Is this woman a rabbit? No. Next time I see her, she absolutely cannot escape. Having fled the crowd, Su Wanyin finally exhaled in relief. She nervously touched her chest, panting heavily. Realizing the man was no longer pursuing her, she quickened her pace. She contemplated returning to the supermarket, yet ultimately decided against it. A sense of trepidation regarding another encounter with that man lingered in her mind. Perhaps it was best to head back for now. Mu Ling and Xiao Yu shared a moment of disdain for Su Wanyin as they lounged on the sofa, when suddenly a knock echoed through the room. They exchanged glances, surprised by the quickness of the visit. With a hint of confusion, Mu Ling approached the door. Upon seeing Su Wanyin return empty-handed, she was momentarily taken aback. Wanyin, where are the things you purchased? Don't even mention it. I didn't enter the supermarket. What? Why not? Su Wanyin collapsed onto the sofa, closing her eyes in exhaustion. Noticing Xiao Yu's puzzled expression, she instructed, Xiao Yu, could you please fetch a glass of water for your mother? Xiao Yu nodded eagerly and scampered toward the kitchen, cheerfully calling back, All right, Mama. Once the little girl had departed, Su Wanyin beckoned Mu Ling over with a gesture. What are you being so secretive about? Although reluctant, Mu Ling approached her. In a hushed tone, Su Wanyin leaned closer and whispered in her ear, I saw Xiao Yu's father. What? Chapter 68 What? Daddy Fish. Mu Ling was taken aback. She glanced towards Su Xiaoyu's direction, noticing that she had not yet emerged. Hastily, she grasped Su Wanyin's hand and cautiously inquired, What exactly is happening? Just now, at the CAF outside the mall, I saw him. He was working on his computer, and he even chased after me. What did he say? Does he know about Xiaoyu? Su Wanyin shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Observing Su Wanyin's change in demeanor, Mu Ling pressed further. You never mentioned this daddy fish before. I thought he had. How could he suddenly appear? Su Wanyin shook her head once more. From the kitchen, Su Xiaoyu's sweet voice rang out. Mommy, there's no water. Xiaoyu will boil some for you. After responding with a gentle okay. Take your time. She lowered her gaze again. Perhaps he has always been in Jiangcheng. I just never noticed. Right now, I am merely frightened, afraid he might come and take Xiaoyu from me. As she spoke, Su Wanyin lowered her head again. I cannot lose Xiaoyu. I cannot allow her to be in any danger. I certainly cannot let him have her. Wanyin, please tell me, what truly happened back then? Let us deliberate and see if we can find a breakthrough. Su Wanyin opened her mouth, but then looked down again, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. She finally spoke slowly. Back then, I don't know the specifics. I only remember that during the summer of my freshman year, my classmates organized a gathering. I got drunk. They booked a room for me and handed me a key card. I stumbled upstairs, entered a room. When I awoke in the middle of the night, I found that man lying beside me. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling was utterly astonished. Wow, isn't that a one-night stand? Su Wanyin nodded. Yes, I realized something was amiss and slipped away before he woke up. However, later, I discovered I was pregnant. Reflecting on these events left Su Wanyin somewhat bewildered. Thankfully, that man was not unattractive, and the child born, Xiaoyu, was indeed adorable. At that time, you had just released your song and were becoming famous, right? Yes, Su Wanyin affirmed with a nod. Mu Ling fell silent for a moment, reaching a conclusion. This was intentional. Su Wanyin replied, I have considered this possibility too, but I have no evidence. Furthermore, if such a thing were to be revealed back then, everything would be lost. Mu Ling could only imagine how helpless she must have felt at that time. Do you remember who gave you that key card? Su Wanyin shook her head. There were too many people, and I was drunk. I don't recall clearly. Mu Ling said, never mind. This is not the time to dwell on that. I will discreetly investigate for you later. The matter of Daddy Fish is more urgent. Wanyin, did you just say he did not recognize you? Su Wanyin nodded. Mu Ling, that's settled then. After all, he is unaware of the existence of Xiaoyu. You should act as if you know nothing. Regarding Xiaoyu, once I return this time, I will arrange for us to secretly take her to Kyoto, away from Jiang City. In this way, you shall never encounter Xiaoyu's father again. He will remain oblivious to this secret. It seems this is the only course of action. Su Wanyin, for the time being, had no better solution. Do not worry. Once we leave, all will be well. After their conversation, they turned their gazes towards the kitchen. Su Xiaoyu was on tiptoes, peering out. Mommy, I'm sorry, I can't lift the kettle. Upon seeing her, Su Wanyin's mood softened considerably. It's all right, Mommy will help. Su Wanyin entered the kitchen, set the kettle to boil, and then carried Xiaoyu out. Perhaps the embrace was too comfortable, for Xiaoyu surprisingly fell asleep. Su Wanyin carefully placed Xiaoyu back on the bed. Standing by and gazing at her adorable sleeping face, suddenly feeling that everything was worth it. When she arrived in the living room, Mu Ling could not restrain her curiosity. Wanyin, I recall you left a photo of Xiaoyu's father. That little one looks at it all the time. Where did that photo come from? It couldn't have been downloaded from the internet, could it? If it was a one-night stand, Su Wanyin shouldn't possess a photo of Xiaoyu's father. No, it's not that. Su Wanyin shook her head, her expression somewhat embarrassed. I told you not to laugh at me. I would never mock you. Mu Ling replied earnestly. Su Wanyin continued. After I became pregnant, I couldn't resist and sought out that man, hoping to see if he would take responsibility. To my surprise, he had just graduated from high school, still a student at merely 18. So, I ran away again. Mu Ling was left bewildered, as if this were an unfathomable turn of events. And the photo? The photo was taken secretly during that time, as I thought it would serve as a keepsake for Xiaoyu. Mu Ling placed her hand on her forehead. Aren't you afraid that Xiaoyu, after gazing at the photo for too long, might run up to her father on the street and embrace him without letting go? Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, her entire demeanor shifting. Tomorrow morning, we must return to find a place and bring Xiaoyu over. This matter cannot wait any longer. Xiaoyu's father not only resides in Jiang City, but has also been seen near the Jinxiu community. What if your ominous words come true? Su Wanyin could hardly bear to envision such a scenario. Ask that Jiang Nian classmate if he could look after Xiaoyu in Kyoto. If he is unable to go, let us settle a month's salary for him. We can search for someone else once we arrive. Mu Ling nodded. All right, then it's settled. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Nian felt somewhat perplexed. He simply could not comprehend why that woman had run off, as if he owed her money. Yet, he could barely recall her at all. In exasperation, he returned to the CAF to type away, resolving to frequent the place more often. Perhaps he might encounter that woman again, and when that time comes, he would surely have many questions to ask. Having finished his writing, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Nian opened the back end and saw the earnings from yesterday. an impressive 4,000 yuan. His urging for updates had nearly reached 20,000. The readers' responses were fervent. Jiang Nian smiled knowingly. This data could undoubtedly yield substantial profits. If he were to purchase a house now, he could pay off the mortgage entirely within a few months. Unfortunately, he had yet to convince Yin Xiaomei and Jiang Minxing. Jiang Nian felt somewhat speechless. Ever since he became acquainted with Xiaoyu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, those around him had come to believe that Xiaoyu was his daughter. Though Xiaoyu was indeed quite adorable, could her charm be so overwhelming? They even remarked on the resemblance between them. Jiang Nian found himself perplexed by this notion. Lost in thought, he noticed a message from Mu Ling. Jiang Nian, I apologize, but Xiaoyu's mother and I have decided to take her to Kyoto. Xiaoyu's mother would like me to ask if you would like to join us. However, as you know, I cannot allow her to meet you, so I will settle your salary for this month. Rest assured, I will compensate you for the entire month. And I have already prepared your internship certificate. I will send it to you shortly. As for taking care of Xiaoyu, I suggest you refrain from coming over. What do you think? Chapter 69, it felt as though he was on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Jiang Nian stood in a daze, rereading the message before he grasped Mu Ling's intention. She wanted him to leave? For some inexplicable reason, a heavy discomfort settled in his heart. It was an unbearable ache, akin to the sensation of impending loss. Yet, he understood that he was merely fulfilling his responsibilities. He had to abide by the decisions made by his employer. Such matters were beyond his control. Jiang Nian typed swiftly. All right. However, after completing the message, he found himself unable to resist deleting it. If he acquiesced, would he never see little fish again? Would that adorable little girl cry? Would she feel sorrow for being unable to find her father? Would she miss him? Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Nian's mind. He suddenly realized how reluctant he was to part with little fish. That sentiment intensified, and he felt a tightening in his chest. He pressed his hand against his heart, muttering to himself, what is happening? If one didn't know better, one might think little fish is my child. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Sooner or later, he would have to leave, wouldn't he? What did it matter when? He tried to reassure himself and prepare to respond to Mu Ling. Just then, he received another message. It was from little fish's mother. Dear Jiang Nian, I sincerely apologize. Mu Ling must have informed you. I genuinely believe you have taken excellent care of little fish. Why not join us in Kyoto? Otherwise, I will have to find a new nanny, and someone as reliable as you is exceedingly difficult to come by. Her words brimmed with sincerity. Jiang Nian chuckled, yearning to accept her invitation. However, recalling his identity as a man, he hesitated. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his spirits lifted slightly. I'm truly sorry, little fish's mother. I may not be able to go to Kyoto. Although I would love to care for little fish, my situation is rather unique. Moreover, my parents and my newly opened shop are here. I haven't considered developing my career in Kyoto for now. Oh, well, that is unfortunate. I will have Mu Ling settle your salary. All right, thank you. As he packed away his phone, the sense of worry lingered. May I ask why you suddenly need to take the child to Kyoto? If this decision was made previously, why would you seek someone to care for her? There must be some matter that delayed their plans. It was indeed challenging for a single mother. Jiang Nian feared for little fish's safety. If they needed assistance, as a man, could lend a helping hand. An unexpected matter arose, forcing me to leave. Otherwise, I might lose little fish. There was no choice. Oh, I see. If you require help, please do not hesitate to let me know. No need. This is something you cannot resolve, Jiang Nian. Focus on graduating and perhaps finding a girlfriend. If you ever decide to go to Kyoto, do reach out. I will arrange work for you. Thank you so much. After their conversation, Jiang Nian finally put away his phone. After some contemplation, realizing he had nowhere else to go, he decided to check into a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, Su Wanyin, having sent her message, settled onto the couch. This Jiang Nian fellow is quite considerate, showing genuine concern for others. Huh? Mu Ling was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Who did he care about? I simply asked him if he wanted to go to Kyoto and extended a sincere invitation. He declined and even inquired if something was wrong, offering his assistance if needed. Oh, he replied to you? Mu Ling was somewhat speechless. Why didn't he respond to me? Yes, well, never mind that. Just remember to settle his wages. I'll go pack my things. Once Xiaoyu wakes up, I'll discuss this with her, and we'll set off tomorrow morning. All right, that works. Mu Ling still felt a bit perplexed, but since Jiang Nian had agreed, she didn't dwell on it. Su Xiaoyu finally awoke at 5 in the afternoon. As she groggily opened her eyes, she jumped out of bed and trotted towards the living room. Upon seeing the packed suitcase, she froze. "Mom, what is going on? Are you leaving?" Su Wanyin, meanwhile, was gathering her toys. "It's not just me. It's us." "Huh?" Su Xiaoyu was bewildered. "Us?" Yes. Xiaoyu is going to Kyoto with Mommy. Isn't that exciting?" Su Xiaoyu's mind was clouded with confusion. I can go too?" "Of course." Su Wanyin assumed Xiaoyu was just overly excited and struggling to find her words. "From now on, you'll be living with Mommy." "Huh?" Su Xiaoyu rubbed her messy hair, feeling a bit dizzy. "Mom, what about Dad?" "Jiang Nian. I mean, Jiang Nian Jia? Is he going?" "Him? He probably can't make it. He needs to focus on his studies and graduate. Kyoto is too far." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's lips immediately curved downward. Forgetting about her hair, she stood next to the suitcase, her round eyes welling with tears. "Dad can't go. The dad I finally found is leaving? What should I do?" Seeing Xiaoyu cry, Su Wanyin was taken aback. "Xiaoyu, why are you suddenly crying? What is wrong? Please tell Mommy." Dropping her task, Su Wanyin rushed forward to embrace Xiaoyu, who began to cry even louder. Whoa. Su Wanyin had never seen Xiaoyu cry like this and felt a surge of panic. "Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell? Please don't scare Mommy." Mu Ling, witnessing the scene, approached them. "Wanyin, I think Xiaoyu doesn't want to leave." "Why is that? Is she reluctant to part with Jiang Nian?" Although unsure of the reason, Mu Ling sensed that Xiaoyu was quite dependent on Jiang Nian. "Oh, what should we do now?" Chapter 70. Because he resembles father. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's name, Su Xiaoyu began to weep even more profusely. Her petite face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Su Wanyin, filled with compassion, shed tears alongside her. "Xiaoyu, do you truly wish for Jiang Nian to continue caring for you?" With her face streaked with tears, Su Xiaoyu struggled to open her eyes, but managed to nod vigorously, her voice muffled by her sobs. Mama, could we not let Jiang Nian go away?" Her words were nearly drowned out by her cries. Su Wanyin did not catch the term father amidst the turmoil. Anxiously, she embraced Xiaoyu, her heart racing. All right, Mama will think of a way." "Xiaoyu, please stop crying for now. I will contact Jiang Nian and try to ensure he continues to care for you." Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her cries softening slightly, yet she still hiccuped intermittently. After much effort, Su Wanyin finally calmed her down. She turned to Mu Ling with a look of distress. "What should we do? Perhaps I should reach out to Jiang Nian again?" Mu Ling was at a loss. She had not anticipated that, after merely a week of interaction, Xiaoyu would become so attached to Jiang Nian. If he were to become a father in the future, he would undoubtedly be a wonderful one. Alas, she took out her phone, preparing to discuss the matter of Xiaoyu's care further with Jiang Nian, her mind beginning to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. Just then, Su Wanyin's phone rang. Odd. Why was Hua Jie calling at such a time? She answered to find out. After a brief conversation, she nodded and hung up, her expression grave. "I have to attend a meeting. Hua Jie insisted that I return to Jiangbei immediately, as I must be back by 8 o'clock. Mu Ling glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. "Does that mean we need to leave now?" "Indeed. But Xiaoyu." Su Wanyin felt a pang of unease, as matters here had yet to be resolved. "Do not worry. I will handle everything here. You should return and see to whatever is pressing. I will stay behind and contact Jiang Nian later." Reluctantly, Su Wanyin agreed. She quickly booked a ticket and, after bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, headed straight for the station. Meanwhile, Mu Ling contemplated how to communicate this situation to Jiang Nian. At that moment, a now calmed Su Xiaoyu peeked her head out of the room. "Sister Ling, did Mama leave?" "Yes, she has left, Xiaoyu. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" "Sister Ling will take you out." Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "I do not want to eat, Sister Ling. Could we not let brother Jiang Nian leave?" Her voice was sticky with emotion, as if she bore a great grievance. Mu Ling had never seen Su Xiaoyu like this before, and concern washed over her. Is brother Jiang Nian truly that wonderful? Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously once more. Mu Ling asked, but why? After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaoyu finally found the words to express her feelings. Because he resembles a father. As Jiang Nian arrived at the hotel, the clock was nearly striking 7. He tidied himself up and ordered takeout. Opening his phone, he began browsing rental properties. While purchasing a home could wait, finding a place to rent was an urgent matter. He no longer needed to care for Xiaoyu, and returning home was not an option at the moment. He found himself without a place to stay. Jiang Nian felt a twinge of helplessness. As he scrolled, he inadvertently opened a video of Xiaoyu, a compilation he had previously recorded and sent to her mother. The footage captured moments of crying, laughter, playfulness, singing, and dining. A smile crept onto Jiang Nian's face as he watched. The thought of leaving this girl filled him with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Just then, a message from Mu Ling arrived. Jiang Nian, I apologize, but Xiaoyu is truly attached to you. She cried for quite some time. Would you reconsider? I can offer you a raise. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. So, Xiaoyu would miss him too. However, moving to Kyoto would inevitably bring many inconveniences. He preferred to remain in Jiangbei to care for his parents. Let me think it over, he replied. Mu Ling responded, all right, but I need your answer by tomorrow morning. We must depart then. Jiang Nian acknowledged her message. Even if you decline, you must come tomorrow to collect your belongings, she insisted. Jiang Nian agreed once more. After responding, he received a call from Yin Xiaomei. Jiang Nian, I must tell you, if you do not marry Xiaoyu's mother, we shall consider you no longer our son. Xiaoyu is such a good girl. What on earth are you thinking? You are staying at a hotel? Fine. You must speak with Xiaoyu's mother tomorrow. If necessary, your father and I will intervene. What chaotic situation this was. Lying in bed, sleep eluded Jiang Nian. Equally restless was Jiang Minsheng. Throughout the day, he had been in a daze. It was only after Yin Xiaomei called Jiang Nian again with a resolute tone that Jiang Minsheng could no longer contain himself. Xiaomei, you haven't explained to me what is going on. Who is Xiaoyu? Who is her mother? Although he had formed a preliminary understanding, Jiang Minsheng still could not believe it. He needed a definitive answer. Who else could it be? Obviously, she is Jiang Nian's daughter. What? Jiang Nian's daughter? Our granddaughter? Yes, and what about Xiaoyu's mother? I have no idea who she is. Jiang Nian's relationship with her seems rather peculiar, but since they have a child together, he ought to acknowledge her. That is true, but how can you be certain that Xiaoyu is indeed Jiang Nian's child? Isn't he denying it? Does he even need to admit it? Yin Xiaomei swiftly pulled out her phone, rummaged through her gallery, and presented a photograph to Jiang Minsheng. Look, this is a picture I secretly took of Xiaoyu when I visited Jiang Nian a few days ago. Jiang Minsheng cast a glance and instantly widened his eyes. Could it be? This resembles Jiang Nian's childhood likeness? Indeed, who could deny it? That child, Jiang Nian, is so stubborn. He must not have seen his younger self to refuse this resemblance. The more Yin Xiaomei pondered, the angrier she became. Jiang Minsheng, in a contemplative mood, declared, all right, I shall ally with you this time. Let's exert our efforts and see if we might assist our son. Indeed, Yin Xiaomei nodded in agreement. The following morning, Jiang Nian rose early. Having barely slept a wink throughout the night, he remained uncertain about how to address the situation with Xiaoyu. In his desperation, Jiang Nian resolved to seek out Xiaoyu first. Thus, he descended the stairs, purchased breakfast, and made his way to Jinxiu community. 20 minutes later, he knocked on the door. Inside, a hazy voice floated through. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Nian. Oh. Mu Ling opened the door, inviting him in. As Jiang Nian entered, he noticed 2 suitcases in the living room and the tidiness of the space. Frowning slightly, he asked, are you all set to leave? Yes. Jiang Nian, what have you decided? Mu Ling inquired, glancing back at him. Jiang Nian hesitated. Before he could finish his sentence, a woman barged in at the doorway. Mu Ling, there's no need to return to Kyoto, regarding the company. Halfway through her statement, everyone in the room was left in stunned silence. Chapter 71, the situation appeared rather intricate. Su Wanyin's eyes widened in shock as the realization of what was transpiring dawned upon her. Instinctively, she adjusted her mask and, almost in the same breath, turned to exit hastily. Oh, my apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room, she murmured. At that very moment, Jiang Nian strode forward and grasped her arm. Hey, you, hold on. This woman was none other than the peculiar individual he had encountered twice the previous day. How could she possibly be here? Moreover, It seemed she had some acquaintance with Mu Ling. The complexity of the situation was escalating. Even more perplexing was the fact that the woman was attempting to flee. "Why are you running?" Equally taken aback was Mu Ling, who was still yawning. Just awakening, she felt as though a refreshing balm had been applied to her temples, sharpening her senses to an acute alertness. "Do you know each other?" Her voice trembled slightly. Although she was unclear as to why Su Wanyin had returned so abruptly, it was evident that the current scenario was beyond their control. Mu Ling felt her mind falter. "I don't know her," both women exclaimed almost in unison. Yet, Su Wanyin's voice was laced with palpable panic. Mu Ling could almost ascertain that she recognized Jiang Nian. However, if she did, why was she unaware that Jiang Nian was male? Furthermore, she appeared to harbor a fear of him. A thought surged into Mu Ling's mind. Cautiously, she stepped back and instinctively reached for Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian, let her go. She merely entered the wrong room. Little fish is about to wake up." As she spoke, she signaled to Su Wanyin, urging her to leave. Yet, Su Wanyin seemed frozen, her astonished gaze fixed upon Mu Ling. He is Jiang Nian? What is happening? I thought Jiang Nian was a woman? So, the one caring for little fish recently is a man? And it's this man? Heavens! Su Wanyin felt her head spinning. Jiang Nian was equally perplexed. "Do you not know me? You are unaware that my name is Jiang Nian?" The stunned Su Wanyin regained a modicum of clarity. The situation was far too convoluted, and she had countless questions for Mu Ling. Yet, she could not let Jiang Nian discover her thoughts. "I do not know you." Jiang Nian was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his confusion. A woman who had run away upon seeing him claimed not to recognize him? Was that even sensible? "Handsome, please let me go. I truly entered the wrong room and do not know you. I must leave quickly. I have urgent matters to attend to." Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Could it genuinely be a case of mistaken identity? The reasoning seemed absurd. However, as both Mu Ling and the woman insisted, he felt reluctant to detain her further. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, you may leave, but first allow me to see your face and tell me your name." "Huh?" Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback. "Perhaps it's best if we skip that?" "Why? Are you afraid I might recognize you? Speak, who are you truly?" Jiang Nian gazed intently into the woman's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something from her. He was convinced that she was a vessel of deceit, utterly abnormal. I'm merely someone who took a wrong turn," Su Wanyin stammered, anxiety palpable. Jiang Nian's expression filled her with trepidation, prompting her to anxiously clutch her mask tighter. Seizing a moment when Jiang Nian was distracted, she hastily broke free and made to dash downstairs. However, at that very instant, a soft voice emerged from within the room. Mama, why did you return so suddenly?" Su Xiaoyu, still yawning, spoke with a sleepy lilt. Her hair was tousled, cascading messily down her back as she stood at the doorway behind Mu Ling, looking curiously at Su Wanyin. It seemed she had yet to grasp the current situation, glancing between Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin with confusion. "Mama, what are you and Dad and brother doing?" Su Xiaoyu, having been roused from slumber, was a little overwhelmed. Mu Ling quickly stepped forward to cover her mouth. "Shoo!" Su Xiaoyu fell silent. Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin froze once more. "Mama, I'm not Xiaoyu's mother," Jiang Nian retorted. "I never claimed she was named Xiaoyu." Mu Ling could hardly bear to witness the absurdity before her. It was more melodramatic than any television drama, something even a novel would shy away from depicting. She simply closed her eyes, opting to ignore the unfolding chaos. A moment later, Su Xiaoyu, now slightly more alert, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Wait a minute. Why is Mama standing with Dad? Does that mean Mama knows about Dad's existence? If that is the case, will they recognize each other? Could our family be reunited at last?" The thought filled her with joy. She took a step forward and grasped Su Wanyin's arm, exclaiming, "Mama, Jiang Nian, Su Wanyin." Realizing that the charade could no longer be sustained, Su Wanyin embraced Xiaoyu, forcing a nervous laugh. Hello, Hanzoma Jiang Nian." If Jiang Nian were to remove her mask at that moment, he would discover that her smile was more tragic than a cry. "Jiang Nian, could this woman truly be Xiaoyu's mother? Why did she flee upon seeing me?" He turned a glance at Mu Ling, then back at Su Wanyin, feeling like an utter fool, completely in the dark. They seemed to have much to say, yet were at a loss for words. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Why did Mu Ling prevent him from revealing to Xiao Yu that he was a man? Why did Xiao Yu's mother recognize him, yet not know his name? And how had he inexplicably become the caretaker for Xiao Yu? The situation appeared far more intricate than he had anticipated, with countless interwoven threads that seemed utterly unrelated. As the ancients said, actions speak louder than words. Thus, while the others were lost in their thoughts, Jiang Nian swiftly stepped forward and yanked Su Wanyin's mask away. This action left everyone once again in stunned silence. Su Wanyin instinctively lowered her head, yet she was acutely aware that it was of no avail. Jiang Nian had caught sight of her visage. What to do? What to do? If Jiang Nian were to recognize her and take little fish away, what then? She scarcely had time to ponder the ramifications of her identity as a celebrity being unveiled. Meanwhile, Mu Ling, who had intended to offer assistance, was rendered speechless. Jiang Nian. Only Su Xiao Yu radiated unrestrained joy. Would Daddy recognize Mommy? Would he love them? Would they be together? How wonderful! With this realization, Su Xiao Yu could no longer contain her elation. She cheerfully leaned to the side, yearning for Jiang Nian's embrace. However, at that very moment, she heard Jiang Nian declare, Indeed, I do not recognize you. Huh? Su Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Su Wanyin was equally taken aback. Dovich. What? Jiang Nian continued, I genuinely do not know you. Your face seems somewhat familiar, yet it also appears quite foreign. So, how exactly do you know me? Su Wanyin faltered. Her mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Jiang Nian did not recognize her. He was unaware that she was the woman from that fateful night, oblivious to the fact that little fish was his child. Or perhaps he did not know her at all. No, it must be that he did not recognize her in any capacity. But how could this be? Do you truly not know me? Should I be acquainted with you? Chapter 72. So, is it for this reason that you seek my care for Xiao Yu? Jiang Nian did not seem to be lying. Su Wanyin felt herself relax entirely. This individual not only remained oblivious to her identity as Xiao Yu's mother, but also to her status as the goddess Yin. Otherwise, she would certainly not exhibit such composure in the face of either revelation. Oh, well, Su Wanyin quickly pondered how to continue the ruse. I too am a graduate of Jiangbei University. I have seen you before. Are you not the campus heartthrob of your cohort? Jiang Nian. Heartthrob? He indeed recalled his roommates mentioning that he had been consistently rated as the heartthrob of the campus, with many girls inquiring about their WeChat. However, at that time, Jiang Nian's focus was solely on Tang Weiwei, rendering him indifferent to such attention. Is that so? Yes, indeed. I am a year your senior. I have certainly heard your name before, hence my recognition. But why did you run upon seeing me? This question left Su Wanyin momentarily perplexed. She exchanged a glance with Mu Ling and finally began to grasp the situation. She resolved to gamble on the notion that the man before her was entirely unaware of her true identity. It was not that I ran away upon seeing you. I was simply too eager to meet someone from Jiangbei University. Even if you do not recognize me, I'm certain my name has reached your ears. Your name? Yes, I am Su Wanyin. Su Wanyin? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback once more. Was this not the name of the enigmatic campus beauty that Yuan Huai and the others had mentioned? It was said that she had once captivated the entire school, embodying the ideal of every boy's dreams. Yet, she had subsequently vanished from campus life, and all traces of her had been erased. Whispers circulated among students, expressing concern over what might have befallen Su Wanyin. Yet here she stood, seemingly well. Wait. A sudden thought struck Jiang Nian as he turned to gaze at Su Xiao Yu. She appeared perfectly well, but she was a mother. Su Xiao Yu, now 3 years old, meant that Su Wanyin had been absent for 4 years. If Su Wanyin was merely 3 years his senior, it implied that she must have had Xiao Yu during her 3rd year. A young girl, unexpectedly pregnant, and the child without a father. This situation was undeniably intricate. No wonder there had been no news of her at the school. But who could possibly erase all evidence of her existence? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Su Wanyin chuckled nervously and explained, Well, my information was deleted by my senior, Han Yuanjia. I believe you are aware of him. In this, Su Wanyin spoke no falsehood. Han Yuanjia currently served as an advisor in the computer science department at Jiangbei University and was indeed a talent in that field. He held administrative privileges across various university websites, making it relatively simple to erase a person's information. However, Su Wanyin concealed a crucial detail. Han Yuanjia's assistance in erasing her information was also motivated by her identity as Yinin. She sought to develop a career in the entertainment industry without the fear of any scandals resurfacing. Thus, she opted for complete erasure. Jiang Nian was momentarily stunned once again. This explanation seemed to make sense. A young girl, having become pregnant out of wedlock, chose to flee from school, overwhelmed by fear and desiring to remain unseen. It is entirely reasonable for her to wish to avoid familiar faces from her past. However, must she be so terrified of encountering them? Jiang Nian sensed something peculiar, but could not articulate it. He glanced at Mu Ling and then at Xiao Yu, pondering their motives for asking him to care for Xiao Yu. This question left Su Wanyin at a loss for words, compelling her to direct her gaze towards Mu Ling, who appeared equally awkward. Well, it's simply that Xiao Yu has taken such a liking to you. She insisted on having you as her caretaker. In that moment of urgency, I had no choice but to conceal this from Wanyin and enlist your help. This matter is entirely unrelated to Wanyin. She remains blissfully unaware. Is that so? Jiang Nian felt that the situation was far more complex than presented. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu wished to shake her head in denial, but upon catching the expressions of her mother and sister Ling, she reluctantly nodded, her face a portrait of distress. Jiang Nian pondered seriously. He and Xiao Yu truly shared a profound connection. His mother and cousin had long regarded Xiao Yu as akin to their own child, asserting that she bore a resemblance to him. Although he could not perceive it himself, surely there must be a reason for their assertions? Coupled with the events of the day, Jiang Nian found himself intrigued. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Forgive my impudence, but what of Xiao Yu's father?" "Ah, her father. He has been gone for several years due to certain circumstances." "I see. Has Xiao Yu ever met him?" Xiao Yu vigorously shook her head, then swiftly nodded, followed again by another shake. In that moment, she appeared utterly confounded on how to respond. Su Wanyin interjected, "She has seen photographs." "Ah, so that is the case." Jiang Nian raised a hand to stroke his chin. While they had elucidated some matters, there remained numerous ambiguities surrounding the situation. A nagging suspicion lingered that the woman before him was not being entirely forthright. Yet, where lay the deception? Noticing Jiang Nian's silence, Su Wanyin quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Ling receiving the signal. Mu Ling addressed Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian, perhaps it is time for you to take your leave." "Ah yes, I should indeed be going." Jiang Nian turned, entering the bedroom to gather his belongings. Though his possessions were easily collected, he lingered in the room far longer than necessary. After contemplating the day's events, Jiang Nian arrived at a resolution. Meanwhile, the living room was in disarray. Su Wanyin felt a rising panic as she ushered Xiao Yu into another room. In a hushed tone, she questioned Mu Ling, "What on earth is happening?" Mu Ling replied, "I had no inkling he was Xiao Yu's father, and you failed to inform me. This matter is one you must discuss with Xiao Yu." Su Wanyin glanced at Xiao Yu, who was peeking from the doorway of the bedroom, feeling a headache approaching. "So, this was Xiao Yu's own decision?" "Indeed. I believe she longs for a father figure." However, Su Wanyin struggled to articulate her thoughts, finding herself at a loss for words. "Never mind. Let us ensure he leaves promptly. We cannot have him lingering before us. We must depart from this place swiftly." At the entrance, Xiao Yu, feeling quite aggrieved, listened for a while before rushing out in a panic. "Mommy, no. Mommy, I want Daddy. Mommy, I don't want to be apart from Daddy." Su Wanyin felt a headache coming on. "I understand you want Daddy, but it's not possible. Can you first separate from Mommy?" Xiao Yu shook her head vigorously. "I don't want to." Su Wanyin replied, "So, you must choose between Daddy and Mommy. Do you understand?" Xiao Yu looked at Su Wanyin with trepidation, casting glances towards the direction of Jiang Nian's room, utterly bewildered. "Must I choose only one between Daddy and Mommy?" "No, that is unacceptable." "But how do I tell Mommy? She wants to agree, right?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her cries grew louder. and neither Su Wanyin nor Mu Ling could console her. Just then, the door to Jiang Nian's room swung open. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Su Wanyin and Mu Ling stiffened in surprise. "Jiang Nian, have you finished packing? Shall I settle your wages now?" Jiang Nian approached Su Xiaoyu and lifted her into his arms. "Let's hold off on that. I'm not leaving just yet." Mu Ling exclaimed, "Huh?" Su Wanyin asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Chapter 73. Wanyin is also going to stay. Jiang Nian held Su Xiaoyu a little tighter. "I recall that we signed a 3-month contract, and since the agreement has not yet expired, I refuse to terminate it." "Huh?" Mu Ling and Su Wanyin were taken aback. You refuse?" "Indeed, I wish to continue caring for Xiaoyu until the 3 months conclude." This was Jiang Nian's recent resolution. The secrets surrounding Xiaoyu and her mother are rather numerous, and these secrets seem to be intertwined with his own life. He must uncover the truth. Once he leaves, he fears he may never encounter them again. Mu Ling and Su Wanyin exchanged glances. However, Jiang Nian, although the contract I signed was somewhat ambiguous, I remember it being a legitimate agreement, and once signed, it must be honored unless you intend to default. If that is indeed the case, then I shall have to consider what consequences await those who deceived me into signing the contract. I feel a strong affinity with Xiaoyu and do not wish to depart so soon. I believe Xiaoyu feels the same. You just mentioned that you no longer need to go to Kyoto, but judging by your appearance, it seems you have no intention of abandoning your work. Surely, there must be more pressing matters at hand. Do you truly have the time to care for Xiaoyu? Are you certain that if you entrust Xiaoyu to someone else, she will adapt well with them? Thus, I hope you will reconsider. Once the contract concludes, I will naturally depart." Jiang Nian spoke fervently. Su Wanyin and Mu Ling were utterly bewildered. Su Xiaoyu clung to Jiang Nian's neck, saying, "Mommy, can't we let Brother Jiang stay? I want Brother Jiang to take care of me." Just as Su Wanyin was about to respond, Mu Ling pulled her aside, saying, "Let us discuss this. Wanyin, come." She drew Su Wanyin into the room before asking, "Wanyin, what exactly happened in Kyoto? Why did you return so suddenly?" Su Wanyin hesitated before speaking. Sister Hua said she disagreed with our ideas and insisted we continue singing trivial songs. If we refuse, we can leave on our own, and the company will nurture new talent to sing. As for me, I can write my own songs, but if, after 3 months, I cannot produce a new song that satisfies everyone, they will not allow me to debut. But what if you cannot produce one? Su Wanyin lowered her head, remaining silent. However, Mu Ling had already discerned the answer. If she cannot, it seems there will be no opportunity left. So you chose the latter? Su Wanyin, yes. Although this Jiang Nian is somewhat infuriating, I believe he speaks the truth. Relying on skill is far more important than relying on looks. Indeed, that is true. But why would the company make this sudden decision? Could it be because of Tang Weiwei? The new talent the company intends to cultivate must be her. This is utterly outrageous. Mu Ling had always felt that Tang Weiwei was not an ordinary person, but she never anticipated her to be so detestable. What do you plan to do now? With Xiaoyu in tow, how can you find a peace to write songs? The energy required for a child surpasses that of any other endeavor. As Su Wanyin immersed herself in her work, how could she possibly care for little fish? I could always find another nanny. Wanyin, Mu Ling interrupted her. No one can care for little fish better than Jiang Nian. What did you say? I never understood how a grown man could be so adept at caring for children. I also couldn't fathom why little fish was so infatuated with Jiang Nian. But now I realize the reason. They are mutually dependent on one another. Mutually dependent? Indeed, even though Jiang Nian is unaware of little fish's true identity. The innate bond of blood is sufficient for him to treat little fish with exceptional kindness. I believe you've sensed it too. Jiang Nian's attentiveness to little fish is nearly meticulous, something that few others could replicate. This is not merely a matter of financial resources. If you were to replace him with anyone else, little fish would certainly not be as joyful. What do you mean? Let Jiang Nian continue caring for her. You focus on your work while he looks after the child. But it's just for 3 months. Why not give it a try? Moreover, Wanyin, deep down, you've always wanted to find a father for little fish, haven't you? Perhaps Jiang Nian is suitable for that role. Upon hearing Mu Ling's words, Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback. What? Jiang Nian, just graduated, is handsome possesses good character, and can care for little fish well, he is indeed the best candidate. Of course, the decision lies with you. No one can force you, but one must always give themselves and others a chance, don't you think? Little fish is growing up. She needs a father. But I am currently. Su Wanyin felt her mind swirling. In that moment, she found it difficult to articulate her emotions. Yet, she could not deny the validity of Mu Ling's reasoning. Little fish needed a father, and Jiang Nian was the most fitting choice. However, regarding Jiang Nian's situation, I recall that he had a girlfriend. Oh, that? They broke up. Huh. It shouldn't be termed as a breakup. They never truly dated. I inquired with Senior Han, and Jiang Nian had pursued a girl publicly during his school years for 4 years without success. So he has no girlfriend. None? Su Wanyin murmured to herself. Then what about the information she had gathered back then? Could it be that Jiang Nian had a crush on a girl who he pursued for 4 long years? Who was the girl he adored? I am not certain. I'll ask someone later. However, this is irrelevant to the current situation. If you two do not harbor feelings for each other, Jiang Nian can leave without any qualms after 3 months. That is true. Su Wanyin nodded. Then it's settled. I will go speak to Jiang Nian now. In the living room, Jiang Nian was happily playing with little fish. As Su Wanyin emerged, she felt a sense of disorientation. The experience of seeing them in person was entirely different from viewing it on her phone. For the first time, she realized how joyful little fish could truly be. Have you reached an agreement? Yes, we have. We consent to you continuing to care for little fish. Very well, then I won't tidy up just yet. However, there's one question. What question? Evening, Yin will also reside here. Huh? What? Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin were both taken aback. Mu Ling inquired, Wanyin. Do you have any other place to go? Su Wanyin replied. It seems I truly do not. She could not help but steal a glance at Jiang Nian, eager to gauge his reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. All right, although it feels somewhat inconvenient, I must delve deeper to uncover the secrets you two have been concealing from me. With no alternative, Mama Fish naturally had to stay at home. And here is their home. So it is settled. You may begin to pack your belongings. I shall take my leave. Mu Ling stretched lazily and made her way outside. Where are you going? Su Wanyin asked, a touch of panic in her voice. I am returning home, Mu Ling replied. For it is impossible for all 4 of us to reside here. Chapter 74. Forced cohabitation. Mu Ling's words were undeniably reasonable, leaving Su Wanyin momentarily speechless and devoid of any retort. However, a sense of unease began to stir within her. At that moment, Jiang Nian interjected. All right, you and Xiaoyu shall share a room. You can attend to your affairs, while I will take care of Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Wonderful! Mama, let us do it this way. Then Daddy, Mama, and Xiaoyu can all live together. How splendid! Reluctantly, Su Wanyin acquiesced then. Let us proceed with that for now. Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. Well, it's settled then. You both tidy up while I take my leave. I must return to Kyoto to see how things are progressing. Off I go, Mu Ling declared as she grabbed her suitcase and made her way out. As she reached the door, she turned back and bestowed a large kiss upon Su Xiaoyu, winking playfully at her. Following today's upheaval, Mu Ling was nearly certain that Su Xiaoyu had always known Jiang Nian was her father. After all, Wanyin had stated that the photographs she had shown her were authentic. The initial ploy to get Jiang Nian to sign a contract had undoubtedly been aimed at keeping him close. This little girl was quite astute. Mu Ling couldn't help but admire her. Since she desired a father, why not grant her this wish? After observing Jiang Nian over the past few days, she had come to the realization that he was rather commendable. Meanwhile, Su Wanyin remained blissfully unaware of the unspoken thoughts shared between Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu. Once Mu Ling departed, Wanyin felt even more disoriented, standing in the living room, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seeing her in a state of inertia, Jiang Nian spoke up. Wanyin, Xiaoyu's mother, aren't you going to pack your things? He considered addressing her as Sister Wanyin, but deemed it inappropriate. Huh? Su Wanyin lifted her head. Pack? Pack what? Aren't you planning to stay? Don't those bags need to be packed? Huh? Oh, right. Only then did Su Wanyin realize her oversight. The suitcase still lay in the living room. I'll go pack right away. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Nian sighed helplessly. Xiao Yu's mother. Actually, this is your home. You needn't be so formal. After a considerable effort, Su Wanyin finally completed her packing and let out a long sigh of relief. She informed Jiang Nian that she wished to rest for a while, and then took Su Xiaoyu into the bedroom. Observing that the two seemed disinclined to emerge, Jiang Nian shook his head and returned to his writing. Previously, he had only cared for Xiaoyu, allowing him time to write in the afternoons. Now, it appeared he had to extend that care to her mother as well, which meant he would have to carve out time to write. Unbeknownst to him, in the master bedroom, Su Wanyin had thrown herself onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Even now, she struggled to grasp the reality of her situation. She was, astonishingly, cohabitating with a man. Although this man was indeed Xiao Yu's father, their previous encounter had been entirely serendipitous. They were practically strangers, and she had no desire for him to know of Xiao Yu's existence. The current situation is indeed quite intricate. How should the days ahead be navigated? Su Xiaoyu, noticing her mother's apparent distress, could not resist gently poking her. Mom. As soon as her chubby little hand touched Su Wanyin, it was grasped by her mother. Xiaoyu. Tell me, did you bring Dad over in the first place? Su Xiaoyu nodded. Su Wanyin continued. When did you first meet Dad? Well, at that hotel. The hotel? Su Wanyin pondered seriously. That day, Xiaoyu had gone downstairs to fetch takeout on her own. Then, she was brought back by someone. It was Mu Ling who had gone to pick up Xiaoyu. Later, she had seen that familiar figure downstairs. It seemed that Xiaoyu had already met Jiang Nian by then. Su Wanyin thought to herself, if she had gone to meet Jiang Nian that day and caught up with him downstairs, perhaps so many troubles could have been avoided. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Su Wanyin embraced Su Xiaoyu tightly and asked, Tell me, do you really like Dad? Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. I like him a lot. Mom, Dad is a really good father. Xiaoyu longed for a father. Looking at her, Su Wanyin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She was merely a 3-year-old child. How could she have usurped her right to want a father? Realizing that her mother's emotions were slightly off, Su Xiaoyu snuggled closer to Su Wanyin, her voice filled with grievance. Mom, I'm sorry. Those simple 3 words shattered Su Wanyin's composure. She snapped back to reality from her memories and self-reproach. Xiaoyu, it's not your fault. You don't need to apologize to me. But it's all Mom's fault. I didn't take care of your feelings well enough. I thought I could manage it. And it's natural for you to want Dad. So, can Xiaoyu have a dad? Su Xiaoyu raised her head joyfully. Su Wanyin nodded, but then quickly shook her head. Not just yet. Why? Su Xiaoyu's mood dimmed slightly. Su Wanyin explained, Dad doesn't know about us yet, nor does he understand what happened back then. If you directly acknowledge him as your father, he might not be able to accept it. More importantly, she still did not know how to face Jiang Nian. Let us wait a bit longer, Xiaoyu. If Dad truly is a wonderful person, I will find an opportunity to tell him about this. Is that all right? Su Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Okay, as long as there's a chance, I'll be happy. She believed that her mother would surely discover the goodness in her father. By the time the manuscript was finished, it was already noon. Jiang Nian heard the sound of Su Wanyin's door opening. He stepped out as well. Have you had a good rest? Not bad. Su Wanyin noticed he still seemed a bit flustered. Have you finished your work too? Indeed, it is time for a meal. I shall prepare dinner. As Jiang Nian made his way to the kitchen, he inquired, What do you enjoy eating? Her day's expression was strikingly reminiscent of Xiaoyu. Do you like everything that Xiaoyu enjoys? Su Wanyin, in a state of confusion, nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do. Very well, I shall proceed. You carry on with your tasks, and I will call you when it is ready. This was Jiang Nian's first experience sharing a living space with a female, albeit with a child present. Yet, it felt somewhat peculiar to him. He entered the kitchen and began to diligently prepare the vegetables he had purchased the previous day. Su Wanyin had intended to cook as well, but at that moment, she found herself utterly disoriented. She could only stand at the kitchen entrance, contemplating whether to assist, but feeling it might be inappropriate. She watched Jiang Nian's silhouette, lost in thought. One must admit, Jiang Nian was truly handsome. Even clad in an apron, he looked exceptionally appealing, surpassing the young idols she had encountered in the entertainment industry. His movements while cooking were remarkably efficient, and soon, delightful aromas filled the air. Unable to resist, Su Wanyin inhaled deeply, recalling the photos of meals Jiang Nian had previously sent her. She found herself inexplicably feeling a bit hungry. "Mom, what are you daydreaming about? Are you watching Dad cook?" Suddenly, the voice of Xiaoyu echoed from behind her, startling Su Wanyin. Chapter 75. She watched, yet was too embarrassed to admit it in a fluster. She turned around and grasped Xiaoyu, signaling for silence. Xiaoyu refrained from speaking recklessly. "What did I look?" She barely had time to inquire why Xiaoyu referred to Jiang Nian as father. Raising her gaze, she found Jiang Nian standing at the kitchen door, spatula in hand, observing her. Su Wanyin let out a dry laugh. "Well, I truly did not eavesdrop." Jiang Nian nodded in acknowledgement, pleased to see Xiaoyu making a heart gesture towards him before returning to the kitchen. Yet, he couldn't shake off his doubts. This former campus belle was indeed worthy of being Xiaoyu's mother, exhibiting the same adorably naive demeanor. She watched, yet hesitated to confess her actions. In the living room, Su Wanyin had already seated Xiaoyu on the sofa. "Xiaoyu, you've caused your mother great distress." "Huh?" Xiaoyu blinked innocently with her round eyes, displaying a look of confusion. "Mother, how did I cause you trouble? I didn't do anything. You mustn't suddenly speak out behind my back next time. Understood?" "I'm all right." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, though still puzzled. "But, Mother, you were indeed peeking at Father, weren't you? Do you think Father is handsome?" Your father, is indeed quite handsome." "Wait, that's not right, Xiaoyu." Su Wanyin suddenly realized something and turned to face Su Xiaoyu. "What do you mean, Father? How can you call him that?" Xiaoyu was taken aback, pouting in a pitiful manner. "But he is Xiaoyu's father. I know he is your father, but isn't it okay for Xiaoyu to call him father?" Su Wanyin felt a slight headache, as if she had been ensnared in Xiaoyu's web of logic. After a moment, she regained her composure. "Xiaoyu, if you call him father, won't he scold you?" "He won't. Xiaoyu has always called him father. He agrees that Xiaoyu can call him that." "Well then," Su Wanyin sighed, realizing it was perhaps too late to prevent this situation. "You may continue to call him that." "Thank you, Mother." Su Xiaoyu joyfully embraced Su Wanyin and affectionately pecked her cheek. Su Wanyin felt as though she had been outmaneuvered by Su Xiaoyu. Yet she found herself powerless to resist. Jiang Nian's meal was soon ready, and as he set it on the table, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Su Xiaoyu tugged at Su Wanyin's arm, excitedly exclaiming, "Mother, Mother, it's time to eat the food Father made is delicious. You will surely love it." Su Wanyin, enticed by the aroma, recalled how tempting it had seemed when viewed through a screen, but now it was even more irresistible. She unintentionally salivated, her gaze fixed hungrily on the dishes. Xiaoyu, pleased with her mother's reaction, happily raised her hands. "Father, Father, let me serve the rice today. Both Mother and Father are here. I am so very happy." Jiang Nian handed Xiaoyu the bowl and spoon. "Take your time." "Sure." Here is the refined and improved version of your text in English. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Su Wanyin instinctively attempted to intervene. Xiaoyu, in her memory, Su Xiaoyu had never served rice. Little did she know that before her hand could reach Su Xiaoyu, it was intercepted by Jiang Nian. "It's all right, Xiaoyu can manage." "Trust her." Su Wanyin gazed at Jiang Nian, momentarily bewildered. Could she truly do it? Jiang Nian nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanyin lowered her hand. She anxiously observed as Xiaoyu approached the rice cooker, cautiously placing the spoon inside. With all her might, she scooped out a generous ladle of rice and delicately poured it into a small bowl. Realizing it was insufficient, she reached back for the rice cooker. When the second ladle fell into the bowl, it was finally filled. With a sense of pride, Su Xiaoyu presented the bowl to Su Wanyin. "Mom, it's ready. Please enjoy." As Su Wanyin extended her hand to accept the bowl, her heart swelled with emotion. After 3 years of caring for Xiaoyu, she was finally able to savor rice served by her. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." "No need for thanks now, but for Dad." Su Xiaoyu busied herself once more. As Su Wanyin set the bowl down, she heard Jiang Nian remark, "See, I told you it would be fine." Xiaoyu is quite clever. Many things can be taught to her gradually, allowing her to do them independently. Su Wanyin paused, and, upon looking up, she noticed Jiang Nian had moved beside Xiaoyu, patiently conversing with her, while Xiaoyu responded with delight. Suddenly, Su Wanyin felt a pang of realization. The bond between Xiaoyu and Jiang Nian seemed to surpass her own. What was more striking was that Xiaoyu appeared blissfully unaware, genuinely relishing the presence of her father. This was a sentiment that Su Wanyin could never provide. After serving the rice, Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Nian took their seats. After Jiang Nian placed some dishes in front of Xiaoyu, he instinctively offered a chicken leg to Su Wanyin as well. Only when it landed in her bowl did he recognize the awkwardness of the moment. However, extracting it would only exacerbate the discomfort. Jiang Nian opted to feign nonchalance and said, "Let us eat. It'll get cold soon." Su Wanyin nodded, her eyes drifting from the chicken leg in her bowl to Xiaoyu, who was earnestly enjoying her meal. Suddenly, she thought, perhaps this is what life as a family of three feels like. It was, in fact, quite pleasant. Yet almost immediately, she vigorously shook her head. "Su Wanyin, how could you be so easily captivated? You still know so little of the man Jiang Nian is. Does he truly not recognize you? Or is he feigning ignorance? All of this remains uncertain. Further observation is necessary." During the meal, Su Wanyin consumed 2 large bowls of rice. Once finished, she stood up, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Oh no, I've eaten too much. I need to lose weight." At the training camp, the nutritionist had consistently advised them to eat sparingly. As a future idol, maintaining her figure was imperative. Su Wanyin felt as though she were on the brink of isolation. Jiang Nian regarded her with curiosity. As a mother, she is exceedingly slender, even more so than the girls at her school, yet possesses a remarkably exquisite figure. She has curves where one ought to, and remains trim in all other areas. It could be said that she maintains a physique that surpasses even that of the starlet seen on television in a previous life. If it weren't for her explicit mention, no one would ever suspect that she has a 3-year-old child. How is it possible that someone of her stature still feels the need to lose weight? What has the world come to, that beauty standard to become so distorted? While Jiang Nian pondered these thoughts, Su Wanyin cautiously stood up. "Please, don't tell Mu Ling about how much I've eaten. I beg you." She wore a dejected expression, resembling a plea for mercy. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Su Xiaoyu. Jiang Nian mused, "No wonder Xiaoyu is so adorable. She must have inherited her charm from her mother." He chuckled softly. "All right, but you must agree to one condition." "Ah, what condition?" Chapter 76. You're staring at Dad in a daze again. Make sure to eat more in the future. Otherwise, you'll become too thin. Su Wanyin was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Nian with a hint of confusion. Was he genuinely concerned about her? She had specifically lost weight for her return to the spotlight. She couldn't afford to regain it. "I'm afraid I cannot comply with that," she replied. "Why not?" Because I want to lose weight. Look at those celebrities. They're all so slim and beautiful. Are they truly beautiful?" Jiang Nian pondered deeply for a moment, shaking his head regarding the current crop of popular starlets. Su Wanyin was somewhat astonished. Not beautiful? Indeed, not beautiful. Their aesthetic is rather distorted. Each one resembles a snake spirit, emaciated to the point of looking as though they had just emerged from a hospital, making it nearly impossible to distinguish one from another. Su Wanyin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those starlets had always been the dreams of young boys and girls. This was the first time she had heard someone declare them unattractive. Jiang Nian possessed quite a unique sense of aesthetics. "What? Do you want to enter the entertainment industry?" "Huh?" Su Wanyin was taken aback, not anticipating Jiang Nian to suddenly pose such a question. Before she could respond, he continued, "In truth, an overly singular standard of beauty can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Perhaps a slight alteration could yield unexpected results. Moreover, women should possess a little flesh. It ensures health and charm. Being excessively thin is detrimental to one's body." After stating this, Jiang Nian rose to tidy up the dishes. Su Wanyin sat at the dining table, gazing at Jiang Nian's retreating figure in a daze. She recalled the words Jiang Nian had expressed through Mu Ling previously, which resonated equally marvelously with what he had said today. This young man seemed to possess a unique understanding that set him apart from others, yet his reasoning was consistently on point. As she contemplated this, she noticed Su Xiaoyu tilting her head in confusion, her chubby little hands waving in front of her. Startled, she exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Mommy, what are you doing? You are staring at Daddy again. You've forgotten about Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu wants to wash her hands." Su Wanyin. If Xiaoyu hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have realized. Indeed, She had been gazing at Jiang Nian again. It was quite alarming that she had already zoned out twice in just a few hours. Quickly, Su Wanyin scooped up Xiaoyu and headed toward the bathroom. After tidying up the house, Jiang Nian prepared to lull Xiaoyu to sleep. However, Xiaoyu clung to Su Wanyin and refused to let go. So Jiang Nian had no choice but to let her soothe their daughter. He returned to his room, ready to write. Today's updates flowed smoothly, and his earnings continued to rise, surpassing 10,000 a day. Today, due to the plot involving Lu Sueki, the story reached a significant climax, prompting readers to exclaim that the female lead was about to appear. Jiang Nian mused that he was not far from achieving wealth and success. He then retrieved the game plan he had drafted and began working on the proposal. At that moment, he received a message from Muyani. Jiang Nian, what is up? The situation is such that you seem quite busy. In terms of gaming, our planning team is faced with numerous inquiries, prompting me to consider whether you might designate an individual to liaise with us, someone responsible for your side of the work, with us covering their salary. This would undoubtedly expedite the communication process. Jiang Nian pondered this seriously and recognized its validity. Yet, where could one possibly find such a person? I'll look into it, and if I find someone, I'll assign them to handle the liaison. Very well. After conversing with Muyinnan, Jiang Nian logged back into his QQ account. There, he discovered a plethora of encouraging messages from Shi Chun, interspersed with occasional requests for updates. Additionally, a multitude of friend requests awaited him. Upon opening them, he realized they were from readers wishing to connect. He chose to ignore them. Just as he was about to log off, he noticed a message from his favorite, Little Fish. Dear author, are you busy? Jiang Nian replied, Not busy, what is up? Little Fish responded, Nothing much, I just encountered something upsetting today. Could you possibly add another chapter to soothe my wounded heart? Jiang Nian, I cannot. After being turned down, Little Fish sent a flurry of crying emojis. How childish, Jiang Nian muttered under his breath, choosing not to engage further. Logging off QQ, he sat in front of his computer, lost in thought. The current plot was approaching a significant climax. Adding another chapter would fit perfectly. Reader interest would undoubtedly soar, leading to increased rewards. Tomorrow's readership numbers would reach a new pinnacle. Thus, it seemed reasonable to add another chapter. With this thought in mind, he inexplicably clicked to update. He then uploaded a chapter from his stockpile. Once the chapter was uploaded, Jiang Nian still felt uneasy. It appeared that Little Fish had become one of his most devoted fans, consistently holding the top position on his fan list, a status that never wavered. Her rewards had evolved from the initial 5 urging updates to 5 godlike certifications. Such a dedicated fan seemed worth nurturing. Consequently, Jiang Nian opened the author's note and began typing. An additional chapter. I hope everyone finds joy each day. After sending that off, he finally lay down, feeling content. At that moment, in the master bedroom, Su Wanyin, who was about to put her phone down to sleep, suddenly heard the notification sound of an update. She quickly retrieved her phone and saw that Nian you had updated. Seizing the moment, she finished reading and noticed the closing remarks. Instantly, her spirits lifted. The events of the day had left her feeling disoriented. Initially, when she saw the update, she approached it with a sense of trial, seeking a bit of solace. After being rejected, she had planned to go to sleep, never expecting the author would indeed add a chapter, particularly one that expressed gratitude towards her at the end. Su Wanyin felt the joy of being acknowledged by her idol. She swiftly opened the comments section, replying under the author's note, Thank you, dear author. After completing this, she sent the author 5 godlike certifications before finally setting her phone down. However, after setting it aside, she still felt a sense of excitement. Thus, Su Wanyin took out her phone once again and sent a message to her cousin, Lin Shi. Xiao Shi, the author of that work Nian you is truly remarkable. You must treat him well and solicit more recommendations. Shi Chen replied, What's wrong with you, sister? Su Wanyin responded, Nothing. Just wanted to compliment him. His writing is truly excellent. Shi Chen replied, Indeed, it is quite good. As Su Wanyin engaged in conversation, she gradually drifted into slumber. When she finally opened her eyes, she heard a knocking sound from outside the door. Instinctively, she rose to answer it. As she approached the door, she recalled that she had made no plans for the day, so it surely wasn't Timu Ling or anyone she knew. She hastily grabbed a mask from beside her and put it on before opening the door. Outside, a male voice called out, "Hey there, what are you up to? Why are you opening the door so late?" "I came to see the little fish." "Wait, who are you?" Chapter 77. Is there a woman in Jiang Nian's room? Yuan Huai's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Who are you?" The presence of a woman in Jiang Nian's room was indeed surprising. Despite wearing a mask, her exquisite features and captivating eyes revealed her exceptional beauty. What a revelation! Su Wanyin was also momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Are you looking for Jiang Nian?" "Yes, indeed," she replied. Turning around, Su Wanyin called out for Jiang Nian, "Someone is looking for you." Afterward, she entered the master bedroom. Su Xiaoyu peeked out from the master bedroom, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yuan Huai. "Uncle Yuan Huai," she exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Oh, Xiaoyu, come here for a hug." Su Xiaoyu joyfully rushed to his side. Yet, Yuan Huai's gaze remained fixated on Su Wanyin. At that moment, Jiang Nian emerged from the second bedroom. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I had no plans today. Just wanted to check on Xiaoyu." "But what about you? Who is that?" He gestured towards the second bedroom with his chin. Before Jiang Nian could respond, Xiaoyu, clinging to Yuan Huai's neck, chimed in happily, "That's Xiaoyu's mommy." "Ah, mommy?" Yuan Huai looked at Jiang Nian in confusion. Jiang Nian nodded. "Yes, her mother." Yuan Huai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Nian, noticing his bewilderment, poured him a glass of water and explained, "She has a rash on her face, making it inconvenient to meet people." No wonder, Yuan Huai thought, realizing that modern women are particularly conscious of their appearance. A rash would indeed warrant a mask. Yuan Huai engaged earnestly with Su Xiaoyu. When she was distracted, he leaned over to Jiang Nian and whispered, "Hey, how's it going? What about you and Xiaoyu's mother? I must say, your taste is impeccable. She is undoubtedly a great beauty. No wonder Xiaoyu is so lovely." Jiang Nian sighed. "I have already stated that there is no connection between me and Xiaoyu's mother." Yuan Huai replied knowingly, "I understand, bro, no worries. Keep it up." Jiang Nian. What on earth is he talking about? Half an hour later, Yuan Huai felt somewhat out of place in the room. Ever since he arrived, Xiaoyu's mother had not emerged again. After pondering for a moment, he finally stood up. "Bro, I'll take my leave now. Take good care of Xiaoyu, and also look after her mother. I have told you, we have no relationship. All right, I have things to attend to. I truly must go. Busy day ahead." Yuan Huai gestured for Jiang Nian to remain calm, bid farewell to Xiaoyu, and headed towards the door. Jiang Nian observed him, sensing a hint of dejection. He asked old Yuan what's wrong. Yuan Huai sighed, "It's just work-related matters. I was initially accepted for a position, but that company suddenly informed me that they found someone more suitable, so I no longer need to go, yet they compensated me with 3 months' salary." Yuan Huai had intended to be furious, but with the compensation in hand, he found himself unable to muster any anger. To my astonishment, despite being the top student in my major, I find myself in the unfortunate situation of having yet to secure employment. I suppose I must return and reassess my options. If all else fails, I may follow that fellow Jiang Xiyuan to Kyoto, where opportunities for advancement are more abundant. Work? Jiang Nian raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "Wait a moment. Lao Yuan, why don't you join me?" "What?" Yuan Huai, aware of the gaming incident from last time, was taken aback. "I was planning to establish a studio, seeking specialized individuals to liaise with those over there, but I have yet to find anyone. Since you are available, why not collaborate?" Yuan Huai had played Jiang Nian's game and understood its allure. He had even envied Jiang Nian for a time due to its captivating nature. Never did he imagine that Jiang Nian would invite him to join forces. Without much deliberation, Yuan Huai nodded decisively. "All right, it's settled then. So, when do we commence?" "Tomorrow," Jiang Nian replied. "Good." The two reached a harmonious agreement. Meanwhile, Su Wanyin, unable to contain herself any longer, emerged from the master bedroom to use the restroom. Upon overhearing their conversation, she paused in surprise. "Jiang Nian, you're starting a studio?" "Yes." "In that case, will you be quite busy? Perhaps you should know." "I'm not busy," Jiang Nian interrupted, aware of Su Wanyin's intentions. "The initial tasks can be managed by Lao Yuan, right?" "Absolutely. I can handle it." Yuan Huai chimed in. "Jiang Nian can also take care of Su Xiaoyu, so rest assured." "I assure you, Jiang Nian is a good man, capable both in the parlor and the kitchen. Su Wanyin fell silent, withholding further comment. Once Yuan Huai departed, only the two remained in the room. It was then that Su Wanyin removed her mask, exhaling in relief. Wearing a mask indoors had been suffocating. Jiang Nian, amused, remarked, "You really didn't need to wear a mask. Yuan Huai hasn't seen the illustrious Su Hua. Your photos are not circulated at school, so he doesn't recognize you." "Not necessarily," Su Wanyin muttered. "What? Oh, it's nothing. I meant to say we can discuss it later." That evening, as was customary, Jiang Nian prepared dinner. After they finished, he proceeded to wash the dishes, followed closely by Su Xiaoyu, who happily brought a small stool to join him. Although she did not know how to wash dishes, she had a knack for causing mischief and enjoyed playing with water. Jiang Nian took quite a while to wash the dishes this time. Su Wanyin sat alone in the living room, listening to their laughter and banter, feeling an urge to interrupt. At that moment, she heard Jiang Nian's phone ringing from the table. Seeing that it was his mother, Su Wanyin picked up the phone, intending to deliver it to the kitchen. In her haste, she accidentally pressed the answer button, and a woman's voice came through. "Hello? Xiaonian? Jiang Nian? Why are you silent? What is wrong with you?" Realizing that the caller was becoming agitated, Su Wanyin quickly responded, "Hello? Jiang Nian is washing the dishes. I was just about to find him as soon as her voice echoed. The other end fell silent. After a few seconds, the previously stern voice suddenly softened, transforming into an embodiment of gentleness. As if fearing to startle her, he cautiously uttered, "Hello? Is this Xiao Yu's mother?" "Ah, I am. Greetings. I am Jiang Nian's mother. The one who spoke earlier was not me. It was Jiang Nian's aunt, who can be a bit tempestuous. Please do not take offense." I did not mind. That is splendid, splendid. You mentioned Jiang Nian was washing the dishes? That is indeed correct. He should be tasked with such chores, and should continue to do so in the future. Please do not assist him. You should simply relax, play on your phone, indulge in some dramas. Don't young girls enjoy such pastimes? The more Su Wanyin listened, the more she sensed something amiss. After a moment of silence, she inquired, were you not looking for Jiang Nian? I shall pass the phone to him." "Ah, Jiang Nian? No, there is no need to disturb him. Let him be busy. I merely called to check in on you. Your presence is sufficient. He is inconsequential in this regard." Chapter 78. I don't even know when I had a child. Su Wanyin found herself in a state of bewilderment. She sensed that Jiang Nian's mother seemed to have misunderstood something. She wanted to clarify, but it appeared that the opportunity for explanation was not forthcoming. Little Fish's mother, I'm hanging up now. You and Jiang Nian should get along well. If he bullies you, remember to call me on this number. Write it down. After saying this, without allowing Su Wanyin a moment to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Wanyin stood at the kitchen doorway, holding her phone, feeling somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, his hands covered in suds, emerged from the kitchen. He looked at Su Wanyin with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing with my phone? Did someone call me?" "Ah, yes. It was your mother. I was about to hand it to you, but I accidentally touched the phone and said a few words. And then, there was a misunderstanding?" Without needing to think, Jiang Nian could already guess how excited Xiaomei must have been upon hearing Su Wanyin's voice. "Yes, indeed. What should we do now?" "Don't worry, my mom is just like that. Just don't take it to heart. Once I finish washing the dishes, I'll call her back." "All right, okay." Su Wanyin could only nod in agreement. She remained in a posture of holding the phone, momentarily forgetting to move. Jiang Nian chuckled and raised his hand. "I can't hold the phone for now. Could you please place it on the table for me?" "Sure." Realizing she had zoned out, Su Wanyin returned to the living room with the phone. Jiang Nian turned back to the dishes. After sitting in the living room for a while, the more Su Wanyin pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. It seemed Jiang Nian's mother suspected she was Jiang Nian's girlfriend. Why didn't she suspect Little Fish? Did she perhaps know that Little Fish was her granddaughter? The thought sent a wave of panic through Su Wanyin. By an inexplicable impulse, she took out her phone and noted down Jiang Nian's mother's number. She thought to herself that it might come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, at the Jiang household, Xiaomei was on the verge of a breakdown after hanging up the phone. She paced back and forth in the living room, reflecting on the words she had just spoken. Jiang Minsheng looked on in bemusement. "Xiaomei, what are you doing? What is the matter? What to do? I feel like I didn't perform well just now. That was our daughter-in-law. How could I have hung up without letting her speak? At this point, Xiaomei was quite distraught. Would her abruptness leave a poor impression on her future daughter-in-law? No, what should she do? How can I remedy this? I think I even hung up on her. Jiang Nian couldn't help but laugh. Xiaomei, it's normal for a daughter-in-law to feel nervous meeting her mother-in-law. How did it turn around on you? I have social anxiety. Xiaomei struggled to find an adequate explanation and could only resort to using trendy phrases from the internet to mask her embarrassment. Besides, we haven't even met our daughter-in-law yet. What if I scared her away? Then why don't you call her back now to explain? But what should I say? You can just say. Jiang Nian pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a coherent response, ultimately giving up. Never mind. Let us refrain from further discussion. The more we elaborate, the more convoluted it becomes. We shall meet in person to convey our sincerity. Well, that sounds acceptable. As the two were contemplating their plan, Xiaomei's phone suddenly rang, startling her. In a flurry, she reached for her phone and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nian. It's a call from Su Wanyin. Old Jiang, could it be Xiaoyu's mother? What should I do? What else is there to do? I must answer. They have called, and to ignore it would be even more impolite. Fine. Xiaomei anxiously donned her reading glasses. Clearing her throat, she cautiously answered the call. Hello, daughter-in-law. No, Realizing she had misspoken, Xiaomei closed her eyes, pondering how to rectify her error when she heard Jiang Nian's laughter. Mom, I knew you would misunderstand. Xiaomei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, Su Wanyin, it's you. Where's your wife? What wife? Mom, that is not my wife. That's Xiaoyu's mother. She accidentally answered your call and asked me to clarify. You rascal. What are you saying? Isn't Xiaoyu's mother your future partner? You haven't won her over yet, have you? Won over? Mom, she truly is just Xiaoyu's mother. Our relationship is purely professional. Professional? Yes, I take care of Xiaoyu, and she pays me for it. Pays you? Xiaomei was utterly astonished. You impudent child, what are you talking about? You're saying you're employed? Do you need to be hired to care for Xiaoyu? Have you lost your senses? I'm telling you, if you continue like this, don't blame your father and me for disowning you. Jiang Nian chimed in from the side. Exactly. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Nian felt bewildered, seeing that their conversation was becoming increasingly absurd. He couldn't help but ask, Mom, Dad, please wait a moment. Do you truly believe Xiaoyu is my child? Of course. Absolutely. The simultaneous exclamations from the phone echoed. Jiang Nian glanced around and noticed Su Wanyin was quite far from him. He cautiously inquired, but how can you be so certain without a paternity test or my acknowledgement? I don't even know when I had a child. Of course. It's from your childhood photos. Su Wanyin, have you done something wrong that you're afraid to admit? Now that a child is involved, we must take responsibility. Photos? Yes. Your mother showed me a picture of you, and you look just like Xiaoyu. Can't you see it yourself? Jiang Nian was taken aback. To be honest, given that he had traversed time, it was fortunate that he remembered the general storyline. How could he recall photos from his childhood? I don't have any. Could you send me one? All right, you little rascal, truly. I'm hanging up now. I'll send it to you right away. The call ended, and mere seconds later, he received the photos that Xiaomei had sent. Upon finishing, Jiang Nian found himself utterly stunned. He stared incredulously at the photograph, examining it over and over again. Was this not a slender version of Little Fish? Could it be that Little Fish was indeed his child? Yet, he could not recall a single instance of spending a night with Su Wanyin. Based on Little Fish's age, it should have been 4 years ago. For years prior, he had only been with Tang Weiwei. No, wait, Tang Weiwei? Jiang Nian's gaze deepened. At that moment, Su Wanyin, who had just emerged from the bathroom, noticed his expression and inquired with curiosity, Jiang Nian, what's the matter? Were you not on a call with your mother? Have you finished? Jiang Nian nodded slightly, yes. I have. Oh, then I shall return to my room to rest, Su Wanyin replied as she pushed open the door to her room. Just then, she suddenly heard Jiang Nian behind her say, Su Shuejia, could you tell me the story of Little Fish's father? Chapter 79. Do you remember that incident from 4 years ago? Although this question may seem somewhat presumptuous, I find myself genuinely curious, remarked Jiang Nian. Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback. Emerging from the kitchen, Su Xiaoyu, with bubbles still clinging to her hands, earnestly gazed at Su Wanyin and asked, "Mom, can I listen too?" Su Wanyin hurriedly scooped up Su Xiaoyu and rushed into the bathroom, saying, I'm helping Xiaoyu wash her hands. We'll talk about it another day." Jiang Nian, understanding he would not receive an answer, did not press further. He returned to the sofa, his attention absorbed by the photos on his phone, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he could inquire with Tang Weiwei? With this thought, he unblocked Tang Weiwei from his blacklist. Stepping onto the balcony, he dialed her number. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Tang Weiwei was in the midst of training. Although labeled as training, it was merely a formality. With Su Wanyin gone, she had become the center of attention. Once the training concluded, a bit of company promotion would pave her path to debut. A group of young women had gathered around her, showering her with compliments. "Weiwei, you're so beautiful. Don't forget us when you debut. Rest assured I won tea." She laughed. "By the way, Weiwei, do you have a boyfriend? Should I introduce you to my brother? I don't need one for now." "Oh, what am I saying? Weiwei is destined to be a superstar and can't date for the time being." Just as she was basking in their praise, her phone rang. Upon seeing Jiang Nian's name, her heart raced. It had been ages since he had reached out, and he had even blocked her. Although she pretended to be indifferent, it was difficult to shake off the hurt. But why was Jiang Nian calling her today? Could it be that he had seen the news of her impending debut and was reconsidering? With this thought, Tang Weiwei quickly tucked away her phone and stood up to step outside, saying, "Sorry, I need to take a call." "All right." Once Tang Weiwei left, the expressions of the other women shifted instantly. Why is she being so secretive about a phone call? Whose call could it be? It must be her boyfriend's. Why else would she hide it from us? But she claimed she didn't have one. What celebrity would admit to having a boyfriend? Her boyfriend must be quite unfortunate. Unbeknownst to Tang Weiwei, she was the subject of their speculation. Finding a quiet corner, she took a deep breath before preparing to answer her phone. However, just as she was about to press the answer button, the call was disconnected. She had taken too long, and the ringtone had ceased. Tang Weiwei anxiously fiddled with her phone. "What is going on?" "Jiang Nian, please call back." "I'll definitely answer right away." Yet, after a full 5 minutes, there was still no call from Jiang Nian. Feeling disheartened, she sat there, staring at her phone. Should she call back? But it was Jiang Nian who owed her an apology. Why should she be the one to reach out? However, what if I did not return the call and lose contact with Jiang Nian forever? After wrestling with her thoughts for a while, Tang Weiwei could not resist the urge to call back. As the call connected, she cleared her throat, adjusting her voice to its finest tone, and sweetly said, "Hello, Jiang Nian?" On the other end, Jiang Nian, who had assumed Tang Weiwei would not answer, had already opened his computer, prepared to type. He felt slightly bored while Su Wanyin attended to the small fish. Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's voice, Jiang Nian frowned slightly. Her tone was utterly chilling. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his discomfort. "It's me. What do you need?" he asked. "I'm in Kyoto for training. I apologize for being busy just now." "Yes, there is something," Tang Weiwei replied, her spirits high. She had an inexplicable feeling that Jiang Nian was unusually gentle today, despite having spoken only a few words. Yet, she felt compelled to forgive him. Jiang Nian, however, rubbed his temples, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "I believe you have misunderstood. I wanted to inquire about something else." Tang Weiwei's expression shifted, the tenderness in her voice dissipating. "What is it? You remember that incident 4 years ago, don't you?" "4 years ago? Are you referring to?" Tang Weiwei sensed that the situation was amiss, tightening her grip on the phone. "At the graduation party, we were both quite inebriated, and when I woke up, you were crying beside my bed. Why bring this up now? Are you trying to use this to ease your conscience?" "I certainly remember. That was the beginning of our relationship." "The beginning?" Jiang Nian furrowed his brow again. "Jiang Nian, what is wrong?" "Nothing. I merely wanted to ask what truly transpired between us at that time." Tang Weiwei was instantly incensed. "What do you mean, Jiang Nian? Are you suggesting I deceived you back then? I was merely an 18-year-old girl. Would I stoop so low as to deceive you in such a manner? Have I lost my mind, or have you? You are being utterly unreasonable." With that, Tang Weiwei abruptly ended the call. Her chest heaved violently as anger subsided, replaced by fear. What on earth did Jiang Nian mean? Did he know about that incident? Why would he suddenly inquire about it? Wasn't he supposed to be looking after the child? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Nian was equally bewildered. Tang Weiwei's reaction seemed excessively intense. He had merely asked a question. If it were her, wouldn't she simply acknowledge it? Why the outburst? He sensed that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. A knock echoed from the bedroom door, and Jiang Nian heard Su Wanyin say, the small fish is looking for you. All right, I'll be out shortly. Jiang Nian closed his computer and made his way outside. As he reached the door, he heard Su Wanyin ask, Are you all right? Is everything all right? I thought I heard you arguing with your girlfriend just now. Jiang Nian had been fiddling with his computer, which was why the speaker was on. Under normal circumstances, conversations outside the door would go unheard. Unfortunately, Tang Weiwei's excitement resulted in a voice that was slightly too loud. Girlfriend? No, I have no girlfriend. Jiang Nian shook his head. She is not my girlfriend. Please do not misunderstand. Although he felt no obligation to clarify, he found himself compelled to do so for reasons unknown. Oh, I see. But I heard you were involved in university affairs. Jiang Nian cast a peculiar glance at Su Wanyin, surprised that she had taken the initiative to investigate him. It seemed she genuinely cared about his well-being. That is all in the past. I am currently single. Being single is great, indeed, Su Wanyin replied, her face brightening with a smile. She appeared excessively pleased, prompting Jiang Nian to look at her with curiosity. Senior Su, do you seem to be quite eager for me to remain single? Well, Chapter 80. What suddenly sparked your interest in her? In the days that followed, Jiang Nian found himself quite occupied. The renovations at Li Hohat's establishment were nearing completion, and she had begun to learn the art of making stinky tofu. Meanwhile, Yuan Huai's studio was also set up and ready. Jiang Nian shared the details of the game project with Yuan Huai, who, being quite astute, quickly grasped the essentials. He assumed every role in the studio aside from that of the owner, while Jiang Nian provided the financial backing. Yuan Huai worked diligently and had already earned Mu Yinyan's approval. On one particular day, as Xiaoyu slept and Su Wanyin was busy, Jiang Nian finished typing and decided to pay a visit to the studio. He brought along some food for Yuan Huai, who was profoundly grateful, repeatedly calling him father with an exuberance that made him beam with delight. It has been ages since I've had such delicious food. You have no idea how dreadful takeout can be. I am aware, Jiang Nian replied. That's why I generally avoid takeout unless absolutely necessary. You're fortunate, being supported by a wealthy woman at such a young age. Noticing the coldness in Jiang Nian's gaze, Yuan Huai quickly amended his words. I was merely jesting. I know you earn your own keep. But tell me, why haven't you left Xiaoyu's home yet? After spending considerable time together, Yuan Huai had come to believe that Jiang Nian was merely working for them. Although he felt a twinge of regret regarding this, he had to accept the reality. Well, Jiang Nian pondered for a moment. I suppose it's because Xiaoyu and I share a certain affinity. That little girl truly was endearing. He too found it difficult to part with her. Indeed. However, my friend, Xiaoyu's mother appears to be quite remarkable. Given your fondness for Xiaoyu, have you truly not considered her? Jiang Nian looked puzzled. How can you say she is remarkable when you have never even seen her? Every time Yuan Huai visited, Su Wanyin was always wearing a mask. Feelings, my friend, feelings. Even without seeing her face, her figure is splendid, her skin flawless, and her aura rivals that of a goddess. If she didn't mention it, could you even tell she had given birth? Jiang Nian shook his head. Indeed, that was not apparent. She exudes youthful charm. Such women are rare. Yuan Huai patted Jiang Nian on the back. You must seize the opportunity. Jiang Nian chose not to indulge Yuan Huai's fanciful musings. However, Yuan Huai seemed unable to halt his train of thought. By the way, Jiang Nian, does Xiaoyu's mother always work? What does she do? What does she do? Jiang Nian contemplated, realizing he knew little about Xiaoyu's mother. I'm not quite sure. What? You've lived together for so long. Haven't you figured this out yet? Jiang Nian shook his head. She is quite enigmatic. Ever since our last playful exchange, she has been avoiding me. This lack of interaction left him feeling at a loss. Jiang Nian began to reflect on how this matter should progress. Otherwise, 3 months will swiftly pass, and should this continue, he would have no reason to remain in Su Wanyin's household. Yuan Huai, oblivious to Jiang Nian's sentiments, pondered for a moment before nodding. This is indeed quite challenging. Such a woman is difficult to manage. Jiang Nian struck Yuan Huai on the head. Can you refrain from thinking about how to manage her every day? Is it forbidden to consider? However, all right, enough of that. Let me ask you something else. Did you hear the gossip about our school's belle from your cousin? The belle? You mean Su Wanyin? Yes. What has suddenly piqued your interest in her? I've been rather bored lately and wanted to delve into some gossip. Jiang Nian casually fabricated a reason. Fine, it was indeed my cousin who mentioned it, but he's been quite busy recently. I suppose I will have to wait until next week for him to be free. All right then, arrange a dinner with your cousin for me next week. After finishing his conversation with Yuan Huai, Jiang Nian glanced at the time. It was nearly time for Su Xiaoyu to awaken. He bid farewell and returned home. On the way, Jiang Nian heard his phone incessantly chiming with notifications. Curiously, he picked it up and saw Jiang Xiyuan frantically messaging in the group chat with his roommates. Oh my god, Goddess Enin has left. I just arrived. How could she leave now? Guess who I saw here? Tang Weiwei. Why does she show up just as Goddess Enin departs? What am I supposed to do now? At that moment, Jiang Xiyuan resembled a forsaken spouse lamenting their abandonment. Yet evidently, Goddess Enin did not recognize him. Jiang Nian thought, if she has left, then so be it. Focus on your work. Jiang Xiyuan retorted, do you have no heart? Do you have any idea how long I have pursued her? She finally made her debut, and now she is gone. Su Haiyaming interjected, gone? Why did she leave? Wasn't it all officially announced? Indeed, I had previously heard she was taking a bold step, certain of her successful comeback. But it seems she has been sidelined. Sidelined? Yes, there's a rumor that someone has replaced her in the lineup. She must release a song. Yet she refuses to sing those mediocre tracks. Thus she was dismissed, said to be unable to produce appealing music, and now she cannot return. Could that person who sidelined her be Tang Weiwei? Has she sought to assert her presence at the expense of our boy? Jiang Xiyuan exclaimed. This is on you. You must take responsibility. Jiang Nian replied. How can I be held accountable? At this moment, Yuan Huai chimed in. What are you talking about? Our boy is busy. What responsibility does he bear? He cannot write songs. Should he offer himself instead? Jiang Xiyuan felt that mere typing could no longer convey his emotions. He began sending voice messages, each lasting a full 60 seconds. Jiang Nian, even without listening, understood the anguish Jiang Xiyuan wished to express. He silently sighed. Enough with the lamentations. I can, in fact, write songs. After all, my previous life has bestowed upon me a plethora of melodies. I could easily select one that would surpass the current offerings. This Goddess Enin possesses a commendable voice. She should be able to sing many songs. Primarily, he truly wished to avoid witnessing Jiang Xiyuan's lamentations. Jiang Xiyuan? Su Haiming? Yuan Huai? Are you serious, young man? Jiang Nian? Jiang Xiyuan, would you like to? Jiang Xiyuan. If you are capable of composing it, then certainly. However, Jiang Nian, are you up to the task? Jiang Nian. Just wait. After sending those messages, Jiang Nian began to ponder which song would be suitable for the enchanting goddess, Su Wanyin. Her voice was sweet, and perhaps a delightful love song or a tender ballad might be fitting. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at his doorstep. As he opened the door, Su Wanyin emerged. Back already? Noticing Jiang Nian's silence, she inquired with curiosity, Jiang Nian, what are you thinking about? Oh, just contemplating a song. Su Wanyin. Chapter 81. No need to be so anxious while seeking my assistance in recent days. Su Wanyin had been contemplating song composition, and it was driving her nearly to madness. Perhaps due to the prolonged hiatus from singing, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Moreover, the contemporary musical elements stood in stark contrast to those of the past, leaving her feeling hesitant and uncertain. No matter how she tried to write, the process felt disjointed, as if something vital were missing. The creations she produced seemed devoid of soul. Thus, when she heard Jiang Nian utter those words, she paused in bewilderment. A song? What song? Previously, he had expounded at length on various theoretical aspects of music to Mu Ling. Could it be that he too possessed the ability to write songs? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian replied, I'm afraid I must keep this under wraps for now. After all, it is intended for Jiang Xiyuan. He intended to present it to his musical muse, and allowing others to hear in advance would be inappropriate. Copyright issues are of paramount importance. Oh, very well then. Su Wanyin pouted. However, having shared the same roof with Jiang Nian for an extended period, she could not recall ever hearing him sing. She surmised that he was merely dabbling in this endeavor and likely incapable of producing anything of merit. Su Wanyin dismissed the thought and inquired, "How is your studio coming along?" "It's going quite well. We've already commenced work. I've heard it involves game development." While Su Wanyin did not delve into specifics, she was aware that the industry was quite intricate. As a newcomer, Jiang Nian would undoubtedly face challenges. Seeing him nod, she continued, "If you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to let me know. I'll see if I can be of assistance." After all, he was the father of little fish, and her affection for him extended beyond mere sentiment. Moreover, he had taken such good care of little fish during these days. It seemed only right to lend a hand. Jiang Nian regarded her with a peculiar expression. "Assistance? Isn't this woman always eager to have me leave?" "Well, I just noticed how well you care for little fish, and I'm concerned that once you graduate, you might struggle to make ends meet." "Oh, well, thank you." Jiang Nian chuckled, observing her with amusement. "However, if you wish to assist me, there's no need to be so anxious." Her fervent demeanor suggested that he might bully her. "Hey, you," Su Wanyin retorted, her irritation prompting her to chase after him, eager to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, the tousled-haired little fish emerged from the room, having just awakened. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you arguing about?" "Little fish is awake." Jiang Nian swiftly moved to embrace her. The little one yawned widely and nodded. I'm awake." "Daddy, little fish wants to go out and play." What do you wish to play?" "To the playground downstairs. Little fish wants to find Yaya." I haven't seen her in days. Ever since Su Wanyin's return, little fish had not ventured outside. Initially, she clung to her mother, and later, her parents seemed preoccupied with their own matters. Being so young, little fish could not contain her restlessness after being cooped up at home for too long. "All right, I'll take you. Let us fix your hair first." "Indeed." Su Xiaoyu nodded with delight. Jiang Nian led Xiaoyu to the bathroom mirror, where he skillfully braided her hair into two adorable pigtails before preparing to head out. As they reached the door, Su Xiaoyu quickly turned around and grasped Su Wanyin's arm. "Mom, will you come too?" Me? But I'm still busy." "Mommy, please come along. I've never played outside with both you and Dad." Su Xiaoyu's expression soured, her lips pouting, and tears threatened to spill. Unable to withstand such an emotional display, Su Wanyin quickly acquiesced. "All right, I'll join you. Just wait a moment. I need to grab a mask." "Okay." Sui always mood brightened. Donning her mask and hat for full protection, Su Wanyin finally stepped out, taking hold of Xiaoyu's other hand. "Let's go." Jiang Nian cast her a curious glance. Are today's girls truly this apprehensive of the sun? They always cover up so thoroughly when stepping outside. However, it is their choice, and he felt no authority to intervene. Su Xiaoyu, happily holding both her parents' hands, couldn't contain her joy, humming a tune as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Yaya and her mother. Without waiting for Yaya to greet her, she joyfully exclaimed, "Yaya, wait for me." Yet, she didn't release Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin's hands. Instead, she clutched them even tighter. "Look at me. Look at who's with me." Yaya, equally excited, inquired, "Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu's dad?" "Oh, Xiaoyu, your mom is back too." Yes. Su Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. "Dad and Mom are here to play with me." "How wonderful." "Mom, look quickly." Yaya tugged at her mother's sleeve. Yaya's mother also noticed Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin. For some reason, even with Su Wanyin wearing a mask, she felt that she and Jiang Nian complemented each other perfectly. Cheerfully, she greeted them. "You're back?" Su Wanyin nodded, "Yes." After proudly showcasing her parents, Su Xiaoyu joyfully released their hands and dashed off with Yaya. The space between the two parents widened. Su Wanyin instinctively stepped aside, while Jiang Nian remained silent, quickening his pace to catch up with Xiaoyu. The little one was running wild, and he worried she might collide with some amusement attraction. This left Su Wanyin alone with Yaya's mother, who flashed her an awkward smile. Yaya's mother observed their interaction and felt a chuckle rising within her. Could it be that these two were having a quarrel? They had just been so affectionate in front of Xiaoyu, and now, with her gone, they appeared rather uncomfortable. It was quite sweet indeed. "Shall we go play over there?" "They must be heading to the carousel." "Sure." Xiaoyu's dad is quite nice. He possesses a remarkable aptitude for caring for children. Recently, he's been solely responsible for looking after Xiaoyu, and he has done an admirable job. Unlike the man in our household, who, upon returning home, merely sprawls on the couch engrossed in his phone, contributing nothing else. Su Wanyin awkwardly nodded, perplexed as to why Yaya's mother would suddenly share this with her. Unfazed, Yaya's mother continued, "So, what is there that a couple cannot overcome? It's merely a disagreement. Don't let the child perceive any discord. A man as wonderful as he is someone you must cherish. Just look at Xiaoyu's father. He is quite handsome. I must tell you, many young ladies have been inquiring about Jiang Nian's phone number lately, as they cannot believe that Xiaoyu is his child and are eager to pursue a relationship with him." The last part of her statement was delivered with an air of mystery. "But rest assured, I did not provide it," she added. Su Wanyin felt a bit bewildered. Yaya's mother, I think you may have misunderstood." "Oh, we have all been there. What misunderstandings are there?" "I understand. When you return home tonight, simply offer him an easy way out, and everything will surely be reconciled." Chapter 82. Do you enjoy listening to her songs? Su Wanyin wished to elucidate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. The more she tried to explain, the more convoluted the situation became. Fortunately, while Yaya's mother had misinterpreted her intentions, she was not overly talkative. After their brief conversation, she went off to tend to Yaya. Xiaoyu and Yaya were gleefully engaged in play, laughing incessantly on the carousel. Su Wanyin had intended to offer assistance, yet she noticed Jiang Nian seated nearby, eyes closed and headphones on, seemingly absorbed in whatever he was listening to. Realizing that Yaya's mother could manage on her own, Su Wanyin felt her presence might be superfluous. Thus, she approached Jiang Nian. As she drew near, Jiang Nian remained oblivious to her arrival. After a moment of contemplation, she sat down beside him and casually removed one of the headphones from his ear. Upon seeing him open his eyes to look at her, Su Wanyin inquired, "What are you listening to? You seem quite engrossed." "Nothing much, just some music to find a vibe," he replied nonchalantly. "Oh, really?" Su Wanyin placed the headphone to her ear, and to her surprise, she recognized the familiar melody. It was her song, Spring Essence. She was astonished that he was listening to this particular piece, and upon glancing at his phone, she noted that he had it set to repeat. Did he also appreciate her music? Yet, he did not recognize her? What an enigmatic individual. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Is it enjoyable?" Jiang Nian nodded, "Yes." "Quite nice. Do you like listening to her songs?" "Who? You mean Yinin?" "Indeed." Su Wanyin nodded, feeling an inexplicable flicker of anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian responded, "It's all right. Her songs are rather pleasant." This was a validation of her work. Just as Su Wanyin was about to feel elated, Jiang Nian continued, "However, I find this song a bit melancholic. Her voice is better suited for sweet melodies." "Sweet melodies?" "Yes, precisely. Those songs that uplift one's spirits and are delightful to listen to." Su Wanyin stared at Jiang Nian in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard someone suggest that she was better suited for cheerful tunes. She had always believed her style aligned with the path of sorrow, writing primarily in a melancholic vein, yet she had struggled to find inspiration. Had she been pursuing the wrong direction all along? Determined, Su Wanyin resolved to explore the realm of sweet melodies upon her return. Jiang Nian listened for a while longer, forming a general assessment of the vocal quality of this Yinin goddess. Inspired, he contemplated which songs would suit her. Therefore, upon returning from the amusement park, he retreated to his room and began to compose. "Everything you say, I am willing to embrace the melody of the little train swaying. Loving someone, wishing for their happiness, warm from the heart. You are more important than yourself. I too aspire to become better." This song, titled Warmth, is one of Liang Jingru's signature pieces. The entire composition is bright and cheerful, encapsulating the essence of a blissful and endearing woman. Yet, it brings a sense of ease and comfort to the listener. Jiang Nian had played it on repeat for an entire week, especially during his moments of melancholy, finding solace in its uplifting notes. This song is perfectly suited for Yinin. After finishing it, Jiang Nian took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to Jiang Siyuan. At that moment, Jiang Siyuan was engulfed in melancholy. Yinin had left, and he pondered whether he should continue working at this company, as it seemed devoid of meaning. Furthermore, he was utterly averse to encountering Tang Weiwei's face, which he found exceedingly irksome. While lost in thought, he noticed a WeChat message from Jiang Nian. What did this fellow send? Jiang Nian opened the image and was instantly stunned. No way, could this be lyrics? Although Jiang Nian had mentioned providing him with lyrics that day, Jiang Nian had never taken it seriously. In his eyes, Jiang Nian was not the sort to craft any lyrics. He merely spoke in jest. To his astonishment, Jiang Nian had indeed penned them. Moreover, the lyrics. Jiang Nian could not help but set his phone down and quickly replied, "Impressive, my friend." Jiang Nian responded, "Stop flattering me. Hurry and present it to your goddess Yining." Jiang Nian replied, "All right, I'll reach out to her right away." Jiang Nian cautioned, "Don't mention I wrote it. Just say it's your creation. It's an opportunity to get closer to your goddess." Jiang Nian exclaimed, "Sure thing, my friend. I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies later." Jiang Nian thought to himself that he had no need for beautiful women, yet ultimately said nothing. In school, Jiang Nian had treated him exceptionally well, and Jiang Nian was a person who cherished gratitude. He wished to assist Jiang Nian, and besides, he had no intention of writing songs in the future, as he was not fond of the entertainment industry and did not desire recognition. After completing all this, Jiang Nian stepped outside, taking Xiaoyu to buy groceries. Su Wanyin was occupied in the bedroom, and Jiang Nian chose not to disturb her. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Su Wanyin was in a state of utter disarray. She had just halted Jiang Nian's suggestion and begun to explore sweet songs. Unfortunately, she had seldom listened to sweet songs in the past, and life did not seem very sweet either. This task was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Rarely did she feel so frustrated. Su Wanyin wrestled with her thoughts for an hour without managing to write a single word. She took out her phone, found Mu Ling's WeChat, and sent her a message. "What should I do, Mu Ling? I'm going crazy." At the very moment her message was sent, Su Wanyin received a message from Mu Ling Wanyin. "Wanyin, I have some good news to share with you." "Huh? What's wrong? What should I do? Have you encountered a dilemma?" Su Wanyin disregarded her initial question and began a vent. Yes. Jiang Nian said today that I'm suited for sweet songs. I thought about it and agreed, so I try to write one, which is certainly better than my previous woes that I can't even sing. But I've been ruminating here for ages and can't seem to produce a single word. What should I do? Well, Mu Ling appeared completely unfazed. "I have a solution." What solution?" "Huh? Do you think Jiang Nian is our lucky charm? He just mentioned sweet songs to you, and I've just received a set of sweet song lyrics that are wonderfully written. They made me chuckle. They're truly delightful." "What lyrics?" Su Wanyin was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected coincidence. "Wait a moment. I shall send it to you right away." After a brief interval, Su Wanyin received a message from Mu Ling, filled with vibrant green text. The title Warmth was immediately inviting. Upon examining the lyrics, she was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, these lyrics are truly heartwarming," she thought, reminiscent of a young girl playfully expressing her joy. It was simply delightful. Overflowing with happiness, Su Wanyin exclaimed, "Wow, this is exquisitely written. Where did you find it? Who penned these lyrics? They are remarkable." Mu Ling replied, "It's not from a well-known lyricist. You would never guess. It's from an intern at our company. He just sent it to me and insisted that I share it with you. He even mentioned that he is your fan." Su Wanyin was astonished. "An intern? My fan? Who could it be?" Mu Ling responded, "Let me check. I believe his name is Jiang Nian." Chapter 83. Who can endure this? Jiang Nian? I have not encountered this name within the industry. He is not even a part of it. He appears to be a recent university graduate. Is he truly that remarkable? Indeed, the youth of today are increasingly impressive. Mu Ling, however, remains oblivious to the fact that she herself has only recently graduated. Why not engage him in conversation and inquire about the price? Should we decide to purchase, if he possesses other songs, we could establish a long-term collaboration. All right. After conversing with Mu Ling, Su Wanyin found herself lost in thought while gazing at the lyrics. Such exquisite lyrics undoubtedly require an equally captivating melody. She needed to contemplate the composition. That evening, Su Wanyin did not venture outside. It was not until Jiang Nian called her for dinner that she seemed somewhat distracted. Jiang Nian observed her taking 20 minutes to consume half a bowl of rice. Curiosity piqued. Little fish's mother, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering a few matters. Well, do hurry and eat, or we'll cool down soon. Okay. Su Wanyin nodded. After finishing dinner, she once again immersed herself in her room. Jiang Nian and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances. What is mommy up to? She is probably working. She always behaves like this when she works. All right then. Quite earnest. That night, it was Jiang Nian who coaxed Xiaoyu to sleep. Su Wanyin remained occupied until 11 o'clock, ultimately picking up her phone with a furrowed brow. Muling, hey, I'm here. I was just about to reach out to you. That Jiang Nian said he won't charge you. He gifting it to you. What? That can't be right. But I spoke with him for quite some time, and he insists on giving it away. He only requested a pencil-signed photo from you later. That still doesn't seem appropriate. If he says he doesn't want anything, we can't just take it. I understand, which is why I'm already inquiring about his location. Let us arrange a meeting to discuss this matter thoroughly. All right. Su Wanyin nodded. Sensing her tone was less than cheerful, Mu Ling felt a pang of sympathy. Wanyin, what's wrong? You seem to have something to discuss earlier. Well, Su Wanyin pondered for a moment before saying, I genuinely do not know how to sing this song. It feels like it lacks something. What is it missing? Right, soul. I fear that the melody I've composed lacks any semblance of soul. I wouldn't want to squander such beautiful lyrics. The more Su Wanyin contemplated, the more despondent she became, eventually laying flat on her bed. Well, Mu Ling thought for a bit before suggesting, shall I ask Jiang Nian? But, no buts. Since he penned it, he must have his own thoughts. Let us first understand his perspective, then harmonize our ideas. Well, that seems reasonable. Remember to discuss copyright matters. All right, and don't be too anxious. By the way, my brother's company recently released a delightful little game called Eliminate, which you might enjoy. It could help pass the time and assist with sleep. I refuse to play games. It's a waste of time. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanyin turned restlessly in bed, her heart laden with worry. It was not until midnight that sleep eluded her. With a silent sigh, she picked up her phone, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately opened the App Store. What was the name of that game Mu Ling mentioned? Candy Crush. Why not download it and play for a while? Once the game finished downloading, Su Wanyin created an account and began to play. I must admit, this game is indeed quite captivating. As she immersed herself in gameplay, her mind swiftly emptied of concerns. Half an hour later, she surrendered to slumber. The following morning, she awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock. Rising from her bed, she discovered that Jiang Nian and Xiaoyu had already finished breakfast, leaving her portion on the table. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she washed up and sat down to eat. After finishing her meal, she smacked her lips and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. No need to mention it. I noticed you were quite busy, so I thought I would take Xiaoyu out for some fun this morning, not wanting to disturb you. Thank you, thank you. Su Wanyin did not refuse. Indeed, she had a considerable amount of work to attend to. As she entrusted Xiaoyu to Jiang Nian, she felt a sense of reassurance. Once they departed, she plunged headlong back into her work. Jiang Nian took Xiaoyu to the amusement park for a while before heading to the supermarket. After placing Xiaoyu in the stroller, Jiang Nian began selecting the groceries. As they finished shopping and exited the supermarket, they passed by the toy section. Xiaoyu was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of children's toys and refused to budge. With no other option, Jiang Nian led her down to choose for herself. Xiaoyu soon became engrossed in play. At that moment, Jiang Nian heard his phone ring. Noticing it was a call from Jiang Nian, he answered it. Soon, he was met with Jiang Nian's excited voice. San Yan, I made contact with the goddess Yinin. She truly appreciates those lyrics and is discussing them with me. The goddess is wonderful. I even told her I wouldn't take any payment, but she insists I must be compensated for my hard work. Jiang Nian chuckled. Isn't that splendid? Indeed. But now I face a dilemma. What is it? The goddess's assistant mentioned they have considered several versions of the melody, yet none seems suitable, lacking in soul. They have come to me for my opinion, but how can I possibly provide one? You wrote it, so you came to ask me? Yes. When you were writing, what were your thoughts? Jiang Nian pondered for a moment, realizing he genuinely had no particular insights to share. Thus, he suggested, how about this? I will sing the song later, record it, and send it to you. You can present it to your goddess for her consideration. Wow, San Yan, you can sing too? All right, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up, Jiang Nian noticed Xiao Yu standing in front of him, clutching a Barbie doll and a charming duck plushie, her expression pleading. She uttered not a word, yet her entire demeanor conveyed, "Daddy, I want that." Who could resist such a request? Without hesitation, Jiang Nian placed the toy in her shopping cart. "Come on, Dad will buy it for you." "Oh yeah, thank you, Dad." The little one clapped joyfully, bouncing towards the checkout with a speed that surpassed even Jiang Nian's. This girl truly knows how to capture a man's heart. Jiang Nian mused silently. After settling the bill, the two made their way home. Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoyu hummed a cheerful tune. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nian spotted Su Wanyin bustling in the kitchen. Curiously, he stepped inside and discovered her chopping vegetables. Jiang Nian was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I noticed you and Xiaoyu hadn't returned yet, so I thought I would start preparing dinner." "Cooking?" "Yes, but I'm not very good at it. I've already washed the vegetables. How about you take over?" Chapter 84. Jiang Nian, do you believe me? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. "Perhaps you should take the lead." He suddenly felt an urge to savor the dishes prepared by Su Wanyin. "Father, no." Su Xiaoyu interjected, showing no regard for decorum. "Mother's cooking is not as delectable as father's." Jiang Nian couldn't suppress a chuckle, while Su Wanyin was on the verge of exasperation. "Is this daughter of mine for real?" "Su Xiaoyu." She gritted her teeth. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly nestled into Jiang Nian's embrace. "What I said is true." Su Wanyin resolved to ignore her daughter's antics. She must demonstrate her culinary prowess. Turning away, she commenced chopping vegetables. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Nian was occupied in the living room, Su Wanyin stealthily retrieved her phone, opened a video, and began searching for a recipe. Her culinary skills were limited to simple home-cooked dishes, and she hoped that following the video would yield satisfactory results. With that thought in mind, she focused intently on the screen. The dish in question was hand-torn cabbage. First, she needed to tear the cabbage by hand, then dice some pork belly, preparing ginger, garlic, and scallions. She ignited the flame, sauteing the pork belly until its fat was rendered, and finally added the ginger, garlic, and scallions to release their fragrant aroma before tossing in the cabbage to stir-fry. As Su Wanyin followed the steps diligently, she suddenly forgot what to do next after sauteing the pork belly and glanced back at the video. In that fleeting moment, she failed to notice the slight burning smell emanating from the pan. "Oh no!" Su Wanyin gasped, hastily adding the ginger, garlic, and scallions, but at that point, they were clearly insufficient to rectify the situation. The burnt aroma intensified, sending her into a panic. In desperation, she threw in the cabbage. At last, the cabbage managed to somewhat mask the burnt flavor, yet the overall scent wafting through the kitchen was far from pleasant. Su Wanyin gazed at the contents of the pan, her brow furrowed in concern. What was she to do? Just then, a voice emerged from behind her. "What are you up to? Are you trying to incinerate the kitchen?" Jiang Nian inquired. Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Wanyin with a conflicted expression. "I told you, mother's cooking isn't that great." Su Wanyin, flustered, scrambled to manage the dish while hastily explaining, "I usually don't cook like this. This time was an accident. I was just following the video, and it misled me, causing a delay." After her explanation, she felt that articulating herself in this atmosphere was somewhat superfluous. Casting a somewhat guilty glance at Jiang Nian, she asked, "Jiang Nian, do you believe me?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Nian replied, "Shall I take over instead?" "All right." Without hesitation, Su Wanyin handed over the spatula as if it were a hot potato, while also taking Su Xiaoyu into her arms. "You do it." Jiang Nian accepted the spatula and began his culinary endeavor. Su Wanyin, cradling Su Xiaoyu, made her way outside. "Mother, are you afraid your cooking one tea tastes good, so you let father handle it?" "Nonsense. Mother's cooking is absolutely delicious. She's just giving your father an opportunity to show off. But father cooks every day. There's no need for opportunities. Then let him cook a few more times." Jiang Nian shook his head helplessly as he listened to the voices behind him. The meal was quickly prepared. Thanks to Jiang Nian's intervention, it was no longer considered a culinary disaster. Su Wanyin savored the food heartily. After finishing her meal, she retreated into the room to study her musical scores. Once Jiang Nian lulled Su Xiaoyu to sleep, he took his headphones and headed downstairs. At this hour, everyone was taking a nap, and the community was relatively quiet. Jiang Nian found a corner and recorded Warm, then sent the file to Jiang Siyuan. Brother, my singing isn't great, but bear with it, all right? The professional should be able to tell that this song suits a girl better. All right. You are truly my brother. Jiang Siyuan replied with a flurry of compliments, then opened Jiang Nian's audio to listen. Upon hearing it, he was astonished. Brother, how can you call this bad? Never mind. I'm sending this to the goddess Wanyin right away. You get some rest. Jiang Nian didn't respond further and went back inside to write. At that moment, Mu Ling had just finished her meal and was lying on her bed in a daze. While lost in thought, she received a WeChat message from Jiang Siyuan. Opening the file, Mu Ling closed her eyes to listen. To her surprise, she was completely stunned. She quickly got up and forwarded it to Su Wanyin. Wanyin, hurry and listen. This song is absolutely magnificent. It's the best melody I've ever heard. Wanyin, after sending several messages without a reply, Mu Ling started to feel anxious. Finally, she decided to call. At that moment, Su Wanyin had already fallen asleep. Awoken by the call, she was still groggy and irritable. Mu Ling, what is going on? What is it? Wanyin, how can you possibly sleep through this? You must listen to this incredible song. Hurry up, no time for nonsense. Get up. If you keep sleeping, I'll be angry. Su Wanyin was a bit confused. The song has been sent? Yes, quickly listen. As she regained her composure, Su Wanyin took the headphones and began to listen. As she absorbed the music, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Mu Ling, you don't need to say anything. I know what you're going to say. If this song is released, it will definitely become a hit. Yes, I think so too. So, shall we sing it? Let us sing. All right, you find your rhythm and adjust the settings while I prepare the recording studio. Okay, wait, no. I need to contact Jiang Siyuan first to discuss sound adjustments. Right, you go ahead and get busy. After their conversation, both were filled with excitement and found it impossible to return to sleep. Mu Ling quickly pulled out her WeChat to message Jiang Siyuan, feeling that typing was too slow. She opted to call instead. Hello? Is that you? This is Sister Mu, right? Hello. It is I. Indeed. I would like to discuss the matter of authorization with you. This song is free of charge. Let the enchanting goddess sing it without worry. However, that simply cannot be the case. This is a creation born of your diligent effort, and with such remarkable lyrics and melody. It could yield a substantial return anywhere it is placed. We cannot take your labor's fruits for granted. Remarkable? While I find the song provided by Jiang Nian quite melodious, Jiang Siyuan, being an outsider, is unaware of its true magnificence. Hearing Mu Ling speak thus, he is taken aback. Sister Mu, is this song difficult to compose? Difficult to compose? To put it plainly, in my time within the entertainment industry, I have never encountered a song of such caliber. Oh, why do you ask me this? Jiang Siyuan fell silent. Such a challenging and extraordinary piece was simply gifted to him by Jiang Nian. Previously, he thought it was quite straightforward, considering Jiang Nian had completed it in just one day. Could it be that Jiang Nian invested considerable effort into this without disclosing it to him? Upon this realization, Jiang Siyuan felt a sudden surge of emotion. No, he could not allow Jiang Nian's dedication to be rendered worthless. With determination, he resolved to speak. Sister Mu, I must be honest with you. This song was not penned by me. I asked a brother of mine to write it. He requested no payment and directly gifted it to me. I assumed it was simple, but I did not anticipate, given its profound quality. I believe it would be best if you spoke with him personally. Chapter 85, are you implying that the goddess Inin is also in Jiangshan? Mu Ling furuit herburoth. Jiang Siyuan quickly replied, Yes, I sincerely apologize. I deceived you earlier, but my intentions for the goddess Inin are genuine. Sister Mu, my brother is a wonderful person. I will speak to him shortly and arrange for him to discuss this with you. Mu Ling responded, That sounds reasonable. Please convey to your friend that we genuinely desire the copyright for this song. We will treat it with the utmost seriousness and ensure that his talent does not go unnoticed. Understood, Jiang Siyuan nodded solemnly. After hanging up, Mu Ling hurried to inform Su Wanyin about the matter. Su Wanyin was taken aback. A friend? Indeed. I spoke with Jiang Siyuan and encouraged him to communicate our determination and respect to his friend. I believe it should work, though it may take a few days. That's acceptable. I shall practice this song in the meantime. Once we succeed, we can commence production immediately. Yes, Wanyin, thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Nian received a call from Jiang Siyuan. His writing was interrupted, causing him some discomfort. You can handle this matter with him on your own. There's no need to involve me. That one do. Didn't you hear them? Your song is exceptional, and it must be formalized with a contract, along with compensation. I believe it will sell quite well. Come on, do a good deed and meet them to discuss this. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Nian finally agreed. Very well. But I can only meet in Jiangcheng. I cannot travel elsewhere. After all, he still needed to take care of Xiaoyu. All right, I will relay that. After hanging up, Jiang Nian resumed his writing. Jiang Siyuan called Mu Ling again to explain the situation, and she was elated. Jiangcheng? That is splendid. We are also in Jiangcheng. Wah. What? You mean the goddess Yining is also in Jiangcheng? Yes, how about this weekend? Shall we arrange a meeting with that esteemed individual? Absolutely no problem, Jiang Siyuan assured her. After the call, he felt somewhat dazed. Why was everyone heading to Jiangcheng? What was the purpose of his arduous efforts to develop in Kyoto? Perhaps he should just return? In the following days, Jiang Nian and Su Wanyin busied themselves whenever they did not need to care for Xiaoyu. The casual game they developed gained countless followers during this time. Yuan Huai was swamped with work, estimating that at the current pace, they could earn 500,000 in dividends over the next month. As Jiang Nian's sole employee, his base salary plus commission could reach as high as 20,000. He was cheerful every day, often taking time to check on Xiaoyu. Li Hohot finally learned to make stinky tofu, and the snack stall was set to open on Sunday. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian's novel daily income was steadily increasing, even surpassing 10,000 yesterday, which filled him with joy. After transferring 5,000 to Yin Xiaomei and Jiang Minsheng, Jiang Nian awaited Saturday. That afternoon, he arranged to meet Jiang Siyuan at a CAF. Certainly, Jiang Siyuan had also arranged to meet the person in charge of the goddess Yining. By the time Jiang Nian arrived, Jiang Siyuan was already there, waving his hand with delight. Young man, over here. Jiang Nian approached, looking at him with curiosity. Are you really quitting? No. I've just taken a few days off to seize this opportunity to see the goddess Yining, and by the way, collect my diploma. As for that day in Kyoto, after some contemplation, he decided not to resign. Jiang Siyuan was uncertain about when the goddess Yining would return and feared that he might not be in the industry anymore when she did, missing out on numerous opportunities. His aspirations lay here, and until he had clarity on the goddess Yining's future plans, he resolved to hold onto his position. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Had 2 months truly passed? How could it feel as though they had flown by so swiftly? All right then, what about your goddess Yining? She hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit. But tell me, how did you suddenly start writing songs? How's everything with your graduation? Well, everything's sorted out. My internship certificate and graduation offense are all done. Now I'm just waiting to collect my diploma, and since I have some free time, I thought I'd give songwriting a try. Haha, young man, you truly possess talent. I never expected that despite your previous indifference towards the entertainment industry and music, your debut would be so impressive. Have you ever considered developing a career in entertainment? I could introduce you. With your qualifications, I believe you would surely achieve great success. After all, Jiang Nian had a face that could incite both envy and admiration. Although he was new to the industry, in Jiang Siyuan's eyes, he had a slight advantage over Jiang Nian. He thought perhaps he could assist Jiang Nian. No, I'm not very interested. Jiang Nian instinctively declined. Jiang Siyuan was somewhat bewildered. Young man, you didn't even consider it? The entertainment industry can indeed be quite lucrative. It might be money we could never earn in our lifetime. I've made up my mind. I'm truly not interested. Jiang Siyuan silently gave Jiang Nian a thumbs up. I never expected you to be someone who regards money as worthless. Fine, if you don't want to pursue it, then don't. By the way, do you know what Yuan Huai has been up to lately? It seems he hasn't returned to his previous job and has found a new one. How's the job? Not bad. All right then, let him continue for now. Why make it big in Kyoto? I'll call you all over so we can enjoy life together. Sounds good. The two chatted for a while longer, and Jiang Siyuan glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time. He stood up, filled with excitement, and stepped outside to greet Mu Ling unbeknownst to him. The moment he stepped out, Jiang Nian received a phone call. Seeing it was Yuan Huai, Jiang Nian quickly answered, "What is up, young man? My cousin and I were originally supposed to meet tonight, but he said he has something to attend to in Jiang City and suggested we meet at noon instead. Do you have time? Jiang Nian had previously arranged to meet Yuan Huai's cousin to inquire about Su Wanyin school and her child. Hearing this, he paused for a moment. Noon? Indeed. If you have something to attend to, perhaps we could postpone until next week? No, let's meet at noon. I should make my way over right now. Please send me your location. Nothing is more pressing than this matter. You must understand the origins of the little fish. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Nian received a WeChat message from Yuan Huai. He glanced at the message, then rose and headed towards the side entrance of the CF. It was more convenient to take a taxi from the side door to the designated location by Yuan Huai. As he walked, Jiang Nian sent another message to Jiang Siyuan. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, Jiang Siyuan had already spotted Mu Ling. Not hearing his phone ring, he smiled and approached her. Sister Mu, is that you? Yes, it's me. Has the goddess of sound not arrived? Chapter 86. I have heard that the campus belle, Su, seems to be pregnant, which is why she has taken a leave of absence. Mu Ling nodded slightly. Yes, she has some matters to attend to and cannot make it for now. However, she entrusted me with this. Mu Ling retrieved a signed photo of Su Wanyin from her bag and handed it to Jiang Siyuan. Jiang Siyuan's face lit up with joy. Wow, this is wonderful. Thank you, Sister Mu. No need for thanks. Where is your friend? Inside. Come, I will take you in. At that very moment, on the second floor across the street, Su Xiaoyu was leaning against the window, bewildered. Mom, who is Ling Jie visiting? Why can't we go? Where did Dad go? Su Xiaoyu was genuinely perplexed. Her father had been at home in the morning, yet by noon, he had vanished. And her mother was taking her out for a meal. Your father had to take care of something at home, and Ling Jie is helping me with work matters. Oh, Su Xiaoyu nodded, half understanding. Then why doesn't Mom handle it herself? Mom would like to handle it herself, and is curious about that esteemed individual. But today, she has to bring you along. Otherwise, we would need to hide here to catch a glimpse of that esteemed one. Although the view was not entirely clear, the esteemed individual appeared quite youthful. Su Wanyin took a sip of tea and continued to gaze outside. Su Xiaoyu, clutching her small water cup, followed her mother's gaze. At that moment, Jiang Nian had called for a car, which was now approaching. As he opened the door, he noticed another vehicle parked behind him, from which emerged a familiar figure. Jiang Nian? What brings you here? Teacher Han? The person was Han Yuanjia. Since leaving school, Jiang Nian had not seen him and was surprised to encounter him here. I have some matters to attend to. I'm just passing by, preparing to find Yuan Huai. Yes, I heard about your defense. Quite impressive. Go ahead. All right. Jiang Nian exchanged greetings with Han Yuanjia before departing. Meanwhile, in the CAF, Jiang Siyuan arrived at his original seat. Utterly bewildered. I was sitting here. Where is everyone? Seeing this, Mu Ling grew somewhat anxious. Is your friend dissatisfied with us? No. He probably had something urgent to attend to. Sister Mu, please sit first. I will call to inquire. Jiang Siyuan took out his phone and saw a message from Jiang Nian. I have an urgent matter to see Lao Yuan. Please handle everything here on my behalf. What could Jiang Nian possibly have that required such urgency? Unable to fathom the situation, Jiang Siyuan turned to Mu Ling with a troubled expression. Sister Mu, my friend had to leave in a hurry. He said to take full responsibility for the contract matters. Mu Ling looked a bit conflicted. Is that feasible? It should be. We brothers share everything. He would surely have no objections to my views. Very well then, let us begin. Mu Ling took out the documents, and she and Jiang Siyuan commenced their discussion. 20 minutes later, Jiang Nian arrived at the quaint little restaurant where Yuan Huai had suggested they meet. Upon entering, he spotted Yuan Huai waving at him. Over here, young man. Yuan Huai was seated next to a man sporting a small mustache who appeared to be in his 20s, engrossed in a game on his phone. Amused, Jiang Nian approached and pointed at him. Yuan Huai remarked, See? I told you my cousin is addicted to gaming. He simply cannot tear himself away. At that moment, Yuan Huai's cousin finally lifted his gaze from the screen, having failed to conquer a level. Upon noticing Jiang Nian, he excitedly grasped his hand. You must be Jiang Nian. My cousin has spoken of you. You're his boss and the creator of this game. Jiang Nian glanced at Yuan Huai with a hint of exasperation. Yuan Huai added, Cousin, I told you to keep your excitement in check. The cousin sheepishly scratched his head. Pardon my enthusiasm. I couldn't help myself. I truly admire you. While this game may not be a blockbuster, it is incredibly engaging. Young man, what brilliance resides in your mind? Cousin? Although Yuan Huai relished the scene, he felt compelled to interject, I had a hand in this game too, you know? Ha! I know you can't do it. It must all be thanks to my brother Jiang Nian's ingenuity. Yuan Huai's cousin was momentarily speechless. Jiang Nian stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, old Yuan, let us not dwell on that. Have you ordered yet? Today I'm treating. Of course I have. How could I miss the opportunity to feast on the bounty of this wealthy man? Yuan Huai boasted. Ignoring him, Jiang Nian turned to his cousin. Actually, I have a few inquiries I'd like to make. You're curious about the school beauty, Su, aren't you? I've heard all about it from Yuan Huai. Ha! To be honest, I don't know much either, but I heard she dropped out for personal reasons. What personal reasons? The cousin leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. I heard that the school beauty might be pregnant, which is why she left. What? Jiang Nian was not surprised, having already been privy to this information. But Yuan Huai gasped in shock. Pregnant? By whom? How would I know? I only heard rumors, and I can't be certain she is really pregnant. After all, she is the school beauty. Perhaps she is being supported by someone? Jiang Nian remained silent. Are there any other updates? You seem quite interested in the school beauty. The cousin noted. Well, I admit I have developed some interest lately. I don't have much more information. Some say she was out drinking at a bar and had a one-night stand, but the exact reason remains a mystery. A bar? Which bar? Jiang Nian suddenly inquired with fervor, startling even Yuan Huai. Young man, what has gotten into you? It's nothing, just curious. Jiang Nian quickly composed himself. Cousin scratched his head and remarked, I'm not entirely certain which bar it is, but I believe this is all mere nonsense. After all, she is the school belle. How could she be so indiscriminate? Jiang Nian fell silent, pondering the plausibility of the matter. Observing Jiang Nian's seriousness, cousin took a sip of water and continued, however, I do know someone who is undoubtedly aware of the entire situation, though this individual will certainly refrain from uttering a word.